Chapter 101, The Shrine in the Way. Sujin and Chen Xinr's idea was very simple. Even though this was a level A challenge, the handbook would not put them in a situation where there was absolutely no way out. The aim of each challenge was not to kill the owners, but to put them through terrifying experiences. Also, if they moved around by themselves, they wouldn't have to constantly guard against each other. Sujin called this a gamble, but in reality, they didn't really have much choice. They were now faced with a level A challenge, where even veterans could only get by with luck. In other words, intelligence and scheming wasn't going to get anybody anywhere. It all depended on whether you got lucky or not. Okay. Everyone, listen to me. I believe that even if you're under the control of an original sin, there is a way to get out of its control. As long as we don't give up, there's hope, said Sujin earnestly to his team members. He didn't have any better way to tackle this challenge either. But boss, we were still able to apprehend that fellow even after he was possessed, so I don't think we really have to, Yang Mo was still very worried. A level A challenge had only made him even more afraid than before, and having a team helped to ease some of his fears. Thinking about having to face these dangers all by himself made him feel weak in the legs. Sujin laughed bitterly and said, "What if the one who got possessed was myself? Or Chu Yi? How do you think things would have ended?" Everyone gasped at the thought of this possibility. Sujin and Chu Yi were way better fighters than them, especially since they were both veterans. If either one of them had been possessed earlier, then more than half of them or even all of them would have perished. What we're up against this time is different from the usual. We don't understand anything about these original sins, so if anything happens, we won't have any chance to find a way out since we could all be wiped out in an instant. So, I'm afraid we'll have to go our own way from here. Sujin didn't want to do this either. But he knew that if he or Chu Yi got possessed by an original sin, they were all going to be massacred. Everyone fell silent. Sujin gave out some leaves of the Tree of Life to everyone, then said to Konoha, "I don't know if I will survive this challenge, so don't be angry with me anymore, will you?" Konoha pursed her lips and stared straight at him with her clear and beautiful eyes. But just before he looked away from feeling too awkward, she suddenly said, "If you survive this, I'll forgive you. It's a deal." Sujin grinned and nodded. Sujin walked over to Chu Yi. Chu Yi was recovering well, but he was definitely in poorer shape than before getting hurt. Sujin asked Chu Yi worriedly, "How are you? Is this injury going to affect you badly?" "It's okay, just a little painful. But it won't affect my fighting ability too much, plus my internal energy is able to help me heal faster." Chu Yi didn't want Sujin to worry about him, so he just nodded with a bright smile despite the pain he was actually in. Sujin sighed heavily, then turned to look at Yang Mo and Ning Meng. These two were the poorest at fighting but were still pretty good at staying alive. But none of that was helpful in a level A challenge. "Either one can use this," said Sujin as he retrieved black fire from his handbook. This was the only weapon he had that didn't require any spirit power, and it was a fairly powerful one too. Yang Mo immediately shook his head and said, "I've got weapons of my own, so Ning Meng can have it. She's gone through too few challenges, so she doesn't have much in her inventory." This was only Ning Meng's third challenge and her first one as part of the team, but she had unfortunately run into a level A challenge. She was probably the weakest and the most terrified among all the owners in this challenge. Sujin gave Ning Meng black fire and all the ammunition he had on hand, then patted her shoulder and said, "Being afraid in a challenge is pointless, so why not be brave and live on?" Ning Meng looked down at black fire and the bullets in her hand. She pursed her pale lips and looked up to see her teammates nodding at her encouragingly. Her previously terrified heart suddenly didn't feel so afraid anymore. I will live on." Ning Meng nodded vigorously. Konoha retrieved 2 purple crystals and said, "These are teleportation crystals and they can send you to a random place 10 kilometers away. You just have to crush it to activate. I hope it will be of help to you too." Teleportation crystals were rare treasures and could probably save a life in almost any challenge, but Konoha didn't hold back and gave them away to the weakest members of the team. Chu Yi too took out 2 small wooden balls. After giving them one each, he rubbed his painful abdomen and winced as he said, "These are thunderbolt bombs, they're a lot more powerful than ordinary hand grenades. Also, the thunderbolt power inside is good for driving away some evil spirits, so if you run into any danger, just fling it at your opponent." Yang Mo and Ning Meng received the items gratefully. Yang Mo took 4 bags out and said a little embarrassedly, "I've made some emergency packs, so each bag contains stuff that can help to stop bleeding, disinfect and dress wounds. It's not very useful, but I hope it will help everyone in one way or another." The rest of the team didn't refuse the packs and took 1 each. Ning Meng pursed her lips and said, "I'm sorry, I don't have anything for you guys. It's alright. Surviving this challenge will be the best gift to all of us. Promise me I'll see you at the end of the challenge." Konoha tousled Ning Meng's hair and smiled at her. Sujin moved the tattoo of his team's symbol to his forearm and said, "I had initially hidden this symbol on my shoulder because I didn't think it was good for others to see it. But now, I've realized something. Team boning knife isn't something to be ashamed of at all. All of you are my best friends, my reliable teammates, my precious memories. I won't hide it from now on." Team boning knife. The other 4 blinked in surprise, then smiled as they too moved the symbol on their shoulders to their forearms. They locked arms and shouted, "Team boning knife." After they bid each other farewell, the other team was also done saying their goodbyes. 8 of them went their own way into the vast desert of billowing sand to face the next obstacle by themselves. Sujin walked on and had no idea how far he had walked. There was nothing but sand all around him, so it was hard to estimate how much he had walked without any landmarks in sight. "Is there really nothing I can do?" Sujin furrowed his brows deeply. He hadn't given up on trying to find a way out of this tough challenge. Greed, gluttony, lust, wrath, sloth, jealousy, pride. The 7 deadly sins. When Greed chose that team member of Team Moon in the blue skies, was it a random selection? Or was it deliberate? Did it know which one among the 10 of us had the most greed in his heart? If that was so, then did Greed choose him because his greed had hit a certain level? Or purely because he had the most out of all of us? And if one of us doesn't have any of these sins, does that mean he'd be invincible in this challenge? Sujin asked himself before shaking his head immediately. That doesn't make sense. Original sin refers to the earthly desires that a human is born with. As long as one is alive, you would have desires. And once you have desires, you will definitely fall into one of these categories. Sujin continued to mutter to himself in an attempt to find a pattern, but he eventually shook his head dejectedly. He had too little to work with. If the teams stayed together and got attacked by these deadly sins more times, he was sure he would be able to find some sort of pattern. But doing that would result in too many casualties and would defeat the purpose of finding a way for everyone to get out of this challenge alive. What's the aim of this challenge? Is it just trying to kill us all off? If that's not its aim, then, what deeper meaning does this challenge have? Is that the key to surviving this challenge? Original sin, when I met with Anubis, I had also gone through this journey of redemption and gained some insight. In my opinion, original sin is something that comes naturally with all humans. Once one has desires, then one would be guilty of these deadly sins. But humans can only move forward when they have desires. The further they go, the more sin they will accumulate. If humans were judged based on their sins, then, do humans have to give up the desire to keep moving forward? But that goes against the very concept of life. The more he thought about these things, the more confused he became. After the challenge began, he hadn't been able to gather any further information on this place at all. He had made decisions purely because he didn't have any other choice. Relying on just knowing that this challenge involved the 7 deadly sins was not useful for gaining any other information at all. I have to find something, for the sake of my Chu Yi, Yang Mo, Ning Meng, for their sake, I've got to find a way to survive this, said Sujin through gritted teeth. Just then, he realized there was something ahead. He looked into the distance and saw that an ancient shrine was right in front of him. A shrine had suddenly appeared in the middle of this desert of nothingness. He walked towards the shrine to find that it looked very old but rather stately as well, as if it had been here since the beginning of time. One door of the shrine was ajar and he could see that there was greenery inside the shrine. It was as though the world outside the shrine was completely different from the world inside. The shrine seemed very calm and peaceful, but it didn't take a genius to conclude that this place was some trap. A shrine suddenly appearing out of nowhere in a level A challenge? It couldn't possibly be safe. I'm not going to pay it any attention. I'll just walk around it. Sujin immediately walked around the shrine and didn't even want to go too near it, afraid that some terrible danger might suddenly appear. After that, he continued walking. But it didn't take long before he stopped again, because that shrine had appeared before him yet again. This time, the door was wide open and he could see a river flowing inside the shrine. If he walked in, he wouldn't have to suffer the terrible heat of the desert anymore. I'm still going around it. Sujin went around it again and continued trudging on, pretending to have not seen it at all. But the shrine reappeared and blocked his way again before long. This time, both sides of the shrine's doors were wide open. But the river and greenery inside the shrine had become a little strange. It seemed a lot angrier this time. I'm not going in. Sujin threw it a glance, then walked around it again. This thing obviously wanted him to go in, but there was no way Sujin was going to do what he wanted. This time, Sujin had just walked around the shrine when the shrine reappeared before him. This time, a monk in a white kazaya was standing in front of the doors to the shrine. Sujin immediately burst out laughing when he saw that monk. Chapter 102, Original Sin, Pride. Sujin couldn't help but laugh when he saw the monk in front of the shrine doors. A man in a white kazaya was staring back at Sujin. He clasped his hands together reverently and chanted Amitabh, but that wasn't why Sujin was laughing. Sujin was laughing because that monk in white looked exactly like himself. Please, come in. The Sujin inside the shrine turned to one side to invite Sujin in. Sujin stood outside and shook his head, then laughed and said, "Dude, you're pretty good looking and I'm finding it hard to control myself even though I'm not interested in men. But I don't think it's necessary to go inside that shrine, so why don't we just go our separate ways?" The Sujin inside the temple laughed and shook his head as he shrugged. "If you don't come in, you won't be able to move on. You've tried so many times, so I'm sure you've already realized that." Sujin made a face. His doppelganger was right. He had tried to avoid going into the shrine so many times but the shrine would keep appearing again, as if he was walking in circles. This shrine was probably both an entrance and an exit. With that in mind, he stopped hesitating and walked towards the shrine. His doppelganger stepped aside to let Sujin walk in. After walking in, he headed straight for the main hall. He burst out laughing again once he saw the god that was being worshipped in this shrine, because the statue in the middle of the shrine looked exactly like himself as well. He couldn't believe he had actually become a god in this challenge. "So, which one of the original sins are you?" Sujin asked his doppelganger. "Guess. I suppose you're pride," said Sujin without even taking a moment to think. The other Sujin gave a pleased nod and smiled. "That's right. I'm pride. How did you know? You've even made a statue of a god in my image." "Besides pride, I can't think of anything else that would do such a thing," said Sujin in a matter-of-fact tone of voice. "What a clever person you are. So, clever people are always prideful." Sujin turned to look at Pride. Pride nodded. "Of course. I've never seen a clever person who isn't proud. Or rather, the smarter one is, the more prideful one becomes." Sujin nodded. Situjin had said something like this before and Sujin fully agreed with that. When one could resolve a problem that nobody else could with his own intelligence, it seemed only natural for that person to feel a little complacent. He walked around inside the shrine, but it didn't seem to have any other rooms besides the main hall he was in. He asked puzzledly, isn't the concept of the 7 deadly sins a Christian one? And you've built a Buddhist temple instead? Don't you think it doesn't make sense? Do not blaspheme my God, replied Pride very simply. Sujin scoffed and shook his head. This fellow here represented a sin of a religion, yet he was against blasphemy and was even doing something against a different religion's God. After thinking about it some more, he asked, why do you want me to stay here? Are you going to kill me? Of course not. Pride looked so hurt that Sujin had misunderstood him, then he threw an arm around Sujin's shoulder and said very sincerely, I'm trying to save you. Sujin nodded, then suddenly whipped out a knife and sliced off the arm that Pride had placed around his shoulder. Pride was a little shocked and stared puzzledly at Sujin. Sujin raised an eyebrow and said, I'm sorry, but I hardly think that something that needs to hide itself and even steal someone else's appearance like you can save me. Pride didn't get angry and smiled even more brightly now. His severed arm didn't bleed at all and a milky-colored glow was where the rest of it should have been. Excellent. Excellent. You are a proud man, all right. I've made the right choice. Pride laughed loudly, then his smile faded instantly. His expression was somber as he said, but I wasn't lying to you. I am trying to save you. What do you mean? Sujin refused to believe him. He didn't think Pride would want to save him. It wasn't as if he shared the same religion. Pride said a little teasingly, you're so clever, so perhaps you could make a guess. I'll just give you 2 numbers for a hint. One is 7 and the other number is 14. He then kept quiet and looked expectantly at Sujin, while Sujin began to consider the 2 numbers very carefully. His expression soon fell as he said, you're making us kill each other. You're collecting deadly sins. Sujin felt a chill down his spine. These 2 numbers just looked like multiples of each other, but what they represented became obvious very quickly. The number 7 definitely referred to the 7 deadly sins, while the number 14 was the original number of owners that were part of this challenge. When greed took over that member of Team Moon in the blue skies, he killed off another team member and tried to attack the rest too, but did not manage to actually kill anyone else. Sujin came up with a hypothesis, every owner chosen for this challenge carried one of these deadly sins, of which 2 of them carried the same deadly sin. The 7 original sins were going to choose the one who had more of it, take control of that person and use him to kill the other. The reason for doing this was to gather deadly sins. As long as the original sins told the owners that the owner with more of this particular sin would get a chance to survive, then the owners were bound to end up trying to kill each other. And in order to be acknowledged by the original sins as the one with more of that sin, they would try their best to increase that sin in themselves, which would also fulfill the original sin's goal. Pride gave a pleased nod and sighed. Look at how intelligent you are. Isn't it only natural to be proud of yourself? I only gave you 2 numbers and you deduced so many things all by yourself. Don't you think you have the right to be proud? In that case, everyone else is in danger. Sujin's heart leaped in horror. If his deduction was correct, that meant that none of the owners could escape this impending disaster. Every single one was a target of an original sin. That's right. My other brothers have already started on their mission. To be very honest with you, out of the 2 targets that I have, I prefer you. I've even transformed myself to look like you. Don't you agree that I'm really saving you from harm? Said Pride as he beamed from ear to ear. You can read my thoughts. Sujin narrowed his eyes and scoffed. You prefer me? I think it's only because you know that the other target cannot fight as well as me and you don't want anything unexpected to happen, so you chose me, isn't it? Sujin was pretty sure he knew who the other target was. Since Pride had said that all intelligent people were prideful, the other target had to be the brains of Team Moon in the blue skies, Chen Xiner. Pride made a face, then walked to the statue in the middle, knelt down and began praying piously, young man, don't let me down. Otherwise, the consequences will be terrifying. Sujin walked towards the statue too, but remained standing as he said puzzledly, I'm very curious about one thing. As an original sin, you've got the ability to take possession of a body by force, right? That's what greed did. So why aren't you doing that to me? I'm not so uncultured. Sujin shook his head and continued in a confident voice, I'm not like the others and, you've not been able to attack me. If I don't invite you in or accept you, then there's no way you can control me, right? Pride burst out laughing loudly. Haha. What a joke. Did you think you're not being controlled by me right now? Sujin nodded slightly as he looked around at the shrine around him and suddenly smiled. I get it now. That's why you've been trying so hard to get me to come in. Coming inside here is equivalent to accepting you, isn't it? That's right. But so what if you've figured it out? Your body is already mine. Pride's eyes turned completely black, unable to reflect any light. But Sujin didn't feel afraid at all. He shut his eyes and fell into deep thought. He felt as though he had fallen into a vast nothingness when suddenly he opened his eyes again. Pride was gone, and so was the statue and the shrine. All that was left was the sand billowing across the desert, as well as Chen Xiner struggling to get up. Chen Xiner looked a mess. She had been cut all over and rumor was stuck in between her shoulder blades. She floundered in the sand as she tried to crawl away. Sujin had clearly been the one who attacked her. Crap! Sujin cursed inwardly. He had thought that he hadn't spent a long time in the shrine, but Pride had already used that time to use him to kill Chen Xiner. Don't be afraid. I was controlled by one of the original sins, Pride, earlier. I've regained control of my body now, so you don't have to be scared anymore. Sujin tried to coax Chen Xiner gently, afraid to alarm her. Chen Xiner looked at him suspiciously and tried to get up, but her injuries were too serious, so she fell back down on the sand again. Sujin took a step forward to help her, but she shrieked in fear instead. Sujin could only sigh and attempt to explain himself. He told her about how the 7 original sins were trying to force the owners to kill each other in hope of regaining her trust. Please believe me. I'm not lying to you. Besides, if Pride were still in control of me, I would have killed you by now instead of taking the time to explain all this to you, said Sujin. The fear in Chen Xiner's eyes faded a little after hearing these words. She swallowed some saliva and asked hesitantly, Are you, really Mr. Su right now? I am. Chen Xiner nodded and said, You seriously attacked me too aggressively just now and I nearly died. Could you help me up? Sujin felt bad when he saw how badly injured Chen Xiner was and quickly ran forward to help her up. Chen Xiner was already poor in fighting, so she was even worse off after getting so badly injured. All of this was his fault. Are you really not possessed by pride anymore? Sujin was already holding on to Chen Xiner, but she was still worried and asked him again anyway. I'm really not. Sujin was just short of swearing to God that he wasn't possessed by pride anymore. But he didn't blame her for being so wary. She was so badly injured precisely because of him. That's great. Chen Xiner smiled and nodded, but her smile suddenly made Sujin's scalp feel numb and all his hair stood on end. Chapter 103, Drive Out by Force. Sujin was now very good at using his psychokinetic spirit power. Every time he completed a challenge, besides learning and practicing fighting techniques, he would also set aside a large amount of time to find out more about his psychokinesis. Su Ran had told him before that when his psychokinesis reaches a certain point, it would be able to foretell future events. While Sujin's psychokinesis hadn't reached that point yet, he was still able to use it to sense nearby dangers. And now, he could sense that danger was right in front of him. Ha! Sujin let out a shout, but he didn't retrieve his boning knife. Instead, he held onto rumor that was stuck in Chen Xiner's shoulder, pulled it out, then unleashed his psychokinetic spirit power to push himself backwards. But a moment before he flew backwards, he felt a pain in his chest. Once he was quite some distance away from Chen Xiner, he realized that a black tube was stabbed into his chest. He didn't know what it was made from, but it was black all over and was able to pierce through his skin easily. If he hadn't used his spirit power to force them apart in time, this black tube would have made it to his heart. Teehee. Your reaction's pretty quick. You actually managed to dodge my attack. Chen Xiner didn't look hurt anymore. She stood confidently before Sujin and gave him a mocking smile. Pride, hissed Sujin. He thought that after he drove it out from his own body, it would disappear like greed. He didn't expect it to possess Chen Xiner instead and launch a secret attack on him. He nearly died from that. Sujin grabbed the end of the tube that was sticking out and pulled it right out. This tube was hollow in the middle, so if he didn't remove it, his blood would keep flowing out of it and his life would be in danger from losing too much blood. Of course it's me. You weren't very cooperative, but this girl is different. She can't refuse me at all. She's such an obedient child. How nice. Pride touched Chen Xiner's face and seemed very pleased indeed. Sujin narrowed his eyes and retrieved his boning knife. It wasn't hard for him to kill Chen Xiner, even when she was possessed. The Demon Lord's longbow would be powerful enough to turn her into dust. But Sujin didn't want to kill her. If he could, he would rather save her. Pride clearly realized that Sujin was difficult to deal with. That was why he tried to make use of Sujin to injure Chen Xiner, so that after Sujin drove him out, he could possess the weakened Chen Xiner without any problem. Time to die! Pride roared angrily as he moved Chen Xiner's body at an alarming speed. Sujin was shocked by Chen Xiner's speed, but also furious at the same time. Pride was draining the life out of Chen Xiner, pushing her body over its limit. Even if Sujin could really drive Pride out of Chen Xiner's body, it was going to be hard for Chen Xiner to survive after that. Boom! Pride reached Sujin in seconds. He swung a fist that glowed milky white towards Sujin's jaw while his lower half raised his leg at an angle that should have been humanly impossible towards Sujin's abdomen. Sujin was certain that Chen Xiner was going to die at the rate Pride was abusing her body like this, so he slammed a palm on his handbook and the gift from the gods immediately wrapped itself around him and flapped in the wind. Thanks to this cloak, Sujin was able to fend himself against the two simultaneous attacks from Pride. But the impact of these attacks were still very powerful. Even with the cloak on, Sujin was still hurt to a certain extent and was sent flying right out. When Pride was trying to control me, he had to get my permission first. But when it comes to Chen Xiner, it seems like he is able to just take over her body. I'm not being complacent here. I do have something that can fight against this original sin. As Sujin adjusted his stance to get ready for Pride's next attack, his mind started to analyze this situation. He felt like he did have something that could drive these original sins out of his body, just like what he did to Pride just now. The difference is that I've got psychokinetic spirit power and I understood the deeper meaning behind sins, that's right. That's it. The original sins are unforgivable because a religion has defined them as unforgivable sins. But I don't believe that sin is certain and unchangeable, because it depends on how the parameters are defined. You have to define the law for a crime to exist. So, for as long as I deny his existence, these original sins will be unable to affect me. Sujin's eyes lit up. While using the gift from the gods to protect himself from Pride's attacks, he also started trying to drive Pride out. When Pride came close to him to launch an attack, he latched his spirit power onto Chen Xiner. Pride! I do not acknowledge your existence and I'm banishing you right now, yelled Sujin loudly. His heart affirmed what he had just said and refused to acknowledge Pride's existence. Chen Xiner's body lurched violently and a milky white liquid flowed out from her mouth, nose, and ears, quickly gathering together to form something else instead. Damn it! Sujin didn't quite expect this to happen. The milky white liquid had solidified into a strange creature with the body of a human, but a gigantic ball for a head that kept switching faces like a television screen. Sujin shot rumor out and used his psychokinesis to pull Chen Xiner towards him. Then he activated his walking on air skill immediately. His instinct told him that this monster was extremely powerful, so the wise thing to do was to escape and not fight it head-on. Walking on air sounded like it was a skill that could help Sujin to fly, but it actually just did what its name said. Sujin could now walk in the air like he walked on land, so how quickly he walked on land would determine how quickly he walked in the air as well. If he only moved as slowly as a tortoise, it would be the same in the air as well. But Sujin was very strong now, so he could run so quickly, all anybody could see would be a blur. He was going very quickly, but when he used his psychokinesis to check the situation behind him, he realized that Pride was still on his tail and was actually about to catch up with him. This won't do. The fact that I have to carry someone along is slowing me down. Sujin looked down at Chen Xiner and got a shock. Chen Xiner was no longer breathing. In fact, she died the moment he drove Pride out of her body. In that moment, Sujin didn't know what to do. He wasn't sure if Chen Xiner had died because Pride had pushed her body over its limits, or if it was because he had forcibly driven Pride out from her body and caused her death. If it was the latter, that would make Sujin her killer. While Sujin was wallowing in guilt, Pride had overtaken Sujin and stood in his way. The ball of light on its head kept changing its face, so when it spoke to Sujin, its voice kept changing as well. Sometimes it had a male voice, sometimes a female voice, a child's voice, an old person's voice, anything. You don't have to run anymore. She's already dead, so I've gotten what I wanted, said Pride to Sujin. Sujin gritted his teeth and hissed hatefully, since that's the case, why were you still running after me? Oh, that's because I love to look upon the faces of those who've lost. The way you look like you want to cry but are unable to really brings me joy. I never get sick of it. Haha. Sujin was really infuriated by Pride's sadistic desires. He put Chen Xiner's body down, then slammed a hand on his handbook to retrieve the demon lord's longbow. I'm going to kill you, yelled Sujin. Only a god can kill me. You? You can't. Pride had reverence for deities, but it despised a human like Sujin. Pride might have had trouble controlling Sujin, but it was sure that Sujin would never be able to hurt it. Sujin didn't care about what was going through Pride's mind. He pulled the string back and sent out the roar of the Demon Lord at Pride. The Demon Lord's spirit power clashed with his psychokinetic spirit power, which caused him great pain inside. Perspiration dripped down his face as he endured the pain and used a bit of his psychokinesis to set Pride as the target. The previous complacent and confident Pride suddenly started running in horror. It could sense the power that the Demon Lord's longbow carried. It knew that even if it didn't die from this attack, it would be severely injured. If Sujin was able to shoot more arrows consecutively, it might seriously die. Sparkles shot through the air and aimed straight for its target like a target missile, chasing straight for Pride no matter which direction Pride ran in. But Pride was not human, so it scattered itself, abandoning the strange body it had created for himself out of the milky liquid and disappeared completely. After it had lost its target, the roar of the Demon Lord also stopped advancing. Sujin collapsed onto the ground and panted heavily. His heart was filled with guilt as he looked at Chen Xinr's body. He felt so apologetic. Pride, perhaps Pride was right. It was my pride that killed Chen Xinr. Sujin slapped himself on the face. The pain he felt was exacerbated by the heat of the desert. But he didn't just sit there and keep blaming himself. The other original sins were going after the other owners, so he had to look for them first. When they bid each other farewell earlier, he had left a tiny bit of his psychokinesis on each of them. But it was a very small amount, so unless they were very close by, he wouldn't be able to sense where they were. But it was better than nothing. He didn't continue using walking on air since he had already consumed a lot of his spirit power already and he had to save some for the dangers ahead. He swallowed a leaf from the tree of life to help his body to recover, then picked a direction and started heading down that way as quickly as he could. After a long time, he finally picked up a signal. He started moving faster towards it and could see a person from afar. But that person was hung on a spear and flapped in the warm desert wind, like a human-shaped flag. Chapter 104, Heartache. Sujin's heart started pounding wildly in fear. He had left his psychokinesis on just his own teammates, so to sense it here as a human flapped about lifelessly in the wind made his heart nearly stop. He dashed over and breathed a sigh of relief when he arrived at the spear. A skeleton was hanging from that spear with the tip of the spear pierced through its head. The rest of the body wasn't secured to the spear, so the strong desert winds made it flap noisily. How strange! Sujin looked more closely at the skeleton, then gasped. He realized that this skeleton had been alive not too long ago and it probably belonged to someone from the moon in the blue skies. The team was only left with its team leader, Cai Dexiang, and one last male team member. The unique thing about this team member was that he wasn't even 1.6 meters tall, but his head was really large for his height. Sujin could imagine that this short and slightly disproportionate-looking skeleton probably belonged to that particular team member. Also, that team member had been holding onto a spear. "We've gone separate ways for barely a day and you've been reduced to a skeleton," said Sujin with a sigh. He decided to take the skeleton off the spear to bury it properly, since he was also a fellow owner in this challenge. But his eyes widened when he touched the skeleton. Besides finding dried blood on it, he realized that there was a bite mark too. He immediately connected the dots. This man had his flesh chewed off him. Someone had eaten all the meat and left only the bones behind. Who did this? Sujin's heart started pounding wildly again. He had sensed his psychokinesis nearby just now, which meant that one of his own teammates had passed by not too long ago. Did that mean that an original sin had possessed his teammate and made him eat this man from Team Moon in the blue skies? Sujin dared not think any further. He took the skeleton down, then dug a hole in the sand and buried the body. He had done the same thing for Chen Xiner, since there was nowhere else in this vast desert to bury their bodies. Doing this didn't take him too long, so once he was done, he continued walking in the same direction and could sense that a tiny bit of psychokinesis was still nearby. After walking for a bit more, his eyes lit up because he could sense his psychokinesis even more clearly now. He followed his senses and finally came to someone sprawled in the sand. This person's back was facing Sujin and Sujin couldn't tell who it was. Is that Chu Yi? Or Yang Mo? Sujin realized it was a man, so it had to be either one of them. Don't come any closer. The man suddenly shouted at Sujin as Sujin came nearer to him. Yang Mo. Sujin recognized that voice as Yang Mo's. Don't come any nearer, don't come any closer, go away, yelled Yang Mo hysterically. Sujin was puzzled and felt that there was something wrong with Yang Mo. Yang Mo seemed to be rubbing sand all over himself, which was a very strange thing to do. But he wanted to be cautious, so instead of walking towards Yang Mo's back, he switched directions so that he could see Yang Mo from the front and see what on earth Yang Mo was doing. Yang Mo, what's wrong? You can tell me what's happened, said Sujin as he moved slowly so that he wouldn't frighten Yang Mo. But when he finally reached a position where he could see Yang Mo from the front, he got a terrible shock. Yang Mo's hands were covered in blood and mush, his mouth torn on both sides and his face stained with blood as he continued to vomit more blood and mush out. He had a horrified and despairing look on his face as he continued to use his hands to pull things out from his mouth. He didn't seem to care that his hand was too big for his mouth and continued to claw at the insides of his throat. Sujin was too stunned to speak. Yang Mo realized that Sujin was standing in front of him and started crying non-stop. His cries sounded hoarse and unclear, so he sounded terrifying as well. Boss, go away. Leave. Just leave. Yang Mo was crying and he couldn't talk properly with his mouth like that, but Sujin could sense the despair in his voice. Of course, Sujin wasn't really going to just leave Yang Mo alone. He took a few steps forward cautiously and said gently, Yang Mo, no matter what happens, I'll be here for you. You don't have to be afraid, I'm here with you. Just leave. Yang Mo saw Sujin approaching him and swung his arm violently to wave Sujin away. An eyeball went flying out as well. That was one of the things he had vomited out earlier. Yang Mo, calm down. You know you can trust me. We're teammates, fellow team members of Team Boning Knife, remember? No matter what problems you've run into, we'll be by your side, said Sujin gently as he quickly stopped going any nearer to Yang Mo, afraid that Yang Mo might do something more drastic. But Yang Mo shook his head repeatedly and cried miserably as he pointed to himself. Boss, I ate that guy, I've swallowed his flesh, his internal organs, everything is in my stomach now, I'm not a human anymore. I'm a demon. I'm a demon. Yang Mo suddenly stood up and Sujin could see, even from a distance, that Yang Mo's belly was very large, as if he were pregnant. Sujin could imagine that Yang Mo's belly was so huge because he had eaten that entire man not too long ago. Just then, Yang Mo suddenly pulled a sharp knife out and put it against his neck. He wailed, Boss, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Sujin panicked and yelled out, Yang Mo, don't do anything foolish. Please, I beg you. Please. Don't do it. Sujin was trembling all over, afraid that Yang Mo would suddenly break down and kill himself as he tried to talk Yang Mo out of this. This has nothing to do with you. It's the original sin's fault. This is not who you are and you weren't yourself. So it's not your fault. But Yang Mo continued to shake his head as tears continued to flow down his cheeks and drip down his chin. He had a crazed look in his eyes, because realization of what he had done was enough to drive anybody mad. It was gluttony, boss, I really didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to. Yang Mo was suffering from a mental breakdown as scenes of how he had eaten the other man alive kept flashing in his mind. He had torn the other man's flesh apart, swallowing everything, including his heart, his liver, and even gobbled down his brain. He remembered everything. Every rip, every bite, and even the taste of the flesh and how it went down his throat. How that man had screamed and pleaded for mercy before finally breathing his last. Yang Mo could remember everything vividly and it kept replaying in his head. These scenes had driven him completely mad. He simply couldn't accept the fact that he had done such a thing. Gluttony had purposely allowed him to watch himself do this, so that he would believe that he was guilty of this act and go through a mental breakdown. Yang Mo, listen to me. It's all gluttony's fault. He's an original sin and his aim is to kill us all. If you do this, you would have fallen into his trap and that's not what you want, right? Right, urged Sujin as he prayed hard that Yang Mo would calm down. Suddenly, Yang Mo had an eerie smile on his face that lasted only 1 second before he suddenly let out a mighty roar. Air of an overlord. Sujin immediately activated this skill in hope of using this 1 second to save Yang Mo. An invisible wave swept towards Yang Mo, but before it could reach Yang Mo, he had already stabbed the knife deep into his own throat. No! Sujin roared as he dashed towards Yang Mo in an instant to stop the knife from going in any further. Blood gushed out of Yang Mo's neck as he convulsed. He tried to speak but it was impossible for him to speak clearly since there was a hole in his throat. Sujin took out some leaves from the tree of life to get Yang Mo to eat them, but he couldn't swallow anything anymore, so that method wasn't going to work. Sujin had never felt so helpless before. He had no idea what to do at all. Yang Mo grabbed hold of Sujin's hand and tried to push Sujin aside even though he didn't have much strength left. He was very worried and uneasy, so when he saw that Sujin wasn't budging, he started trying to move aside instead. Sujin knew Yang Mo wanted to tell him something, so he connected his psychokinesis with Yang Mo's consciousness. Boss, run! That monster is still here. I will chase him off. I will definitely chase him away. You believe in me, don't you? I'll get rid of him. Sujin held on to Yang Mo as tears started streaming down his face as well. Yang Mo no longer had any energy left in him to move. His throat wound was too serious, so he collapsed weakly onto the sand again, convulsing from time to time. But after hearing Sujin assure him, his expression looked like he was at peace again. Sujin used his sleeve to wipe away the bloodstains on Yang Mo's face. He knew that he couldn't save Yang Mo anymore. Yang Mo wasn't only hurt physically but mentally as well. Even if Yang Mo survived the challenge, he would continue to live in this nightmare. All of a sudden, Yang Mo's expression became threatening as he bared his teeth and lunged for Sujin, but Sujin glared back at Yang Mo and sent his psychokinesis into Yang Mo's consciousness again. Gluttony. I will not acknowledge your existence. I'm going to banish you right now. The threatening look on Yang Mo's face faded and he looked at peace again. Sujin had his own understanding of sin, so he was able to drive gluttony away easily. As long as he denied their existence, he could chase any of them away. He held on to Yang Mo's lifeless body as tears flowed down his cheeks. He couldn't help but blame himself. He knew that if they hadn't gone separate ways, the group might have suffered even greater casualties. But he was upset that he hadn't been there when Yang Mo needed help. Was this what a level A challenge was like? What could he do to get everyone through this? He had never felt more lost and helpless before. It seemed like no matter what choice he made, it would send his own companions to their deaths. He simply couldn't see how he could possibly survive this challenge. Besides his tears, the only thing he could see was darkness, as if this was a dead end that was completely void of any hope. Chapter 105, Great Loss. A yellow light shone out from Yang Mo's nose, mouth, and ears and gathered itself into a monster. This monster was very large, had a few dozen human arms and its mouth occupied most of its head. It looked very grotesque indeed. Get out! Sujin held up his demon lord's longbow. He was filled with rage but he knew that he wasn't capable of killing Gluttony himself. But Gluttony seemed to realize that Sujin was dangerous, so once it spotted the demon lord's longbow in Sujin's hands, it turned into nothing but yellow sparkles and disappeared, refusing to even fight Sujin. Sujin proceeded to dig a hole in the sand to bury Yang Mo, but he was afraid that if he didn't dig a hole that was deep enough, the strong winds in this place would blow Yang Mo's body out of the sand. But it was impossible to dig a hole in the desert. Every time he dug a hole, the wind would blow sand in again almost instantly and fill it up again. Sujin was still crying as he continued to dig and got more and more frustrated. He eventually took his demon lord's longbow and shot the roar of the demon lord straight into the sand. A huge hole appeared in the sand immediately. Sujin cut some of Yang Mo's hair as a keepsake. Yang Mo was one of his teammates but had lost his life here. The only thing he had to remember Yang Mo by was these strands of hair. After he placed Yang Mo's body in the hole, he filled it again with sand. This was Yang Mo's grave and he might never get the chance to pay his respects here again, but Sujin promised never to forget him. Sujin's heart ached terribly, but he knew he had to carry on. He had to find the rest of his teammates. What happened to Yang Mo could very well happen to them too. About half a day later, he sensed his psychokinesis on another teammate. He immediately ran towards where it was coming from, only to find that the other person was also running at top speed. Sujin quickly found his target. It was Ning Meng. She was running like crazy through the desert and a team member of Shadow of Thor was running after her. Does this guy have a mission to kill her? Or? Sujin ran over to meet with Ning Meng, but once he came closer, she ran in the other direction as if she hadn't seen him at all. Ning Meng! Sujin called out to her. She suddenly stopped running, then started running again almost immediately after that as she muttered to herself, "No, it can't be. It's not boss. It must be that original sin. It's trying to use the boss voice to trick me into stopping." Sujin blinked in surprise and turned to look at the Shadow of Thor team member running towards him. The moment Sujin saw his face, Sujin knew what must have happened. The team member was possessed by one of the original sins and was now pouncing towards Sujin. Sujin immediately threw Rumor out to attack the other man and held the boning knife in his hand. He wanted to drive out the original sin inside this man's body, but first, he needed to know which one was inside him. Just like how a court judge could rule that the accused was not guilty, Sujin could banish these original sins too. But he had to know what the accused was guilty of first. His psychokinesis couldn't do anything if it didn't know what it was driving out. The team member was also attacking very aggressively and didn't seem to care about how badly injured he was getting. He was bent on killing Sujin even if he perished in the process. Rumor moved like a fish in the water as Sujin used his psychokinesis to control it, but unfortunately, it wasn't a very powerful weapon and could not cause a lot of damage with each hit. Unless Rumor cut through a vital part of the body, it was very hard for Sujin to kill his opponent quickly. Sujin decided to leave Ning Meng alone for the time being since he had managed to block the original sin from attacking her. Ning Meng was out of trouble for the time being, so it was more important to deal with this possessed team member first. What a strong body! I want it! I want it, muttered the possessed team member repeatedly as he attacked Sujin and looked at Sujin enviously. This team member's attacks were very aggressive and his own body was also very wrong, so his attacks were even more powerful than the Moon in the Blue Skies team member who had been possessed by greed. Sujin continued to fight the other man in the middle of the desert but neither was able to kill the other. And as time went on, Sujin was pretty sure that this man was going to die even if he drove the original sin inside him out. The other party had ignored any injuries to his body as he fought and there were several wounds that were definitely fatal to an ordinary human. Once this original sin left this man's body, the man would die instantly from his injuries. There was no other possibility. I'm sorry, but I don't have a choice. Sujin sighed. He suddenly widened his eyes and Rumor, which was previously gliding through the air like a fish swimming in a pond, suddenly attacked its target at an even higher frequency and intensity, quickly puncturing thousands of holes in its target's skin. Rumor could not cause a lot of damage on its own, but Sujin could spend a lot of psychokinetic spirit power to make it launch an attack that was equivalent to sending out a few hundred rumors over a short period of time. The weapon couldn't really clone itself, but what it did was to bounce off the target instead of returning to the owner's hand after each attack, allowing it to make multiple attacks in a short period of time, which made it seem as though there were a few hundred rumors attacking simultaneously. After being attacked so intensely, the man couldn't move anymore. But he continued to look at Sujin and muttered, "What an amazing weapon to have! I'm so envious. I want it. That golden armor looks really good too. If only it were mine. That knife looks amazing too. I'm sure it's really sharp. I really want that too. Why isn't it mine?" His repeated ramblings made it clear to Sujin that this man was definitely possessed by jealousy. Only jealousy would keep wanting everything that others had and believe that these things were better than his own. Sujin didn't want to waste any more time and chopped his opponent's head off in one fell swoop. If he tried to drive the original sin out, it would revert to its original form and attack him, which might be even harder to deal with. So, he decided that it was easier to chop off the man's head with his boning knife and scare jealousy away. "I'm really sorry I have to do this to you, but I think it will actually be more of a relief to you," said Sujin with a sigh. Once he was done dealing with jealousy, he ran after Ning Meng again. When he stood in her way, she pulled black fire out and started shooting at him. Sujin started running immediately. The last thing he expected was for Ning Meng to use the weapon he had lent her to attack him in return. What was going on? "Ning Meng, it's me!" "Sujin!" yelled Sujin as he kept moving. If he stopped for even just one moment, bullets would start raining on him again. "You're lying! I won't be fooled by you," yelled Ning Meng nervously. Sujin noticed that there was something very wrong with Ning Meng. Besides the wounds on her body, he noticed that her eyes were shut tightly and blood was flowing from her eye sockets. "You're hurt." Sujin decided to use his psychokinesis to overwhelm Ning Meng's consciousness, making her feel dizzy without hurting her. Ning Meng felt her head spin before realizing that someone had caught hold of her hands. She was terrified and tried to push Sujin away, to find that she simply couldn't find the strength to do so. It's okay, Ning Meng, it's okay, it's really me. I've already dealt with jealousy and it's gone. Look, if I were really possessed by that original sin, I would kill you right now instead of taking time to talk to you and convince you otherwise. Boss? Is it really you? Ning Meng realized that Sujin made sense and she immediately calmed back down. It is me. Now, tell me what happened to your eyes, said Sujin. Ning Meng shook her head sadly and tried to stay strong as she explained, I was ambushed and my eyeballs were both destroyed, so I can't see anything now. But it's alright, I exchanged my points for something in a previous challenge that can help me to move about based on just my sense of hearing and smell. Sujin nodded in response. This ability might have been pretty useless anywhere else, but it was perfect for this challenge. Besides, there was nothing else but sand here, so she didn't have to worry about running into anything. She just had to duck and hide if someone was running after her. But even so, Sujin was really impressed that Ning Meng had made it this far by relying on just her sense of hearing and smell. Boss, did you run into anybody else? You've got to be careful. Anybody could be possessed by one of the original sins, said Ning Meng. Sujin nodded and he said in a quiet and dejected voice, Ning Meng, Yang Mo's dead. Ning Meng started trembling and she flailed about in shock. Sujin held onto her hands firmly and said, don't be afraid. I'll protect you and I'll make sure that nothing happens to you. His words were very comforting to Ning Meng, so she nodded and calmed down again as she said sadly, Yang Mo was a really nice person. I agree, he definitely was. But unfortunately, whether you're nice or not doesn't have any effect on your chances of surviving a challenge, said Sujin with a sad sigh. He turned and said to her, let me carry you on my back? It will take you a long time to move about in your current state. Ning Meng agreed and knew that Sujin wouldn't have any trouble carrying her since he was so strong, so she climbed onto his back obediently. Oh, but boss! What if an original sin decides to possess one of us? Asked Ning Meng frantically when she realized that this might happen. Sujin consoled her, don't worry, I think I've found a pattern to the way the original sins choose who to possess, so both of us will be just fine. Ning Meng didn't ask any other questions since Sujin was confident that her worries were unfounded. All the members of Team Boning Knife trusted Sujin wholeheartedly, even Ning Meng, despite being the newest to join the group. As Sujin walked with Ning Meng on his back, he continued trying to pick up any signals from his other team members. Ning Meng was working hard too, she was still thinking about the introduction to the challenge that was taken from Dante's Divine Comedy. Oh! I remember now. I remember the back half of the poem. Ning Meng suddenly sat up and patted Sujin's shoulders excitedly. Oh? Tell me what it says. Sujin was very interested to hear about this poem, since the handbook only used half of it. The other half could very well be the key to whether they could survive this challenge or not. This sounds creepy, but I guess there's nothing else? Only what about that pride shrine that refused to go away, huh? Chapter 106, The Battle of the Veterans. Through me the way into the suffering city. Through me the way to the eternal pain. Through me the way that runs among the lost. Justice urged on my high artificer. My maker was divine authority. The highest wisdom, and the primal love. Before me nothing but eternal things were made, and I endure eternally. Abandon every hope, who enter here. Pride, its fault is haughtiness, the punishment is a heavy weight. Jealousy, its fault is covetousness, the punishment is to have their eyes sewn shut. Wrath, its fault is anger, the punishment is blinding acrid smoke. Sloth, its fault is laziness, the punishment is to run endlessly. Greed, its fault is always wanting more, the punishment is to lie face down. Gluttony, its fault is excessive focus on bodily comforts, the punishment is to starve. Lust, its fault is misguided sexual desires, the punishment is an intense fire. After Ning Meng finished reciting the entire poem, Sujin blinked in surprise. The back half is based on Purgatorio, the second volume of Divine Comedy. My classmates and I took an interest in some of these things, so we studied it before, but I couldn't recall it at once. But when the original sin was running after me, I suddenly remembered it, said Ning Meng. You and your classmates were interested in this sort of thing? The younger generation takes an interest in different sorts of fantasies, said Sujin jokingly, hoping to help Ning Meng feel more relaxed. Ning Meng wasn't that afraid anymore since Sujin was carrying her, so she stuck her tongue out cheekily and said, well, that's only normal. I was so interested in things like angels and demons when I was in high school, and when I think about it now, I really have no idea why I was interested in such things. Boss, what were you interested in when you were in school? Hey, don't make it sound like I'm an old man. But if you're talking about high school, then it would definitely be comics, like Dragon Ball, Yu Yu Hakusho, and my favorite was Journey to the West. Sujin put his hands together as if he was doing the famous Kamehameha move. Ning Meng laughed and plastered her cheek against Sujin's back. 3 months ago, she had been pulled into the world of Hell's Handbook and she had lived in fear all this time. But after she joined Team Boning Knife, this fear had decreased significantly. She was a clever girl and knew that she couldn't possibly survive challenges by herself and needed a team to protect her, so she was also willing to contribute whenever she could. In school, she had learned that teamwork was vital for working well together, but the first challenge she was facing after joining a team turned out to be a level A challenge. This was a very unlucky thing for her indeed, since every owner in a level A challenge was in grave danger. Fear consumed Ning Meng's heart again as a result. An original sin had targeted her and she had nearly given up after being chased by it for so long. Just then, Sujin appeared and saved her, so she was so glad that she had joined this team. She believed that she would be able to survive the challenge with such a team and return to her own life soon. On the other hand, Sujin was still thinking about the poem that Ning Meng had recited to him. The back half was about punishments for each of the 7 deadly sins, but the introduction to the challenge already included a list of punishments. Did the challenge purposely take texts from 2 different sources to create this challenge? Or did the back half that Ning Meng remembered actually mean something else? Sujin's head really hurt now. He was the brains of the group, so everyone relied on him to come up with suggestions and plans on how to tackle each challenge. But that was only possible when he had enough information to work with. Without sufficient information, even the most intelligent person wouldn't be able to come up with anything. This challenge was a level A1, so the amount of information given was very little, which also contributed to its difficulty level. But as long as things were happening, they would be a source of information. The only difference was how much information was provided. The punishments are not the same in both texts. The original sins would possess the body of the one who has more of that original sin. After possessing one person, that original sin would not appear again, or so it seems. Also, the Temple of Light is our final destination. Sujin repeated the information that he had gathered again and again, but these pieces of information didn't seem sufficient for him to reach any sort of conclusion. As he continued walking through the desert with Ning Meng, he continued to search the area for those traces of his spirit power. The desert was seriously too vast and the 8 of them had gone in different directions, so they would be miles apart by now. If he didn't have his spirit power, he wouldn't know how to find his teammates at all. Several hours later, Sujin's eyes lit up. He could sense some of his spirit power nearby. It had to belong to either Chu Yi or Konoha. What's wrong, boss? Asked Ning Meng when she felt Sujin suddenly come to a stop. I've found one of our teammates, but I'm not sure if it's Chu Yi or Mai. Sujin quickly started moving towards that bit of spirit power, but he soon realized something was amiss. That tiny bit of spirit power seemed very unstable, like it could be snuffed out anytime. How did this happen? Sujin was very puzzled. Psychokinesis was a type of spirit power, so it was not possible to get rid of it unless the other party had spirit power or someone else with spirit power was attacking the person with his psychokinesis. Is it Chu Yi? Or has Cai Dexiang been possessed by an original sin? There were only 3 veterans between the 2 groups, so it was either Chu Yi, or Cai Dexiang was attacking Chu Yi. But he didn't know if there were veterans in Team Shadow of Thor. Ning Meng, wait here for me and don't move. I'll come back for you later, Sujin said to Ning Meng. Ning Meng was feeling a little afraid but didn't say anything as she nodded and hopped off his back. Sujin left a bit of his psychokinesis on her so that he would know if she were in trouble. After that, Sujin ran towards where his waning bit of spirit power before it was extinguished completely. If he failed to find his teammate before that, he could forget about finding that person in this insanely huge desert. He found his teammate shortly after and it did turn out to be Chu Yi. Chu Yi was now engaged in a fierce battle with Cai Dexiang, and a fight between veterans was definitely much more aggressive than one between ordinary owners. But to his surprise, Cai Dexiang seemed to have trouble attacking Chu Yi. Cai Dexiang just kept dodging Chu Yi's attacks, and even though the former was good at moving quickly, he was still unable to shake Chu Yi off and was often sent flying by his attacks instead. Sujin didn't dare to make any attack yet because he felt like there was something weird about this situation. He realized he couldn't be sure which one of them was possessed, since it was possible that either one was. Cai Dexiang quickly noticed Sujin and was delighted to see him as he shouted, "Mr. Su! Your teammate has been possessed by an original sin. You need to do something or else we're all going to die." Cai Dexiang looked terribly anxious and panicky because Chu Yi had been chasing him down for a long time. If he wasn't an experienced old-timer, he would be dead by now. Sujin looked at Chu Yi and saw a crazed look on Chu Yi's face. Chu Yi was quick and nimble as he launched yet another attack at Cai Dexiang. Sujin had to make a move. If Chu Yi ended up killing Cai Dexiang now, it would be too hard for him to keep Chu Yi under control by himself and he might have to end up killing Chu Yi instead, which was something he didn't want to do. He threw rumor at Chu Yi in order to stop Chu Yi from chasing Cai Dexiang. He didn't dare to use the Demon Lord's longbow on Chu Yi because that weapon was way too powerful. He wasn't going to use it unless he meant to kill Chu Yi. He held his boning knife backwards and leaped onto Chu Yi, landing one foot on Chu Yi's back. This was a pretty powerful kick, but he wasn't afraid of injuring Chu Yi. As long as the original sin was willing to leave Chu Yi's body, he had supplies on hand that could help Chu Yi recover from this much injury. But Sujin's expression fell immediately. It seemed as though his foot had landed on a cushion of sorts. The flesh on Chu Yi's back sank in like a sponge and absorbed the impact completely. Chu Yi spun around and grabbed hold of that leg that Sujin had used to kick him and bared his teeth fiercely. "Ha! Another one is here. Excellent. You can both go to hell." He proceeded to fling Sujin towards Cai Dexiang, hoping that they would collide into each other and die at the same time. Sujin immediately retrieved the gift from the gods from his handbook and activated walking on air. He stomped heavily with both feet and there was a loud blast in the air as he nearly broke his calves doing this. Thankfully, it was enough to stop him from flying any further. "Mr. Su, watch out! This fellow is really powerful. Terrifyingly so," Cai Dexiang warned Sujin. There was a look of terror in Cai Dexiang's eyes, as if Chu Yi had beaten all the courage out of him. Sujin nodded slightly. He knew that an owner possessed by an original sin would become stronger, but a lot of it depended on how strong that owner was in the first place. Sujin had managed to kill the ones possessed by greed and pride because they weren't very formidable, but he was now faced with Chu Yi, a fairly powerful veteran. He had no idea how much stronger the original sin inside would make him. "You've got to be careful. This fellow is really formidable and I simply can't seem to do anything about him." Cai Dexiang wiped away the sweat on his forehead and his shoulders were trembling slightly from how much force Chu Yi had used to attack him. "Mr. Cai, cover me and I'll try to get him under control," said Sujin to Cai Dexiang. Cai Dexiang was surprised to hear that Sujin was going to try to get Chu Yi under control and not just kill him straight away. But Sujin was his only hope now, so he nodded and went along with it. "Not coming over? I'll go over then." Chu Yi threw them a nasty grin and charged at them like a missile. "Now!" bellowed Sujin as he pounced towards Chu Yi as well. Sujin was stronger than Chu Yi in terms of physical prowess, so he wasn't afraid of colliding into Chu Yi head-on like this. Cai Dexiang didn't stand there and do nothing either. He shot an orange beam of light out and covered Sujin with it, so that Sujin looked like he was wearing an orange armor. "Time to meet your maker. Destroy the moon. Flying Star Finger." Chu Yi's eyes were bloodshot as he used both his arms and legs to attack Sujin. Chapter 107, Invincible Chu Yi. Destroy the moon. Flying Star Finger. One of Chu Yi's legs sent out an arc of chi while his fingers tapped the air and shot chi towards Sujin like bullets. Thankfully, Sujin was protected by Cai Dexiang's orange armor. But while the attacks didn't hurt him, it stopped him from moving any further and he stumbled over his feet. Before he could regain his balance, he felt a shadow over him. Chu Yi was right in front of him now and his palms were at his waist, ready to launch an attack. Bajiquan, cannonball from earth to the sky. Chu Yi swung his arms at Sujin as if they were giant hammers that weighed 5,000 kilograms. Even the sound of his fists cutting through the air was terrifying to hear. Sujin hadn't regained his balance yet, so this attack from Chu Yi sent him flying out instantly and the orange armor around himself began to crack in several places. "He's really strong." Sujin's eyes widened. He had also trained himself in various martial arts techniques during his time in his personal hell domain, and he recognized Chu Yi's move as a Bajiquan move. He didn't expect a martial arts move to wield so much power when internal energy was added to it. Bajiquan, Yama's 3-point hit. Chu Yi launched another attack by holding up his hands the way the Lord of Hades held up a plaque to summon spirits. He aimed a simultaneous attack at Sujin's head, heart, and below the belt. This one move could hit 3 vital spots at a time and Sujin was sure that he would die if he was hit by any one of them. He had no choice but to retrieve his gold armor and activate the air of an overlord. A wave of air hit Chu Yi and the dizzying effect made him pause suddenly. Sujin quickly seized the chance to retreat and catch his balance and his breath. "You little bastard! How dare you treat me like this? All of you deserve to die! All of you!" As the original sin controlled Chu Yi's body, Chu Yi began to bellow with rage and his eyes became even redder. Sujin was in a really difficult position. Out of everyone in his team, Chu Yi was definitely the best at such hand-to-hand combat. But in terms of overall fighting ability, Sujin would not lose to Chu Yi. And if they had to fight one another, Chu Yi might end up on the losing end. Internal energy relied on its explosive physical power, so as long as Chu Yi was close enough to his opponent, he could kill his opponent easily. But psychokinesis was invisible to the eye and could be launched at any time without the opponent noticing anything. Therefore, if the two were to fight each other seriously, Chu Yi would constantly be caught off guard. But the problem now was that Sujin didn't want to kill Chu Yi, while Chu Yi didn't care if Sujin died or not, because he was under the control of the original sin. Chu Yi didn't care who it was. As long as there was someone in front of him, he was going to kill that person. Chu Yi charged at Sujin again, but this time, Cai Dexiang launched an attack on Chu Yi as well. He transformed his orange beam of light into a large hand, hoping to catch hold of Chu Yi. Taijiquan, Central Cannon. Chu Yi didn't dodge the orange light and used a Taijiquan move to shatter that large orange hand coming for him. After that, he decided against attacking Sujin and headed for Cai Dexiang instead. Cai Dexiang started cursing inwardly. He remembered how impossible it had been to shake Chu Yi off earlier. Thankfully, Sujin didn't abandon him at this point. Sujin charged at Chu Yi as well. Sujin was good at hand-to-hand combat too, but since his psychokinesis did nothing to strengthen him physically, he wasn't really Chu Yi's match in terms of pure physical strength, so all he could do was to use rumor to intercept Chu Yi's moves and seize the opportunity to make sneak attacks. Cai Dexiang coordinated well with Sujin and attacked Chu Yi with a weapon fashioned out of the orange beam again and again, but they were still unable to take Chu Yi down. All of you are nothing but worms. Worms! How dare you treat me with such disrespect? All of you deserve to die. Chu Yi charged towards Sujin, but just before reaching Sujin, he suddenly switched directions and turned towards Cai Dexiang instead. Throughout the fight earlier, the original sin had been trying to get closer to Cai Dexiang. Sujin was powerful, but Cai Dexiang was causing him more problems. If Cai Dexiang weren't here to help Sujin, then even if Sujin were really powerful, the original sin was sure that he would have been able to take Sujin down by now. It figured that if it wanted to defeat these two people, it had to take Cai Dexiang down first. Cai Dexiang didn't expect the original sin to pull such a move. He quickly ducked to the side and turned his orange beam of light into a giant ball of light around himself. "Die, you lowly mortals!" roared the original sin furiously. It controlled Chu Yi's body, making him stretch one finger out but enabling that finger to have the power of a mighty spear as he shouted, "Great Spear of Baijiquan and Liuhuquan!" The orange ball of light around Cai Dexiang was no match for that spear-like finger. Chu Yi's finger made a hole in the ball and there was a red flash in Chu Yi's eyes. Double chi thrust, raindrops. Chu Yi slammed his palms against the already breached ball of light with twice as much force, crushing the ball so badly that it shattered. "That's impossible!" Cai Dexiang broke into a cold sweat. His orange light was an extremely resilient force that could be shaped into anything he liked. That ball of light had taken all the strength he had to fortify, yet Chu Yi managed to shatter it with just 2 moves. That was insane. Flying Star Finger. Chu Yi tapped the air rapidly with his fingers and sent several streams of qi shooting out from them. Cai Dexiang felt a terrible pain in the front of his body, and his shoulders, right hand and left thigh were all hit by these streams of qi. Luckily, Sujin had come to rescue him from these attacks. Sujin wasn't being slow. Chu Yi had surprised them both with a fake move and broke through Cai Dexiang's defenses faster than Sujin could reach him. Sujin grabbed hold of Chu Yi. He had to pull Chu Yi away from Cai Dexiang, or else Chu Yi would definitely end up killing Cai Dexiang. But just then, Sujin's hair stood on end and he shuddered as he felt danger coming his way. "Damn it!" cursed Sujin inwardly as he tried to dodge the oncoming attack. Backward spear. Chu Yi swung his fist behind him. He had turned his finger into a spear when he attacked Cai Dexiang's orange ball of light, and now, his entire arm had become a spear, which meant that it was even more powerful. Blood sprayed everywhere as the attack went right through Sujin's left shoulder. This attack was formidable beyond belief. It had actually managed to pierce through Sujin's gold armor as well as Sujin's extremely strong body. Sujin endured the pain and delivered a kick to Chu Yi's abdomen. Chu Yi had been injured there before and even though he had recovered mostly from it, it was still a weak point. As Sujin had expected, Chu Yi's expression didn't flinch, but his body doubled over and was sent flying by Sujin's kick. Cai Dexiang was now temporarily out of trouble. "Mr. Su, you need to go all out. If this keeps up, we're all going to die," said Cai Dexiang anxiously to Sujin as he dragged his injured body along. Chu Yi was too powerful for them, so if Sujin continued to show mercy, they were definitely going to die. "You lowly, inferior, and ugly mortals! How dare you try to hurt me? All of you shall die here today," roared Chu Yi as the original sin inside him forced his body to charge at Sujin and Cai Dexiang again. Sujin and Cai Dexiang were both injured, so Sujin held his boning knife in front of him and activated the attack of the Demon Lord, but none of his attacks were aimed at vital spots. The original sin was in control of Chu Yi, so it also had Chu Yi's memories and knew that Sujin's move was a powerful one. It didn't dare to fight Sujin head-on and kept dodging. He had barely regained his balance after dodging one of the attacks when a tremendous force hit him from the front and forced him backwards by several steps. "Who's there?" bellowed Chu Yi. He was sure that attack hadn't come from the 2 men in front of him. "My Ning Meng!" Sujin's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Konoha and Ning Meng to appear at this point. But he was also a little worried, so he yelled out to Konoha, "Ningmeng's hurt, so the two of you should hurry up and run away from here." Konoha put her soul whisperer down and sighed. "I'm afraid that's not possible. We're being chased by another original sin right now." Sujin and Cai Dexiang groaned when they realized that they were going to face two original sins at the same time. Konoha quickly brought Ningmeng over to where the two men were. "We can't let the two original sins meet. We're definitely dead meat if that happens," Cai Dexiang said to Sujin. Sujin nodded. He agreed that would be a disaster. One Chuyi was already too much to handle, never mind two of them. "I'll just have to give it a shot." Sujin gritted his teeth and said to Cai Dexiang, "Protect the two girls." Before Cai Dexiang could say anything, Sujin had already made his way towards Chuyi. But instead of looking like he was launching an attack on Chuyi, he looked more like he was about to hug Chuyi. A threatening smile spread across Chuyi's lips as he spread his arms out into a Taijiquan position to execute a Taijiquan move. Sujin gave Chuyi a bear hug as Chuyi's hands tried to block him. "Taijiquan, gentle Chi," yelled Chuyi. But he never delivered that blow, because Sujin's forehead was now plastered on Chuyi's, and his psychokinesis was able to flow straight into Chuyi's consciousness without anything in the way. "Chuyi, wake up!" Sujin's psychokinesis seemed to call out to Chuyi from afar, echoing inside his head in hope of pulling his actual consciousness back to reality. Chuyi's consciousness was initially asleep and was woken up by Sujin's shout. He quickly remembered how the original sin had taken over his body and was controlling his actions right now. "Boss, I'm here. But I can't get out," yelled Chuyi in response. Sujin's eyelid trembled slightly as he located Chuyi's consciousness and started talking to him. "You have to find a way out, otherwise you're going to get all of us killed." "All of us?" "That's right. Myself, Ningmeng and the team leader of the Moon in the Blue Skies, Cai Dexiang, are all here. You're now in some invincible mode or something and you're coming after us like a lawnmower cutting down grass," said Sujin. But Chuyi pulled a long face and sighed. "I really can't get out. Wrath is too powerful. You know, I thought that as a martial artist who remains faithful to martial arts ethics and concentrates on training myself up in martial arts, I would be able to get rid of the angry side of me. But when wrath took over me, I realized that I've never been able to get rid of that side at all. I've just been suppressing it all this time, and now that I'm allowed to express it, I've gone completely out of control. For a martial artist, a life of fighting was to be expected. But Chinese martial arts was very insistent on having a code of ethics among the martial artists so that they did not use their heightened fighting prowess to bully or oppress others who were not as powerful or who were not martial artists. Adhering to these ethics were supposed to help a martial artist remain in control of his rage and urges, but Chuyi was nowhere near that level of control yet. Instead, all he did was to suppress his anger over a long period of time, so the impact of his pent-up anger would be greater than anybody else. That was why wrath had chosen him over Cai Dexiang. "In that case, I can only say I'm sorry," said Sujin dejectedly. This refers to the first move someone playing Chinese chess can make, moving the cannon piece to the middle. It is a very aggressive first move and is totally how I was bullied by my dad in Chinese chess as a child. Chapter 108, Original Sin, Lust. Sujin didn't have a choice. Chuyi had become impossibly formidable after wrath had taken possession of his body. If this fight went on for so long that the other original sin appeared, they were all going to perish together. "It's all right. My willpower wasn't strong enough, and that's why wrath was able to take control of me. I'm an embarrassment to the martial arts circles and I ought to pay the price for it." Chuyi was willing to look at this situation very honestly and was also willing to face the consequences of his choices. On the other hand, Sujin was facing a dilemma. He could drive the original sin out, but this could result in the deaths of the owner. Chen Xiner and Yang Mo had died after he had driven the original sin inside them out, but he wasn't sure if it was because they were already too severely injured before that or if it was because he had driven the original sin inside them out. Listen to me. I have a way to drive the original sin out, but you might die, said Sujin to Chu Yi very seriously. Go ahead then. What are you waiting for? Chu Yi hurried Sujin. Sujin nodded and said, start praying then. Whether you survive this or not depends on God. Chu Yi nodded solemnly before Sujin summoned an intense amount of psychokinesis and yelled out, Original Sin Wrath. I refuse to acknowledge your existence and I am banishing you right now. After Sujin shouted those words out, Chu Yi's body instantly stiffened up and bent backwards like a bow ready to shoot. Sujin let go of Chu Yi and watched as a red beam of light shot out from Chu Yi's nose, mouth, and ears. The other three were terrified by this sight. They had never seen Sujin drive an original sin out before, so whatever was happening to Chu Yi now looked very scary to them. Chu Yi roared in agony as the red light left him completely. Once it was all gone, Sujin pulled Chu Yi away from it. You filthy animals! You lowly worms! All of you must die! All of you shall die! The red light had gathered itself together to form a blood-colored giant. It seemed to constantly give off a murderous air and looked extremely enraged. Just then, someone else appeared. It was a member of Team Shadow of Thor. He was now standing behind Wrath and his eyes were rainbow-colored. Hey, big guy, just a little warning, this guy is not one to be trifled with. Since you've lost the body you possessed just now, I'd advise you to run for it, said the man with a lecherous smile. He parted his lips slightly and licked them deliberately. Sujin felt like he was about to puke. If the person doing this was a great beauty, she would have looked really charming. But this was a pervy-looking guy, nobody was charmed by that. Anybody who steps on my toes shall die. I don't care who it is. Wrath didn't care about the other man and roared as he charged at Sujin and the rest. Tisk! When will you stop being so angry? Hurry up and leave. Don't make things worse. The man from Team Shadow of Thor frowned and was clearly displeased with Wrath's actions. Sujin passed Chu Yi to Konoha, then retrieved the Demon Lord's longbow. This was a weapon fashioned by a god and even a demigod was afraid of it. These original sins were no match for it. Wong! The sparkles of the roar of the Demon Lord shot through the air towards Wrath. Wrath now realized that these sparkles were indeed dangerous and tried to duck to one side, but the roar of the Demon Lord still brushed past one side of him, turning one half of his body into nothing but dust. You idiot! That's why I told you to run for it! The member of Shadow of Thor scoffed in disdain. Suddenly, a pink glow flowed out from his mouth and surged towards Sujin and the rest. What is the original sin possessing him? Sujin asked Konoha. Lust. Sujin nodded. His psychokinesis moved faster than that pink glow, going into the other man's mind from afar. His case was different from Chu Yi's in that this man wasn't a veteran. Chu Yi was a veteran and had internal energy to protect him from other spirit powers, so in order to drive out the original sin within him, he had to go very near to Chu Yi. But since this man wasn't a veteran, it was much easier for Sujin to get his spirit power into his head. Original sin lust. I do not acknowledge your existence, so I am banishing you now, yelled Sujin angrily. The member of Shadow of Thor suddenly stiffened up and a pink light shot out from his nose, mouth, and ears. But at the same time, the glow he emitted earlier now covered everyone else too. Sujin's vision was blurry and he felt a little weak as well. Someone appeared in the distance and was walking towards him. When he squinted his eyes to look at who that was, he was surprised to find that the person walking towards himself was actually Yayun. Yayun? What's going on? She shouldn't be here. Sujin frowned quizzically, but his head felt so heavy, he could barely think. His instinct was to run towards her and hug her tightly. Wait, no. It's lust that's influencing me. Sujin widened his eyes as he vaguely remembered that he was fighting lust just now. He used his psychokinesis to clear his mind and he was able to think properly now. The illusion of Yayun also vanished to reveal a large pink snake that was covered with mouths, and each mouth was filled with sharp teeth. That was lust itself. It realized that Sujin had woken from his stupor, so he quickly grabbed hold of the injured wrath and both pink and red monsters vanished into thin air. Sujin couldn't run after them like that. But Sujin also knew that the two original sins weren't afraid of him per se. They were afraid of the power that the demon lord's longbow held. He turned to look at the others behind him and noticed that everyone's eyes had lost their focus, had a silly smile on their faces and looked like they were daydreaming. Appa! Appa, you're a celebrity, so I don't think it's good for us to behave like this, said Ningmeng with a shy look on her face, as if she was making out with some popular Korean celebrity in her dreams. Achiao! Achiao, wait for me. It was my fault that all that happened, and I'll change, so please don't go. Don't run from me anymore. I'll make sure you have a good time. Cai Dexiang had a more lewd expression on his face in comparison. It was hard to say if that Achiao was even his wife. Aoi-san, I really like you very much, said Chu Yi with an awkward laugh. Sujin raised an eyebrow. Was it the same Aoi-san he knew? Oh! Ahashi-san, don't be angry, I like you too. And you too, Sakurai-san. Ha, I have a Japanese friend who's been teaching me Japanese, so I know a little. All three of you are very kawaii, rambled Chu Yi. Sujin's eyes widened. Everyone else had only one person in mind while Chu Yi clearly had more than one in his dream. Moreover, Sujin had a good idea who these ladies were. He then turned to look towards Konoha, but Konoha wasn't doing anything at all. Her eyes were glazed over but she wasn't talking or moving, as if she was trapped or something. Wake up, all of you! Sujin used his psychokinesis to snap everyone out of their daze and they sobered up with a shock as focus returned to their gaze. The original sin of lust had just used its powers to draw out everyone's deepest desires in this aspect, so each one of them started seeing such illusions. But Sujin's psychokinesis was the nemesis to illusions and that was also how he managed to snap out of his own daze so quickly. AHH! Ningmeng suddenly exclaimed and her face was all red. She remembered what happened earlier and hadn't thought much of it, but now that she was clear-minded again, she felt so awfully embarrassed. Achiao! Achiao! Wait, was that just an illusion? What happened? Cai Dexiang seemed especially disappointed as he stared down at his hands with a lonely look in his eyes. Chu Yi, however, remained silent. Driving the original sin out from his body didn't seem to have harmed him very much, and Sujin guessed it was because Chu Yi's own spirit power was able to protect his body. Sujin asked Chu Yi cheekily, weren't you in a trance earlier too? A trance? What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about, said Chu Yi as though he really had no clue what just happened. Sujin burst out laughing. Oh? Then who's this Aoi-san, Ahashi-san and Sakurai-san? How did you know that? Chu Yi looked like he had been caught stealing something red-handed and went into a panic. Oh my, these ladies are very famous. You want to know them personally? I can introduce you guys, teased Konoha with a laugh as she cupped a hand over her mouth. Can you really do that for me? Chu Yi's eyes instantly lit up as he ran over to her, which made her laugh even harder as she nodded. Sister Mai, who did you see in your trance? Asked Chu Yi curiously. But Konoha shook her head and said, I didn't see anybody. All I saw earlier was a patch of darkness. What? That can't be. Sister Mai, don't lie to us. Chu Yi narrowed his eyes as he continued to pester her for an answer. Sujin stepped in to explain things for her, Mai's not lying. I did see that she was in a daze, but unlike the rest of you, she didn't seem to be having an encounter with anybody at all. But at the same time, Sujin was also curious about why Konoha hadn't seen anybody while she was in a trance. As long as you held a torch for someone, lust's move would have been able to ensnare you with an illusion of yourself with that person. Did she have no interest in this area at all? That sounded strange too. Now that everyone was safe, Sujin's next course of action was to check how Chu Yi was. Chu Yi checked himself over and confirmed that he was perfectly fine. So, is it because driving out an original sin doesn't actually cause any damage to an owner? Or is it because Chu Yi has spirit power that can protect his body from any harm? Sujin really wasn't sure, so he quickly walked towards the team member of Shadow of Thor that had been previously possessed by lust. But he shook his head in disappointment when he got to the other man. His entire body was covered with bullet holes, so even if driving out lust hadn't been of any harm to him, his body couldn't hold up without a supernatural force inside it. What do we do now? Cai Dexiang was also feeling pretty depressed by the situation, but they still had to find a way through this challenge. Let's just keep walking. We don't really have a choice. Sujin shook his head sadly. They had been forced into every decision ever since this challenge started and there was no room to consider any other options. Sujin and Cai Dexiang were both injured from their fight with Chu Yi earlier, so Sujin took out some leaves from the Tree of Life and gave them to Cai Dexiang as a form of treatment. He ate some as well, then used the bandages from Yang Mo to bandage his wounds. Sadly, Yang Mo had already passed away and would never appear in front of them again. Chapter 109, Original Sin, Sloth. Sujin told everyone about what happened to Yang Mo. Chu Yi and Konoha were both very upset to hear about it, but Chu Yi was definitely more upset. He came from the same universe as Yang Mo and they actually lived in the same city. They enjoyed teasing each other all the time, but they had become really good friends. Now that Yang Mo was gone, Chu Yi felt really depressed. Sujin patted Chu Yi on the shoulder. Nobody could say for sure if they would survive a handbook challenge, after all. He might be the next one to die for all anybody knew. Regardless of how upset they were, they had to continue their journey. Chu Yi took over carrying Ningmeng on his back since Sujin's shoulder was still healing from how Chu Yi's arm had pierced through his flesh earlier. Konoha was a girl, so Chu Yi naturally took up this responsibility. As far as I can tell, all the original sins can only possess a body once. After it's been driven out, it either can't possess another, or it will take some time before it can do that again. Sujin analyzed the situation after telling them everything he had gone through earlier. But Konoha shook her head and said, "That doesn't sound correct. Weren't you initially possessed by pride, then pride moved to Chen Xiner's body? That's twice, isn't it?" After hearing her question, Sujin explained, "I don't think pride's possession of my body counts. I detected its existence and knew who it was, and since I have psychokinesis, it wasn't able to take over my body by force. It was able to use me only because I agreed to it, in hope of finding out more about it." Sujin hadn't really been possessed by pride. It was more accurate to say that Sujin had given up control of his body to pride, made use of that time to search for more clues, then took back control of his body. "You little bastard!" Cai Dexiang suddenly yelled at Sujin angrily and grabbed hold of Sujin's throat. "I can't believe you did such a thing. How clever do you think you are? You actually wanted to test the original sins. Xiner died because of this stupid pride of yours." Cai Dexiang proceeded to punch Sujin in the face. Chu Yi immediately held Cai Dexiang back and said, "Mr. Cai, can you please calm down? Even if boss hadn't done that, pride would have gone looking for Chen Xiner as well. She probably wouldn't have survived either. That's bullshit. He knows how to drive original sins out. If he weren't so full of himself and did such a thing to pride, he could have saved Xiner." Cai Dexiang continued to roar furiously with bloodshot eyes. If Chu Yi didn't hold him back, he was definitely going to punch Sujin a few more times. Sujin wiped away the blood on his lips. Cai Dexiang had punched him very hard, but Sujin did not have any reason to retaliate. It was true that he was too complacent and too arrogant. If he hadn't approached the situation with a plan to test out his hypotheses, Chen Xiner might really have survived and pride would not have gotten what it wanted. "I'm sorry," Sujin apologized. But Konoha walked over and asked him, "Why are you apologizing? I was the one. Is this really your fault? We're in a handbook challenge and your responsibility in our team is to try to find out as much as you can about each challenge. If you already knew that Chen Xiner would die as a result of your actions and went ahead with it anyway, then I would agree that you should feel bad about that. But you didn't know that this would happen. It's impossible to have foretold the consequences. You're not some god. Everything that we do results in some consequences and not everything we do turns out well. Are we supposed to take responsibility for everything then?" Konoha looked like she was talking to Sujin, but her words were also targeted at Cai Dexiang. Sujin remained silent, but a few moments later, Cai Dexiang walked towards him. Cai Dexiang was still clearly upset, but he still lowered his head and said quietly, "I'm sorry. I was too rash earlier. No, don't say that. I should have taken greater care to consider all areas before taking any actions." Sujin still felt bad anyway. His decisions had resulted in Chen Xinr's death after all. By Sujin's calculations, even if the other two members of Team Shadow of Thor were still alive, that meant that only a total of 7 of them were still alive. At least half the owners in this challenge were dead and not even a day had passed yet. As the sun began to set, the warm desert winds grew extremely cold. They dared not rest at all, in case they ended up freezing to death on the spot. I've heard that the temperature difference between day and night in a desert is huge, but this is insane. Chu Yi could feel Ningmeng shivering non-stop on his back and couldn't wrap his head around this situation. This desert was at least 40 degrees Celsius in the day, but now, it was more like -40 degrees. "Don't be scared, I'm going to help you to deal with the cold," said Chu Yi to Ningmeng as he sent some of his internal energy into her body. She immediately felt a warmth flow through her body. "It's so nice to have spirit power. I would love to activate my spirit power too," said Ningmeng enviously. 3 out of 5 of them here turned out to be veterans and they weren't affected by the freezing temperatures at all. If she and Konoha had been stuck in the desert without any of them, they'd probably end up freezing to death. Konoha had a coat made from Cai Dexiang's orange beam of light. It was great as an armor and worked well against extreme temperatures as well. The 5 of them continued to walk on until the sun came up again. They could see a majestic temple in the distance, but even though they could see it, it didn't mean that the temple was actually very close to them. "Wait up! Wait up!" someone called out from behind. Everyone was on high alert as they watched a man approach them with another person on his back. It was the 2 remaining members of Team Shadow of Thor. The one being carried was Long Zhenglai, because he had lost consciousness. "What's happened to your team leader?" asked Sujin. The other team member was at a loss as he said, "I don't know either. He warned me not to wake him up and told me to look for the rest of you, then suddenly fell into unconsciousness." A thought struck Sujin and he placed a palm against Long Zhenglai's forehead to send his psychokinesis in. He immediately noticed something very wrong. There were 2 consciousnesses in Long Zhenglai's mind. The original sin, sloth, is inside him. Long Zhenglai had been possessed by the original sin but somehow knocked himself out so the original sin couldn't control his body. "Are you saying he's been possessed by an original sin?" asked Cai Dexiang. Sujin nodded and said, "I'm not sure how Mr. Long managed to put himself into such a deep sleep. He's lost all consciousness, so the original sin is unable to move his body." "Is your team leader a veteran?" asked Konoha. The team member nodded and said, "That's right. He's the only veteran on the team. In that case, I could try helping your team leader to drive that original sin out of his body, but it might be risky," Sujin said to the team member. "It's even more dangerous for him to keep sleeping like this, if you ask me. Before losing consciousness, he told me to find you guys and go with anything you guys decide on," said the team member with a worried look on his face. Sujin couldn't help but admire Long Zhenglai for making such quick and firm decisions. After being possessed by an original sin, Long Zhenglai had given such clear instructions on what to do before sending himself to sleep as quickly as possible. He must have been extremely calm despite the circumstances. Since Long Zhenglai had given such instructions, Sujin went ahead with his plan. He sent his psychokinesis into the deep side of Long Zhenglai's consciousness and saw a shocking sight. A gigantic cage stood right at the back of Long Zhenglai's mind, and Long Zhenglai himself was in that cage. But he was inside with another monstrous creature as well. That monster was all black and held Long Zhenglai in its hand as it continued to torture Long Zhenglai. This was Long Zhenglai's consciousness, so his body wouldn't suffer any harm. But if his consciousness died, then the rest of him would die too. You foolish thing! How dare you trap me inside here? Such insolence! The monster seemed to be having loads of fun as he flung Long Zhenglai high into the air, then sent Long Zhenglai flying with a slap, making Long Zhenglai crash against the metal grills of the cage. But before Long Zhenglai hit the floor, the monster would catch him and fling him in a different direction. Damn it! So, this is an original sin? I can't believe it's so powerful, thought Long Zhenglai as he grit his teeth and tried to endure the torture. He knew that if he couldn't get through this, he was as good as dead. At this rate, Long Zhenglai was definitely going to get killed by Sloth, so Sujin didn't waste any time and came to the cage. Oh? Who are you? Sloth looked down at Sujin and stopped tossing Long Zhenglai around. He was surprised that someone else could enter Long Zhenglai's consciousness. Mr. Su. Long Zhenglai was on the verge of passing out, but when he saw that Sujin was here, he was so shocked that his eyes nearly flew out of their sockets. Original Sin Sloth. I do not acknowledge your existence, so I am going to banish you right now, declared Sujin in a loud voice after he had pressed his palms against the cage grills. Banishing me? Who do you think you? Before Sloth could finish speaking, its body became more and more distorted before disappearing from the cage altogether. Mr. Long, are you able to leave this place yourself? Asked Sujin. He didn't know how to open this cage at all, so if Long Zhenglai didn't know how to get out either, he might get stuck here forever. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Long Zhenglai nodded. Great. I'll get out of here now, said Sujin before withdrawing himself from Long Zhenglai's consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he could see the black smoke pouring out of Long Zhenglai's nose, mouth, and ears. Move aside, everyone, yelled Sujin. Sloth was about to solidify into its original form, so anybody too close to it was in danger of getting killed on the spot. Sujin held onto Long Zhenglai and waited for all the black smoke to leave his body. Once everything was out, he immediately retreated, passed Long Zhenglai to his teammate, then retrieved the Demon Lord's longbow. Sloth's original form was a mountain of meat. Its black body was covered in sores and its facial features were all squished together. It looked seriously gross. Long Zhenglai had also regained consciousness by this time. He was very weak as he uttered hoarsely, "Run, everybody! If you go too close to it, bad things will happen." Bad things? What bad things? Asked Chu Yi. Chapter 110, The Temple. Run! Long Zhenglai had a terrified expression on his face as he hurried his teammate along. Everybody else quickly started moving as well. And you think you'd be able to run in time? Sloth's tiny face was covered with disdain as it let out a black mist that swiftly caught up with everyone. Sujin and Chu Yi were the fastest runners, followed by Cai Dexiang, since all three were veterans. Long Zhenglai was badly hurt, so he was slowed down a lot because of that. That black mist is a problem, right? What happens if it gets to us? Sujin yelled at Long Zhenglai. Once you're covered by it, you'd become very lethargic and unwilling to move at all. Even if Sloth bashes you up, you wouldn't even think of fighting back. Long Zhenglai shuddered at this thought. He had been thrashed so badly by Sloth while they were in the cage together precisely because he couldn't do anything as long as he was within close proximity of Sloth. The black mist was gaining speed and Sujin figured that while he and Chu Yi would be able to outrun it, the rest might not. Sujin suddenly stopped in his tracks and nobody knew what he was trying to do. He grabbed hold of Cai Dexiang, causing Cai Dexiang to pale in horror and wonder if Sujin was hoping to bring someone down with him because he figured he was doomed. "I'm sorry, Mr. Cai," Sujin apologized to Cai Dexiang first. "Are you seriously gonna, how have I even offended you?" Cai Dexiang looked terrified but Sujin's next course of action stunned him. Sujin gripped Cai Dexiang firmly, then flung him out like a shot put ball. Cai Dexiang ended up covering way more distance this way than if he had run on his own. "I've misunderstood him." Cai Dexiang instantly felt guilty for the way he had judged Sujin earlier. Sujin was actually trying to save him. Sujin didn't stop there. He grabbed hold of Long Zhenglai and his teammate, then flung them towards where Cai Dexiang was as well. "Chu Yi! Come over here!" "Coming!" Chu Yi didn't know what Sujin wanted to do, but he trusted Sujin with all his heart. "You're in charge of catching Ningmeng and Mai." Sujin got Ningmeng off Chu Yi's back, then flung Chu Yi out too. Chu Yi was trained in martial arts, so he was able to adjust himself midair to ensure a proper landing. The four men looked like shooting stars from the way Sujin had flung them. "Don't worry, Chu Yi will definitely catch both of you," said Sujin to Ningmeng and Konoha. He proceeded to fling both girls towards Chu Yi. Meanwhile, Cai Dexiang had already landed. But before he could get up, the next two landed on him and he realized what was going on. "Damn it," he thought. Sujin was using him as a soft landing for everyone else. Cai Dexiang wasn't too happy about having two other people land on him, but Sujin honestly wasn't trying to pick on him or anything like that. Cai Dexiang was the meatiest one among them, so he was the most suitable for this role. Chu Yi landed neatly on top of the other three and bounced up immediately, then held his arms out in a Taijiquan stance. Ningmeng and Konoha came flying towards him one after another, and he caught them in a way that reduced the impact sufficiently for both of them to land safely. After Sujin had flung the other six far away from himself, there wasn't enough time for himself to escape the black mist. It covered him instantly and made him lethargic instantly. Ennui overwhelmed him and his brain started sending signals to the rest of his body to just lie down and sleep. He couldn't help but yawn while Sloth reached out for him. Konoha could see what was happening and quickly fired a beam of light towards Sujin in hope of dragging him over to where they were. But once the end of the light was engulfed by the black mist, it also lost any energy it carried and fizzled out by itself. Even non-living things were affected by this black mist. "Come on, guys! Think of something," said Konoha to the rest in an anxious voice. Chu Yi was about to run back towards Sujin but Long Zhenglai stopped him in time. "Don't do that! Anyone covered by that black mist is going to die because it's almost impossible to use spirit power. Any spirit power moves at less than 0.1 times the usual speed, so if you rush over like that, you'd only end up becoming another victim of sloths. What do we do then?" Chu Yi's eyes bulged from his anxiety. Cai Dexiang had finally managed to peel himself off the ground after three men had landed on him. He looked at Sujin covered by the black mist and felt that he had to do something to save Sujin. He had escaped this fate because of what Sujin had done after all. "Since we can't beat it with speed, let's beat it with strength. If all three of us veterans use our spirit powers on that black mist, I don't think that black mist will hold up for long," said Cai Dexiang. "That sounds like a plan. When I trapped myself within my own consciousness, I felt like it was possible to break through that black mist, but I couldn't do it alone," said Long Zhenglai with a nod. He agreed that Cai Dexiang's plan could work. Meanwhile, Sujin was slowly losing consciousness. His psychokinetic spirit power turned out to be useless against it and he had nearly lost all his ability to think now. "I understand why Long Zhenglai ended up getting thrown about so easily just now," thought Sujin with a bitter smile. His vision was dimming and his knees were giving way. He stumbled about and looked like he might collapse anytime. Sloth stared down at Sujin with disdain. His strength came not only from humanly desires, but also from God. One might possibly abstain from the other desires, but his was definitely something everybody needed. One could keep away from almost everything else, but their bodies needed rest when it was tired. Other desires were a way to prolong one's life, but resting was as essential to life as breathing was. No living thing could escape the need to rest, unless that living thing had somehow transcended that stage and became a higher being of sorts. Just when Sloth was feeling all smug and pleased with itself, it suddenly felt something amiss. 3 waves of supernatural power had invaded its territory. These lowly worms. Sloth was extremely displeased, but the black mist it controlled could only go so far. The source of these 3 supernatural powers was outside its scope, so there was nothing it could do. Chu Yi's spirit power was internal energy, so it could be domineering and invincible, and it could also be as devastating as the ocean waves. He used his spirit power to bombard the black mist in the most violent and forceful way possible alongside Long Zhenglei and Cai Dexiang's spirit powers. The black mist began to move and distort from the attack. There's a gap here. Chu Yi's eyes lit up. Cai Dexiang's spirit power could morph into any shape, so he turned it into a little car that could carry the spirit power of the other 2 and drove it into the black mist to look for Sujin. Sloth was very unhappy about this situation, but it couldn't move very quickly either. The black mist was unable to catch hold of the 3 supernatural powers, so there really wasn't much else it could do. It was clear that these humans had found a way to counterattack. "Forget it, I've done everything I was supposed to anyway," mumbled Sloth to itself. It retracted all the black mist, then its body dissipated into the air. Nobody expected this to happen at all. Sujin started gasping for air as he regained his senses and his ability to think again. That was a close call. He felt that Sloth didn't need to do anything but allow the black mist to eventually cause his entire body to shut down. It wouldn't be long before his heart stopped beating and his brain completely stopped functioning. "Boss, are you all right?" Chu Yi was happy to see that Sujin was still alive. Sujin nodded, then turned to Cai Dexiang and Long Zhenglei and said, "Thank you so much, both of you. You don't have to be so formal with us." "If not for you, I would have been dead by now," said Long Zhenglei with a smile. If Sujin hadn't driven Sloth out of his mind in time, he would definitely have perished in his sleep. "Yeah, whatever," grunted Cai Dexiang. Sloth had left, so all 7 deadly sins had already appeared. Sujin told Long Zhenglei that his 2 remaining team members were dead. A look of sadness and resignation flashed in Long Zhenglei's eyes. This was a handbook challenge, after all. Death was always lurking round the corner and even veterans weren't confident of surviving any challenge. The group rested for a while, then continued walking towards the temple in the distance. They were very careful on their way there and the 4 veterans took turns to be on the lookout for any dangers. Half a day later, they finally arrived in front of the temple. To their dismay, arriving at the temple did not end the challenge. In other words, they still had to enter the temple itself. The temple was huge and looked like it was fashioned out of a mountain. When they stood in front of the temple, they realized that they couldn't see the top of it. The group was standing outside the temple gates and the ring-shaped handles of the gate were more than 10 meters above their heads. This temple was built for giants or something. Sujin sent a beam of psychokinesis out to check out the gate. The moment his psychokinesis hit the gate, there was a loud boom as the gates opened by themselves. Did my spirit power cause that to happen? Sujin pondered this possibility for a while. This thing probably worked that way. Once spirit power touched it, it would open up by itself, so ordinary owners would not be able to open it. They walked into the temple grounds and the first thing that greeted them was darkness. But a glimmer of light soon appeared and they saw as a sun started rising and stopping above them. "What the hell?" Chu Yi cursed. Everyone else was equally surprised by what they could see in front of them. The inside of the temple was actually a tropical rainforest. "Is this an entire ecosystem on its own?" muttered Konoha to herself. This temple was incredibly huge. Besides the wall they had just passed through, they couldn't see where this forest ended at all. All they could see was lush greenery and birds in the air that none of them could name. What do we do next? Go through the forest, asked Chu Yi as he scratched his head. That's the only thing we can do. I don't think we have any other choice, said Cai Dexiang with a sigh. This rainforest definitely carried great dangers, and it was probably going to be as bad as getting possessed by an original sin. Also, the original sins were probably going to attack them while they were going through this forest. Roar! Just then, the sound of an animal roaring filled the air. Everyone looked at where the sound had come from and saw a huge beast walk out. Is that a tiger? Or a hippo? The other Shadow of Thor team member stuttered as he watched this giant creature with the head of a lion and the body of a hippo emerge from the forest, roaring angrily at them. Chapter 111, City of Gold. White smoke came out from the gigantic beast's nostrils. It seemed extremely interested in the tiny things in front of it, perhaps because they looked like food to it. Why don't we do a little test? Chu Yi started stretching his legs. Sujin nodded slightly. Great idea. I'll leave it to you. No problem. Chu Yi's eyes were filled with excitement. It was impossible to see such a large creature in the real world, and even if you did, you wouldn't be allowed to fight it like this. Chu Yi bent his body forward, then straightened up to send himself flying towards the creature. He was as quick as lightning, but the creature was not slow either. It raised its giant claws and swiped them at Chu Yi. Chu Yi raised a fist to meet with its claws, and when the two collided, it was the creature that howled in pain as Chu Yi's punch easily overpowered its attack. You're a strong one, remarked Chu Yi. He ran swiftly to the side of the creature and jumped onto its back before the creature could turn around in time. Doong doong doong. Roar! Chu Yi punched the creature viciously in the back and the creature roared in agony. It couldn't do anything about Chu Yi since he was on its back, so it moved about violently in hope of shaking Chu Yi off, but Chu Yi's legs seemed to be deeply rooted in the creature and didn't budge at all. After some time, the creature ran out of energy and collapsed weakly onto the ground. Chu Yi didn't intend to kill it, so he jumped off the creature's back and stood in front of it as he said, "Boss, it's just a large cat. We don't have to be afraid of it." "Watch out!" everyone exclaimed as they saw the huge creature approach Chu Yi from behind. Chu Yi narrowed his eyes and his body tensed up as he got ready to fight again, but to his surprise, the creature did not attack him. Instead, it nudged his back with its head adorably. Wait, did Chu Yi just tame it? Sujin could hardly believe his eyes. But the creature's behavior couldn't be more obvious. It had been tamed after getting thrashed by Chu Yi. Everyone was equally amused, while Chu Yi felt very proud of himself. He said to them, "Let's use this fellow as a mode of transportation then. I think that should work pretty well." "I agree." Long Zhenglai nodded. He was still recovering from his injuries while Ningmeng was still unable to see, so having something else to transport them through this forest would save them a lot of energy. Chu Yi turned to pat the creature's head, then said sternly, "Listen up. These people here are all my friends, so be good and let everyone ride on your back. I'll set you free after that, okay?" Roar! The creature was clearly highly intelligent and was able to understand everything that Chu Yi said to it. It lay down obediently on the ground so that everyone could get onto its back easily. Everyone quickly hopped onto the creature's back. Its hippo-like body was wide and good for sitting, so sitting on its back felt like sitting on a huge leather carpet of sorts. Chu Yi took his place on top of the creature's head and took on the role of leading the creature. But he didn't really need to lead the creature, since they didn't actually know where they were going and had to just plow through the forest. As the creature continued advancing through the forest, everyone was quickly relieved that they had found this animal to ride on. The rainforest was filled with all sorts of animals, and none of them dared to come too close to this gigantic creature they were on. Also, the rainforest was filled with huge and random holes, slopes, swamps and other difficult terrain. This creature was used to traversing such ground and was able to walk through the forest without much problem. Time slowly ticked by and they had soon spent nearly an entire day in the rainforest. Strangely enough, they hadn't been attacked at all. After some time, the giant creature refused to walk any further. No matter how hard Chu Yi tried to coax it or urge it, the creature seemed very afraid of the road ahead. This probably had something to do with the 7 original sins, so even a gigantic creature like this one felt too afraid to take another step forward. Since the creature refused to move, Chu Yi had no choice but to let the creature go back to where it belonged. The 7 of them continued trudging through the forest themselves and came to a stop again before long. They were shocked by what had appeared before them. It was a city made from gold. This was truly a city of gold and sparkled brightly in the light. As they walked towards it, Sujin kept his eye on the ground. Chu Yi asked curiously, "Boss, what are you looking at?" "I'm looking at the ground. I want to know what divides the rainforest from this city of gold," replied Sujin. Chu Yi scratched his head in confusion, while Long Zhenglei chimed in, "Mr. Su is a careful person indeed. We don't know where this city of gold came from, so it's better to make such observations. Hey, can you clever people speak a little more directly?" Chu Yi was very annoyed by these vague answers. It was easier to ask him to fight than to use his brains. Sujin explained, "There's a possibility that this city of gold was built by humans. If that's the case, then it should be clearly separated from the rest of the rainforest. But if this city of gold is formed naturally, then there might be a gradual change from forest to city along the way. The city might be man-made or formed naturally. What's the difference?" Chu Yi still didn't get it. What Mr. Su means is that there might be something in this city of gold that can turn everything it touches into gold. If that's the case, then it would be dangerous for us to enter it. Long Zhenglei understood what Sujin was driving at. Team Shadow of Thor had nobody to be the brains of the team, so Long Zhenglei was in charge of gathering information and analyzing the challenges. In fact, Long Zhenglei and Sujin were very similar in that they were both their team's leader as well as analyst. Sujin nodded. This was exactly what he was worried about. Nothing in a handbook challenge should be taken at face value or assumed to work the same way as things did in the real world. Being cautious definitely increased one's chances of surviving. He quickly found the boundary between the city and the forest and breathed a sigh of relief. The border was drawn very clearly. The golden roads and the forest floor did not meld into one another, so it didn't look like the city was going to turn anything into gold. "Looks like it's safe, but it's best that everyone remains cautious," Sujin said to the rest. They entered the city and were on high alert as they carefully made their way through. Just then, a swishing sound came from behind them. "Watch out!" Sujin warned the rest. He had used up a lot of his psychokinesis, but the leaves of the Tree of Life were good for replenishing his spirit power and he still had more than half left. He sent his psychokinesis out to see what was coming after them and was surprised by what he detected. "Boss, what's wrong?" asked Chu Yi when he saw the strange expression on Sujin's face. "A group of small animals are headed towards us," said Sujin. "Small animals?" Everyone stared at Sujin, while Sujin used his chin to indicate where the animals were coming from. One moment later, a random horde of animals came rushing at them from the other end of the street. A knot of toads came first, followed by rats, then a tangle of snakes. The strangest part was that all these animals were made from pure gold, rushing down the street like a golden wave. "Ahh!" Konoha screamed and jumped onto Sujin's back, which shocked Sujin. He didn't expect the usually calm and unafraid Konoha to be scared of these things. "Ah!" Someone else screamed and jumped onto Cai Dexiang's back, except that this person turned out to be Chu Yi. Everyone stared at Chu Yi weirdly. Chu Yi had dared to beat that huge creature they rode on so fiercely, but now, he was afraid of these tiny things? Chu Yi was pale in the face and even his voice was trembling. I can't help it. I'm not afraid of anything except snakes." I was bitten by one before as a child and I didn't dare to learn any martial arts moves associated with snakes either. Snakes? Ning Meng was confused at first because she couldn't see anything, but once Chu Yi mentioned snakes, she jumped onto Sujin in her fright. Sujin now looked like a patty stuck in between two buns. Cai Dexiang wished he could tear Chu Yi off his back. Why did he get the guy when Sujin got the two girls? How unfair! You don't have to be so scared. Those animals aren't coming for us, said Sujin exasperatedly. These animals were small and harmless, so he didn't see why they were so afraid. Jin, since they're not coming for us, why are you walking towards them? Konoha was even more terrified now. Everyone else had the same question on their minds. Regardless of whether those small animals were a threat to them or not, they felt that it was better to stay far away from them. But Sujin was walking towards them instead. Have all of you been scared silly? Open your handbooks and take a look. I think these little things might be useful to us, so I want to get my hands on some of them. Sujin rubbed his palms together and walked towards the horde of small animals with both Konoha and Ning Meng on him since he was strong enough to carry them both without any issue. Long Zhenglei's eyes lit up. You're right. Snakes are mentioned twice in the introduction to this challenge, and both rats and toads were mentioned too. Konoha opened her handbook to take a look and saw that snakes had indeed been mentioned twice. Rats, toads and snakes shall be your food, you shall struggle in the snake pit. Bro, can you get off my back? I don't care if you can't help, but don't get in my way, will you? Cai Dexiang glared at Chu Yi after pulling him off his back. He would rather go catch some rats than to let Chu Yi cling to him like that. Sujin got Konoha and Ning Meng to get off him as well. The two ladies and Chu Yi stood to one side while the rest went to catch some of the animals. Chu Yi made a face. He had caught disdainful glances from the other guys before they left. What, can't a man be afraid of snakes? I'm sure you guys have something you're afraid of too. Humph. Chapter 112, The Original Sins Reappear. After going closer, Sujin and the rest realized that these animals were just gold in color but not actually made from gold. Sujin caught hold of a toad and it felt exactly the way a toad should. Besides its golden color, the rest of it was the same as an ordinary toad. They're not made of gold. Cai Dexiang had caught a snake and made the same observation immediately. Sujin said, it's probably a color for protection. Since everything in this place is gold, it's easier to survive if you're the same color. The rest agreed with Sujin's hypothesis. Thousands of animals in the real world made themselves the same color as their surroundings in order to camouflage themselves and keep themselves from getting eaten. But why are they running? They had initially thought that the toads and rats were being chased down by the snakes, but they realized that this wasn't the case at all. There were some snakes that had caught up with the rats and toads, but they were clearly escaping from something and not interested in hunting the other animals. Sujin had caught one of each animal and tried to keep them inside his handbook. To his delight, the handbook allowed him to keep these golden animals inside just like any other item. That's a clue. Sujin's eyes lit up. The handbook did not allow owners to keep anything else besides weapons purchased with points and items that were essential to the challenge. Since it allowed him to keep these animals inside, it meant that these small animals were vital to this challenge. The rest of the group also started collecting these animals, since these things might very well be able to save them in times of trouble. Even Chu Yi and the two girls bravely came forward to catch a few themselves. It didn't take long for the 7 of them to catch all the golden little animals. Once they were sure that they had caught them all, they continued on their way. Wong! A black mist suddenly came towards them. Sujin and Long Zhenglei recognized this black mist instantly. The 4 veterans reacted quickly by activating their spirit power to protect the group. They had to work together to keep the black mist at bay. It's Sloth. Sujin began to look around. Since Sloth's black mist had made an appearance, it meant that Sloth itself had to be nearby. But what Sujin found was not Sloth. Instead, he found a creature covered with arms. Nobody else recognized this original sin, but Sujin did. It was gluttony. Everyone, be careful. We've got 2 original sins here. Sujin felt that something was very wrong here. They hadn't run into any original sins along the way. Why did they appear only within the City of Gold and even start attacking them? Gluttony pounced towards the group. The 7 of them were food to it, and it had to gobble all of them up. Crap! Everyone's heart sank. It was already hard enough to deal with one sloth, and now, gluttony had joined in. They were going to die at this rate. We can't just stand around and wait to die. We've got to fight with all we have. Sujin gritted his teeth and yelled at the other 3 veterans, "You guys hold off sloth, I'll deal with gluttony." They nodded and Sujin retracted his spirit power. He retrieved the demon lord's longbow and pulled the string back. Sparkles in the shape of an arrow immediately took shape and Sujin sent the roar of the demon lord out towards gluttony. Gluttony did not bother dodging the attack at all and even remained where it was so that the roar of the demon lord would hit it. It turned into dust and disappeared altogether. Hi! Sujin was surprised by what just happened. Gluttony was no fool. He had threatened Gluttony with the longbow before too, and Gluttony had chosen to flee before he even had the chance to shoot. Why did it remain in position and let him kill it so easily this time? Don't just stand there. We're not going to hold up for long, yelled Cai Dexiang. The 3 of them were still struggling to keep the black mist at bay and were under a lot of pressure. Sujin looked into the black mist and noticed a golden pyramid in the middle of it. He pulled his string back and aimed the roar of the demon lord at the pyramid. The pyramid instantly disappeared along with sloth that was hiding behind it. Something's not quite right. The fact that both original sins had been killed so easily made Sujin feel very uneasy about this situation. How could the clever original sins that got away earlier suddenly become so easy to vaporize? Just then, Sujin started convulsing. The side effects of using the demon lord's spirit power in quick succession was taking its toll on him. His psychokinesis had increased by quite a bit since the first day he activated his spirit power and was better able to suppress the demon lord's spirit power as well, but using so much of it at one shot was still too much for his body to take. Boss! Once the black mist disappeared, Chu Yi ran over to keep Sujin from collapsing. Sujin shook his head. All this was part of his training, after all. If he wanted to become stronger, he had to pay the price. At least now he had reached an agreement with the Demon Lord and didn't have to worry about becoming the Demon Lord's lackey. That was good enough for him. On the other hand, Cai Dexiang and Long Zhenglei were pleased that 2 original sins had been killed off just like that. That was a pleasant surprise. Don't be happy too soon. Something's not quite right here. These original sins can't possibly be so weak, said Sujin. This whole thing didn't make sense, so he preferred to err on the side of caution. Long Zhenglei began to realize that this didn't make sense either. He knew how hard it was to deal with sloth. If sloth had been so easy to deal with, he wouldn't have suffered so badly earlier on. Immediately after Sujin finished speaking, brilliant sparkles appeared where gluttony once was and was beginning to come together to form gluttony again. Sujin stared at the sparkles in shock. How could something shot by the Demon Lord's longbow possibly come back to life? He spun around to look at where sloth had once been and saw that the black mist was gathering again. Run! 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 We must not stay here anymore. Run! Yelled Sujin with all his might. They had to get out of this place before the 2 original sins took shape again. As the 7 of them ran through the city, the 2 original sins were restored and started chasing them. Gluttony was moving rapidly towards them, while sloth was much slower. What's going on? Wondered Sujin to himself as he ran and made observations at the same time. He suddenly realized one strange thing about these 2. The original sins were all very talkative fellows, but these 2 hadn't said a single word. Is it possible that these 2 aren't gluttony and sloth in their actual forms? This thought popped up in Sujin's mind, but he dared not stop to test this theory out. If his guess was wrong, he was definitely going to end up dead. But they couldn't outrun gluttony, and gluttony was going to catch up soon. Chu Yi suddenly stopped and yelled, "All of you go ahead, I'll stall this fellow. And you think you can stall it yourself?" Cai Dexiang yelled right back. But he also stopped running. There were only 4 veterans in the group. If Chu Yi died, then they would be at an even greater disadvantage. Sujin and Long Zhenglei were both injured, so he was the only one who could assist Chu Yi in a fight. Chu Yi's style of fighting had always been very aggressive, so he leaped towards gluttony, brought both palms back, then thrust them towards gluttony as he exhaled with all his might. Quadruple chi thrust, billowing sea waves. Boom 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 boom. Gluttony stopped in its tracks as the area hit by Chu Yi's internal energy exploded 4 times in a row and blasted gluttony to pieces. Wow, Cai Dexiang wanted to help, but Chu Yi had actually killed gluttony with one move, so he couldn't help but marvel at Chu Yi's prowess. Boom! Another blast filled the air, but this time, it came from Chu Yi. One of his arms started spurting blood because his blood vessels had burst from overexertion. Chu Yi clutched his arm and retreated, then bandaged his arm very simply while saying to Cai Dexiang, "It can't be helped, I had to go all out. Unfortunately my body is not really strong enough, so I think I might have broken something elsewhere too." "You're crazy," said Cai Dexiang. Executing a move that was too much for the body to take sounded completely insane to him. As they spoke, Cai Dexiang's expression turned to a one of horror, and he immediately started running. Chu Yi turned to look behind him puzzledly, only to find that gluttony was beginning to piece itself together again despite being blasted to nothing just moments ago. Chu Yi instantly started running as well, and they quickly caught up with the rest. After they told the rest what happened earlier, Sujin was even more stumped. There's no way the original sins are unafraid of dying. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so afraid of my demon lord's longbow. But that's exactly what happened. These things simply will not die. Cai Dexiang couldn't believe he had to argue with Sujin over this. Gluttony had been reduced to nothing twice now, but it was still able to revive itself. These creatures were clearly immortal. "Boss, I smell a lot of sulfur ahead," said Ningmeng as she held onto Konoha. Sujin blinked in surprise and looked around for the source of the sulfur. He immediately noticed a place engulfed by flames. The smell was coming from there. Sujin ran over to take a closer look to find that it was a huge area covered in flames, as if it was the entrance to hell or something. Fire and brimstone. This was a place that was also mentioned in the introduction to the challenge. But while it was easy to keep those golden little animals in the handbook, how was he going to keep this place in there? He decided to try flinging the handbook into the flames. He wasn't afraid that the handbook would be destroyed since he had tried several times to destroy this handbook in the real world, but it seemed like no natural means could destroy this book. The handbook gleamed brightly, then all the flames and sulfur disappeared as they were absorbed by the handbook. Sujin picked up his handbook again and gave a pleased nod. This fire and brimstone was definitely of some use, just that he didn't know how right now. After he walked back to where the group was, the other team member of Shadow of Thor waved his handbook at Sujin and said excitedly, "Mr. Su, I found a golden carriage and it's inside my handbook now. That's for tearing someone apart." Sujin's eyes lit up. He didn't think they would be able to gather so many items related to the punishments so quickly. "Enough talking, gluttony's catching up soon," Cai Dexiang reminded the rest. But they couldn't run any further. 2 original sins were standing silently in their way, one glowing pink and the other glowing milky white. "Is it just me, or is that another 2 original sins?" Chu Yi's lips twitched uncontrollably. Chapter 113, Both Light and Darkness. It's lust and pride. Sujin's expression was nasty. The 2 original sins in their way weren't gluttony and sloth but 2 other original sins. He immediately realized what was going on. "The items we collected are things that can suppress them. Once we collected them into our handbooks, they were set free, said Sujin with a frown. It was very clear that once they came across an item related to a punishment and kept it in their handbooks, the original sin connected to that punishment would appear. But figuring this out now wasn't of any use. These two original sins were no fun to deal with and they had to find a way to get past them. I'll take on one of them, said Long Zhenglei weakly even as he was still being carried by his teammate. Leave the other one to me. As the team leader of Moon in the Blue Skies, he was fairly powerful too. He clasped his palms together and a huge beam of orange light shot out from his back. A blue gleam shone in Long Zhenglei's eyes as he clasped the air with one hand and shouted, "Invisible entrapment!" Lust's body suddenly became distorted and looked like it was being sucked into an invisible space. The orange beam behind Cai Dexiang turned into a gigantic hammer. Cai Dexiang brought it down on Pride and smashed it on the spot. Both of them were on the verge of collapsing after doing that. Just like how Chu Yi had unleashed a quadruple chi thrust earlier, these two techniques were clearly their trump cards. Now that the coast was clear, everyone started running again. Chu Yi asked, "Boss, if we take those things out of our handbooks, would we be able to suppress them again?" Sujin nodded and said, "That's probably possible, but we can't do that." "Why?" Cai Dexiang was the one asking this time. "There's something odd about these original sins and I suspect these are not their original forms. I think they're either clones or merely a part of their actual bodies," Sujin explained his guess. "I think the original sins are unable to appear in their actual forms within the temple because the city contains things that can suppress their existence. Our final destination might be a place where the 7 of them are unaffected, so we must bring these items from the city along because they might save us later on." The rest agreed with this analysis. If these original sins were the same ones they had met in the desert, there was no way they would be able to defeat them so easily. That in itself was very strange. There's also a possibility that the thing suppressing the original sins is the city itself, while these items are important items to this challenge. We've kept the items away in our handbooks, but the power of the city continues to suppress their existence, and so the 7 of them can only appear in this manner. Long Zhenglei continued to analyze the situation in the same vein. Sujin nodded in agreement. Long Zhenglei's explanation made sense too. In no time, they found a pot of hot oil and greed appeared. The other 4 original sins were still hot on their heel, so Sujin had no choice but to activate the attack of the Demon Lord and slice greed into half with his boning knife. They just needed to get the original sins out of the way and didn't need to actually get rid of them permanently. The hot oil is greed, the snakes, rats and toads are gluttony and sloth, the brimstone and carriage are lust and pride, mumbled Sujin to himself as he confirmed which item was for which original sin, since he might need these items to counter the original sins later on. Ice waters over there. Konoha found a lake that was frozen up ahead and threw her handbook at it. Just like the fire and brimstone, the frozen lake was instantly absorbed by her handbook. Jealousy instantly appeared, so the 4 veterans used their spirit power to shatter it in seconds. Icy waters is jealousy, noted Sujin. As they continued running for their lives, the 6 original sins continued running after them as well. But besides running as hard as they could, they were also on the lookout for the last item they needed. The introduction to the challenge only mentioned taking limbs apart, but they figured it couldn't be referring to broken arms or legs. They couldn't find the last item and the 6 original sins were about to catch up with them. If they didn't find the last item soon, they were doomed. Taking limbs apart, if it's not broken limbs, then, it's some tool of sorts. Sujin's eyes lit up. This sounds plausible. And something that could take limbs apart was probably a knife or something along those lines. Sujin quickly found his target. A standalone building at one corner of the city was filled with all sorts of knives as well as the head of a strange-looking creature. This was probably a slaughterhouse. "You guys go ahead, I'm going to retrieve the last item," said Sujin before running towards the slaughterhouse. Once he stepped in, he noticed a golden sword stabbed into the floor. "You're it." Sujin threw his handbook at it and the sword was instantly absorbed by the handbook. This was indeed what Sujin was looking for. But by the time Sujin walked to the entrance of the slaughterhouse, Wrath was already waiting for him there, staring at him with bloodshot eyes. "Sorry, no time to play with you. Move aside." Sujin instantly activated the attack of the Demon Lord and used his extra sharp boning knife to slice Wrath into two. He dashed out of the slaughterhouse and quickly caught up with the rest. Konoha said, "Jin, I think we've reached our destination." Sujin looked at where she was pointing at and saw that there was a gigantic golden roulette wheel at the far end of the city. From afar, the slots looked like giant doors and were quite obvious even from this distance. "Is there something on it?" Sujin's eyesight wasn't as powerful as Konoha, since she was a sniper and he wasn't. But since she seemed so certain, he felt that there had to be something on the golden roulette wheel. She said, "Pictures of all 7 original sins are drawn on it. Speed up, everyone!" Sujin yelled. Everyone was already moving at their fastest, but at the same time, all 7 original sins were right behind them. Sujin grabbed Long Zhenglei off his teammate's back and carried him instead since the team member looked exhausted and was unable to move as quickly as before. As they came closer to the roulette wheel, they saw that the image of all 7 original sins were indeed drawn onto it with a gigantic slot beneath each image. "We probably need to put those items in each slot," said Long Zhenglei. "But how?" asked Cai Dexiang. Each original sin had their own slot, which meant that there was a particular item they had to place in each one. If they placed the wrong item in the slot, it probably wasn't going to be accepted. Sujin retrieved the golden sword and said, "This belongs to Wrath," and placed it in the slot beneath Wrath's image. A beam of light flickered around the sword and turned into the exact same image of Wrath inside the slot. He retrieved the pot of oil and said, "This belongs to Greed." The pot of oil also became the image of Greed. The frozen lake belongs to Jealousy. Konoha put the frozen lake in her handbook into the slot. The 3 items they were most certain of were placed in their correct slots, but they weren't sure of the remaining 4. Sloth and Gluttony had appeared at the same time, just like Lust and Pride. "Hurry up and decide." "They've caught up already," said Cai Dexiang frantically as he turned to see that the 7 original sins were already looming behind them. "We've got to stall for some time," said Sujin. Chu Yi, Long Zhenglei and Cai Dexiang immediately turned to face the 7 original sins, since only the veterans had the ability to buy some time for the group. "Boss, you need to hurry. We won't be able to hold them off for long," said Chu Yi with a pained look on his face. All 3 of them were already exhausted at this point, so they weren't sure how much longer they could hold up. Sujin began to tap his nose with his finger as he labeled the snakes, toads, and rats together as item 1, just the snakes as item 2, brimstone and fire as item 3 and the carriage as item 4. 1 and 2, as well as 3 and 4 were interchangeable, so it was either 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 1, 3, 4, 1, 2, 4, 3 or 2, 1, 4, 3. Those were the 4 permutations. He started going through the permutations systematically. Once any one of them transformed into the image of its corresponding original sin, the rest was easy to deduce. They were done with the arrangement in a matter of seconds. But these few seconds were enough for the 3 veterans to be beaten up pretty badly. At the same time, the fact that they hadn't been killed instantly from being attacked by all 7 original sins at the same time proved that they were really formidable fighters. Once the items had been placed in the correct slots, the golden roulette wheel began to turn. The wheel broke into pieces and the images of the 7 original sins gathered together to form a giant door that shone brilliantly. There was a roaring sound as several beams of light shot out from the giant door, surrounded the original sins and dragged them into the door. "Is it over?" Everyone had excited looks on their faces at first, but when they realized that the original sins were transforming within the door, their faces fell. As the dazzling light covered their bodies, the 7 original sins lost their ugly appearance. Wings grew out from their backs as they slowly transformed into angels. "This makes me feel very uneasy," Sujin started shivering. Watching the original sins morph into angels made him feel a great sense of impending danger. Just then, one of the original sins stopped evolving. Pride walked out from the door. Its metamorphosis was not complete, so even though its body looked like an angel's and it had white wings like an angel, its head did not change. It was still a ball of light that kept changing its face. After Pride walked out of the door, gluttony, jealousy, greed, lust, sloth, and wrath walked out as well. Just like Pride, their metamorphosis was not complete, so their faces were still the same as before. Everyone paled instantly. The 7 original sins had definitely not changed for the better. They seemed to have evolved into something even more dangerous now. All of them were injured and were already finding it hard to hold up against the clones of the original sins earlier. How were they going to face these newly evolved original sins? Are we really going to die here? That's how terrible a level A challenge is. Sujin refused to resign himself to such a fate, but the future looked bleak. Light and darkness are like twin brothers. I can be darkness, and I can also be light, declared Pride loudly. He turned to look at Sujin and sneered, "It's time for the second round to begin." Chapter 114, Revival of the Angels. After Pride said those words, Sujin felt his body shake violently. A bright white light around Pride flickered and ate up everything around Sujin. A few seconds later, everything had disappeared. Sujin's surroundings had turned completely white, as if he lived on a piece of paper. There was only one other person on this piece of paper, and that was Pride. Pride had a pair of white wings, which were a hallmark of an angel. It also had a head that kept changing face, and that was part of its original body. The 7 deadly sins are pride, greed, wrath, gluttony, lust, jealousy, and sloth. They're tied to Catholic philosophy and represent the 7 unforgivable types of original sin. But besides these 7 deadly sins, there are 7 other famous names, the 7 archangels. Pride looked at Sujin a little curiously and didn't do anything, as if he was waiting to hear Sujin finish talking about the archangels. Michael, Raphael, Gabriel, Uriel, Raguel, Suriel, and Remiel. These were the 7 angel leaders and represented holiness. I didn't expect the 7 original sins to be connected to the 7 archangels like this. So, which archangel are you? Sujin had a wavering look in his eye. This challenge had been unpredictable right from the beginning and nothing had been within his control, so he wasn't surprised anymore. Pride nodded and said, "Not bad, not bad. Not many people still know about such things, not even those who profess to believe in this faith. All they do is to pray and ask to be protected, but they don't even know who's the one protecting them, which is a joke in itself. But the bigger joke is how they think that they can keep this attitude and still receive protection. Pride, greed, wrath, gluttony, lust, jealousy, and sloth form what your God calls original sin, doesn't it? As God's creation, it's only normal for humans to have these sins. Since your God has already ordained all this, then you should have known all this beforehand. Why are you complaining now?" Sujin spoke nastily to Pride. He had no intention of buttering up to Pride since that wouldn't do anything for him. Pride laughed and nodded. "You're right. I'm not God and I cannot understand his ways. All I can do is to follow what he tells me to do. You still haven't told me which archangel you are." Sujin wanted to know Pride's other identity. Not knowing enough information made him very uneasy because he felt that with more information, he might stand a chance of winning this battle. "I didn't say I was an archangel. Just like God, the archangels are the pinnacle of light and I can only look toward them." Pride sighed, then looked at Sujin and laughed. "I know what you're thinking about. I have to say that you're really different from everyone else. You've refused to acknowledge the existence of all the original sins and brought all your companions here. I have to compliment you on that. Are you mocking me? Actually, wait. Right from the beginning, all of you already planned for 7 people to get to this point, right?" Sujin's expression fell. He got it now. The 14 owners were actually sacrifices. Sacrifices meant for the 7 original sins to evolve. If my guess is correct, you started with using the original sins to kill off 7 owners, so that you could absorb the power from their souls that you needed, since that's something you need for a revival ritual. Then you pushed us into this place so that we would put the items in the introduction to this challenge into the right slots and activate the golden compass, which all contributed to your metamorphosis. Sujin had finally understood where all of this was leading to. In short, all the owners were here in order to aid the 7 original sins in their metamorphosis. That's right. But this is not the end, said Pride with a nod. Sujin nodded as well and said in a grim voice, of course this isn't the end. The remaining 7 of us are also going to become food for all of you, since it's obvious that your metamorphosis is not complete and you need another source of power. If you consider the first 7 who died as negative energy, then those of us who have struggled to survive till now and are still holding out hope for the end represent positive energy. We're actually your food for the final transformation. Pride fell silent for a moment, then burst out laughing. Haha! You're really clever, really, really clever. If you were around during my god's most glorious era, you would have been chosen to have your ignorance put aside and to become one of us. Sujin's lips twitched as he sneered, I'm not interested. Well, since you've been so clever, let me give you a chance to guess who on earth we really are, said Pride with a big grin on its face. It was as if Pride were playing a cat and mouse game with Sujin, like a cat playing with its food before finally eating it. Sujin tried to recall everything he knew about this religion. He had taken a theology course back in university. But at that time, he had taken it purely because he was curious and wanted to learn about everything. Back then, he was a youth who had grown up in a mountain village, so even though this course would probably not prove useful for work, he had absorbed all the information like a sponge. However, it had been a number of years since he graduated, so he had forgotten many of the things he had learned. As Sujin tried to recall, his psychokinesis worked like a librarian that sorted out all the information inside his brain into categories and picked out the information that he needed at that moment. His eyes suddenly lit up as he seemed to have hit something useful. It wasn't much, but it was enough for him to make a guess. Surreal. According to legend, Surreal was the angel in charge of the moon and considered to be one of the fallen angels. But according to the Book of War of the Sons of Light against the Sons of Darkness, from the Dead Sea Scrolls, Surreal was on the side of the Sons of Light, so Surreal was considered to be an angel with 2 identities, he could be darkness, and he could also be light. The last phrase that Sujin uttered meant the same thing as what Pride said when it had walked out from the door of light earlier. Sujin was just guessing, but towards the end, he was sure that he was right. Surreal was an archangel, and even though there wasn't much written about him, his situation was so similar to Pride's. Pride bowed slightly towards Sujin and said, my goodness! I can't believe you managed to come up with so much just based on what I've said. You're really clever, but all intelligent people are prideful. Sujin finished Pride's sentence before it could. Then he said, but it can't be that all the original sins are surreal. That doesn't make sense. Besides, you said that you're not an archangel. That's right. But, we can become the 7 archangels, said Pride as he started walking briskly towards Sujin. Become the archangels. Sujin finally understood what was going on. The 7 archangels have fallen and they no longer exist. Pride stopped walking and looked at Sujin in surprise, while Sujin continued, but for some reason, you have a way to revive these archangels, and all 7 of you are vessels for the archangels to be reborn into. This so-called metamorphosis is actually to allow the archangels to take on your bodies. Sujin had finally found one end of the messy ball of yarn, so he was able to unravel the entire mystery. This whole thing seemed very complicated at first, but once he had grasped a key point in the story, he could piece the rest together. Pride was even more surprised now. He complimented Sujin, that's right. That's exactly what we're trying to do. You should feel honored that you're going to become part of 7 archangels. But Sujin didn't want any part of this. By this same logic, pork could become part of him too, but he never thought the pig should thank him for eating it. Pride, its fault is haughtiness, the punishment is a heavy weight. Sujin repeated the correct latter half of the poem that Ningmeng recited to him earlier. He felt that this latter half was going to help him out of this dead end. Do I have to hold him down with something heavy? Sujin could see Pride coming closer and closer to him, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Perhaps he had guessed it right, but he didn't have anything on hand right now that could do that. Pride, I do not acknowledge your existence. I'm banishing you right now. Sujin's eyes lit up. He had a theory in mind, and it might prove to be his chance at surviving this. How dare you do that? Arg! Immediately after Sujin said those words, part of Pride's body was forced out and was now a floating ball of milky white light. Sujin retrieved his demon lord's longbow and took aim at it. The milky white ball of light could not escape the sparkles from the arrow and was vaporized instantly. But the rest of Pride's body was still around. It was now a headless angel's body, and it was still walking towards Sujin. That's not going to work. I am light and darkness combined, so unless you can destroy both elements, I will not die and I will eventually be revived. Its voice now came from the angel's chest, which made it seem even creepier. Then I'll kill the light. Sujin sent out another roar of the demon lord attack without hesitation. He was determined to destroy this angel's body. But to his horror, the sparkles fell apart once it got near the angel's body. A white glow broke the demon lord's spirit power down completely, and it wasn't able to hurt the angel's body at all. Sujin was too stunned for words. The only thing he had that could kill something as powerful as this creature was the demon lord's longbow. Now that the demon lord's longbow was no match for his opponent, there was nothing he could do. What do I do now? Thought Sujin. He was really panicking now because he knew that if he couldn't get rid of this angel's body, he was going to die. The angel swung a fist at Sujin and sent a flash of white light towards Sujin. But Sujin reacted quickly enough and escaped before the white light could engulf him. Is this it? Is this how it ends? Sujin gritted his teeth. He really didn't know what else to do. He had used everything he had and was still unable to defeat his enemy. Death was only a matter of time now. You shall become part of the archangels and live forever. The angel lifted its arm again, and the white light in its fist seemed even more dazzling than before. Chapter 115, Stuff of Legends. There's nothing else I can do. Is this really the end? But I really hate to admit defeat. Sujin was at a loss as he watched that white ball of light come towards him again. But as he watched the light come for him, he suddenly thought of something. The white light crashed down on him and covered him completely. That was pretty troublesome, but at least it's finally over. The angel put its arm down as it watched the white light slowly fade, then turned to walk away. Hey! Just because you say it's over doesn't mean it's over. Sujin's voice rang out from behind. The angel shuddered, as if that voice had come from a vengeful spirit that had come to reap its soul. It couldn't believe Sujin had survived that powerful ball of light. That's impossible. How are you still alive? The angel simply couldn't believe it. Sujin looked down at his own body and saw that not only was he entirely unhurt, but even the places where he was previously hurt had healed. In fact, Sujin felt that the ball of light had made his body even stronger before, as if he had just been refined and honed. Thanks to you, I understood a few things. Sujin stretched his arms and rotated his neck. This new body felt a little strange to him now. If even the archangels need both the power of light and the power of darkness to be revived, then as a human, I believe I have some light in me as well. Pride had a bad feeling about this. It seemed as though Sujin had found something that could kill it. If one looks at pride in a more positive light, you could call it self-confidence, said Sujin with a smile. He had suddenly understood this just before the bright white ball of light struck him. There were two sides to everything. Even when the sun shone down, it created shadows on the ground. And without darkness, the light would not seem that bright anymore. Pride was a weakness of mankind, but if one looked at it in a positive manner and used it correctly, pride could become self-confidence and become one's strength instead. The angel carried the power of light, so it was able to diffuse the roar of the demon lord's attack. But light could not destroy light. Since Sujin did not want to be destroyed by light, he chose to become light. Just before the bright light engulfed his body, Sujin allowed a thought to run through his entire self so that he was brimming with nothing but self-confidence. Others might not have been able to fully wipe out all other emotions, but his psychokinesis was able to increase the intensity of one emotion above all other emotions. Once he was filled with only self-confidence, he became one with the light instead. Light cannot kill light, so in order to survive, I became light as well, said Sujin with a smile. He had found the way to get through this challenge now, so he was nearing the end now. Light cannot kill light, so how are you going to kill me now? Pride bellowed from inside the angel's body. It was supposed to become an archangel. How could it allow itself to be killed by a mere mortal? Sujin placed his hand on his handbook and muttered, I didn't intend to use light to kill you, anyway. Boning knife. The demon lord's boning knife appeared in his hand and he dashed towards Pride as quickly as lightning and slashed right through the angel's body. You! Pride shrieked in horror before being abruptly cut off as its angel body collapsed noisily and became nothing but sparkles as the boning knife cut through it. Sujin wiped his knife clean and kept it away. The angel's body was able to fight the demon lord's spirit power, but as long as he didn't use the demon lord's spirit power and used the boning knife as it was to attack his opponent, it would work. And now that he understood how this light and darkness logic worked, the angel's body was now unable to harm him. Once Pride fell, the white space he was in instantly vanished and he was back where the group was earlier. Sujin fell from the sky and collapsed onto the ground weakly. He was no longer able to hold up against the pain caused by using the roar of the demon lord twice and his body began to convulse uncontrollably. He looked up at the sky and his eyes nearly bulged out in horror. Out of the 6 white balls of light suspended in the air, 3 of them had owners fighting an original sin each, while the other 3 contained only 1 original sin each. Ning Meng, yelled Sujin. Inside one of the balls of light, an original sin was evolving, while Ning Meng's dead body lay at the bottom of the ball. The other 2 owners that had lost the fight were Cai Dexiang as well as that member of Team Shadow of Thor. Both of their bodies were also lying lifelessly at the bottom of the balls of light they were in. Sujin knew that this was no time for grief. He looked at the other 3 balls of light. Chu Yi and Long Zhenglei were struggling to hold off their opponents, while Konoha seemed very calm. He forced himself to get up despite the pain and leaped towards where Chu Yi was. To his surprise, the ball of light did not put up any resistance and he was allowed to be part of the fight. By this point, Chu Yi was essentially just running and dodging Wrath's attacks, unable to retaliate at all. Boss! You're here! Save me! Chu Yi noticed Sujin instantly and waved desperately to get Sujin's attention. Meanwhile, inside the other ball of light, Konoha was staring frostily at Jealousy. She didn't look the least bit panicky, but Jealousy was staring back at her in disbelief. Ho ho, I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect something like you to really exist. I thought they were merely the stuff of legends. Jealousy couldn't believe its eyes. What are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying. Konoha's expression looked even frostier now and she was clearly very displeased. Jealousy slowly walked around Konoha and stared down at her. It observed her closely and exclaimed, "How very strange! Why do you bother disguising yourself? There are many creatures that cannot be attacked by the power of darkness and remain unaffected by the power of light at the same time, but only one type of creature has this distinguishing feature while remaining so weak. I thought the Dead Sea Scrolls had made a mistake, but now, I'm actually seeing one of you for myself." I said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Konoha's voice suddenly increased in volume as she glared furiously at Jealousy and furrowed her brows. Jealousy sneered in response. "Disguising yourselves is a special characteristic that your kind has, after all. It's been so long, yet you've survived so many reincarnation cycles. That's the truly shocking part. Shut up! I said, shut up! Konoha raised her soul whisper and it shot out flaming snake after flaming snake at jealousy. Jealousy used its angel wings to shield itself. The soul whisperer wasn't even a spirit power weapon, so it was unable to hurt jealousy in any way. Ho ho! I'm really curious now. What sort of strength will the revived archangel have if I absorb a creature like you into my body? Jealousy was getting very excited and it spread its wings violently. Every feather on those wings was as sharp as knives. Since neither the power of darkness nor the power of light could kill its opponent, it had to use brute force to do so, which was the same line of logic that Sujin had towards pride. How dare you call me a creature? Didn't your god tell you that you've got to treat us with respect? Konoha's rage turned into literal flames as one of jealousy's sharp feathers slit her throat. Blood spurted out and stained jealousy's white wings. It looked smugly as Konoha fell to the ground but quickly began to panic when it realized that its wings were on fire. How did that happen? Jealousy became frantic when it realized that the droplets of Konoha's blood on its wings had turned into flames and were impossible to put out. Fire quickly engulfed jealousy and turned its body into a huge ball of fire. No. No. How can this be? How could I possibly be burned to death by mere fire? Jealousy was indignant and in disbelief, but it was clear that the fire was able to burn it and the flames were only burning stronger and stronger. Konoha clutched her own neck as blood continued to flow from her wound. Jealousy's feathers were extremely sharp, so even though the wound seemed small, it was enough to kill her. So, is this the end of the road for me? This is my fate? No, I don't want to die. She had an indignant look on her face even as tears streamed down her face. Once jealousy perished, the ball of light disappeared. Konoha fell and crashed heavily onto the ground. At the same time, Sujin and Chuyi had joined forces and killed Wrath off. Now that Sujin had worked out how to kill these creatures that were a combination of light and darkness, they were easy to deal with. Boss, you're amazing. That fellow was so arrogant earlier on, and now it's gone. Ha! Chuyi was ecstatic because if Sujin hadn't come to save him in time, he would have died instead of Wrath. He was so happy and relieved to have survived. But Sujin wasn't in the mood to celebrate yet. He noticed that Long Zhenglei was still struggling inside the last ball of light in the sky, but had also noticed that Konoha had fallen to the ground. Konoha's condition made him more worried. Ah! Just then, Long Zhenglei fell to the bottom of the ball and breathed his last. Sister Mai! Ning Meng! Chuyi also noticed his two teammates lying motionlessly on the ground and was in shock. Sujin was calmer because his psychokinesis told him that Konoha was still alive. But she was on the brink of death. He ran towards Konoha and saw the wound on her neck. He quickly took out the leaves from the tree of life, crushed them and dripped the juice onto her wound. Please don't die. Sujin was very anxious and prayed hard that this would work. He said to Chuyi, go and check on the rest. See if anybody else is still breathing. Chuyi was worried about Konoha too, but he obediently ran off to check the rest of the group and returned in a matter of seconds. Boss, they're all dead. Including Ning Meng. Chuyi's eyes reddened as tears came to his eyes. Their team had lost 2 members and they weren't sure if Konoha would survive either. But of course, the other 2 teams were worse off, since their entire team had been wiped out. Just then, the remaining 4 balls of light in the air glowed even more brightly than before. Sujin and Chuyi watched as 4 perfect beings stepped right out. Chapter 116, Team Blue Sky. 4 perfect angel bodies with wings walked out of the dazzling light and landed in front of Sujin and Chuyi. Their faces glowed with a holy aura. Why, hello there. How do I address you? Sujin was smiling, but he had a firm grip on his boning knife. Pride had confirmed earlier that they existed for the sake of eventually turning into the 7 archangels, so these beautiful angels were probably the actual archangels themselves. "My name is Surreal," said all four angels at the same time. Their combined voices mysteriously weighed down heavily on Sujin and Chu Yi. "All four of you?" Sujin was a little surprised. He had guessed that Surreal was one of them, since the only archangel that could use the 7 deadly sins as well as the negative energy from mankind to revive the archangels had to be the doing of this particular angel. But now, all four of them were claiming to be Surreal, which confused Sujin. It was like receiving 4 identical forks when you had clearly ordered a full set of cutlery. Anybody would have been confused. "I was the one who came up with this method. I have not confirmed its effect yet, so I chose to be careful." The 4 voices in unison made Sujin and Chu Yi feel very uneasy. "Go ahead and kill us if you want. What's the point in saying so much?" Chu Yi looked like he had totally given up. They had barely managed to defeat a few of the original sins, and now they had to face the more powerful archangels. He didn't think there was any point in trying to fight them. Sujin didn't think the same way. "I don't think the archangels are going to kill us." "That is correct. Your tribulation ends here. Walk through that door of light and return to the world you came from." All 4 Surreals raised the same hand at the same time and pointed to the golden compass. It turned out that door of light was actually their exit from the challenge all along. Sujin's eyelid twitched violently. If that was actually their exit, it meant that when the golden compass first opened up, they could have all hopped in and completed the challenge. If they had done that, fewer lives would have been lost. "Let's go." Sujin was very depressed now. He got Chu Yi to carry Konoha and they walked towards the golden compass. But after Chu Yi had walked into the light and returned to his personal hell domain, Sujin stopped and turned around. "Surreal, I want to talk to you about something," said Sujin in a grim voice as he stared steely at the 4 angels. The 4 Surreals were surprised that Sujin had suddenly turned around to talk to them, but they nodded and said, "What do you want to speak to me about? What was your aim in doing this? What were you going to do once all 7 archangels were revived?" The 4 Surreals were silent for a moment, then they said, "That has nothing to do with you. Leave now and receive the reward you deserve." "Wait. That means you know the existence of Hell's Handbook, which means, you're an elder god." Sujin narrowed his eyes. Only the elder gods knew that they were within the universe of the Handbook. Based on what Surreal just said, Surreal knew about the Handbook. That's why Surreal could talk about receiving a reward after this whole thing was over. "I am not an elder god, but I serve a god." The 4 Surreals had a devout look on their faces. Sujin started tapping his nose out of habit. He glanced at the 4 Surreals and asked in a serious voice, "So, is your aim actually to save your god? Is that it?" The Surreals froze for a moment and stared in disbelief at Sujin. They frowned and said in a bewildered voice, "Someone of your status should not know these things. There are exceptions to every case, and I've got one of my own to save too." "So, can you tell me, how should one go about saving an elder god?" asked Sujin. The Demon Lord had warned him that he didn't have much time left, so Sujin had to find a way to gather more information on how he could possibly save the Demon Lord. The Surreals stared seriously at Sujin, then shook their heads. "There's a long way more to go, a long, long way more to go." With that, the 4 angels flew upwards and disappeared into the sky above the city of gold. Sujin sighed exasperatedly. He walked over to Ning Meng's body and took some of her hair. The Handbook's universe was a cruel one. No matter how hard an owner struggled, they could not escape their fate when death came knocking on their door. It was as if this was their destiny. That thought made him shiver. The boning knife was very sharp, so he managed to use it to dig out a large enough hole in the ground to bury Ning Meng. He proceeded to bury the rest as well because he believed that humans ought to have a final resting place. He then walked into the bright door of light that the golden compass had opened and was immediately surrounded by a brilliant light. At the same time, a golden notice appeared within Hell's Bar. Level A challenge, all have sinned, was completed by Team Boning Knife with a perfect score. The golden notice didn't say much, but it sent an uproar through the entire bar. Perfect score for a level A challenge? That's crazy. Team Boning Knife? I've never heard of them. Go investigate. Is this team a level A team? Several owners within the bar were really shocked by the words on the notice. Wow, that's amazing. How long has it been since someone managed to complete a level A challenge with a perfect score? A good-natured looking man asked the person next to him curiously as he sipped an extremely expensive drink. How long has it been? The last one to complete a level A challenge was us, but we didn't get a perfect score. The man next to the good-natured man was very muscular. He scratched his head and downed an entire glass in a crude manner, then burped loudly and laughed. Wait a minute. Weren't you the one who got a perfect level A challenge score the last time? It was you, right? Su Ran. The good-natured man was actually Su Ran. He swirled his glass lazily and glanced at the muscular man as he said, Li Hong Ai, this is a glass that's worth 500 points. Can you not chug it down like it's cheap beer? My dear team leader, you know that Hong Ai downs any drink the same way, regardless of how much it costs. Why don't you buy him the cheapest drink on the menu next time and use the points you've saved to exchange for an item that I can use, said a young lady with a cheeky grin on her face. Li Hong Ai rolled his eyes at her. Zhao Xiao Xiao, how could you say such a thing? Look, even if I take slow sips, it wouldn't increase the effect of the drink at all, right? Li Hong Ai burped loudly again and didn't look bothered by her words at all. Zhao Xiao Xiao stuck her tongue out cheekily, then hooked her arm around the girl next to her and said, Zishi, you've got to help me out. Brother Hong Ai is bullying me. The girl next to her had an aloof expression on her face, but she did help Zhao Xiao Xiao out by glaring fiercely at Li Hong Ai. Li Hong Ai couldn't be bothered with the two of them. Just then, a young man approached them from afar. Li Hong Ai immediately waved and called out, Dong Buchan. You're late again. I'm sorry. I had to attend to some matters. What's happened? Did I miss something? Dong Buchan smiled brightly and looked like an easygoing guy. If we're not counting how these two girls are ganging up to bully me, then the only thing you've missed was the announcement that Team Boning Knife has completed a level A challenge with a perfect score, said Li Hong Ai lazily. He always carried himself like this except when he was within a challenge. Nobody would have thought that he was actually such a formidable fighter. Dong Buchan widened his eyes in surprise and said, a perfect score for a level A challenge? Wow! But I've never heard of Team Boning Knife before. Is it a new level A team? But that doesn't sound right either. I have information on all the level A teams that exist now, including those that are on the way to reaching level A. I've never heard of this Team Boning Knife before. Oh? Even an information maniac like you doesn't know who they are? Where did these monsters pop up from? Zhao Xiao Xiao was also really surprised. Dong Buchan was the team member in charge of gathering information both during a challenge and outside of a challenge. He always had information on anything under the sun, so it was strange to hear that he didn't know this team. Monsters? Oh please! The real monster is our team leader. He was the one who completed a level A challenge with a perfect score all by himself. He's definitely a monster, said Dong Zishi, the sniper in Su Ran's team. Her long-distance tactics had helped her team to get through many challenges a lot more easily. Su Ran stretched, then shook his head slightly. Team Boning Knife, was it? You guys should keep tabs on them. It's not easy for a team to complete a level A challenge with a perfect score. You completed one with a perfect score all by yourself, so you're even more amazing. Zhao Xiao Xiao complimented Su Ran with a sweet smile on her face. She seemed to really idolize him. But Su Ran shook his head and his eyes glinted as he said, no, a team requires coordination and a good leader who can maximize each of his team members' strengths. Doing that is possibly twice as hard as compared to completing a challenge by yourself. Team Boning Knife is definitely no simple team, and I'm sure they'll be a strong opponent in the future. Everyone was surprised that Su Ran had rated Team Boning Knife so highly. This team leader of theirs had never been a humble one, and he seldom praised anybody else. Su Ran stood up and said to his team, "Well, Team Blue Sky, it's time to get to work." Yet, 4 of them cheered in unison. Meanwhile, Yayun was sitting at the bar counter as she swirled the drink in her glass with a bored look on her face. But she had been very surprised to hear about Team Boning Knife's achievement. Perfect score for a level A challenge? That's amazing! Yayun's first reaction was to give them a thumbs up. But after that, she slumped back down on the counter and mumbled to herself, "If only those people were my teammates. Then I wouldn't be stuck here like this. I don't know how much longer I have to wait for those jerks out there to go away. They've sent so many at one shot, how am I supposed to deal with all of them at this rate?" grumbled Yayun. She let out a long sigh and whined pitifully, "I wonder if Tang Ning or Sujin tried looking for me. Was I too rash in making this decision? But then, I don't have a choice either. If I didn't do that, it would create more trouble for them. Woe is me. Boss! I want a glass of drunken dreams!" Yayun suddenly yelled at the top of her voice. Thankfully, nobody else could hear her except for the poor boss. While all this was happening in Hell's Bar, Sujin stood in the darkness of his personal Hell domain and placed his handbook on the pedestal. He said quietly, "Blackie, please calculate my points." Chapter 117, Divine Comedy. Level A Challenge. All have sinned completed perfectly, 3000 points. Guiding Object, Divine Comedy. Number of surviving team members, 3 to 300 points. Degree of Challenge Participation, A+, 1000 points. Completed mission to kill main enemies Pride and Wrath, 2000 points. Points received, 6300. Total points, 8320. Despite the high points he had received this time, Sujin did not feel happy at all. 14 owners had been part of this challenge, including 4 veterans, yet only 3 of them had survived. The other 2 veterans had perished at the last round before the end, and he had lost 2 of his own team members as well. Handbook challenges were truly a cruel place. Completed perfectly. Sujin was a little surprised by that. He had heard about getting a perfect score for challenges, but the man who had given Sujin the finger of Anubis had told him that it was hard to get a perfect score even for a level B challenge. Yet, Sujin had actually managed to get a perfect score for a level A challenge. Then again, this challenge seems to have been perfect for me, thought Sujin. When he was at Anubis Mausoleum, he had understood how these original sins only existed if he acknowledged their existence, which already made him the perfect nemesis for the 7 sins. His psychokinesis had also allowed him to be completely unaffected by an attack made by a creature of light. If he still couldn't survive the challenge despite having all these advantages, he might as well ram his own head against a wall and die. A book with an intricately designed leather cover appeared in his handbook. The words Divine Comedy were written on the cover, which made Sujin feel emotional. Ning Meng was the one who had told him that the introductory words to the challenge had come partially from this text after all. He retrieved Black Fire from his handbook. He had taken it back from Ning Meng after she had passed on. Ning Meng had been holding it tightly until the moment she died, because this was pretty much the only weapon she had against her enemies. She had only gone through 3 challenges, so it wasn't surprising that she didn't have anything else on hand. Unfortunately, Black Fire had failed to protect her. When it was time to go, nobody could stand in death's way. The only thing Sujin could do now was to look at Black Fire and remember Ning Meng fondly. He let out a long sigh, then moved on to the team's Hell domain. Chu Yi was already sitting inside and staring blankly into space. He didn't even notice Sujin walk in. "Chu Yi," Sujin called out to him softly. He could see the sadness written all over Chu Yi's face and wasn't sure how to console him, so he just walked over to pat Chu Yi on the shoulder. "I'm fine, boss. I was already mentally prepared for such a thing to happen. That's how the Hell's Handbook universe works, isn't it?" said Chuyi with a sad smile on his face. He was young and couldn't hide his emotions, so even though he understood the reality of the Handbook's universe, he was still grieved by the loss of his teammates. "Just like you said, that's how this universe works. Both of us have to get used to it." Sujin sat down next to Chuyi. It was so hard to accept how someone who was alive just a day ago was gone forever after just one challenge. "Sister Mai hasn't come out yet. Do you think she's okay?" Chuyi looked at the portal door to the space they were in with a worried look on his face. He had already lost 2 teammates and he didn't want to lose a third one. Immediately after Chuyi said those words, Konoha emerged from the portal door. Her personal hell domain had restored her completely. That was the magical part about this place. As long as you were still breathing when you were teleported back to your personal hell domain, you would be healed of all injuries and cured of all illnesses. "Are you alright?" asked Sujin. Konoha was pale but she still managed to squeeze a smile out as she nodded at Sujin and Chuyi. Chuyi knew that Konoha was feeling down because they had lost 2 teammates. He consoled Konoha, "We've already done our best. This is something that we couldn't have avoided." "I know. Life goes on, right?" "I know that." Konoha nodded slightly as her smile faded. And as if they could read each other's minds, the 3 of them did not mention Ningmeng or Yang Mo again. They hoped that they could move on from this tragic episode so that it wouldn't affect them in future challenges. Sujayan exchanged his points for the high-level body strengthening elixir. 8,000 points was more than enough for that. The elixir was a reddish liquid that looked like blood, but it was much more viscous than blood. Without thinking, he gulped the entire bottle down. He didn't feel anything at first, but his face began to contort shortly after that. He felt like every cell in his body was rebelling against him. His entire body began to convulse against his will. If the first 2 elixirs felt like it was changing his hardware, then this one felt like it was just destroying him completely by force. It pained Chuyi and Konoha to see how much Sujin was suffering, but they couldn't help him at all. But they weren't worried that Sujin's life would be in any danger, since he just had to endure the pain for a while and it would be over. Sujin ended up writhing on the floor like a piece of plasticine, twisting and turning from the pain. The high-level body strengthening elixir turned out to be a lot more potent than he had imagined. Instead of just strengthening what he already had, the elixir seemed to be reconstructing his body. Time ticked by slowly for Sujin as he felt as though every part in his body was exchanging places with one another. Sometimes he felt like his brain had switched places with his butt, then sometimes he felt like his eyes were now on his heel. He was so confused. After a long time, everything finally stopped. "Restore my body!" wailed Sujin. Thankfully, body restoration was possible within the Team Hell domain. Otherwise, he wasn't sure if he would be able to even get back to his own personal Hell domain. Once his body was restored, he slowly got up from the floor. The torture he went through earlier still made him feel uncomfortable and he still had a little trouble walking. "How are you feeling?" asked Konoha. Sujin hit his head gently to help him think more clearly, then rubbed his belly as he said, "I'm hungry." Konoha and Chuyi were stunned for a moment before they both burst out laughing. Konoha rolled her eyes and said, "I can't believe you can feel hunger while you're in this place." Sujin laughed. "I think it's strange too. But it's not really a grumbling in my stomach, it's more like, I don't know how to explain it either. It's as if all the cells in my body are clamoring for food." Sujin scratched his head because this feeling was really hard to describe. But he was sure that he was actually feeling hungry. "By the way, I've got something for you guys to see," said Sujin as he took out the copy of Divine Comedy he had received and showed it to the other 2. Konoha couldn't help but shudder when she saw it. Her eyes widened as though she couldn't believe her own eyes. Can I have it?" asked Konoha in a somewhat agitated voice. Sujin held it out to her without hesitation and said, even though this thing promises to send you back here if your life is in danger, you'd better be careful when you re-enter the world of the original sins. I got stuck when I went to Anubis Mausoleum, and my guiding object refused to get me out of there. He was still a little traumatized by that experience. He had been forced to go through this journey of atonement, and the guiding object had not sent him out even though he was going through so much pain. He wondered if he would end up being trapped in there forever if he didn't gain enlightenment. That would have been as good as dying. Konoha didn't expect Sujin to just give the book to her. This was a guiding object to a level A challenge after all, so she asked, "Jin, are you sure you want to give this to me just like that? Do you know what this item represents?" "Huh? I mean, if you need it, you can have it." "Oh, Chuyi, you don't mind, do you?" Sujin realized he had forgotten to ask Chuyi for his opinion. Chuyi looked like he didn't care for it at all and even said hatefully, "I wouldn't want that thing. I never want to go back there." He had a saddened expression on his face after saying that. Konoha was touched that the two of them trusted her so much, but then again, this was nothing compared to how hard the both of them had worked to get the fruit of the tree of life just to revive her and Yang Mo. The difference between a guiding object from a level A challenge and from other levels is that if you return to a level A challenge, there's a high chance you will be able to activate your spirit power. Neither had asked her why she wanted it so much, but she decided to tell them anyway. They trusted her, so she felt that she ought to be honest with them too. Their faces lit up when they heard what she said. Chuyi said excitedly, "That's great. If you could activate your spirit power, then we'd stand a higher chance of getting through challenges in the future." "He's right." Sujin nodded excitedly as well. If Konoha had spirit power, then she would be better able to protect herself as well as contribute more to the team. She herself was the happiest among them. Having spirit power was something that all owners wanted because that would help them in surviving the challenges a lot more easily. "Boss! Look at this!" Chuyi suddenly exclaimed as he pointed to the emblem of Team Boning Knife that was carved into the pedestal where they placed their handbooks. The emblem used to be a bronze color, but now it was gold in color. "That means that our team has leveled up. Jin, you should be able to see this reflected in the team's handbook," explained Konoha to the other two. Sujin opened the team's handbook and saw that she was right. The information about the team stated that they were now a level C team. "Wow, we've gained so many experience points from a level A challenge." Sujin knew that a team could level up eventually, but he thought that it would take more challenges before it happened. He didn't expect just one level A challenge to be enough to help them reach the next level. In general, a level A challenge wouldn't be enough either, but we managed to complete it perfectly, so the number of experience points we gained from that is much higher than normal, explained Konoha. Sujin nodded. The team had lost a lot over the course of this challenge, but they had also gained plenty in terms of rewards. But if given a choice, Sujin would rather that all his team members were alive and well than get all these rewards. "If there's nothing else, I'll be off first. I want to complete this as soon as possible." Konoha seemed to be more concerned with the guiding object in her hand and couldn't wait to get back into that world. "Sure. But be careful." Sujin nodded. Konoha immediately returned to her personal hell domain, leaving Sujin and Chuyi behind in the team hell domain. Chapter 118, The Golden Pill and the Archangel. Chuyi had a lot of points, because he had relied entirely on his spirit power and martial arts skills to get through challenges. He had never used or spent anything on any equipment that required spirit power because according to Chuyi, that was an insult to him as a martial artist. "So, how many points do you have now?" asked Sujin out of curiosity. He had gained a lot of points from the previous challenge and this one, and Chuyi must have saved a lot from his previous challenges too. "Let me see, I've got about 17,000 points, said Chuyi nonchalantly after glancing at his balance. Sujin's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Did you not use a single point?" "I did. I exchanged some points for a few weapons, but because I activated my spirit power pretty early on and nothing useful turned up in my personal hell domain, I didn't spend my points on anything. Sujin nodded. 17,000 points over 5 challenges was an average of about 3,000 odd points per challenge, which made sense. However, he felt that there was no point in holding on to all these points. It was wiser to exchange them for items that would help one to better survive future challenges. I think you should exchange your points for some things, though. Even if you don't want a weapon, I think you could still go for something to protect yourself, Sujin persuaded Chu Yi. After this challenge, Chu Yi's mentality had also changed a little. His spirit power had been able to handle most battles so far, but there were still times where it really wasn't enough. That was when having some items on hand would have been useful. Chu Yi went along with Sujin to look for something suitable within the Team Hell Domain's catalog. The catalog had a lot of items, but it wasn't always easy to find something suitable. There were a few thousand different types of spirit power within the Handbook's universe, and most of the spirit power items required the owner to have a particular type of spirit power in order to use it. That eliminated a lot of items. As both of them looked through the catalog, Sujin's eyes suddenly lit up as he pointed at one of them and said, "How about this one? That's a golden pill." Chu Yi's eyes widened. Sujin was pointing to a shiny gold-colored pill. The description read, "Nobody knows everything about the universe, neither what is the greatest nor what is the smallest. Regardless of whether you spend your days in complete ignorance or in great discipline, you die anyway. But a golden pill in your danshan, I'm just going to assume 99% of readers are into Wuxia/Murim and I don't have to explain any of this, as you work and rest each day will help you to eventually rise above the rest and become an immortal. This is a level D item that can eventually transform into a spirit power treasure. It is capable of much, but it needs the owner to explore its capabilities on their own. It will increase in level in tandem with the owner, and when it reaches the highest level, the owner will be able to move away from being a lower life form. Spirit power types that are able to use this, soul energy, internal energy, truth energy etc. Author put, and I assume there's more because Sujin doesn't have any of these types, yet he's upset he couldn't get this item. Points required, 15,000. Sujin and Chu Yi exchanged glances. They were initially attracted to the name Golden Pill, since that was a common term seen in cultivation novels. But after reading the description and how much it cost, both of them were too stunned to speak for a while. This thing is actually something that can defy nature. Sujin gasped as he started regretting getting that high-level body-strengthening elixir. This pill was much more expensive compared to the elixir, but it was definitely way more powerful as well. The spirit power types it needs are those found in cultivation legends, including the one I have. So, I should exchange my points for this pill. Chu Yi was also interested in this item. Yup. That's the one for you. Sujin said with a nod. He was most interested in the part about how one could move away from being a lower life form. Also, even though the golden pill started at level D, which was definitely lower than Earth level, the fact that the item could keep leveling up made this item much more valuable. At the same time, it cost 15,000 points, so even though Sujin really wished he could have it, only Chu Yi had enough to exchange for it. After the exchange was completed, they were surprised to find that the item had disappeared completely from the catalog. In other words, there was only one of this pill and he could not reserve it for the future. This is an item that evolves depending on the owner's level. I'm really looking forward to how it will change in the future, murmured Sujin. The more restrictions an item in the handbook had, the more powerful it was. This was merely a level D item, yet it cost 15,000 and each team could only get it once. That proved how valuable it was. After the exchange was completed, the golden pill didn't appear inside the usual list within the handbook, which puzzled both of them. Sujin thought about why this was so for a moment, then had an idea. He told Chu Yi to check his own danshan. Chu Yi tried and was pleased to find that the pill was indeed already inside his danshan. He spent some time observing what was happening inside his body and his face soon lit up. "Boss! There's been a significant increase in the amount of internal energy I have, and I can circulate it at a much higher speed now. It's increased significantly. How much do you have now? Sujin was curious because he had very little psychokinesis to spare. Despite all his efforts to increase it, he still only had 300 odd points and never dared to use it too often even during challenges. He had no idea how much spirit power other people had. I started off with 1,200 points, and now it's at 3,000 points. That's more than double. Chu Yi was really excited. He was an owner who relied heavily on his internal energy and used it to complement his martial arts, so the fact that his spirit power had doubled was a pleasant surprise. He beamed from ear to ear and said, "Ho ho! You were right to say that I should have used my points instead of just saving them." Sujin felt like smashing something after he heard those numbers. This is so unfair, he thought. He had worked so hard to finally push his psychokinesis to 370 points, but Chu Yi had 10 times more than him to spare now. "What's wrong, boss?" asked Chu Yi a little uneasily when he saw Sujin glaring at him. Sujin let out a big sigh. There was no point in being jealous of Chu Yi. He patted Chu Yi's shoulder and said, "I'm going to leave all the fighting to you in the future and I'll just focus on being the brains of the group." Meanwhile, Konoha was now standing in front of Surreal. The look in his eyes went from being puzzled, to being curious, then surprised and finally pure shock. "I simply can't believe a primordial deity is still alive. This is incredible." Surreal shook his head in disbelief at Konoha. "I've come back here because I need to talk to you." Konoha's expression didn't even flinch. If the 7 original sins were still in control of this place, then she wouldn't have dared to return. Those lunatics didn't care what you were. As long as you were useless to them, they would kill you. And even if you were useful, they'd just finish using you and kill you after that. But Surreal was different. Surreal was an actual archangel that had survived countless cycles, a being that was almost an elder god. His nature swung between good and evil, so Surreal was the archangel that was most human-like. "You're a primordial deity, so I should actually speak to you deferentially." "What do you want to talk to me about?" asked Surreal puzzledly. "I want to work with you to end all of this." She had a resolute expression on her face, while Surreal looked extremely surprised. "Even though I don't think it's possible to really end this all, since you're a primordial deity, I'll help you if you really want to try." Surreal nodded slightly and motioned to her to take his hand. She took his hand and they both jumped into a bright beam of light. As usual, Sujin exchanged his points for a long period of training time. He was now very adept at using concealed weapons, so Zhongqing didn't think he had anything else to teach Sujin. Sujin didn't mind either, since his ultimate goal was to get Li Feidao to teach him. He was just slowly training himself up to reach that stage. Shortly after he returned to the real world, Konoha returned too. She seemed to be in a really good mood and insisted on cooking a feast to celebrate. "You've activated your spirit power." It was obvious from her expression that had probably happened, but Sujin thought he'd still ask. She nodded and grinned back at him. "Yup. I won't be a burden to you two anymore." "How could you say that? Chu Yi and I have never seen you as a burden to us." Sujin glared at her. They were teammates who relied on each other to survive each challenge, so no one was more important than the other. Calling herself a burden made it seem as though he and Chu Yi had found her tiresome, which wasn't true at all. She knew that she shouldn't have said that, so she smiled and apologized to him. Then, he asked curiously, "What sort of spirit power do you have? Can you show me?" Konoha paused to think then nodded. She tapped his forehead lightly and waited. He stared at her with a confused look on his face and was about to say something when he felt unusually exhausted, as if he had worked overtime for an entire week without eating. His body was overcome by this awful feeling. "What's going on?" Sujin felt like he barely even had enough energy to say anything and his eyelids were incredibly heavy. He immediately used the last bit of energy he had to circulate his psychokinesis, and the exhaustion instantly left him. Good heavens! That was the power of sloth, wasn't it? Sujin stared in shock at Konoha. She smiled and nodded. That's right, I've gained the power of the original sins, but I'm only able to use sloth's power now. As I become stronger, I will be able to use the other sins' powers. That's amazing! Sujin couldn't help but exclaim. He knew best how terrifying the power of the original sins was. If Konoha could execute the powers all 7 of them had at that level, she would be practically invincible. I know what you're thinking. And I'm sad to say that I don't think I'd be able to reach their level, said Konoha with a shrug. It would be really insane if she could. Sujin grinned sheepishly and had to admit that he had been too hopeful. If the powers of the 7 enemies in a level A challenge were duplicated perfectly in one owner, that would make the owner way too powerful than the handbook would permit. Just then, Sujin's phone started ringing. He was surprised to see who was calling. Han Menjao. Chapter 119, Working with the Special Police. Sujin was surprised that Han Menjao was trying to call him. It had been more than a month since they had last seen each other, since she had not contacted him since they left New Moon Island. He figured she must be calling him over something urgent. Can we meet? Now. Han Menjao seemed to be very anxious and needed to meet Sujin right away. Sujin frowned when he heard her request, but since he was still hired as her bodyguard, he had to agree to it. He smiled sadly at Konoha and said, "It looks like I'll have to enjoy your feast another time." "No problem, I'll just cook for you another day," she replied with a smile. Sujin left the house for the office building that Han Menjao told him to meet her at. He was surprised that there was an office building in the heart of town, since land was extremely expensive here. Most of the buildings here were shopping complexes and hotels because it didn't make economical sense to build something like an office building here. After he arrived at the top floor of the building, someone opened the door for Sujin. Han Menjao was already in a room along with a young man and a much older man. "Mr. Su, you're here." Han Menjao immediately greeted him when she saw that he had arrived. "I hope you didn't wait for too long. These 2 gentlemen are..." Sujin could tell with one glance that these 2 men were used to being in a position above others. They had friendly smiles on their faces, but there was still something distant about their demeanor. "This is my senior, LV Jinchanj," said Han Menjao. LV Jinchanj nodded at Sujin and didn't say anything. Han Menjao continued, "This is my mentor, Mr. Yang Tianzhang. He is also the superintendent of S City's special police, and he's also the one who wanted to meet you today." Sujin raised an eyebrow. The special police? He had only heard of this department in books, but he never knew they actually existed. He was even more surprised that they wanted to meet him and that Han Menjao belonged to this department. "Ho ho, young man, you don't have to be so wary. Menjao isn't from the special police. She's just one of my disciples," said Yang Tianzheng with a kind smile. It was really hard to imagine that this man was once the head of the Department of Supernatural Affairs. Sujin went straight to the point. "Hello, Mr. Yang. Why did you want to meet me? It's like this. Things have been a little rough in S City and some bad things have happened. We're a little short on manpower and Menjao recommended you when she found out about my situation. She said you're a really capable person, so I'm actually here to ask for your help," said Yang Tianzheng with a rather sheepish look on his face, as if he was truly in a sticky situation. Sujin didn't believe a word Yang Tianzheng said. His instinct told him that these people were very likely to be connected to Situ Jin. In fact, government officials sealed off New Moon Island immediately after he had gone there with Han Menjao, so he was pretty sure Han Menjao worked for the special police too. And if all these incidents were connected, then it was possible that Han Menjao had gotten into contact with him on Situ Jin's orders. Su Ran had already restored Situ Jin's altered memories, so it wasn't surprising if Situ Jin was trying to hunt him down again. With that in mind, Sujin replied flatly, I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, but I'm just an ordinary guy, so I don't think I could be of any help to you. Ho ho, young man, you don't have to be so modest. I know someone from B City made things difficult for you, but our country is in trouble and we need a capable citizen to help us now that we don't have enough people in our department. Manjao has strongly recommended you to me, so I hope you can put aside any prejudices you have from prior incidents and lend us a hand. Yang Tianzhen's voice was gentle, but there was nothing gentle about the message he was sending to Sujin. In short, what Yang Tianzheng was saying was that he knew that Sujin could be of help, so it was best that Sujin agreed to help. Since Situjin could track him down and make life difficult for him, the special police could do the same. Sujin really didn't want to have anything to do with the government, but since Yang Tianzheng had already put it this way, it was hard for him to turn the old man down. Could you at least tell me what are these bad things you need help with? If it's within my ability to help, I don't mind helping. Sujin had parents, a younger sister and friends. He wasn't all alone in this world. So, even though he had superpowers and was way more formidable than an ordinary human being, he thought it better to be careful around anybody from the government. He didn't want any of his loved ones to be implicated because he had offended a government body. Yang Tianzheng gave Sujin a pleased nod and smiled brightly when he heard Sujin's answer. You don't have to be so worried, really. We're just hiring you as external help and you might not need to be part of the actual operation. You still haven't told me exactly what's happened, said Sujin with a frown. Yang Tianzheng laughed heartily and said, I won't keep you in suspense anymore. Basically, two major happenings have occurred in S City. The first one is a series of 3 murder cases where an entire family has been killed. Sujin was rather surprised to hear this. He was living in one of the safest countries in the world and it was rare to hear about any major crimes at all. Past murder cases were talked about on TV, but he couldn't recall hearing about a murder case that involved the deaths of an entire family. The second one is also a spate of murder cases, but the victims are foreigners. S City is a cosmopolitan city and a global financial center, and security in this country has never been a problem. It is extremely unusual for so many murder cases to occur in such a short time, said Yang Tianzheng. Sujin wasn't so surprised by the second part. Su Ran had killed 7 foreigners in his house the last time. There were clearly more of such handbook owners going around S City. Yang Tianzheng was secretly observing Sujin from the corner of his eye, but Sujin's expression didn't flinch at all. Sujin was also wary of Yang Tianzheng. I think these two events are likely to be related. The special police should have been able to cope, but when we did an autopsy on the bodies, we noticed that many of the fatal wounds on the victims' bodies were very strange. To play safe, we decided that we ought to consult an expert outside of the police force like yourself, said Yang Tianzheng with a friendly laugh. Sujin was quite interested in finding out more about those handbook owners who were going around robbing fellow owners of their items, so since there was a chance to investigate them, he thought he ought to seize the opportunity. It was a lot easier to get things done since the government was now involved. All right, I'll help out this time, but I hope this will be the first and last time, said Sujin. He didn't want to be overly involved with the special police. Situjin was not easy to deal with and he didn't want to end up having to face Situjin again. Yang Tianzheng was pleased with Sujin's response and said, I'll have to trouble you then, Mr. Su. Jinchenj, you and Menjao can bring Mr. Su along on your investigations and see if he can provide any useful clues. LV Jinchenj nodded, then left with Han Menjao and Sujin. After the 3 of them left, Yang Tianzheng fell into deep thought for a while, then suddenly smiled. Looks like Situjin was right to suspect this young man. There's more to this fellow than meets the eye. As Sujin followed LV Jinchenj and Han Menjao out, LV Jinchenj explained the situation to Sujin. Mr. Su, we're going to the crime scene of the very first homicide case. A family of 3 died there. The father was stabbed in the chest and his heart has gone missing, but the stab wound is only the size of a needle, so there's no way anybody could have removed the heart from such a small hole. Is it possible that he was injected with some corrosive substance that corroded the heart within his chest? Asked Sujin. If it was impossible to remove it from the body, then the other possibility was that the heart had been left inside all along. LV Jinchin shook his head. No. We did a full autopsy and found that all his other organs were intact. Only the heart was missing. Based on the injury to the arteries, it seems like it had been tugged on by a great force, but of course, my conclusion is that it is still not possible to remove the heart through such a small hole. Sujin didn't say anything. It was certainly impossible from a scientific point of view, but this wasn't difficult for an owner with the right abilities. The woman who was found dead in the same location was his wife. Her cause of death is much simpler. Her forehead suffered severe trauma and there is a wound that is the size of a finger that went right through her skull, so she died immediately, continued LV Jinchin. What about the third person? Asked Sujin nonchalantly. The third person should be the child of this couple. The boy was probably around 6 years old or so, but we haven't been able to find his body, said LV Jinchin with a sigh. Sujin blinked in surprise. If you haven't been able to find his body, how were you able to conclude that the child is dead? How should I put this? We haven't found his body, but we've found his skin. It's one perfect piece from head to toe, so if you stuff it, you'd make a perfect human-like doll, said LV Jinchin with a strange smile on his face. That smile was so creepy that Sujin was sure that LV Jinchin would become famous instantly if he acted in some horror film with that smile. If that's the case, then I agree that it's enough to be certain the child is dead. Sujin nodded. Han Menjao shook her head and said, things might not be that simple. My senior said that the third victim should be this child, but we're actually not sure either. According to a medical expert, the piece of skin we found was not peeled off the body but it came off the body on its own, just like how a snake molts. Just like how a snake molts. Sujin was really shocked. He had never heard of a human molting before. An expensive sports car that belonged to Han Menjao was parked outside the building. After going through the jammed roads for half an hour, the three of them finally arrived at the crime scene. This was a middle-class neighborhood and it looked like the special police had made sure that this entire case was kept under wraps. Nobody in the vicinity even looked mildly curious about the unit they were headed for, which meant that nobody knew a homicide had occurred here recently. The police have managed to keep this a secret? Sujin asked LV Jinchin. LV Jinchin nodded. Someone reported the case after it happened and it was immediately passed on to our department. We've kept the person who called the police in custody and we've checked with all the units within a 1-kilometer radius to make sure that absolutely nobody else knows about this. The murder happened in a unit on the 3rd story and LV Jinchin had keys to the apartment. After he opened the door, Sujin immediately noticed that the inside of the house had been thrashed very badly. It was almost unbelievable that nobody else had noticed anything amiss. Chapter 120, Su Ran's Standing. It was very obvious that a violent fight had happened here. The inside of the house was so badly destroyed, that it was as if a bomb had went off inside here. Are all the units here only meant for people who are deaf? Said Sujin sarcastically. LV Jinchin chuckled and said, we thought it was weird too. Logically speaking, if a scuffle were violent enough to cause this much damage, it's impossible for it to go completely unnoticed. But besides their neighbors who found it strange that the family hadn't left the house in half a month and discovered this horrifying situation purely out of curiosity, not a single unit in the vicinity has noticed anything. There was clearly something fishy here. Sujin tapped a finger on his nose and said casually, that leaves us with two possibilities then. Either someone was able to make everyone in the vicinity deaf while the fight was happening, or they were able to keep the noise within these four walls. Sujin walked further into the house and observed his surroundings carefully. The special police had preserved the crime scene very well and had labeled everything so that they could make sure that the scene stayed almost identical to how they found it. A few moments later, Sujin looked at the wall. His gaze flickered when he noticed that a large part of the plaster had fallen off the wall, so he reached out to touch it. Mr. Su, have you discovered something? asked LV Jinchanj curiously when he saw Sujin looking closely at the wall. I suppose you could say so. Take a look at this wall. Sujin used his fingers to knock the wall lightly. LV Jinchanj was an expert investigator and realized the problem immediately. The wall had obviously been very severely damaged and Sujin had made a hole by just knocking the wall with his fingers. That was definitely strange. The wall is so thin, that doesn't make sense. LV Jinchanj frowned as he couldn't seem to figure out how this could have happened. Han Menjao came over as well. She was more of a fighter than an investigator, so she couldn't understand what the problem was. LV Jinchanj explained to her, based on how badly damaged the wall is, it's obvious that the wall had been hit by a powerful force. I can see that. She nodded. But that's the problem. Despite taking such a hard hit, the force did not make a hole through the wall. Also, take a look at this side. LV Jinchanj moved his finger along the wall and continued, all of the damage to the wall stopped at the same part in the wall, as if the outer wall had been protected by something, or something had stopped the force from moving further outwards. Han Menjao quickly realized what her senior was trying to say. He nodded and poked the wall with his finger. Just like what happened when Sujin knocked on the wall, his finger went right through because the remaining undamaged wall was barely half a centimeter thick, so it was very easy to make a hole in it. Mr. Su, what's your opinion on this? LV Jinchanj turned towards Sujin. Sujin nodded slightly and said, just like what I said earlier, there's no way such a big fight could have gone on without disturbing or shocking any of the neighbors. Therefore, either everyone had been deafened during this time, or there was something that could contain the noise within this area. Are you saying that the thing that protected the outer wall from collapsing was also something that could soundproof this place? Asked LV Jinchanj. Sujin chuckled. Of course, this doesn't sound scientifically possible. But based on what we've observed, this might actually be what happened. How could any of that be possible? Even if the two parties fighting were able to find a shield of sorts that was big enough to do that, installing the shield itself would be a huge engineering project. Besides, the wall was obviously protected from within the wall, so that's even more impossible to install, right? Han Menjao scoffed at Sujin's conjecture because she didn't think any of it made sense. But Sujin wasn't bothered by her attitude. He turned to look at LV Jinchanj for his opinion, since it was clear that LV Jinchanj called the shots around here. LV Jinchanj nodded and said, it's not entirely impossible. Or at least, there are a few people in this country who are capable of something like that. They call it a force field. A force field? Wait, are you referring to those deists? Asked Han Menjao curiously when she heard the term that LV Jinchanj used. Sujin became curious too. He was pretty sure that this must have been done by an owner, but it was interesting to hear that deists were also capable of such supernatural acts. It's possible. Do you remember that future deist celestial master that our mentor mentioned the last time? Su Ran, said LV Jinchanj. Sujin was surprised to hear this name. Su Ran was a deist and could even become a celestial master in the future? Who on earth was this guy really? Han Menjao nodded. So, you mean Su Ran can do something like this? He's supposed to become a celestial master and the next abbot, so I don't think it's too difficult for him. LV Jinchanj wasn't really sure either, but based on the information the special police had on Su Ran, the man was certainly one of the most highly valued young men in the country, and was seen as someone who could very well be powerful enough to protect the nation in the future. Then let's go arrest him right now. Han Menjao got very excited and looked like she couldn't wait to hunt Su Ran down. Sujin and LV Jinchanj exchanged awkward glances, then Sujin said, bro, do you have a photo of the victims? I'd like to take a look. Sorry, bro, I meant to show it to you but I forgot. Thanks for reminding me, LV Jinchanj quickly replied. Han Menjao puffed her cheeks angrily and snapped unhappily, you two barely know each other. Why are you suddenly calling each other brothers? Are you deliberately trying to ignore me? LV Jinchanj laughed bitterly and said, well, I really couldn't respond to the last thing you said. Su Ran is a future celestial master and abbot in the making. Did you think you could arrest him just because you wanted to? So what? Nobody's above the law. Since when did you become someone who's afraid of those who are stronger or more powerful than you are? You were never like this before. Han Menjao was extremely displeased and looked like she was going to seek justice for the innocent by ridding the world of all these big bullies. LV Jinchanj sighed inwardly and turned to look at Sujin. Bro, I'm really sorry about her. It's alright, even twins could turn out completely different from one another, what more a senior and junior. Sujin waved it off and gave LV Jinchanj a sympathetic look. Their expressions nearly drove Han Menjao up the wall. She glared fiercely at LV Jinchanj and he quickly tried to explain the situation to her again. Menjao, we aren't trying to be funny here. The truth is that Su Ran is truly someone we cannot lay a finger on. You're right to say that nobody is above the law, but that only applies to ordinary people. If Su Ran were an ordinary person, I'd definitely arrest him right away. But he's not. Let me put it this way. Even if everyone in the special police dies, and even those from the Department of Supernatural Affairs are wiped out, we must not let Su Ran die. LV Jinchanj used this illustration to help Han Menjao understand how important Su Ran's existence was. Her jaw dropped. Both the Special Police and the Department of Supernatural Affairs were groups that were respected on a global scale and they could do what they liked without having to go through the usual procedure of getting approval for their operations. Yet, both units put together were still worth less than one Su Ran. Don't underestimate him. Did you know? Our country has been nearly wiped out several times since we gained independence. From what I've read, this has happened no less than 10 times, and the one who got us out of these crises were not you and me, neither was it our mentor or the Department of Supernatural Affairs. It was these deists, LV Jinchanj explained patiently. This time, even Sujin was astonished to hear such a thing. Before being selected to become an owner, he had been an ordinary man on the street and knew very little about such major events. He never knew that the country he lived in had gone through such perilous times before. LV Jinchanj glanced at Sujin and smiled faintly. Well, you're not an ordinary person either, so it's fine for you to know, but I hope you will not tell anyone else about this. Sujin nodded and said, of course. You don't have to worry about that. LV Jinchanj then took his phone out to show Sujin some photos. Sujin looked through the photos one by one and paused for a moment when he saw the photo of the child. But he concealed his reaction very well and had only paused for an additional millisecond. He had paused for that tiny bit longer because he realized that this child looked a lot like one of the kids he saw at that orphanage. Those children are connected to Yayun and now, one of them is part of this case. Exactly what sort of trouble is that girl in, thought Sujin to himself. He had a bad feeling about this, but his subconscious still failed to link Yayun to Hell's Handbook because LV Jinchanj had said earlier that deists were able to do such seemingly supernatural acts. Were deists the only people in the world who were capable of such acts? Clearly, they weren't. That would explain why there were other forces who could nearly wipe out a country. The deists had an enemy, and a formidable one at that. It was possible that this was the doing of an enemy of the deists. Yayun might have been involved in this case by chance, or she might have saved those children purely out of the kindness of her heart. Sujin was usually an intelligent person, but somehow, when it came to anything related to Yayun, it was as if his brain refused to work properly, as if he wanted to continue believing that Yayun was just another ordinary girl who couldn't possibly be in the same tragic situation as he was. LV Jinchanj and Han Menjao proceeded to bring Sujin to take a look at the other crime scenes. After putting all the information together, Sujin agreed that these homicide cases were very strange indeed, and he was pretty certain that at least one handbook owner was involved in this whole thing. These are all the cases involving locals, it's 17 victims across 4 households. We discovered a complete piece of skin in 2 households and they both belong to children. So, bro, what do you think? LV Jinchinj and Sujin were joking at first when they called each other bro, but now they were quite familiar with one another and didn't go back to calling each other Mr. anymore. I've got a few ideas in mind, but I think it's best that we take a look at the cases involving the foreigners first, said Sujin. He felt that once he got to see the foreigners who had been murdered, he would be able to say for sure if handbook owners were involved in this matter or not. Chapter 121, 18 Corpses. LV Jinchinj brought Sujin to the special police's morgue at Sujin's request. According to LV Jinchinj, this place operated independent of the police force, with its own doctors and facilities that could match those of the best hospitals in the country. Not only did they do autopsies, but they served as a secret hospital as well. A total of 18 corpses were placed next to one another in the morgue, including both men and women. Just like what Yang Tianzhang said, all 18 of these corpses were foreigners. In fact, none of them was Asian. Is there an autopsy report? Asked Sujin. LV Jinchinj nodded and got a staff member to bring some files over. Sujin looked through them quickly, since his psychokinesis had enabled him to speed read and gave him a photographic memory. If he had to take his national high school exams again, he would have passed with flying colors. He would just have to study for a few days before the exams and he was sure to top the entire nation. I'm very sure that these people are related to the local cases we saw earlier, said Sujin confidently as he handed the files back to the staff member. LV Jinchinj asked curiously, why are you so sure? I suppose you haven't read the autopsy reports, said Sujin. Yang Tianzhang had handed this case to LV Jinchinj not too long ago, so it was true that he had not read some of the information on the case. He took the autopsy reports from the staff member and gasped after reading it carefully. You're right. It's very obvious that they're linked, said LV Jinchinj with an embarrassed smile. Han Menjao couldn't stand the way they talked so vaguely and took the files from LV Jinchinj. But even after reading through them once, she still didn't get the connection. What did the two of you see in these cases? Can you guys stop speaking in riddles and go straight to the point? Han Menjao was very annoyed. It was bad enough that Sujin was speaking like this, but now her senior was speaking like this too. LV Jinchinj explained, the fatal wounds of all 18 persons are different, but they were all killed in a similar fashion and the report has more or less classified these into 4 categories. Is that included in the report? I didn't see that. Han Menjao read through the report again but failed to see what LV Jinchinj mentioned earlier. Sujin sighed and explained, he's not saying that 4 types of weapons killed them. The report has listed the injuries suffered by these 18 people in detail, and if we do a Venn diagram of their injuries, you would be able to see some overlaps. For example, person 1 could have a knife wound, a gunshot wound, a tear in the skin and a burn. Person 2 could have a tear in the skin, a bruise from a hard knock, a burn from being electrocuted and was poisoned. Person 3 could have suffered a knife wound, a tear in the skin and a burn. Person 4 has a bruise, an electrocution burn and was poisoned. So, we can say that person 1 and 3 are in the same category, while person 2 and 4 are in another category. By sorting out the victims according to how similar their injuries are, they can be classified into 4 main categories. Han Menjao was too stunned for words. What sort of brains do the two of you have? Mr. Yang said before that twisted criminals have twisted minds, so does that mean that twisted minds would also become twisted criminals? LV Jinchinj and Sujin stared at each other, then rubbed their own nose a little awkwardly. Han Menjao burst out laughing. These 2 men were smart, but they couldn't seem to get that she was just kidding. The 4 families that had been slaughtered could also be divided into these 4 categories, so they were definitely connected. The most recent case happened just 3 days ago, while the bodies of these foreigners were found in an abandoned warehouse 2 days ago. In other words, someone had gathered these bodies on purpose. Do you think we could find the mastermind based on this? Asked LV Jinchinj with a thoughtful look on his face. Sujin shook his head and did not think LV Jinchinj ought to start his investigation this way. I don't think that's a good idea. Mr. Yang said earlier that the special police doesn't have enough manpower, and you saw the situation in those houses just now. The people we're looking for are extremely formidable fighters, so if we have to fight them with our current resources, I think it's too dangerous." LV Jinchanj hesitated for a moment, then laughed sadly. "Well, we're in charge of ensuring public safety, so regardless of whether it's dangerous or not, we can't just say we're going to just stay away. You and Miss Han can go ahead then." "To be honest, I don't want to get into trouble with these people," said Sujin as he rubbed his nose. He was now very sure that these cases had something to do with handbook owners. After his own experience with those handbook owners who tried to rob him, he was 100% sure of this. Sujin was fine with having to deal with ordinary thugs, since he had superpowers. But things were very different if his opponent was an owner. Also, it was hard to say if the owners they were up against were veterans. LV Jinchanj did not expect Sujin to retreat so quickly and didn't know what to say. Han Menjao quickly piped up, "Mr. Su, I believe you still have the responsibility to protect me. If I insist on going to the warehouse to investigate, would you fulfill your job responsibilities and go there with me?" Sujin's expression fell. He could insist on not going, since he didn't think LV Jinchanj and Han Menjao combined would be able to stop him from leaving. But if Tang Ning found out that he had abandoned the client, she was going to skin him alive. And if she got Yayun to teach him a lesson, he was doomed. "I'll go." Sujin was afraid of what Tang Ning and Yayun might do to him, but he also felt that since he was now new about these cases, he had a feud with that syndicate of owners who went around robbing other owners, plus this whole thing might have something to do with Yayun. There was no harm in continuing the investigation. It was evening by the time the three of them arrived at a warehouse in the countryside. In fact, this place wasn't too far from the shooting range that belonged to Konoha's friend, where he practiced his shooting skill for about a month. The warehouse was huge, and according to the information that LV Jinchanj had, this place was built by a foreign company 7 years ago, but they ran into cash flow problems and were about to go bankrupt, so they gave up their business and left behind their properties, including warehouses, factories, and offices. But they had also been looking for buyers very actively. The warehouse contained mostly large containers. LV Jinchanj brought them to where the bodies were discovered and said, "Some junkies discovered the bodies here. They had taken some drugs and somehow found their way here. After the effects of the drugs wore off, they found the 18 bodies and called the police in a panic. The special police took over from there. The area where the bodies were found was a large and empty space, and Sujin could still make out where the bodies had been. He squatted down to take a look, but this place had merely been used to store the bodies and there wasn't anything worth taking note of. He used his psychokinesis to scan the place, since it could pick up many things he might not have detected on first sight. But once he did that, his heart started palpitating. His psychokinesis had detected signs of 15 living people hiding in this warehouse. He stood up emotionlessly and said to the other two, "I don't think there's anything here that's worth checking out. Let's go back and see if we can get more information from those junkies." LV Jinchanj was rather puzzled. They had barely arrived for 10 minutes, but Sujin seemed to be in a hurry to leave. He noticed an uneasiness in Sujin's eyes, but he couldn't understand why. Just then, Sujin let out a bitter laugh. "Forget it. We can't leave even if we wanted to. It's time to fight our enemies." Fight our enemies. Neither LV Jinchanj nor Han Menjao knew what Sujin was talking about. Sujin scanned his surroundings. It seemed like those 15 people could feel that Sujin had noticed them and did not intend to let the three of them leave this warehouse alive. He flicked his wrist and rumor appeared in his palm. He whispered to the other two, "When I give the signal, just run for it. Don't look back and don't hesitate, or we're all going to die here." LV Jinchanj was still confused, but Han Menjao realized what Sujin was talking about. She was trained in fighting after all, and her sharp instincts in that aspect helped her to understand what Sujin meant. "Jinchanj, just follow me." Han Menjao grabbed her senior's arm tightly. He didn't know exactly what was going on, but he figured they were in trouble. And, now! Sujin suddenly yelled as he threw Rumor out. He was very good at controlling the direction and strength of his attacks, so even without the help of his psychokinesis, Rumor still flew through one of the containers and a scream could be heard. It seems like none of them is a veteran. Sujin let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't used psychokinesis to control Rumor earlier, so if there were veterans among the 15 people hiding in the warehouse, they would have intercepted his attack easily. That scream from behind the container was like the sound from a starting gun. Han Menjao and LV Jinchanj immediately dashed out at top speed. These two were certainly no ordinary humans either, they ran at a speed that was comparable to some of the best short-distance runners in the world. Meanwhile, Sujin remained close behind them, flinging Rumor out again and again, and killing 3 people in the blink of an eye. However, these victims were those who hadn't realized that Sujin had discovered them and didn't know how their location was exposed even until the moment they died. But once the other owners realized that Sujin knew their exact location, it wasn't going to be as easy to take them down. Just as he had expected, 5 owners leaped out from the darkness. 3 of them had guns while the other 2 had a sword and a saber. Sujin couldn't summon the boning knife or the demon lord's bow in front of the other 2, so he broke off a metal rod from one of the machines and held it in his hand. "Get out of there!" Sujin flung the metal rod out as hard as he could. The metal rod whooshed through the air with a mighty roar. His body was now very tough, and he could stay unhurt even after being shot by a handgun. The strength he possessed was now beyond what any ordinary human could possibly have. The metal rod crashed into one wall of the warehouse and exploded upon impact, creating a hole in the side of the warehouse. Chapter 122, 1 vs Everyone. This move by Sujin shocked everyone because nobody could believe a human could create such an explosive impact without the help of any other machinery. If that metal rod had landed on a human instead of the wall, that person would have been blasted to pieces. "Why are you still standing there? Run!" Sujin noticed that Han Menjao and LV Jinchanj were staring at him in horror and had stopped running, so he had no choice but to yell at them. Thankfully, Han Menjao reacted immediately when Sujin started yelling. She grabbed hold of her senior again and ran out of the hole that Sujin had just created. "Leave them to us," called out 2 of the owners hiding in the warehouse, running out after Han Menjao and LV Jinchanj, and leaving the rest to deal with Sujin. Out of the 15 owners hiding in the warehouse, Sujin had killed 3 and 2 of them had run out to chase after his companions. But he still had 10 more left. It wasn't hard to kill just 1 or 2, and he could even manage up to 4. But 10 was going to be a problem. If they formed a good team with attackers, defenders, backups, and fighters who could handle both short-range and long-range attacks, then he was probably doomed despite being a veteran. Earlier on, he had tagged a little of his psychokinesis on his companions and was sure that they had run very far from this place, so he summoned his boning knife from his handbook. "Watch out, everyone! This fellow's a veteran, so we need to fight him together," said a blonde with blue eyes. He was dressed casually and spoke only in English. Sujin learned English a long time ago and hadn't used it in many years, but the blonde had spoken simply enough for him to understand. The 10 men spread themselves out to take on different roles in their team, which was exactly what Sujin had been afraid of. One of them suddenly spewed large amounts of white smoke from his mouth, which filled the warehouse in seconds. "Trying to impede my vision?" Sujin smiled faintly. A smoke screen was probably enough to deter many other veterans, but it was pointless on him, since his psychokinesis was actually much more sensitive and could see blind corners that his own eyes couldn't. Immediately after the smoke had filled the place, gunshots were fired. The sniper was testing Sujin to see if he could at least injure Sujin, because it would be easier for the rest to attack Sujin after that. Sujin's body was tough enough to dodge bullets, but he wasn't going to just stand there and wait to get shot. He leaped up from the floor and began to move about the warehouse at high speed. He guessed that the sniper must have something that could help him to see despite the white smoke in the air, but that didn't matter to him. After all, if he moved too quickly for them to even take aim, good vision in this smoke was useless. He's moving too quickly. We've got to find a way to stop him from moving, the sniper called out to his companions. But before he could finish his sentence, his body stiffened up. The protective goggles he was wearing were split down the middle and there was a finger-sized hole right through his head. Sujin caught rumor as it flew back into his hand after killing the sniper. None of these fellows were veterans, but they were too confident of themselves and thought that they would definitely be able to take Sujin down if they joined hands. If they had just fought him head-on earlier, it was true that they might have been able to kill Sujin. Unfortunately, they had chosen to impede their own vision in an attempt to kill him in a way that required less effort and minimized injury on their part. This decision had been a foolish one, since impeding his vision would also impede theirs. They did have protective goggles that could help them see, but it was obvious that these goggles were too expensive, so the sniper got to wear their one and only pair. The rest were now as good as walking around blind because they couldn't see in this smoke, whereas Sujin could see using his psychokinesis. Also, if everyone could see properly, then they might have helped to block his attack on the sniper just now. Suck the white smoke back in. Hurry! This thing doesn't affect him, but it affects us, yelled another owner loudly. He realized that the sniper had been killed, which meant that the smoke didn't affect Sujin at all. The person who let out the white smoke quickly sucked everything back in again, but after the smoke had cleared, Sujin was nowhere to be found. He got away? We can't let that happen. We've got to kill him, because we can't allow the organization's secrets to. He didn't get to finish his sentence. Blood spurted from his neck and he collapsed onto the floor. Of course Sujin was still around. These people were a threat and he couldn't allow them to remain in S City. Otherwise, he might end up getting attacked by them again in the future. Sujin was now like a ghost who hid from their sight but was still able to kill them with rumor. It was impossible for them to even block the attack because they had no idea where it would come from next. Don't panic, he's all by himself, so even if he's a veteran, we can still defeat him. This group of people was actually quite resilient. Sujin had killed 5 of their companions in a row, yet they hadn't broken down in fear and panic and were still trying to work together as a team to fight back. As Sujin caught rumor again, he watched as 3 of the 8 remaining people had vanished into thin air. Do they have the witch's concealing potion too? Sujin had used it before, but he wasn't sure if the other party was using the exact same thing. That sort of thing worked well against ordinary humans, but not against Sujin. Unless you could disappear into a different dimension, there was no escape from his psychokinesis detection powers. Bang! A shot was fired, but if one listened carefully, it was actually 2 shots fired at the same time, so it sounded like it was just 1 shot. Sujin leaped up from his hiding place behind the container. 1 bullet was aimed at where he was standing earlier to force him to jump, while the other bullet had estimated how high he would jump and would have struck him in the vitals. This shooter was a real expert and Sujin felt that the shooter might be Konoha's match. Sujin used his arms to block the bullet, but to his surprise, the second bullet turned out to be an explosive round and not an ordinary bullet. The impact did not hurt Sujin, but it made enough noise to expose his location. They're here. His psychokinesis told him that the 3 who had vanished earlier were coming for him. They were armed with close-range weapons, while the other owners took out their guns. That explosive round had served as a huge spotlight to help the owners know where to aim. Countless bullets came flying at him and each one of them was aimed accurately at him, as if Sujin were a bullet magnet of sorts. But that wasn't surprising. Almost every owner was a sharpshooter, since they had heightened senses and could train for hours in their personal hell domains. Sujin could shoot like that too. As he fought to dodge the bullets, the 3 men had reached him. Their invisibility wore off once they launched an attack, which meant that they weren't using the witch's concealing potion. Die! Sujin had quick reflexes and he was already prepared for their attacks, so there was no way these 3 were going to succeed in their ambush. He turned his boning knife the other way, slicing one of them across the waist. The owner crashed onto the floor, wailing in agony. At the same time, Sujin gave another person a hard kick. He wasn't as skillful as Chu Yi, but his body was both fast and strong, so not even the best martial artist in the world could beat that. The man whom Sujin kicked rolled for a long time on the floor before stopping. He curled into a ball from the pain, since Sujin's kick had probably been powerful enough to turn his internal organs to mush. Sujin had killed 2 men in almost an instant because they had attacked him at the same time. The third one had been waiting for his chance and now leaped up from behind Sujin with a katana in hand, raised it, and aimed to bring it down in line with Sujin's spine. If this attack successfully hit Sujin, then he would cut right through Sujin's spinal cord. For an ordinary human, even a bit of damage to the spinal cord could make one paralyzed for life, never mind a cut right through where part of the body's central nervous system was located. Sujin's body was tough enough to deflect the attack, so he wasn't particularly threatened by it. But he wasn't going to let the attacker even strike him. He leaped up so quickly that none of the other owners could see where he had gone. There was 1 centimeter dent in the floor from how hard Sujin had stepped on it in order to dodge the attack fast enough. Meanwhile, the attacker was stunned that his target had suddenly disappeared, so he stumbled forward as his katana landed on nothing. Sujin landed back down behind his attacker and grabbed hold of his neck. The other owners paled in horror and began shooting like crazy, and didn't even care that their bullets were landing on the owner with a katana. Unfortunately, the poor man did not have a tough body like Sujin did, so after several hits, he died from the bullets his own companions had fired. What a ruthless bunch! They're even willing to kill one of their own, marveled Sujin. He continued to allow the bullets to rain down on him, since these were all ordinary bullets that felt like nothing to him. The other owners were on the verge of losing their minds. They had seen what veterans were capable of, since their organization had some. But when those veterans had to fight 10 well-trained owners all by themselves, they had to work very hard to dodge the attacks and try to escape. If they ended up being cornered, they would end up surrendering. On the contrary, Sujin was like a monster to them. He had already killed half the team and didn't look like he intended to escape at all. Switch to special bullets. At most, we'll all die together, one of them shouted. They realized that if they failed to kill Sujin, Sujin would kill them, so they decided to go all out to attack Sujin. Special bullets could be highly explosive, so they might really all end up dying together if these bullets were fired in such a small space. That was how desperate these owners were right now. That's quite enough! Sujin suddenly shouted. A silver light flickered in his eyes and all the owners suddenly realized they couldn't move anymore. One of them had a glowing palm-sized box on his belt that started flickering strangely. When he saw the flickering, he said, "This is, you have psychokinesis. You're Mr. Su Ran." "Su Ran, that is correct. I am Su Ran." Sujin hesitated for just a split second before nodding with a naughty smile on his face as he admitted to being Su Ran. Chapter 123, That Wasn't Me. Everyone looked as though everything they had just seen earlier made sense now. The leader among the survivors said to Sujin, "Mr. Su, we don't have any feud with you and today was just an unfortunate accident. I hope you can let us off." "An unfortunate accident? You teamed up to fight me. I wouldn't call that an accident." Sujin didn't feel the least sorry about pretending to be Su Ran. Su Ran had saved him before, but Sujin didn't know if Situjin would make life difficult for him in the future, so he was going to collect interest on this future debt first. These owners were very frightened of Su Ran, because they were from the same group of owners who went round robbing other owners. They had heard about how Su Ran had come to the rescue of an owner another team had targeted, and even though the other team had asked Su Ran for mercy, Su Ran had used his psychokinesis to turn them all to dust. "Mr. Su, we're willing to compensate you," said the leader. Sujin was surprised by this situation. How much of a big shot was Su Ran? These guys were from a syndicate of professional robbers. How was it possible that they were asking to compensate their victim instead? Compensation? And what do you think would be enough to compensate for my loss? Sujin raised an eyebrow. Anything these fellows possessed was stolen from elsewhere, so accepting an item from them wasn't going to get him into trouble. The few of them discussed this, then retrieved a handgun and threw it to Sujin from afar. If an owner did not agree to any exchange or giving away of their items, then all their items would disappear with them when they died. That was why these robbers always caught their victims alive, forced them to hand over all their items willingly, then silenced them. So, even though they had thrown the handgun over to Sujin, it didn't mean that Sujin was now the owner of the gun. Sujin looked at the gun in his hands and suddenly felt that it looked really familiar. In fact, it looked just like black fire. The only difference was the color of the gun. This weapon is called white ash, and it forms a pair with another gun named black fire. If you use the two guns separately, it will only be a gun that can fire special bullets. But if you're lucky enough to get black fire, then the two guns together will change drastically, explained the man who passed Sujin the gun. Sujin couldn't believe his luck. He didn't need to search for that other gun. Black fire was in his handbook right now. So, Mr. Su, if you're willing to accept white ash, then we'll call it quits. Okay, said the man. Sujin smiled and nodded. Sure. I'm a man of my word, so we're even once you give this gun to me. All of them were relieved to hear this. The deaths of their companions didn't particularly bother them, since they were a team who just worked together to get more benefits for themselves and weren't actual friends. Besides, it was normal for them to get injured or die during an operation. They had been told to avoid certain characters in this country, so now that they had run into one of them, the organization would not blame them for the deaths of these companions. I heard that the Chinese place a lot of importance on taking oaths. Could you please take an oath? The leader was still worried that Sujin would go back on his word and wanted Sujin to take an oath. Sujin raised his hand and grinned as he said, I, Su Ran, swear that once I accept white ash, our feud will be cancelled and I will not make any trouble for you in the future. If I go against my oath, may the heavens punish me, Su Ran, and make sure that I die a tragic death. After Sujin was done, the leader breathed a big sigh of relief and happily allowed Sujin to have white ash. Once Sujin had confirmed his ownership of white ash, he played with it for a while, then retrieved black fire from his handbook. You actually have black fire. The leader was extremely surprised. He muttered, white ash and black fire are both weapons that are very hard to get and it's even harder to get them together. According to my information, something incredible will happen when both guns are put together, but I don't know or have any details. Sujin played with the guns for a while, then kept them in his handbook together. The change in their properties were now written in his handbook. White ash and black fire are two guns that exist in two different worlds. Once brought together, their special characteristic will be activated, unlimited ammunition. The two guns will fire light fire and dark fire spirit power type bullets. As long as the owner does not run out of spirit power, the bullets will not run out either. Sujin's eyes lit up. Even though this meant that using these guns would now consume his spirit power, more importantly, these guns were able to convert his spirit power into the types that were mentioned in the handbook. He didn't possess light fire or dark fire spirit power, but if he did run into an enemy where psychokinetic spirit power didn't work, then this converted spirit power might come in handy. He looked pleased as he accepted this peace offering and grinned at the owners in front of him. But his grip around the boning knife tightened. Of course he wasn't going to let these fellows off. They didn't let off any of those people they killed in S-City, so why should he let them off? The other owners could sense the malice in Sujin's grin. The leader nervously said, "You just swore not to attack us. Are you going back on your word?" "Oh? What oath?" "Who took an oath?" asked Sujin flippantly as he used a finger to clean his ear. "You, Su Ran. You took a very serious oath just now and you're going back on your word? You said you would be punished by the heavens," said the leader. Sujin cackled. "Su Ran? Who's that?" The owners looked at each other in horror and realized that they had been duped. This young man wasn't Su Ran at all, but they had just assumed he was. Unfortunately for them, Sujin had just admitted to being Su Ran and never corrected them at all. You're not Su Ran? Then why did you say you were? The leader gnashed his teeth angrily and couldn't believe how shameless Sujin had been. Oh please! You guys didn't check my identity properly and now you're blaming me. Sujin laughed. Their hearts sank. They wished they could check too, but information on powerful characters like Su Ran was classified and only their team leader could see it. But Sujin had already killed their team leader and there was no way for them to do any checks in such a situation. So, that oath was made by Su Ran. It wasn't me. Sujin stretched his limbs and said in an icy voice, since you dare to commit murder in my country, then you'd better be prepared to be murdered as well. Run, the leader suddenly shouted. They had been no match for Sujin when there were 13 of them and now there were only 5 of them left. The only option was to run for it. They ran out in 5 different directions. They didn't think Sujin could possibly split himself into 5 and fight them all at once. The problem was, Sujin was actually able to do just that. Psychokinesis was a very high-level sort of spirit power and it had become a terrifying force in Su Ran's hands. Of course, Sujin was nowhere near Su Ran's level, but he was still relatively formidable compared to other veterans. His psychokinesis wasn't as overbearing as Su Ran's, so sending his psychokinesis into the minds of the 5 men while they were terrified and panicky was the best time to take control of their minds. So, you think you can escape? A silver glint flickered in his eyes as his psychokinesis entered the minds of the 5 owners on the run. He couldn't keep this up for too long, but he didn't need a lot of time either. Rumor pierced through their skulls like they were skewered meat, killing the whole team instantly even though they really would have stood a chance if they had remained mentally strong enough to reject Sujin's psychokinesis. Sujin exhaled deeply. Besides the 2 owners who went to chase after Han Menjeo and LV Jinchange, the rest were dead. Just to be safe, Sujin scanned the warehouse with his psychokinesis to make sure that he hadn't missed anybody out before running out as quickly as he could. This had taken a lot of time and if Han Menjeo and LV Jinchange were killed by those 2 owners, he would be in big trouble. He had already gotten on the wrong side of the Department of Supernatural Affairs, and he didn't want to get into any trouble with S-City's special police. Immediately after he left the warehouse, a flying object the size of a thumb flew out from one of the containers. It flew around for a while, then left the scene. Sujin had no idea that there was a machine hidden inside the warehouse. He focused on following the traces of psychokinesis he had left on the other 2 and quickly caught up with them. To his surprise, the 2 owners who had given chase were actually losing. As an owner, even if you didn't have a superhuman body or powers, you would probably have something in your handbook that could help you defeat ordinary humans in a fight. It was obvious that this senior and junior pair were no ordinary people. The 2 of them had plenty of strange weapons on themselves, so they could fend off the 2 owners easily. It's always nice to have a sugar daddy, I see, said Sujin with a sigh. Han Menjeo and LV Jinchange were clearly armed with the latest technology made available only to the special police. He had never even seen some of these things before. He stopped dawdling about and ran over to help his 2 companions take down the 2 owners. The 2 owners were surprised that Sujin had appeared here. They had assumed that their teammates would have beaten Sujin to a pulp by now. I see that both of you have many questions to ask me, but unfortunately I'm not the type to answer questions. However, I hope that you can answer some of our questions, said Sujin with a smile as he pointed at one of the owners. Tell me, why did you and the others come here? Sujin pretended to interrogate him as he sent his psychokinesis into the man's brain in hope of finding answers directly from there. Yayun. Sujin trembled slightly when he spotted her name among the man's memories. But before he could dig for more information, the man suddenly convulsed and his brain stopped working, so Sujin couldn't get any more information out from him. Sujin's expression fell, while Han Menjeo and LV Jinchange didn't know what was going on at all. Sujin took a deep breath and smiled at the other owner before saying to his companions, "Good news and bad news. The bad news is that this fellow doesn't seem to know anything, and it seems like he's brain dead now. The good news is, we've got 2 prisoners on our hands. Chapter 124, More Information. LV Jinchanj quickly took a step forward to stop Sujin from doing anything as he said worriedly, "It's alright, we'll take over from here. It's too bad about the other guy, since he's brain dead." Han Menjao wasn't concerned with the 2 owners they had caught. She asked curiously, "There were so many people in there just now. How did you manage to get away?" "They didn't chase after you. The dead can't chase after the living," said Sujin. The other 3 were too shocked to speak. The last surviving owner was in disbelief as he said, That's impossible. There were 15 of us, and we left 13 people in there to fight you, so how?" Yeah, whatever. Bro, can this be considered my contribution to the nation? I mean, I don't want the special police to say that killing is a crime regardless of reason in the name of equality or something like that." Sujin was rather worried about this. Those fellows were handbook owners, so they posed a real threat, but the special police didn't know that. If the special police decided that Sujin had to take responsibility for killing so many of them, he was doomed. Thankfully, LV Jinchanj assured Sujin, "These guys deserve to die anyway. What's done is done, I'll get some people to clean up the place." "Did you seriously kill 13 people all by yourself? These guys are really quite formidable. If Jinchanj and I didn't have some other weapons on hand, we'd be dead by now. But you took 13 on by yourself, that sounds a little out of this world." Han Menjao couldn't believe how formidable Sujin was. She was one of the best fighters of her generation and Sujin didn't look that much older than her. How could someone his age be so much more formidable than her? Sujin just laughed. "You have your own tricks and I have mine. Don't be too bothered by this." Since he wasn't willing to talk about it, Han Menjao didn't ask any more. LV Jinchanj, however, was a little more astute. He could tell that Sujin didn't actually want to tell them that he had wiped out 13 people all by himself. But Sujin was worried that if those 2 men killed him and Han Menjao and Sujin couldn't destroy all the corpses and traces in time, the special police would eventually find out about this, so it was easier to just say so first but keep the process a secret. Sujin wasn't worried about the last surviving owner. Handbook owners had their own way of getting out of sticky situations and he was sure that the special police weren't going to be able to get anything out of him. What bothered Sujin was what happened earlier when he searched the other owners' memories. There were fewer restrictions between owners, and the handbook never stopped him from searching another owner's memories. In other words, the external force that stopped him from finding out more was this mysterious organization they belonged to. The special police was in charge of clearing up the mess of bodies in the warehouse, so Sujin didn't want to stay with the 2 of them and LV Jinchanj didn't insist either. However, instead of heading home, he went to the orphanage that wasn't too far from here. Immediately after Sujin left, LV Jinchanj made a phone call and said, "Follow him." Han Menjao looked at her senior. "You got someone to follow Sujin?" "Yup. Shifu said before that Sujin is hiding some secret. The special police have checked through all the information we could get on him, but there's nothing extraordinary about his life at all. It's as if the incredible ability he has appeared overnight. Shifu thinks he could be that sort of human." LV Jinchanj didn't elaborate, but Han Menjao knew what he was talking about. "Situjin came here because he thought the same way, right?" said Han Menjao. LV Jinchanj nodded and furrowed his brows. "Those people have always been a mystery to us and they are a major threat to a safe country like ours. If he's really one of those people, then, I'm sure Shifu will want to get rid of him as soon as possible." "Get rid of him? But he doesn't seem like a bad person." Han Menjao was a little hesitant to do something like that. Sujin had saved her life before, and he had done so again today. LV Jinchanj sighed and looked towards where Sujin had walked off to. "We're humans who can be understanding towards people whom we deem as good people in difficult circumstances, but the special police will not make any exceptions. A threat is a threat. Unless he works for the special police and we are fully aware of exactly who he is and how he became so formidable, it will be difficult for the special police to justify why he should be spared. Han Menjao looked at the frosty glint in her senior's eyes and felt her heart sink. She looked towards where Sujin had left as well and felt rather conflicted inside. Come along now, Shifu is waiting for our update, and we need to question this fellow too. LV Jinchanj patted Han Menjao's shoulder as he dragged along the owner whom he had already drugged earlier on. As Sujin made his way to the orphanage, he quickly realized that he was being followed. His psychokinesis was like the calm surface of a pond. If anything disturbed its peace, he would sense it immediately. It's just like what I had expected, hey. Sujin shook his head. He didn't want to have anything to do with the special police because that brought him unnecessary trouble. So, unless he decided to wipe them all out, the only thing he could do was to avoid them. Sujin suddenly increased his speed under the cover of the night and disappeared out of sight with just a few leaps. The one on his trail was a senior of the special police and had been trained specially to tail others. In most cases, it was almost impossible for anybody to shake him off, but Sujin actually managed to disappear right before his very eyes. He came to where he last saw Sujin, squatted down and touched the ground as he started sniffing around like a dog. Just then, everything before him went dark as he lost consciousness. Sujin reappeared a short distance away. He knew that anyone from the special police was trained and was difficult to deal with, so it was easier to just knock him out, change his memories and take away some of his belongings to make it look like a robbery. The man only regained consciousness the next morning. He slammed his palm angrily against the ground and muttered, "What the hell? I can't believe I got robbed. And by such formidable robbers too." According to his new memories left behind by Sujin, he had run into a few robbers while tailing Sujin and they eventually knocked him out and stole all his things. Meanwhile, Sujin had arrived at the orphanage. He called all the children out and found the 2 children who were involved in those homicide cases. Someone had found some way at that time to save them via this strange molting process. Everything pointed back to Yayun, but none of the children could explain things clearly to him. All they knew was that their parents were dead and Yayun had rescued them and told them to stay here. Sujin began to feel more and more uneasy and he could sense something deep inside him that made his heart rate increase significantly. Clairvoyance was a skill that Su Ran had told Sujin about the last time. In general, one would only sense it when something was going to happen to themselves or to those very important to them. Sujin had a feeling that this sensing was related to Yayun. After thinking about it, he decided to enter Hell's bar to see if he could get his hands on any information. Once he entered the bar, he discovered that the middle-aged man who had exchanged Tree of Life leaves with him was already there waiting for him. "You're finally here. I found a few more things that are related to soul power, why don't you see if any of these things are useful," said the man before Sujin could even say anything and opened his handbook to show Sujin. Sujin was really surprised. Did this man have nothing else to do? Do you just wait inside here all day?" The man glanced at Sujin and shook his head. "How can that be? I thought so too. I guess I'm just lucky enough to keep running into him," thought Sujin. "I only stay in here for about 20 days a month or so," the man went on. Sujin nearly choked on his own saliva. 20 days a month was as good as staying in the bar every day. If the man worked here, he would have gotten an award for never missing a day of work. "What are you coughing about? Hurry up and look at these things. Are they of any use to you?" The man shoved his handbook into Sujin's face. Out of the 3 items that could boost soul power, only one of them gave a medium boost, while the other 2 only gave a small boost. "What are your terms of exchange if I want them all?" Sujin thought it was best to get as many items as he could, but it also had to come at a reasonable price. 1 leaf. That's all I ask. The man was practical too. He knew that even though these things were hard to come by, he wasn't offering something that valuable either, so he couldn't ask for too much. Sujin felt that this was an agreeable price, so they went ahead with the transaction. After that, Sujin asked, by the way, since you spend so much time in here, does that mean you have a lot of information on hand as well? Well, I'm a businessman, so as long as you've got enough money, I can get anything for you. The man lit his cigar and inhaled deeply. Sujin's eyes lit up. I need 2 pieces of information. One is regarding a group of owners who've been going around robbing other owners of their items, the other is about someone whom I suspect is an owner. Would you be able to get that sort of information for me? Oh no, you've run into those robbers. The man looked rather surprised and shook his head at Sujin. I'd advise you to watch out. If you can't handle them, just stay in here and don't go out anymore. Thanks for the advice. Do you have any information on them? Asked Sujin with a smile. The man nodded and said, well, most owners who've been around long enough know about them, and I don't know much more than they do. Nobody knows who formed this organization, and legend has it that the boss is actually a level A team. Their members come from different universes and they'll send members to target owners in a different universe from their own. That way, even if they create a lot of trouble in the target's universe, the humanly powers in that universe would not be able to do anything about them since they technically do not exist. A different universe. Sujin was rather surprised. So, the people who tried to attack him were actually from a different universe? Surprising, isn't it? Apparently, the boss has some powerful treasure that can allow anybody he permits to move through different universes. In any case, these fellows are not to be trifled with. Very few owners have managed to get away from them. The man exhaled a large mouthful of smoke and shook his head with a perplexed look on his face. I heard that these people will not stop until they get what they want, so, all the best to you. Sujin nodded. It was true that these people were difficult to deal with, and it was possible that the organization would send more powerful owners after him the next time. But that was something he had to deal with in the future, not now. So, he asked again, I need information on another person. Her name is Yeyun and she might be an owner. Might be. Could you help me to find out more about her? Chapter 125, The Boss's Secret. The man glanced at Sujin with a cheeky look in his eyes. An enemy? Nope. Ah, then it must be a lover. We're business partners, there's no need for you to be such a busybody, muttered Sujin as he rubbed his temples. This middle-aged man looked like the serious, no-nonsense type. He didn't expect him to be interested in such gossip. The man laughed even more merrily when he saw Sujin look like he was suffering from a headache. He put his cigar out and nodded. I'll try my best to investigate, but I can't guarantee if I'd find anything. There are so many universes after all. There aren't a lot of owners in each universe, but when you put everyone together, the number is astounding. It's very hard for me to help you with just one name. Sujin quickly took his phone out and showed the man a photo of Yeyun. Does having a photo make it easier? Why didn't you say you had a photo earlier? The man rolled his eyes at Sujin, then laughed again when he saw the photo. Judging from the angle, you must have taken this photo secretly. I just knew it. If it's not an enemy, it's got to be a lover. Then again, that infatuated look on your face makes it obvious that it's the latter. Sujin tried his best not to jump up and slap the man across the face. Let's talk about the price. How much do you think is a suitable price for this information? It's a bit difficult to name you a price right now, since I don't know how much effort it will take for me to find out more about her. We can settle that a little later. The man got up to leave, then suddenly stopped and turned back to look at Sujin. Besides exchanging items for information, we could exchange information for information. There's a small team that's garnered some attention recently, so if you can get information on them, you could use that in exchange for information on this young lady. Oh? Which team is this? Asked Sujin. It's a team called Team Boning Knife, said the man. Sujin blinked in surprise and the man carried on, they've completed a level A challenge perfectly, so everyone's talking about them now. So it'd be great if you could get me some information. I want some basic information about each of the team members. how did you know that this team boning knife completed a level A challenge? Sujin did not expect anybody else to know about this. That's because the notice board in Hell's Bar has a golden notice on it. As long as you're not blind or deaf, you'd see it, said the man as if it was a normal thing around here. Sujin quickly turned to look at the notice board and saw that a golden notice was indeed still plastered on it. How long will this thing be up there? Sujin's head hurt just thinking about it. Getting a golden notice was something to be proud of, but now that he was a target of a dangerous syndicate, getting any form of additional attention was bad news. The man paused to think, then said, "It'll be there until they complete their next challenge. I've got information on almost every high-ranking team here, but I've never heard of this team before." Sujin smiled awkwardly and was so relieved that he had only left his team's emblem on the notice he put up the last time and had not left the team's name. Otherwise, this man would have known who he was by now. He then remembered that his team was now a level C team, so he asked the man, "Can I ask you something? If a team moves from level D to level C, do they get more perks?" "Level C? It's been a long time since I bothered about such low-ranking teams. I don't think they get a lot more perks. They'll have one more team member vacancy and, do you see that portal door over there? They'll be able to go in there now," said the man nonchalantly. Sujin looked at the door that the man was pointing at. It was the same door he had seen the last time but was denied access. After the man had left, he walked towards the door. The faint colorful glow he saw the last time had disappeared, which seemed to be a sign that Sujin was allowed entry. He walked in and was immediately surprised by what he saw on the other side. The two sides of the door looked identical. It was the same bar on both sides, as if the portal door was a mirror. If not for the fact that Sujin hadn't drunk a single drop of alcohol all day, he would have thought he was just drunk and seeing things. Sujin took a look around and saw that the bar counter was still manned by that slightly balding barkeeper. He turned back to look at the side he had come from and saw that it was the same guy on that side too. Twins. Sujin was puzzled as he went to take a seat at the bar. The boss eyed him and laughed. "Are you very surprised?" "I guess I am. Are you two twins?" He wasn't surprised that the boss could see through his thoughts, since this man was the boss of a place like Hell's Bar. Even if someone told him this man was actually the Lord of Hades himself, Sujin wouldn't even bat an eye. Unfortunately, that's not the case. "The man on the other side is also me." The boss smiled and placed a drink in front of Sujin. "Congratulations on your team's promotion to the next level, this drink's on me." "Thank you." Sujin was still puzzled by the situation and asked, "So, what's going on? If you're not twins, then is this some sort of cloning technique?" "You could put it that way. I've got to talk to so many customers at the same time here. Did you think I've got so much time to stand here and talk to you all day?" Oh, I'm sorry. "I shan't disturb you anymore," said Sujin with an awkward smile. But the boss burst out laughing again. "You don't have to be sorry. I really do have the time, actually." Sujin felt like he was being trolled. The middle-aged man earlier had already been annoying enough, and now he was faced with another. "You could try guessing what's going on. If you guess it right, I'll give you a bottle from my prized collection," said the boss. "And how am I supposed to be able to guess?" Sujin rolled his eyes at the boss. The boss smiled and said, "Just give it a shot. You're the team leader and brains of Team Boning Knife, the team that managed to complete a level A challenge with a perfect score." Sujin raised an eyebrow. This boss really seemed to know everything. He broke into a smile and said, "Well, I'll just give it a shot then." Sujin thought through everything the boss had said earlier and slowly tapped his nose. Was this man a human, or just AI, or some sort of god-like existence? It was impossible for one person to handle so many owners, since there was barely even enough time in a day to talk to everyone, plus he did not see the boss talk to any other owners at the same time either. Time. It suddenly hit him. He didn't have enough time in the real world because he was constrained by those laws, but time worked differently here. After experiencing the difference in time in the handbook's universe, the answer suddenly seemed very obvious. The bar counter is a space that's similar to a handbook challenge, isn't it? Sujin smiled as he went on, you're in a space where you can stretch time as long as you like. Perhaps only 1 second has passed in the world outside, but it's an entire day inside here, so you have all the time in the world to slowly handle each owner's needs, and you can even go in and out of different bars. The boss was stunned for a while before giving Sujin a pleased smile as he clapped for the young man. You're really good at this. You're truly an owner who completed a level A challenge perfectly after all. I've posed the same question to a lot of people, and many of them are the analytical type as well, but very few have been able to give me the right answer. You're really not bad. Sujin just smiled at the compliment. He had been able to arrive at this answer only because of the conversation they had earlier. If the boss had asked him without saying anything prior to that, he wouldn't have arrived at this answer. Boss, I'm now really looking forward to that prized bottle you talked about just now. Sujin downed his complimentary drink with one mouthful. This was the same drink that the boss gave him the last time, and it could increase the upper limit of his spirit power. After he finished the drink, his upper limit now stood at 400 points. The boss was a man of his word, but he still looked reluctant as he retrieved a bottle filled with a blue liquid from under the counter and put it in front of Sujin. Sujin picked up the bottle and shook it slightly. Colorful sparkles floated about inside the liquid, so there had to be something extraordinary about this drink. What drink is this? Asked Sujin curiously. This is called the blood of demons and gods, and it's good stuff that really comes from demons and gods. Each cup you take will be able to toughen up your body. I see that your physical body is already very strong, so if you want to bring it up to the next level, you'll have to rely on such items to do so. This is very suitable for you, explained the boss. Sujin fell silent for a while. The blood of demons and gods? He hoped it didn't have anything to do with those pesky elder gods. Then again, it was good to hear that there was something that could toughen his body up even after he had already taken the high-level body strengthening elixir. His body was really strong now, but it always seemed hungry. It wasn't really hungry in that sense, but his cells always needed more nourishment and his body couldn't provide that much. If he could satisfy the hunger in his cells, he would definitely become even stronger. He excitedly poured himself a glass and drank it down. A powerful sense of satisfaction overcame him and he realized that his cells weren't hungry anymore. Just 1 glass at a time will do. Drink it again only when you feel hungry, that will greatly increase its efficacy, said the boss in a gentle voice. Thanks. Sujin thanked him with a big grin. This was an unexpected reward. During this time, LV Jinchinj had already reported everything that happened as well as his observations of Sujin to Yang Tianzhang. Yang Tianzhang fell into deep thought, then said, looks like it's time to talk to Situjin about this. I want to know what he thinks. Meanwhile, on a secluded island thousands of kilometers away from China, a tiny little machine flew in and landed in the hands of a man with red eyes. The man pressed the tiny machine and it instantly transformed itself into many tiny figurines as it reenacted the entire fight between Sujin and the other owners. After watching the whole thing, the man frowned and said, I'm surprised that China has a new owner with psychokinesis. He's not as powerful as Su Ran, but he's on his way there. Should I kill him before he becomes powerful? After a while, he suddenly said, contact André and Guillaume. I need them to help get something done. Chapter 126, Yayun is amazing. After he returned to the house, Sujin's uneasiness about Yayun grew stronger. He tried calling Yayun again, and even though the call got through, she never picked up the phone. This girl really makes me worry. Sujin sighed. As per Yayun's last message, he was supposed to head to Z province to look for her on Cloud Mountain in 3 months' time, but he decided to go there earlier instead. He bought a ticket and told Konoha where he was going. But when she heard what he was going to do, she decided to go with him. You really don't have to be part of this. The people looking for Yayun are really difficult to deal with. He didn't want to drag Konoha into this mess. If that syndicate found out that she was an owner too, they might target her as well. I don't have a choice. We're teammates and my team leader is so infatuated with this girl, teased Konoha. She ignored Sujin's attempts at convincing her and bought a ticket online as well. Sujin looked exasperated, but he felt a warmth inside his heart. Ever since he formed a team, he felt like he wasn't so lonely and helpless in his journey as a handbook owner anymore. Their trip to Z province caught the attention of the special police, so LV Jinchinch and Han Menjao were sent to follow them, since their current mission was to keep a close eye on Sujin. In B City, Situjin sat tiredly in his office. Over the past month, he had used his understanding of owners and the resources that the government had to confirm the identities of several owners. His aim was to bring to justice those owners who used their superpowers to break the law and bring disorder to the country. Of course, Situjin was not the sort who just acted without thinking. He had done meticulous planning and would only attack if he was more than 70% confident of defeating the owner. Even so, his new mission to filter out the bad eggs ran into unexpected problems from time to time. Owners were people beyond human imagination to begin with, and some owners had hidden the true extent of their superpowers very well. That was almost the end of me. Situjin looked down at the wound in his abdomen. The wound went right through his abdomen and many of his internal organs were damaged in the process. If he had not exchanged his points for very powerful healing substances, he would probably have died by now. I'm really still too weak to do this. Even though I have the entire country's resources at my fingertips, it's not enough to deal with an owner. Situjin had a frightening look in his eyes as stared at his handbook. Most other owners dreaded the start of a challenge, but Situjin looked forward to it. Just then, his phone started ringing. He frowned when he saw the number. It was Yang Tianzheng from S City's special police. Why was he calling now? Situjin picked up the call and the first thing he heard was Yang Tianzhen's hearty laughter. Situ. I'm sorry for calling you at this hour, but I wanted to ask you about Sujin. You know, the young fellow you asked me to keep tabs on the last time. Oh! A smile spread across Situjin's face. After arriving at Z province, Sujin and Konoha did not stop to take a rest and switched to a bus to reach Cloud Mountain. Cloud Mountain was the highest mountain in Z province and its peak was hidden in the clouds. It snowed all year round and was a popular tourist destination. The two of them looked like they were here on a free and easy mountain climbing trip, but they didn't take any of the normal routes that everyone took. They took an entire week to comb every hiding place they could find on the mountain, but there was no sign of Yayun anywhere. Are we just too early? Sujin sighed. Yayun did tell him to come only in 3 months' time, and it seemed like she wasn't going to appear anytime before that. But Sujin wasn't going back to S City now either. Z province was a pleasant place with fresh air and beautiful scenery. More importantly, he could avoid all the crazy things happening in S City. The syndicate of robbers, the special police and even Situjin's Department of Supernatural Affairs, were all people who made things very difficult for him. Hiding away in Cloud Mountain for the time being wasn't a bad idea. In any case, he could start a challenge anywhere in the world. Meanwhile, LV Jinchinch and Han Menjao were completely bewildered. Initially, they managed to keep up with Sujin and Konoha. But after a while, they had to give up tailing them because these two took trails that were impossible for ordinary people like themselves to climb. They were now even more certain that Sujin was one of those superhumans that their mentor told them about. After Sujin and Konoha came down from the mountain, he went sightseeing and enjoying local delicacies every day with the beautiful Konoha, which made LV Jinchinch and Han Menjao wonder if these two were actually just a pair of lovebirds here on a simple holiday. Day after day went by and LV Jinchinch was the first to give up. He had many things to attend to back in S City and nothing seemed to be happening, so he left Han Menjao behind and returned to S City by himself. Shortly after LV Jinchinch left, Konoha said to Sujin, "One has left." But we still have more on our tail, said Sujin with a laugh. They had detected their two stalkers from their very first day in Z province. But they were merely ordinary people and Sujin had no reason to stay away from them, so he just kept an eye on them and continued to do whatever he wanted. Do you need me to get rid of the girl? Konoha spoke very ruthlessly at times, because besides her own friends, people she didn't know, like Han Menjao, was no different from the grass on the road to her. She had spent a long time going through cruel handbook challenges that often taught her not to trust others and not to grow too attached to other humans. Anybody who went through such experiences often enough would end up looking at life this way. Forget it, just let her be. She doesn't affect us anyway, said Sujin as he glanced at Han Menjao hiding in the distance from the corner of his eye. This girl really had to learn how to conceal herself better. When almost an entire month had passed, Sujin paid Hell's Bar another visit. The middle-aged man was already waiting for him and approached Sujin the minute he saw him. You're here. I've got information for you, said the man with a wide smile. Sujin immediately burst out laughing. And what would you do if I say I don't want it anymore? You don't want it anymore? The man's eyes widened and he nearly lost his temper. Then again, if Sujin had managed to get the information he wanted from another source already, there was no reason why Sujin would want information from him now. You got information on the person you wanted? Asked the man in a sulky voice. Sujin shook his head. I didn't, but judging from your expression, I've gotten most of the information that I wanted. What do you mean? The man was confused now. How had his expression given Sujin any information? Sujin sighed and explained, you said that you managed to get hold of information, which means that there's information about her within Hell's Bar. In other words, she's definitely a handbook owner. Right. The man stared blankly at Sujin for a moment, then slapped his own forehead and complained loudly, that's not the way things are supposed to work. If everyone's like you, how am I going to do any business in the future? Sujin laughed and said, I'm just kidding. I'm still interested in more detailed information, so please tell me what you know. The man looked warily at Sujin and still looked uneasy. Young man, let's talk terms first before I tell you anything, okay? Sujin chuckled. His joke had clearly shaken the man's confidence, so he nodded and said, sure. What's your price? It took me quite a bit of effort to get information on this lass, so 2 Tree of Life leaves or information on Team Boning Knife, the team I told you about the last time. Team Boning Knife? I do have a bit of information but I don't have details. I can tell you what I know, and you can decide if that's enough for an exchange. Nobody knew Team Boning Knife better than Sujin, after all. The man's eyes lit up and he rubbed his palms together. I can't believe you actually managed to gather information about that team. Not bad. You've seen members from their team. We went through one challenge together before, said Sujin rather flippantly. They're now a 3-member, level C team. 2 members are male, 1 member is female, and they're all veterans. That's it. That's it. We don't know each other well, so that's all the information I have. What are their names? The man refused to give up. Sujin shook his head. I'm not sure. I was a newbie and they were already kind enough to help me through the challenge, and they didn't tell me their real names. What do you think? Is that enough information for you? The man didn't hesitate and smiled as he said, of course it's enough. Any information on a team that can complete a level A challenge with a perfect score is valuable, no matter how little. So, tell me what information you've gathered. Right. This Yayun you asked me to investigate is a handbook owner, and she's a pretty formidable one too. According to the owner who provided me with this information, if Yayun is still alive, she should have completed at least 30 challenges already. Oh my god! Sujin gasped. He had guessed that Yayun was probably an owner and after the recent incidents, he was actually very certain that she was one, but he didn't expect her to have survived so many. Take a look at this. The man showed Sujin a photo of a beautiful young lady standing on top of a mountain of dead bodies with a billhook in hand, her brownish hair flying in the wind. Is she a veteran? The lady in the photo was definitely Yayun, but it was so hard to connect this frightening photo to the playful Yayun he knew. The man nodded and said, since she's survived more than 30 challenges, she must be a veteran. Also, I've confirmed that this lass is a target of that syndicate of robbers we were talking about the last time, and apparently she's on the list of owners that must be killed. Sujin's eyelid twitched and he shook his head in dismay. He had guessed that the syndicate was targeting her, but to be on a list of people who must be killed, he really wondered what on earth she did to offend these people so badly. Also, he felt that he had to salute her the next time he saw her, because she was truly amazing for surviving so many challenges. He had many more questions, but it was already almost time for the next challenge. So, he left the bar, contacted Chu Yi, and started their next challenge. Challenge started, Zombie Frenzy. Chapter 127, Zombie Frenzy. Sujin found himself surrounded by darkness and he had no idea where he was at all. A bright light suddenly appeared in front of him like a movie screen, and a zombie movie began to play before his eyes. Humans have always been a greedy race. Since primitive times, humans always wanted to be fed and wanted to be safe. In the age of civilization, they craved money and power. And now, humans wanted to live forever. It seemed impossible to ever satisfy the desires of humans. At the same time, humans were intelligent beings, living creatures blessed by their creator. Not only did they possess intelligence of their own, but they also passed knowledge down from generation to generation, slowly finding their way towards a territory that once only belonged to God. The key to immortality was the greatest invention of the 21st century, a substance that put an end to aging. Once injected with the key to immortality, the human body would undergo a tremendous change. The cells would have greater vitality, possess an incredible ability to multiply itself and create a much more resilient body. But the key to immortality came with a problem. Those who were injected with it would become infertile. Then again, what was the aim of reproduction? What were children for? For some people, children were a continuation of life, a continuation of civilization and the continuation of their race. Indeed, children were a way of extending life as their ancestors knew it. But if one could live forever, then did extending life in the form of children mean anything anymore? Humans were now immortal and they could do all the aforementioned things. And so, the human race fell into this temptation, or rather, they were persuaded to go in this direction. The vast majority of humans chose to be injected with the key to immortality, and only a very small group refused. This group were called the fools and they were treated as a lower life form. Indeed, after the key to immortality came into the world, discrimination moved from being a matter of skin color to a matter of the choice you made regarding immortality. Unfortunately, these happy times did not last long. A few centuries later, the side effects of the key to immortality began to surface. Everyone injected with the substance slowly began to lose their conscious minds. Their bodies began to rot and they started craving for blood. They had become the creatures that the movie studios centuries ago had created, they had turned into zombies. Destruction came without warning. Besides the small group of fools, the rest of humanity turned into zombies, and it didn't take long for the earth to become a planet of zombies. God never only provided the world with despair, however. Hope was small, but it still existed. The small group of fools banded together, and they were now much smarter compared to all the zombies who had lost the ability to think for themselves. They were intelligent beings who could make use of tools and weapons to fight the zombies. As long as they could rid the world of zombies, the fools would be able to change the world back to what it was before. But they were really badly outnumbered. The zombies refused to die even after they had been severely injured, while humans could be infected with the side effects of the key to immortality with just one scratch. Those infected at this stage did not remain as humans for a few centuries. They turned into zombies in a very short time. Time and tide wait for no man. The last group of fools are now trapped in a safe zone, but the safety of this zone is about to be compromised. Go forth and save the fools. The movie wasn't long and it was probably only as long as a long movie trailer, but it stated the context of this challenge very clearly. As Sujin looked at the screen that was now covered in bloodstains, a large hand suddenly appeared and slammed its palm against the screen. That was the hand of a demon. A terrifying cackle that sent shivers down his spine followed soon after. He he he. He he he. As the cackling echoed and slowly faded, Sujin opened his eyes with a start. He was panting and all his hair was standing on end. He was in the middle of a pile of rubble, and everything around him was a mess, as though he was in what was left of a house that had just been violently demolished. Konoha and Chuyi were next to him, and they also looked like they had been frightened. Besides his two teammates, there were 5 others with them. There were 3 men and 2 women. 2 of the men looked like they were in their 30s, the last man and 1 of the women looked like they were in their 20s and the last woman looked like she was around Chuyi's age. Sujin said to his teammates, "Explain the situation to them, I'll go read up on the introduction to the challenge and any missions." He opened his handbook and looked through the content on this challenge. The content was very simple, since it was basically a summary of what Sujin watched earlier. Challenge, Zombie Frenzy, Level D Challenge. Sujin breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally going through an easier challenge. Since his team were all veterans now, this challenge was probably going to resemble a tour of a zombie movie set more than a handbook challenge. Mission 1, reach the safe zone where the fools are. Mission 2, kill any mutants. Killing one level 1 mutant will earn you 2 points, a level 2 mutant is worth 20 points, a level 3 mutant is worth 50 points and a level 4 mutant is worth 100 points. Sujin tapped his nose as he contemplated these words. In short, these zombies could actually mutate and level up. A level 1 zombie was probably the really slow and dumb type, but as they leveled up, their prowess clearly increased proportionately to the points they were worth. A level 4 mutant is worth 100 points. Logically speaking, they probably wouldn't be as powerful as the hunters in Fengzi town, right? Thought Sujin. In general, this challenge didn't look too difficult. Even though a level 4 mutant was powerful, it was probably not going to stand a chance against the combined attack of 3 veterans. But when Sujin continued reading the rest of the page, he stared in shock as he cursed, "Fuck!" Everyone else around him was shocked by his sudden outburst. His expression was so nasty that the young lady around Chuyi's age looked like she was on the verge of tears. The reason for Sujin's outburst was simple. The last thing written inside the handbook was, "This challenge will seal all spirit powers and any equipment inside the handbook." Sometimes, challenges with such limits would appear because some owners are too powerful. The challenge could seal a majority of your power so as to increase the difficulty of the challenge, Konoha explained to Sujin with an equally frustrated look on her face. Sujin did not say anything and tried to use his psychokinesis, but it didn't work at all. He tried to retrieve an item from his handbook, but nothing happened. However, when he punched the wall next to him angrily, a smile finally appeared on his face. The wall he had just punched cracked from the impact of his punch, spreading across the wall before the wall finally collapsed. "My physical strength has not been limited, that's great to know." Sujin breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't have any supernatural power on hand, but having superhuman strength for a level D challenge was probably more than enough to get through it. He looked at Konoha and Chuyi, but they both shook their heads at him. Their spirit power and items had also been sealed off by the handbook. He consoled them, "With Chuyi and I around, we can just make a run for the safe zone. I think we'll be fine." But Chuyi smiled sadly and shook his head. "Boss, I'm afraid I won't be of much help to you this time." "What do you mean?" "Your physical strength has increased because your body has undergone a permanent transformation and you've been training it up as well. I, on the other hand, have been using my internal energy to give my body a boost. The strength and speed needed for my martial arts move are maximized with the help of my internal energy." Now that my spirit power has been sealed up, I'm really just any martial artist with a bit more fighting experience, that's all, said Chu Yi sadly. Sujin was very upset by this turn of events. He looked into the distance and he could see that a large number of zombies were wandering the area beyond the rebel area they were in right now. Once they crossed the border of the rebel, they would definitely be attacked by the zombies. We've got to confirm where this safe zone is first, said Sujin with furrowed brows. Just then, one of the older men walked over and raised his voice angrily, "What the hell is this all about? I can't believe a reality TV program is resorting to kidnapping people now. I'm not going to let you people off. You'd better compensate me, or I'll see you in court." Sujin widened his eyes, then glanced at Konoha and Chu Yi, since the two of them should have explained the situation to the 5 newbies with them for the challenge. The two of them shrugged and shook their heads. This man clearly had not accepted what they told him at all. This world is full of dangers. If you don't want to die, I suggest that you stay close to me. Also, this is not a reality TV program. This is a game designed by a demon, said Sujin. The man pushed Sujin aside and scoffed disdainfully before marching off. The other 4 looked at him and started wondering if they ought to follow him. In most cases, because the handbook transported owners mysteriously into a different world and also introduced the challenge via their subconscious, most newbies would accept that they were really in a completely different dimension. Unfortunately, there were always a few strange and stubborn ones, like this man. Not only was he about to walk into his own grave, his words had also raised suspicions in the hearts of the other 4 newbies. "Should we stop him?" asked Chu Yi. "Whatever for. He prefers to die, so let him be. Even if you try to stop him, he might think it's part of the program or something. Something bad is bound to happen with the sort of attitude he has," said Konoha plainly. Sujin hesitated for a while, but he eventually chose to agree with Konoha. This man was quite agitated and did not believe the situation he was in at all, so even if they managed to keep him with them for now, he was definitely going to cause trouble for them eventually. By this time, the man had already walked beyond the border of the rebel area. The moment he took a step outside of the border, the zombies came surging towards him. "Ha! You think you can scare me? You think I'm afraid of these stupid costumes? Gosh, you're really coming for me, huh? Oh gross! You've spilled all this fake blood all over my clothes. You'd better compensate me for ruining my clothes." The man was quite violent and actually managed to bash a number of them aside, which made Sujin and Chu Yi both look rather impressed. But he couldn't keep this up for long. One of the zombies came from behind the man and bit down on his shoulder. "Ow! How dare you bite me? Ow! Ow! AHH! You, save me! Save me!" The man finally realized that something was amiss. The dozens of zombies surrounded him, tearing and biting away at his body. The faces of the newbies instantly paled, because it was clear that none of this was just acting. In less than half a minute, there was no more screaming. A human skeleton lay lifelessly on the ground, with some bloodied flesh hanging off the bones. Sujin glanced at the 4 terrified newbies and sighed. "I guess that speaks for itself. You can judge for yourself whether this is real or if you're part of some TV program. So, now, it's time to think of a way to survive this." Chapter 128, I respect your decision. The newbies were scared out of their wits by what they just witnessed. A man who had been well and alive just minutes ago was now nothing but some bones and pieces of flesh. The zombies who ate him still seemed hungry and refused to leave for a long time. The youngest one among them finally burst out crying. She trembled violently and it was clear that she had reached the point of breaking. The other 3 didn't cry, but their faces were pale and their expressions were grim. Sujin frowned and said patiently, "Everyone, you've seen what just happened. It's not easy to live on under such circumstances, but the first thing you need is courage. The 3 of us have gone through several similar challenges, and to be honest with you guys, this is probably going to be the easiest one so far, which is good news to all of you. But just because it's simple doesn't necessarily mean that we're all going to survive it. We will try our best to help you guys, but I hope that you never lose hope and never lose courage. Otherwise, even if we help you to get through this first challenge, you will still face the threat of death in your next challenge. What utter nonsense! The lady in her 20s looked at Sujin with disdain, and she looked like she couldn't stand Sujin at all. Sujin was very puzzled. What had he done to offend her? What a hypocrite! You're willing to help us? Tisk! What about that man just now then? Did you help him? He was being eaten alive by those creatures. Did you help him? You didn't. The displeasure in her eyes became more intense as she scoffed. I think you just want to use us as pawns, and you'd sacrifice us the minute you face any danger, right? Sujin was speechless for a moment. What sort of logic was that? The man was the one who insisted on leaving even though the situation had already been explained to him, and Sujin had also tried to convince him not to leave. Miss, my friend tried to convince the man not to leave earlier, but he refused to listen. How could you call my friend a hypocrite? Chu Yi started getting annoyed. The woman's eyes were bulging as she spoke in a sarcastic manner. Tried to convince? You knew very well that there's real danger out there, and you could have forcibly held him back since you're so strong. Did you do that? You didn't. Instead, you just watched him walk out to his death. Are you sure you really tried to convince him? Her logic was simple. Sujin had the ability to literally stop the man from leaving, but he did not use that ability, so her conclusion was that he hadn't tried hard enough because he wasn't sincere in wanting to help the man. That made Sujin a hypocrite. Sujin frowned. He didn't want to spend too much time arguing with her, since he could understand where she was coming from. When he first found himself in the Handbook's universe, he had been NAVE as well. But he was also pretty sure he had been more cooperative than her. That's quite enough. If you think we're dangerous and unreliable people, then from now on, you can go your way and we'll go ours. There's no need to bother yourself with us at all. If the rest of you agree with her, you can go ahead and do whatever you like to. We won't stop you, Konoha suddenly spoke up. Her logic was also very simple. If the newbies didn't trust Team Boning Knife, they could leave on their own. The team was willing to respect their decision. This stunned the woman into silence. Leaving this safe area on her own was practically suicide. But following them went against the bad feeling she had about them, and it also made her feel like a wimp for backing down after saying such things about them. Sujin just shook his head and looked at the other three. Let's introduce ourselves, shall we? I'll go first. I'm Sujin, team leader of Team Boning Knife. Chu Yi, member of Team Boning Knife. Konoha, member of Team Boning Knife. The three of them introduced themselves very simply and did not state anything else besides their name. It was a protective measure that they had decided to take after realizing that there were too many unknowns in each challenge, like enemy missions. It was better not to share too much. I'm Chen Duo, a student. The first one to speak turned out to be the one who burst out crying earlier. She bit her lip and looked like she was trying very hard to suppress the fear she was feeling inside. I'm Zhang Lei, an office worker. He was the other man in his 30s and looked pretty fit, so he probably exercised on a regular basis. I'm Shen Hongjiang, a university student. The young man wore glasses and was on the plump side. He pushed his glasses up nervously and asked, I still want to confirm something. What world are we in? Are we still on Earth? To put it simply, this place is a parallel universe to Earth. But time here works differently to Earth, explained Sujin. Shen Hongjiang nodded, but Sujin wasn't sure if the young man could really understand or accept what he just heard. Sujin then turned back to the lady who had called him a hypocrite earlier. Miss, just like my friend said earlier, if you don't trust us, you can choose to leave on your own. But of course, if you change your mind, I don't mind letting you come along with us. He did not mind what she said earlier, since it was only normal to be terrified and be distrustful of everyone after being pulled into this strange and frightening universe. At the same time, if she insisted on going her own way, he wasn't going to stop her. If she wanted to do what the first man did, she could go ahead. She hesitated for a while, and finally chose to go along with Sujin and the rest, since she wasn't going to take a gamble on her life. She took a deep breath to suppress the irritation she felt and said, "I'm Ju Xinlan, a company director and a Big V." "A Big V?" Konoha looked at Sujin with a confused expression. Sujin laughed. "Do you know about Weibo? Big Vs are people who've been verified. So she's like an internet celebrity." "Ah. I see." Konoha nodded. She understood that much. Ju Xinlan said in an annoyed voice, "What do you mean by internet celebrity? Don't use such crude terms on me. I'm just someone who speaks up on the internet for those who've been treated unjustly." Sujin just smiled faintly. He didn't really care who Ju Xinlan was in her universe. He was more focused on the task at hand. He turned to discuss things with Chu Yi and Konoha. "At the moment, there's no information on the safe zone, but I'm sure we'll find something once we step out of this place." You've taken one elixir, and Chu Yi, you're a martial artist, so we should be safe as long as we don't run into any level 2 mutants. You two take the front and the back of the team, while I'll clear the path in front and get rid of any threats. Both of them were fine with the plan. Actually, they could choose to ignore the newbies, since they had nothing to do with one another. But Konoha knew that Sujin and Chu Yi were kind-hearted people and would choose to save lives if they could. "So, what do we need to do?" Zhang Lei asked. Sujin and Chu Yi exchanged glances. Chu Yi sighed and said, "Just stay alive." "Like literally?" Zhang Lei's eyes nearly popped out at that response. "Well, while it's true that newbies aren't very useful in a challenge, especially if they've got nothing to fight with, if you've got a good memory or observation skills, it'll be helpful if you could take note of anything that might be of use," Sujin comforted Zhang Lei. Before heading out, Sujin used some of the scraps he found around them to make some armor. To put it more accurately, he was just trying to cover any exposed skin up. The zombies could pass their zombie attributes on with an injury, and even though they were owners and the humans in this world, Sujin didn't think they had any immunity against the zombies if they were to be bitten or cut by them. The plan was straightforward. Sujin would hang around the group to get rid of anything coming their way. Konoha was the leader of the group, the 4 newbies would follow behind her, while Chu Yi would cover the back. Once everyone was properly briefed, they walked out of the safe area. Immediately after they left the safe area, a large number of zombies came towards them. Thankfully, the zombies moved very slowly. As long as they did not remain standing in one place and curse and shout like the first man did, it was possible to outrun these slow-moving zombies quite easily. But of course, their best defense was Sujin. Despite losing the ability to use his spirit power and equipment, Sujin was still a killing machine in this challenge. He managed to find a metal rod among the rubble, and he used his bare hands to flatten one end of the rod to turn it into a spear of sorts. Once he had his eye on any zombie, that zombie was doomed. These level 1 zombies were easy to deal with and he could earn points by killing them too, so he dealt with them as quickly as possible. The zombies were dead before they could even get within 10 meters of the group. "Boss, leave some for me, won't you? Look at how many points you must have accumulated by now." Chu Yi wished he could just abandon these newbies and go on a zombie massacre like Sujin. "You'd better stick to the plan. You can't use any internal energy, so you're not as formidable as you usually are. It's not so bad if you end up getting killed by the zombies, but if you get bitten and turn into one, we'll be worse off." It wasn't that Sujin couldn't bear to share these points with Chu Yi, but Sujin knew that it was more dangerous to allow Chu Yi to fight these zombies. Sujin's body was so strong now that even if a lion or tiger tried to bite him, his skin wouldn't break, so he wasn't afraid of getting infected. But the same couldn't be said about Chu Yi. It was too horrifying to imagine what would happen if Chu Yi were bitten. Chu Yi was disappointed, but he obediently stuck to his post and followed behind the group. The group just kept walking on, hoping to find some clues about this safe zone they needed to reach. More than an hour later, the group arrived at a supermarket. Sujin stopped because he felt something that he never felt during challenges. He felt hungry. They had only been on the move for slightly over an hour, but he was feeling hungry already. That didn't sound right. Konoha explained, since your spirit power has been sealed up, you're relying entirely on your body and you've been clearing all these zombies during this time. It's only natural for you to feel hungry after expending so much energy. After hearing Konoha's explanation, Sujin decided it was best to get some food. The supermarket was a good place to get some, and it was vital that they got food quickly, since it wouldn't be long before the rest also got hungry. Be careful, everyone. There are many hidden corners in a supermarket, so beware of zombies hiding in the shadows, Sujin warned the group before pushing the glass door of the supermarket open. But immediately after he pushed it open, something black pushed Sujin to the floor and screeched loudly. Most articles I've read online equate Weibo verification to Twitter verification, but as far as my personal experience with Weibo goes, I feel that Weibo is a bit looser with who gets to be verified compared to Twitter. That's just my feeling, no stats, nor papers to back it up. Chapter 129, A Very Noisy Woman. The attack had come too suddenly and even Sujin couldn't react in time, so he got pushed to the floor. Konoha was the closest to him, so she flung the simple weapon that Sujin had made towards the thing that attacked Sujin. The creature went flying out, landed on the floor and scampered off. It was so fast that nobody saw what it was clearly. Jin! Are you alright? Konoha helped Sujin to his feet. Sujin shook his head. Konoha had reacted too quickly. He had intended to catch the creature alive, but the creature moved very quickly, then she sent it flying, so there was no chance to catch it at all. I reacted too quickly. Konoha's face reddened in embarrassment. Given how strong Sujin's body was, it would have been impossible for that creature to hurt him, since he was like a walking tank in this challenge. Perhaps only a level 4 mutant could hurt him. She didn't have to worry about an attack like that, and if he managed to catch it, they would have known what it was. It's alright, it's just a mutant, said Sujin with a smile. He didn't think there would be any other strange creatures in this world. That thing just now looked like a monkey, said Chen Duo in a soft voice. Everyone turned to look at her and she said, I've got very sharp vision. From the size of that thing and its behavior, I think it's a monkey. Sujin thought about this possibility but shook his head. I don't think so. Mutants were created after they were injected with the key to immortality, and I don't think the humans in this world were crazy enough to administer it to monkeys. Besides, we haven't come across any animal mutants thus far. Perhaps animals are immune to this substance, since their immune systems work differently from humans. Chen Duo nodded and looked down again. I guess I saw wrongly. Don't worry about it. If you see anything or if you have any opinions on anything, just tell me, said Sujin in a gentle voice. As long as they were willing to help, even newbies could be useful in increasing a team's prowess. Chen Duo nodded immediately. Sujin pushed the glass door of the supermarket open again, then carefully checked the hidden corners of the place. He wasn't afraid of being attacked, but everyone else with him was. Just then, Zhu Xinlan suddenly said, if it's so dangerous inside, can't you go in by yourself? We'll wait for you outside. Chu Yi glared at her. He was very annoyed with how difficult this woman was. He snorted and said, and why should my boss take the risk all by himself? Sujin gave Chu Yi a glance to calm down, then patiently explained, I did not ask all of you to follow me because I wanted to drag others down with me in times of trouble. I wanted all of you to stay close so that I can get to you quickly if anything happens. We've got the two of them. Zhu Xinlan was still indignant about it. The supermarket was so dark and seemed so dangerous. If a zombie appeared in there, she was doomed for sure. Firstly, the three of us don't have any trouble protecting ourselves, but having to protect you and ourselves will take more effort. Secondly, if something does happen, I can tell you right now that you'd definitely be the last person we save, said Konoha in a frosty voice. She did not like Zhu Xinlan at all. Why, you? Zhu Xinlan was furious and felt like she had been discriminated against. She yelled, how could you behave like this? Very simple. I just don't like you. Since you think we're hypocrites, we might as well be the nasty, petty people you think we really are. So, let me repeat myself. If we run into any danger where all of our lives are endangered, you're definitely the last one we'll save. Konoha decided that it wasn't worth trying to be nice to Zhu Xinlan at all, and felt that Zhu Xinlan was a character who would get the team into trouble. Zhu Xinlan was so angry that she started shaking, but she didn't dare to fall out with Konoha either. She had seen how dangerous the zombies in this world were. If Sujin's team abandoned her, she might not even last 10 minutes. Alright now, let's not quibble over small matters like this. Reserve your strength for the journey ahead, okay? We don't even know how long this challenge will last. Sujin's head hurt. Konoha was usually a reserved and gentle person, who was only frosty and nasty to those she thought deserved it. If Zhu Xinlan hadn't been so uncooperative and demanding, Konoha wouldn't treat her like this either. Sujin got the rest to keep within a certain distance of him as he started knocking on the shelves inside the supermarket, using the noise to lure out any zombies hiding in the darkness. This method proved very useful as zombies kept trying to pounce on Sujin. None of them succeeded in taking him down, but he was still very unsettled by the fact that the smaller thing that attacked him when he first entered seemed to have disappeared. The shelves in this supermarket looked just like the ones he was familiar with, but there was a protective transparent layer over each shelf. Sujin broke one of them and took a loaf of bread out. There was no expiry date on the package, but the bread looked fresh, so the protective layer was probably able to preserve these items. The supermarket had clearly been abandoned for decades, yet the protective layer still worked. Sujin had no idea how that was possible. This supermarket sold everything, so he found where the backpacks were, grabbed a few, then packed them with food, water, toilet paper, batteries, and some other essential items. Like he said earlier, nobody knew how long this challenge would take, so it was better to take more now while they could. Besides these items, they also found some things they could use as weapons, including axes and knives. They took a few of these items each so that they had something to defend themselves with. To Sujin's dismay, there were no guns in this supermarket. Once the bags were full, Sujin passed the lighter ones to the two male newbies, while the three in his team took at least 2 backpacks each. Their bodies were way stronger than regular humans, so this weight meant nothing to them. But Zhu Xinlan had a foul expression on her face. When they were ready to leave, they found that a huge number of zombies had gathered outside the supermarket. Zhu Xinlan's yelling at Konoha earlier had clearly attracted these zombies over. Do we kill our way out? Asked Konoha. Sujin observed the zombies for a while and shook his head, because he had seen some mutants that were obviously much larger in size than the rest, so he figured that those were probably the higher level mutants. Charging out like this might turn out to be dangerous. The team quietly moved further into the supermarket. If Sujin dashed out by himself, it might not be too difficult for him to handle the zombies. But the supermarket wasn't safe either. If that tiny thing that attacked Sujin earlier suddenly reappeared, the rest of them would be in trouble. This is a very difficult situation. Sujin frowned and took some food out to eat so that he could recover some of his energy. You don't have to worry about us. With Sister Mai and myself around, that little thing is doomed for sure. Chu Yi swung the axe in his hand to assure Sujin, while Konoha nodded at Sujin as well. Sujin swallowed the last bit of food he was holding, then said to everyone, "All right, everyone, watch out and stay safe. I'll try to clear the zombies out there as soon as possible." He wrapped some steak knives with a cloth, then hooked some larger ones on his belt. He couldn't use his boning knife now, so the larger knives would have to do for now. The steak knives could replace rumor, since he was very adept at using such hidden weapons now. He walked out of the supermarket by himself and it didn't take long for the sound of fighting to reach their ears. Everyone in the supermarket immediately tensed up and looked out for any potential attackers. At this point, Zhang Lei said, "Miss Zhu, could you try to hold your temper back a little? If you attract so many zombies our way again, it'll put all of us in danger." Zhu Xinlan was surprised by these words and scoffed. "Wow, Mr. Zhang, I didn't know you enjoyed being a lackey so much. So, if these people told you to die, you'd really kill yourself?" Her words made Zhang Lei very unhappy. "How could you say such things? I think that Team Boning Knife has been very kind to us so far and they've even allowed us to walk in the middle. Also, Mr. Su has been working very hard to clear the zombies all this time. Why can't you see their kindness?" "Kindness? I don't think they're kind at all. Just look at the way they've distributed the bags of food and resources. There are so many of us, don't you think the way they've done it is problematic?" She scoffed as though she had seen through Sujin and his team. The other newbies blinked in silence and Zhu Xinlan sniggered again. "You're all a bunch of fools. Look, you two might think you can fool others with your fake kindness, but you can't fool me. Out of all of us, the three of you have taken the most number of things, followed by the presumably more useful two men. As for Chen Duo and myself, we're just two frail young women who are of no use to you, so you've not given us a single thing." Chu Yi was so angry that he burst out laughing. He laughed and nodded at the same time while saying, "Ha! Ha! What an ingrate!" He threw one of the backpacks on the floor and said, "If that's what you think, then you can have this bag." Zhu Xinlan immediately dragged the bag nearer to her but stared at it in shock when she tried to carry it. The bag was full of food and water, so it was too heavy for her and she could only drag it along the floor. "I hope that you'd still be able to keep up with the team while carrying this stuff," said Chu Yi with a sneer. Zhu Xinlan looked embarrassed for a moment, then she flew into a rage and started shrieking, "You hypocrite! You insincere, disgusting pack!" Konoha suddenly slapped Zhu Xinlan so hard across the face that she fell to the floor. Konoha had taken one body-strengthening elixir before, so the fact that Zhu Xinlan hadn't lost consciousness meant that Konoha hadn't used all her strength. "You, how dare you slap me? How dare you slap me? Do you know who I am? I'm someone who can make your life hell with just one word. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you!" Zhu Xinlan shrieked uncontrollably. Konoha didn't bother arguing with her. She picked up Zhu Xinlan by the collar and dragged her all the way to the entrance to the supermarket. The entrance was now covered in zombie remnants left behind in the wake of Sujin's zombie massacre. Without any hesitation, Konoha threw Zhu Xinlan out of the supermarket and said, "If you want to scream and shout like that, you can do that outside the supermarket. Don't implicate us." Konoha went back inside, blocked the door with some heavy items, and returned to where the group was. Zhu Xinlan's miserably wailing and shrieking could be heard from inside. Chu Yi gave Konoha a thumbs up and said, "Sister Mai, you're the best." Chapter 130, Mutants. "Are you really just going to leave her out there?" Chu Yi didn't like Zhu Xinlan, but he was a good guy at heart and started looking worriedly at the glass door. Konoha rolled her eyes and said, "Don't worry, I just want to scare her. You and Jin don't really mind how she just goes off like that, but kindness is very precious in a handbook challenge and cannot be wasted on those who don't cherish it. Actually, I really don't mind her. Everybody who becomes a handbook owner for the first time would definitely feel fearful, so it's only normal for one to behave crazy," said Chu Yi as he scratched his head. He remembered the way he had behaved when he went through his very first challenge. If not for Sujin, he'd be dead by now. Konoha shook her head and just laughed. "You really don't have to be so worried. I saw that Jin is more or less done with all the zombies, so none of them would be able to get close enough to her to hurt her. I just wanted to teach her a lesson." The other newbies had been really frightened by Konoha as well, since she had flared up so suddenly and done something so extreme. They were a little relieved to hear that Konoha wasn't as cruel as they thought her to be, but they also realized that she was the team member whom they had to be most careful around. They were a lot more relaxed when it came to Chuyi. This cheerful boy seemed to be genuinely kind-hearted. Even though Zhu Xinlin had been so unreasonable and insulted him, he hadn't taken it to heart. They weren't sure if they would have been as magnanimous as Chuyi if they were in his shoes. Meanwhile, Zhu Xinlin was still wailing and shrieking outside the supermarket. If the group couldn't see her, they might have thought that some zombie was tearing her to pieces. But actually, she was curled into a ball, leaning against the glass door desperately and just screaming away with her eyes closed. Is she stupid or something? Her screaming is as good as announcing to all the zombies that there's food right here, grumbled Zhang Lei. Her screams were really grating his ears. Konoha seemed very annoyed by her screaming as well, so she got up to get Zhu Xinlin back in. But just as she got up, a black shadow suddenly came flying towards her. Watch out! Chuyi called out. He swung his metal bat so quickly in front of Konoha that it resembled a wall rather than a bat. The shadow was flying very quickly, but Chuyi's bat was just as fast. After his bat blocked the shadow's initial attack, he flicked his wrist and sent the bat flying out. Bang! The metal bat hit the shadow, but the shadow was not stunned by the attack. It nimbly used the force from the collision to fly further back. Konoha had been startled for a second, but quickly realized what just happened. She dropped to the floor and slid across the floor, reaching the shadow in an instant. Ha! Konoha used a Japanese sword fighting technique, wielding her vegetable knife like a samurai. Her knife glinted like a real sword that had just been unsheathed. Clang! The shadow couldn't dodge her attack in time, but it was still too fast and managed to avoid getting killed. It merely lost a limb. But that wasn't the end of it. Konoha's attack gave Chuyi time to get ready to counter-attack. Immediately after Konoha's knife had sliced through its limb, Chuyi stood in the shadow's way. Ha! Chuyi let out a low shout and slammed the shadow with this palm. This time, the attack hit the shadow straight on, so it yelped as it flew straight into the wall. Everything had happened in no more than 3 seconds. The fight was over even before the newbies knew what was going on. Sister Mai, are you alright? Chuyi exhaled deeply. If he hadn't been watching the surroundings all this time, that shadow might have taken Konoha down with that sneak attack. Konoha was also frightened by the thought of what could have happened. The rest of them came over and they were all shocked when they looked at the unconscious shadow on the floor. It turned out to be a child. That's not a child. What is this thing? Konoha frowned. This zombie was extremely skinny and looked like a child, but upon closer inspection, this thing's limbs were shorter than usual, but broader than normal. Its head size was also too large for a child. Is this a level 2 mutant? Said Chuyi. Konoha nodded. Based on its speed, it was definitely more powerful than the ones they had seen so far. It made sense that this was a higher level mutant. This was the thing that attacked the boss just now, right? Chuyi took a second look. This thing was about the same size as the one that attacked Sujin earlier, so it was probably the same creature. Konoha wasn't so quick to jump to a conclusion. She said cautiously, it's probably the same type of creature, but it might not be the exact same one. We've all got to be careful. After that, she went to open the glass door and dragged the inconsolable Zhu Xinlin back in. Zhu Xinlin was shaking violently from fear. Sujin had killed off all the zombies just outside the supermarket, but while there were no live zombies coming after her, sitting in a pile of zombie limbs was still terrifying. Shut up, or I'll throw you out again, Konoha threatened her. These words did the trick. Zhu Xinlin used both hands to cover her mouth and she stared at Konoha with terror in her eyes. Meanwhile, Chuyi looked around to see where the shadow mutant could have come from and was able to trace its tracks back to an opening in the floor. Is that a basement? Chuyi cautiously looked into the basement and gasped silently. He slowly backed away from the opening, then walked back to the group standing at the glass door and whispered, "Run! We've got to get out of this place now." Hi! Everyone was confused and didn't hear him clearly. "There's a basement of sorts further in and it's full of the same mutants as the one just now. They're coming out." Chu Yi flung the glass door open and said in an urgent voice, "We need to run now." Immediately after he finished saying that, the sound of something pouring out came from the opening in the floor as those children-like mutants rushed out from the basement. Konoha picked up Zhu Xinlan and ran out. Zhu Xinlan was noisy and irritating, but Konoha didn't really want to leave her to die either. All of them dashed out of the supermarket, but they had no idea where Sujin had gone. They took a quick look around them but couldn't find him. Ah! Zhu Xinlan was terrified and started screaming again. As she screamed, the noise from inside the supermarket increased, and countless mutants came spraying out from the glass door of the supermarket. "Shut up!" Konoha hissed. When she saw that saying that was useless, she struck her palm against the screaming woman's neck and knocked her out. The mutants were attracted to her screaming. They were resting in the basement, but her screaming was too loud and it woke all of them up. Chen Duo was a timid girl, but she could analyze the situation quite clearly. The group couldn't really move very quickly as their backpacks slowed them down. Zhang Lei and Shen Hongjiang were really struggling because they weren't as strong as Konoha and Chu Yi. They could keep up at first, but they started lagging behind after some time. "Just throw the backpacks away. Staying alive is more important," said Chu Yi anxiously. The two men left the backpacks behind and were able to run more quickly now, but the problem was that the mutants were just too fast. They could catch up with them in seconds. "Where is boss? We're going to die at this rate." Chu Yi slowed down to use his metal bat to bash the mutants that were about to pounce on the newbies. Just then, their expressions fell as they looked in despair at what was in front of them. Another group of mutants were blocking their way from the other side. These things were not entirely without any intelligence. "We're doomed." Even Chu Yi despaired at this situation. They either needed their spirit power back, or they needed Sujin to appear. There was no way the two old-timers could protect everyone. The mutants surrounding them started making weird noises, as if they were guests at a banquet getting ready to eat by saying a prayer first. Boom! All of a sudden, there was an explosion as a bomb killed a large group of the mutants blocking their way. The group was stunned and didn't know who was helping them. "This way! Hurry up! We don't have much time!" Some men in special combat uniforms shouted at the group as they waved their arms. Nobody knew where these men were from, but they were clearly more friend than foe. Konoha and Chu Yi exchanged glances, and made a decision on the spot. Staying alive was their priority. The group started moving towards the men while trying to watch out for any mutants trying to attack them. The men also helped by throwing bombs to kill off most of the mutants. A few minutes later, the group finally reached where the men were. The men didn't explain themselves and just motioned to the group to follow them. The group didn't have any choice. There were still many mutants coming after them and they had to find a safe place to hide. They followed the men round the city for a while before arriving at a library. The library was fairly run down and it was surrounded by some simple barriers. "This place is safe, so you can go in and have some food and take a rest," said one of the men to the group. Chu Yi said, "I'm sorry but we don't want to go in. We've got another companion out there and we would like to look for him." "There's another survivor." The man was surprised. Chu Yi nodded. The man said without hesitation, "In that case, let me go with your group. My mission is to search the city for survivors." Konoha broke her silence, "I'm sorry, but who are you people? Are you from the government? Or some other organization?" "We're the Messiah of this world, the last hope that this apocalyptic world has," said the man with a gentle smile. Konoha became even more wary. As far as her own experiences went, none of those who said they were a messiah of sorts turned out to be anything good. Chapter 131, The Messiahs. We're a group of survivors and our aim is to save any remaining humans so that we can get out of this apocalypse and restore mankind to its former glory. The leader seemed very confident, as if he already possessed the power to help mankind to advance despite these circumstances. Konoha became even more suspicious, but she just smiled and said, "Thanks for your kind intentions, but I think we can handle the rest ourselves. We'll head off now." "Oh, but look. Your friend is injured, so I think it's better to go in and dress her wounds first. If she's been scratched or bitten by any of those things, I suggest you get rid of her immediately." He tried to reach for Zhu Xinlan. Konoha carefully moved Zhu Xinlan out of his reach and said, "No thanks, we should get going." "Stop right there." The leader's face fell and the other men with him quickly surrounded the group. "You don't know what sort of injury your friend is suffering from and she might very well have been bitten by one of the zombies. If I let you leave now, firstly, that would be very irresponsible of me, secondly, that would also be a threat to us. Every additional zombie in this world increases the level of danger, after all." Konoha scoffed inwardly. These men were clearly not the nice guys they had made themselves out to be. Chu Yi and the rest started becoming suspicious of the men as well. They weren't stupid. These men phrased everything very nicely, but their overly friendly attitude was very odd and what they were saying now wasn't even making sense. Logically speaking, it was quite normal for any survivors in an apocalypse to want to help each other. But these men seemed way too eager to keep them here, as if they were afraid that the group would run off. Compared to their claims to be the Messiah, Konoha felt that these people were more like hunters, except that they were possibly hunting for human survivors and not zombies. "In that case, we'll have to trouble you then." Konoha figured that if they tried to resist the men some more, the men might attack them. These people definitely outnumbered her small group and they were also armed with proper weapons. She and Chu Yi were no match for them. The leader started smiling again when he saw that Konoha had decided to be cooperative. He motioned to the group to follow him into the library. The library had been divided into several sections and each section was for a different function. Konoha could see a section for medical treatment, another for food and another for weapons. These were not hidden from the sight. The men brought the group to a place that looked like a bar counter and said, "Anybody who enters the library has to hand over all the resources they have and we will reallocate them as necessary. I hope you can understand." Chu Yi snorted, but since they were now in the care of these men, they had no choice but to be compliant. They placed their bags on the counter and a large-sized man came to inspect their items. He poured everything out onto the counter and was stunned for a few seconds when he saw how much stuff they had. "Wow! I'm not sure if all of you were very brave or just really lucky. You actually dared to enter the supermarket and took so many items. We've been eyeing that supermarket for a long time too, but it's too dangerous. There are many zombies outside and many level 2 mutants inside. It's practically a death trap." The leader picked up one of the cans of food, smelled it greedily, then waved at the man conducting the inspection before stuffing it into his own pocket. Chu Yi and Konoha had 4 bags in total and they were filled to the brim. If the things inside were to be shared by just the group, then there was enough food to last everyone for a month. But now, everything was confiscated and they weren't even allowed to keep a loaf of bread. "And you've taken a number of weapons too, I see. We won't be taking these, you can keep them for yourselves." The leader looked at the random knives and other household items that the group had intended to use as weapons, and snorted a little, as if he thought of them as useless. He went on, "By the way, I've not introduced myself yet. My name is Reggie and I'm in charge of the security in the library. I'm responsible for the safety of everybody inside here, so I hope that we'll get along well, please don't make things difficult for me." He glanced at Zhu Xinlan again and frowned. "Take her to get checked. If she's really been injured by those zombies, I'm sorry to say that you'll probably lose her." Chu Yi almost lost his temper when he heard the flippant way Reggie spoke, but Konoha pulled him back. She smiled and asked, "Where can we sit down and rest? What time are meals?" Reggie smiled and said, "The sleeping area is at the back, but you guys are new and you didn't make any contributions, so you won't have a bed. You can just find a space somewhere and sleep wherever. We didn't make any contributions? We've brought a lot of food with us. Don't these count? Asked Konoha in a calm voice. These can't be counted as contributions. It's more like remuneration. We saved your group from those mutants, so it's only fair to pay us with this food, right? Reggie burst out laughing loudly. Konoha didn't get angry and kept a faint smile on as she said, "That's fair. These things are nothing compared to staying alive. You're a clever girl. I like clever people, so let me tell you more." Reggie pulled out a cigarette that had been lit before, lit it again, took one puff and snuffed it out again. "In the library, you can't just stay here and eat for free. If you can't gather more resources to contribute to the pile, I'm afraid you won't get anything to eat. Of course, there are other things you could do to get food and water. The men can join our team to help clear the zombies in the vicinity and protect everyone from hard. They'll get half a piece of rye bread and half a bottle of clean water every day. The women can help to fix up some of our things or whatever they can. But they will get less in return, so a quarter piece of rye bread a day and half a bottle of water for 3 days. Of course, there's also one easier method to get food, since women are a rare resource to come by in such times." Reggie had such a lecherous smile on his face, it didn't take a genius to understand what he was driving at. Chu Yi's knuckles were cracking loudly from how hard he was clenching his fists, and he would have bashed Reggie in the face if Konoha hadn't held him back. It was obvious that this group had not saved them out of kindness, but because they wanted the food and resources the group had and also wanted the group to work for them. "Everything sounds reasonable to me, except that the amount of food and water we get in return is a little on the stingy side," said Konoha with a smile. "Stingy? Miss, you must understand that food is very scarce in such times. By staying here, you get to eat something and you also get a good night's rest. Isn't that such a blessing? Isn't that what a messiah should be doing?" Reggie came closer to Konoha, sniffed her neck and looked utterly mesmerized. "Last question. Can we choose to leave right now?" Reggie shook his head sadly. "I'm sorry, but the zombies are getting smarter and smarter. To ensure everyone's safety, anyone who has entered the library is not allowed to leave without permission, or you will be seen as a traitor. And when it comes to traitors, our policy is to kill them all." He felt that he had said everything that he ought to, so he walked away with his subordinates. After leaving, the man inspecting the group's items whispered, "I'd advise you guys not to incur his wrath. Reggie's basically the king around here." "The king?" Konoha had a mocking smile on her face as she muttered almost inaudibly, "Looks like your king is going to meet his end soon." They brought Ju Xinlan to get checked, and once they had confirmed that she was fine, they walked through the library to reach the living quarters of the library, which was essentially an open area where the bookshelves had been cleared. Right in the middle stood a room that had been built from bookshelves. "That must be the palace," snorted Chu Yi. Chu Yi and the group were new and hadn't contributed in any significant way, so they just found an area that was relatively clean and sat down. Chen Duo asked worriedly, "What do we do next? What do we do next? We'll just wait. Boss will find us." Chu Yi seemed to have given up and was just hoping for a miracle. Sujin was the miracle he was waiting for. The rest ignored Chu Yi and turned to look at Konoha. She had a much better plan. "Let's try to find out more about this place first. It looks like a safe place, but it could be more like some sort of slave factory. But since the city actually has such an organization, this might be pertinent to the challenge." The group quietly went to look around to gather more information. There were more than 70 people in the library and most of them were lying tiredly on the floor. It was hard to say how long it had been since they last had anything to eat. Most of them were either rather old or rather young. They couldn't do any fighting or patrolling like the younger adults, so it was hard for them to earn any food. Or rather, Reggie and his team were probably not going to give these people any chance to earn food because feeding these people was a waste of resources. The fact that he didn't just have them killed was kind enough on his part. At least they don't just go around killing other people, said Chu Yi with a sigh. That was good news to him. But Konoha shook her head. That's not necessarily true. Almost everybody here are elderly, children or women, and there are almost no young men. In fact, besides Reggie and his team, I don't think I've seen any young men since we entered the library. Could it be a coincidence? Asked Shen Hongjiang. Chen Duo shook her head. She stood next to Konoha and said, that's impossible. If a disaster struck our world, then the ones who would survive the longest would definitely be young men and not the old and weak. But we only have the old and weak here, which is very strange indeed. Miss Chen is right. If you ask me, I think these messiahs have killed those young men, said Konoha as she narrowed her eyes. After all, if you don't mind, that age group makes for a pretty good meal. Chapter 132, Seduction. Everyone felt their hair stand on end when they heard what Konoha said, and Chen Duo was pale as she said, I hope not. Zhang Lei didn't look too good either, but he nodded in agreement and said, it's not impossible. I've heard from my father's friends before that when they went through a really bad famine in the past, there were people who resorted to eating other humans. Humans can endure fear, pain, insecurity, and other negative emotions, but they cave in very easily when it comes to a physical need like hunger. It's happened many times in human history, regardless of country. Cannibalism is not that uncommon, said Konoha with a sigh. The three men in the group shuddered. Didn't this mean they were in danger of becoming food? Relax, even if they wanted to eat you guys, they would wait until you were too weak to fight back or even collapse. After all, these people are not the type who would take risks. Konoha peered out of the living quarters and noticed some men walking around the area, as if they were watching all the people inside the library. Their only hope was Sujin. If Sujin was not able to find them, then it was going to be hard to escape this place since they couldn't use any of their powers or weapons. If it was just Chu Yi and Konoha, they stood a good chance. But there were others with them now. A short while later, Zhu Xinlan woke up and the first thing she did was to scream in horror. She had probably spent the last hour having nightmares. If you keep screaming like that, I'll knock you out again, said Konoha in a frosty voice. Zhu Xinlan clamped her hands over her mouth and looked around her. She calmed down after she realized they were in a safe place. Her screaming had caused a number of heads to turn, so Chu Yi had to explain that she had been having nightmares. Everyone seemed to accept this explanation. Perhaps all of them were also having nightmares from their current situation. Many of them left to do what they were supposed to do. None of them looked glad to be in a safe area and had despairing looks on their faces instead. One man in his 50s, however, stayed behind. He stared at the new group that had come in for a long time, then suddenly approached them. He said to Chu Yi, I can see that you're a fighter. Chu Yi scratched his head puzzledly and the old man continued, take me away from here. This is not a place you should stick around for too long. They'll kill all of you. All of them turned to look at the old man. Konoha walked over and asked, Sir, do you know some secrets about this place? Secrets? I wouldn't call it a secret. Reggie and his group are keeping us here for their own benefit. If there's enough food, they use us as slaves. If there isn't enough food, then we become food, said the old man with a scoff, not caring about whether Reggie's men could hear him from outside or not. Konoha frowned. She didn't expect that everyone here already knew this was happening. Sir, you asked us to take us away, but where should we go? The old man scoffed and said, Humph. That's something that you should be thinking about. Why are you asking me? Konoha thought that the old man had some escape plan of sorts. This wasn't the attitude she was expecting. I'm sorry, but we don't know how we can get out of here either, said Konoha before motioning to the rest of her group to ignore the old man. The old man started getting anxious when he realized that the group wasn't taking him seriously. He dropped his voice to a whisper, you have to think of a way to get me out of here. And why should we? Chu Yi started getting annoyed with this weird old man. He wanted the group to save him, yet he spoke so arrogantly. Because I'm the real messiah of this world. This is a vaccine against the effects of the zombies, so if we can mass produce this, humans will no longer need to be fearful of the zombies, said the old man as he pulled a test tube out from his pocket and waved it in front of them. Chu Yi's first reaction was to conclude that the old man had gone mad, but just then, everyone felt a warmth coming from their pockets. The source of the warmth was their handbooks. Konoha turned around and took her handbook out to take a look. An additional mission had appeared. Hidden mission, escort Professor Charlemagne to the safe zone. He's not lying to us. Konoha was surprised by this new discovery. She turned back to the professor and said, "We can bring you along when we leave, but as you can see, we can't even get out of this place ourselves." The old man nodded and said, "Yes, I can see that. So, please think of a way out of here. If you come up with anything, I'll be over there." He slowly walked back to where he was resting earlier, lay back down on the floor and closed his eyes to sleep again. Konoha told the rest about this hidden mission, and after they confirmed that it was the same in their handbooks, they began discussing if they should proceed with the mission. "If we do it, how would we benefit?" asked Zhang Lei. Konoha explained the handbook's point system to them, and once the newbies heard that the points they would get from completing this hidden mission was equivalent to the average number of points an owner would earn from completing a challenge, they unanimously decided to do it. Konoha herself was for doing it. The hidden mission was in line with the main mission anyway. They just had to bring one more person along. Now that they had decided to go through with the hidden mission, the next problem was how to get out of this library. Fighting their way out was definitely a bad idea, so Konoha felt that they had to scheme their way out instead. "Does anybody have any good ideas?" Sujin wasn't around and Konoha didn't think she was smart enough to come up with a good scheme, so she hoped that the group could think of something instead. She was pinning her hopes on Chen Duo, because this young lady seemed to be fairly good at this. Chen Duo ended up being the first one to speak up. She pursed her lips for a while, then said, "Fighting our way out is definitely not an option. Even if we manage to defeat these guys, not all of us would make it out alive. So, we will have to try some other alternative methods." "Do you have a concrete plan?" asked Konoha. Chen Duo paused to think, then said, "I noticed that there are probably somewhere between 7 to 10 guys guarding the library. As Reggie said earlier, women are a scarce resource around here, so if you're willing to do this, then, I think the 3 ladies of the group could trick the men into leaving their posts, then I'll need the 3 guys here to attack them." Konoha got the plan. Chen Duo's plan sounded good, but to distract the men and lead them away from their posts, the 3 ladies in the group had to work individually. "What do you mean by that?" Zhu Xinlan threw Chen Duo a dirty glare and hissed, "Do you take me as a licentious woman? How disgusting!" Everyone stared at Zhu Xinlan like she was out of her mind. Their lives were on the line now, so this was not the time to behave like this. Besides, nobody was asking her to really do anything with those men. They just needed to distract them and stall them. Chen Duo immediately trembled fearfully when Zhu Xinlan snapped at her so fiercely, and quickly apologized, I'm sorry. That's the most plausible plan I could come up with. You might be willing to do something so shameless, but I'm not. Count me out of this," said Zhu Xinlan with a disdainful sneer. Chen Duo was timid and didn't dare to say anything, but Konoha wasn't going to back down. "Sure. Like I said before, we will respect your decision. Once we get out of here, we'll go separate ways. If she's not willing to contribute, then there's no need for us to protect her either." Zhu Xinlan's eyes widened and her face reddened, perhaps out of embarrassment, or out of anger. She knew that Konoha was serious and would really abandon her if necessary, so she had no choice but to grit her teeth and say, "Fine. I'll agree to this plan, but my request is that the guys save me first." Konoha glanced at her, then said to the rest, "Later on, you don't have to worry about me, I'll be able to handle the situation myself." As for which of the other ladies you save first, that will depend on the situation. Why, you? Zhu Xinlin glared furiously at Konoha, but she didn't dare to actually say anything else. Since this was decided, there was no time to waste. They had eaten some food and drank water before arriving at the library, so it was best to act now while their bodies were still strong. If they waited for too long, they would become hungry and weaker. Konoha was the first one to start on the plan. She replaced her aloof expression with a charming one and walked out of the sleeping area. Reggie was discussing something with one of his subordinates when he noticed Konoha approaching them and had a puzzled look in his eye. "Miss, do you need something?" asked Reggie. Konoha bit her lip and said, "My younger brother hasn't eaten anything in a long time, so, I wanted to ask if you could give him a slice of bread." Reggie raised an eyebrow and had a lecherous smile on his face as he shook his head and said, "Oh dear. But I can't possibly do that just for you. The food in the library is for everyone. If you want food, then you have to make some contribution, otherwise it's very hard for me to help you. But my younger brother is really very hungry." Konoha's acting chops were amazing. Her eyes were already brimming with tears that were ready to roll down her cheek any moment. "I'm sorry, but like I said, I can't help you." Reggie sighed, but his subordinates began to snigger. "I'm not after the food in the library, I want what you have. Didn't you say that women were a scarce resource around here?" Konoha bent her head slightly and looked very shy. Her shyness turned Reggie on and he couldn't help but lick his lips as he said, "Since you're willing to make such an exchange, then let me help you. But I have to make things clear here. You'll only get half a piece of rye bread after this." I understand." She looked up at him and the tears in her eyes rolled down her cheeks. Reggie laughed and pulled her back towards the sleeping area, but she suddenly shook her head and bit her lip. "Don't go there, my younger brother's there. Can we find somewhere more secluded?" Reggie could barely keep it in his pants when he saw how shy Konoha looked, and he was happy to accede to this request. He pulled her towards the exit and called two subordinates along. She frowned slightly as she realized why Reggie had been able to remain in charge of his little team. He was actually still so cautious even in such times. Then again, fighting three men wasn't going to be much of a problem to her. Chapter 133, Fighting Back. After Konoha had left with three of them, Chen Duo was next. She didn't bother coming up with some sob story about her younger brother. Instead, she told them straight that she was hungry and was willing to exchange her chastity for food. Chen Duo was barely 20, which was something that turned some of them on. It didn't take long for someone to take up her offer, but he was still very careful and made sure he brought another person with him. Out of the 7 men they had seen guarding the library, 5 of them had left with the 2 ladies, so there were 2 more left. Chu Yi glanced at Zhu Xinlin, only to find that she was being very reluctant and didn't want to do it anymore. But the plan had gone too far for her to back out now. Konoha and Chen Duo had already gone ahead and the men in the group had to find a way to finish off Reggie and his subordinates as quickly as possible, otherwise the ladies would be in great danger. "Hurry up! If you keep wasting time here, Sister Mai and Miss Chen will be in danger." Chu Yi was getting very antsy. He couldn't believe this woman was hesitating when lives were at stake. But when Zhu Xinlin heard him mention that Konoha might be in danger, she actually burst out laughing. All of them stared at her in shock. It was bad enough that she was being uncooperative, and now, she was even gloating over another person's misfortune. Pack! Chu Yi suddenly slapped her across the face. He didn't slap her that hard, since doing that would probably have sent her flying. But it was enough to shock her. She stared at Chu Yi in disbelief for 2 seconds, then started clawing at him as she shrieked, "How dare you hit a woman? How dare you call yourself a man after hitting a woman? You aren't even human. How dare you hit me?" Chu Yi held his arm up in front of his chest to block her clawing. His eyes bulged as he spat hatefully, "You can go ahead and continue screaming your head off and wasting time here. But I'm warning you, if anything happens to the ladies, I'll kill you." His voice sounded as frightening as a demon from hell. This young man was usually bright and optimistic, and was always so caring towards others. But now that his friend's life was in danger, he finally showed how extreme he could really be. Zhu Xinlan felt as though an actual demon was staring at her, so she shivered in fear instinctively. Chu Yi's expression suddenly became gentle again. "Please, we're counting on you. Not only for the sake of the two ladies, but also for your own survival," Chu Yi pleaded with her. Zhu Xinlan scowled, nodded, then pushed Chu Yi aside. She quietly walked out of the sleeping area where two more men were standing. "You're here to strike a deal too?" The remaining two men were quite surprised. It was true that many women had been willing to offer sex for food during this time, but they never had so many women do this at the same time. "I'm sorry, but we will not agree to a deal right now. If you really want to, you have to wait until our leader returns." The two men were very cautious and did not dare to leave their post. Zhu Xinlan's expression darkened as she said, "I'm not trying to strike that sort of deal. I'm here to make a cuckold of that stupid man. He actually hit me, so I'm here to make him regret it." The two men's faces lit up. They had come across many who were just hungry, but this was the first time a woman wanted to do this out of pure spite. The two of them were quite interested now, and they believed her since her cheek was red and swollen. "Are you doing it or not? If you're not, then too bad." Zhu Xinlan had dared to do this only because she was too angry to think straight. Now that she wasn't as angry anymore, she was beginning to regret it. But the two men didn't give her the chance to back out of this. They smiled lecherously at her and said, "We've not had someone who just wanted to cuckold her partner. Let's do it. But who's going to guard the place? Maybe this isn't such a good idea after all." Zhu Xinlan was getting scared and tried to find an excuse to get out of this situation. "Don't worry about that, we've got people to do that." One of them blew on a whistle and another two men walked out from the shadows. He patted the shoulders of his two comrades and said, "We'll leave this place to you guys, we're gonna have some fun elsewhere." The two men who had been tasked with guarding the place looked on enviously. Zhu Xinlan wanted to back out, but the two men had grabbed one arm of hers each and dragged her off. Chu Yi had been watching the situation all this time, so about 20 seconds later, he glanced at Zhang Lei and Shen Hongjiang, then approached the two men at the door first. He purposely pretended to look confused as he asked the two men at the door, "Where's my older sister?" The two men were wary at first when Chu Yi walked towards them, but they burst out laughing when they heard Chu Yi's question. "Your older sister has gone to get food for you, but she needs to eat her fill first. And where's my wife?" Chu Yi continued to ask with a blank expression on his face. "Ha ha ha! Your wife has to eat her fill too. Two of our brothers are feeding her right now." The two men sniggered even more loudly. To them, Chu Yi was an idiot who deserved to be cuckolded. Chu Yi continued to display his acting chops as he suddenly grabbed one of them and started crying, "You're lying to me! You're lying to me! My wife would never eat all by herself." The man was shocked when Chu Yi grabbed him by the shoulders, but he started laughing again when he heard what Chu Yi said, and his partner also just laughed it off and didn't do anything to help. Chu Yi suddenly pushed the man against the wall, then let go of the man so that the two steak knives hiding in his sleeves could slide out. There was only a muffled gurgling noise as Chu Yi moved his arms horizontally. The man stared at Chu Yi in disbelief as the two steak knives slit right through his throat. His body convulsed and he tried to use his arms to warn his partner, but Chu Yi's body was blocking his, so his partner had no idea what just happened. Chu Yi took a sharp scissors out and used it to pin the man to the wall. Meanwhile, the man's partner finally realized that something was amiss, but before he could say anything, Zhang Lei and Shen Hongjiang ran to pin him down. Even though Chu Yi wasn't sure if he could trust the other two to help and was ready to fight to the death all by himself, the two men turned out to be reliable. They had dashed out at the right time and grabbed one arm each. However, neither had fighting experience and they were almost unable to hold the man down. Thankfully, Chu Yi was done with the first one and could attend to the second man. He didn't have any more knives left, so he grabbed a vegetable knife from Zhang Lei and swung it violently. The man's body convulsed for a second before his head went flying off. Chu Yi had decapitated him with one move and there was blood all over Chu Yi's face. Zhang Lei and Shen Hongzhang were so horrified that they immediately let go of the man and the body of the man collapsed instantly. The two of them were so scared that they, too, looked like they were about to collapse. Chu Yi looked around to check if there were any other people hiding in the shadows, but fortunately, nobody else appeared. He took the guns from the two dead men, taught the other two how to use them, then took whatever knives the two of them had hidden on themselves. They didn't have any hand-to-hand combat experience, so there was no point in letting them hold onto knives. Let's go. Chu Yi quickly started moving. The three ladies said that they would leave markings along the way so that the three men could follow their trail. Konoha could probably handle the situation on her own, so Chen Duo was probably in the most dangerous situation now. Chu Yi quickly found the marks left by her. He had attached something sharp on her shoes, so they left a mark as she walked. The markings on the floor were not the smoothest and were also very faint, probably because she was afraid that the men with her would notice it. However, the markings suddenly stopped, probably because the sharp object had fallen off her shoe. This made the three men very anxious, but they soon realized that they didn't need any markings, because they could hear Chen Duo screaming from a short distance away. The sound was coming from the bathroom. Chu Yi got the other two to guard the door, while he pushed open the main door. The sounds were coming from one of the cubicles, so Chu Yi found it and kicked it right open. The men in the cubicle clearly did not think that someone would barge in at such a time. They had already pulled Chen Duo's jacket off and both of them had their pants down. Chen Duo was screaming and struggling and her face was covered in tears. She had been very brave earlier, but she was now filled with fear. Everything sounded good on paper, but nobody knew if anything would go wrong. What if the other guys couldn't find her? What if they had to save someone else first? She thought she could stall the two men for a while, but she had completely underestimated the impatience of the two men driven by their libido. Everything quickly went out of control. Thankfully, Chu Yi had come in time. The two men had been caught unawares and had put their weapons aside. Worse still, their pants were still around their knees, so they couldn't really move properly. Chu Yi stabbed one steak knife into one man's throat, then gave a kick inside the narrow cubicle. His aim wasn't the other man, but the weapons on the floor. As the weapons were kicked to one side, the other man leaped to grab one of them, which was exactly what Chu Yi wanted. Chu Yi lowered his body and used his shoulder to slam the man against the cubicle wall before slitting his throat with a knife. Everything happened within seconds. The two men were both dead, while Chu Yi merely had more blood on himself now. Chen Duo's face was also covered with blood. She had been screaming in horror and had felt some of the men's blood go down her throat, which instantly triggered her gag reflex. Chu Yi felt bad when he saw how hard she was puking, but he had to move on. Come along now, don't puke anymore. We still have to save the other two. Let's go. The poor girl nodded but still looked too weak to walk, so Chu Yi decided to just carry her out of the bathroom. It would take too long to wait for her to recover from her shock. Chen Duo suddenly didn't feel frightened anymore and buried her face in his arms. Meanwhile, Zhu Xinlan's situation wasn't much better than Chen Duo's. She yelled, "Let me off! Please! Please, let me off! Weren't you the one who wanted to cuckold your husband? Why are you chickening out now?" teased one of the men with a lecherous laugh. I don't want to do that anymore. He's not my husband, we're not married. Don't come any closer, she shouted as she kept moving backwards. The two men paused for a while and exchanged glances, because something didn't sound quite right. Zhu Xinlan noticed their reactions and quickly added, "We haven't registered our marriage yet, so we're not husband and wife yet." "Well, even if you wanted to register your marriage, you can't anymore. This world doesn't care for that sort of thing." Chapter 134, Spilling the Beans. Zhu Xinlin was terrified. She had never even dated before. This was definitely not the circumstances she wanted to lose her virginity in. I have a secret to tell you guys, she said loudly as she continued to back away from the two men. The two of them looked at her expectantly and she quickly said, There's an old man in the library who says that he's got a vaccine. With that vaccine, you don't have to fear the zombies anymore. Haha. The two men burst out laughing loudly. One of them said, I've almost forgotten about that. Seriously though, this old man has been telling so many people about it, but I think you must either be an idiot or insane to believe him. Zhu Xinlin's face fell. She didn't expect this matter to be known by everybody, and worse still, nobody believed the old man. The vaccine is real. Please believe me, she pleaded. Ryeb. There was a tearing sound as the men started tugging at her clothes. She was dressed in a typical OL sort of jacket and skirt combination with black stockings, which had contributed to turning the two men on. They continued pulling at her clothes like they were peeling an onion, quickly shredding them and revealing part of her underwear. Please stop. Please. I lied to you. I don't have a boyfriend or a husband or anything like that. Those people schemed to distract you guys so that they can escape. You've all been duped, screamed Zhu Xinlin hysterically. The excitement in the two men instantly fizzled out. The fact that they had survived in these conditions for so long was testament to their quick thinking and intelligence. 3 women had appeared at the same time and distracted almost all of them from their post, then led them to different places. That was definitely a scheme. One of them pulled out what looked like a walkie-talkie, while the other one glared coldly at Zhu Xinlin and suddenly grabbed her neck with both hands. How dare you scheme against us? I'm going to kill you. The man exerted force in both hands as he stared murderously at her. Zhu Xinlin struggled desperately and her eyes were bulging as she tried to pull the man's hands off her neck, but she didn't have enough strength to do so. The first man's walkie-talkie got a response and he immediately said, Boss, bad news. Before he could finish his sentence, a figure appeared from nowhere, stabbing a steak knife into the back of his neck and through his mouth. The man trying to kill Zhu Xinlin was focused on her, so he didn't notice what just happened to his partner. But he noticed the hopeful look in Zhu Xinlin's eyes. The moment he noticed that change in her eyes, he suddenly let go of her and moved to one side, successfully dodging Chu Yi's secret attack. Chu Yi didn't expect the man to react so quickly. As the man turned to one side, he also pulled out a gun from his belt. Bang! 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 He fired 3 shots that were steady, accurate, and fatal. The man was fast, but so was Chu Yi. He picked up the first man he killed and used him as a human shield, so all 3 shots landed on the dead body. Da 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 da! Just then, a series of shots were fired. The one firing those shots wasn't the second man, but Zhang Lei and Shen Hongjiang. They had just learned how to use a gun and had been given machine guns, so the moment they pulled the trigger, they ended up firing everything until there were no more bullets. Chu Yi cursed inwardly. The gunshots were very loud in this quiet place, so Reggie had probably heard them. Konoha was a good fighter and was even stronger than him when he had spirit power, but it wasn't going to be easy for her to fight 3 men with guns by herself. I'll leave this place to you guys. Take care of her, yelled Chu Yi before dashing out again. Zhu Xinlin was crying inconsolably in a corner of the room. She watched Chu Yi leave without any gratefulness in her eyes, but hatred and anger. Meanwhile, Konoha wasn't in a very good situation either. Reggie's walkie-talkie received a message followed by the sound of gunshots. The message over the walkie-talkie wasn't complete, but it was obvious that something had gone very wrong. Reggie stared frostily at Konoha. He didn't go out to save his comrades, but got the other 2 men to lock the main door of the library. To him, those men whom Chu Yi had killed were merely subordinates that he could always find more of in the future. It was more important that he stayed alive. As long as he was alive, he could build his little private army again. "You don't seem very scared," remarked Reggie. Konoha smiled faintly. "Why should I be scared? You're here, and everyone has a huge stock of weapons. This place is probably safer than almost anywhere else." Reggie's expression softened a little, since she made it sound as though this matter had nothing to do with her. Of course, if Reggie found out that the other women in her group had also led his remaining men away with the same tactic, he would definitely kill Konoha on the spot. He poured out a glass of red wine, which looked mesmerizing in its glass. Wine was definitely something that wasn't just rare but a luxury, because it wasn't an essential item that most would take with them. Food and water would definitely be more important than wine. He swirled the wine gently in the glass, then passed the wine glass to Konoha. She smiled and drank everything down at once. "You're going to proceed with your original plans instead of going out there to settle the matter?" she asked calmly. Her looks, figure, and demeanor was almost impossible to find in another woman, so it wasn't surprising if a man became so obsessed with her that he decided to forget about everything else. He laughed and shook his head. "Is there a need to? If those fellows can settle it, then I wouldn't have to do anything. If they can't settle it, then it means that something really terrible is happening out there and my presence won't change anything. I might as well just hide here and wait for everything to blow over, then I can rebuild this place." Reggie was a very practical and shameless man, but he did really know what he was doing. Konoha had already noticed earlier that Reggie had brought her to a room that was hidden from sight. If someone combed the library carefully enough, they would find them, but the bigger problem was that this room had been fortified and it was going to take a lot of effort to break in. Also, there was probably a secret passageway of sorts to the outside of the library, so if someone tried to barge in, he could still run. Reggie removed his jacket and Konoha immediately felt her eye twitch. This madman had explosives tied to himself. He noticed the change in her expression and laughed. "Are you very surprised?" "Of course. I thought only a madman would do such a thing," she replied without hesitation. She wasn't afraid of agitating this man. He nodded. "A madman? I like the sound of that. This is just my trump card in defending myself. It works for both zombies and humans. If he was in a desperate situation, this amount of explosives would definitely bring several zombies down with him, or scare away most humans." Meanwhile, Chu Yi had located the hidden room with the help of the markings that Konoha had left behind. The markings stopped here, which meant that she was definitely inside. But the gunshots earlier must have worsened the situation. Unfortunately, the door to this room was made from pure metal and he had no idea how thick it was. Either way, there was no way he could open it with brute force, and even a gun wouldn't work. "What should I do now?" Chu Yi scratched his head anxiously. Konoha knew her situation didn't look good either, but she wasn't going to let Reggie have his way too. She made some quick plans, then waved the empty wine glass at him to get him to come over. He smiled as he pulled his arms around her and whispered into her ear, "Baby, you're so mesmerizing. To be honest with you, I saved your group only because of you. I wouldn't have bothered otherwise." She chuckled and said, "Is that so? In that case, I really have to say thank you. Also, I've got to say, sorry." "Sorry?" Reggie's eyes widened as he sensed danger. He wanted to push her away but her arms were wound so tightly around him that he couldn't get out of her grip. At the same time, she crushed the wine glass in her hands to turn it into a weapon. She had passed all the knives she had hidden in her clothes to the rest so that Reggie wouldn't suspect anything, but this wine glass had come in handy. She pressed a shard against his neck, then spun him around such that she held his arms down and he couldn't move them at all. "Tell them to open the door," said Konoha in an icy voice. Reggie didn't expect the tables to turn in such a short time. This charming, gentle, and frail woman turned out to be so quick and vicious. His subordinates had finally realized what was going on and pointed their guns at Konoha, but they didn't dare to fire because their boss was in her hands. She could slit his throat anytime. But Reggie didn't look scared at all. Instead, he gave Konoha an admiring look and said, "You're really mesmerizing. No wonder you managed to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. How about becoming my woman? I'll give you food, water, and safety. Isn't that what you want? You think that's what I want?" Konoha laughed and said to Reggie's men, "Open the door right now or I'll kill him." She pushed the shard into his neck enough to make him bleed, but not enough to kill him. She wasn't kidding. If the two men didn't cooperate, she was going to quickly kill Reggie before he had the chance to detonate the explosives. It was going to be difficult to fight off the two men since they had guns, but it wasn't impossible. Reggie noticed the murderous look in Konoha's eyes and quickly shouted, "Don't open the door. Fire at me." Chapter 135, Help Arrives. Reggie's decision shocked everyone. Konoha knew that this man was insane, but she didn't expect him to be so out of his mind that he didn't even care about his own life. Instead of trying to think of a way to turn the situation in his favor, he asked to be shot dead. Thankfully, Reggie's subordinates were not as crazy as him. Even though their commander had given orders, they were still hesitant. They weren't concerned over Reggie's life. They were concerned with their own. Reggie's face fell when he saw their hesitation and started yelling, "I told you to shoot. You bastards, have you forgotten who saved you when you were in trouble? Have you forgotten who was the one who made sure you had food to eat and a roof over your heads in these uncertain and dangerous times?" The inner turmoil in the two men's eyes slowly faded and Reggie's expression darkened as he watched his two subordinates put their guns down. "Reggie, you're a very intelligent man, but you've also regarded yourself a little too highly. You only get to live once, so no matter how well you've treated them in the past, it's impossible to expect them to give up their lives like that." "It's foolish to think they would," said Konoha with a frown. Reggie nodded slightly and scoffed. "You're right. That's why, sometimes you can only rely on yourself." Immediately after he said that, he kicked a leg backwards, making it curl up like a scorpion's stinger and striking Konoha from behind. She was caught by surprise and loosened her grip enough to let one hand slip out. Reggie pressed a button on his chest and the timer on the explosives tied to his body started counting down. "Ha!" Reggie laughed maniacally and stopped struggling. Since all of them were going to die, there was no point in wasting so much energy. "Open the door!" Konoha yelled at the two subordinates. To her dismay, both of them had a look of despair on their faces as they said, "We can't. Only the boss knows the combination code to the door, so we can't open it even though we want to. What about a secret passage out of here? There must be something like that in this room, right?" asked Konoha. This room was clearly built to be a hiding place in times of emergency, so whoever designed it couldn't possibly have built it without a way out of the building itself. "There's no point in asking them. I'm the only person who knows where the secret passage is. Just calm down and wait to die with me." Reggie was really completely insane. The way he dealt with a threat to his life was to just throw his own life away. Konoha felt like a deflated balloon as her heart sank and her shoulders drooped. The countdown timer on Reggie was only for 3 minutes, which wasn't enough time for her to locate a secret passage. In other words, she was going to die here. Reggie stood up and leisurely patted himself off. He poured himself a glass of wine and chuckled. "I didn't expect a woman to be the one to force me into such a situation. But that doesn't matter. A woman of your caliber is definitely more than qualified to do such a thing. Boss. Please. Let us out. Boss, please, let us off. We've been loyal to you all this time." Reggie's two subordinates broke down and started pleading desperately with him. The feeling of waiting for death to arrive was no better than being surrounded by zombies, so it wasn't hard to see why they broke so quickly. He glanced at them frostily and smashed the wine glass in his hand on the floor as he said hatefully, "Loyal to me? And what did you do just now? I really don't see why you're so afraid. Instead of waiting until you're too old and become enslaved by someone else, or get eaten alive by a zombie, don't you think this is a much more dignified way of dying? You're nuts. Konoha shook her head helplessly. Their plan had gone pretty well so far, but unfortunately she had run into a twisted and paranoid madman. Otherwise, she should have been able to get out safely. The countdown timer was left with only 30 seconds. Reggie sat down leisurely on a chair. He looked at his subordinates trembling in fear because they were about to die soon, then looked at the much calmer Konoha. He started to admire Konoha more and more, and felt that it was wonderful for someone like her to die together with him. Truly, truly wonderful. Just then, a blast could be heard from above the room. Someone burst through the ceiling and waved away the dust in front of him. Are you all right? It was Sujin. She didn't expect Sujin to literally fall from the sky, but she didn't have the time to hug him and cry either. She quickly explained the situation. Jin, he's got explosives around his body and it's going to blow in 20 seconds. Sujin immediately grabbed hold of Reggie, who was way too stunned and confused by how someone could just smash through a ceiling and failed to react to the situation. Sujin leaped back through the ceiling and ran out as quickly as he could. It didn't take long for them to hear a terrible blast in the distance. A few seconds later, Sujin reappeared in the room. He took away the two subordinates' weapons easily, since the two men were so frightened by Sujin's destructive power that they dared not fight back at all. Is he dead? As long as he didn't eat chop fruit, he should be dead, said Sujin with a straight face. Then he burst out laughing and said, also, how did you guys end up here? After I was done with all those zombies, I went back to find all of you missing. I was so worried. Konoha rolled her eyes at him and snapped, you don't say. We were nearly surrounded and killed by a whole army of mutants. Speaking of which, actually, that fellow saved us from those mutants, so he's our benefactor. Sujin blinked in surprise and said in disbelief, you mean, I let your benefactor blast himself dead? It has nothing to do with you. I'd consider it suicide more than anything else, she said with a laugh. She turned to look at the two subordinates and said, get out now, or, you'll end up just like Reggie. The two men were too terrified to put up a fight. Both Sujin and Konoha were much more formidable than they were. Reggie was happy to die, but they weren't. They immediately climbed out the same way Sujin had come in and decided to run far away from this place and never return. Let's leave this place first, said Konoha. They couldn't open the door either, so they, too, went out by the ceiling and quickly found Chuyi and the rest. I'm so glad you made it in time. Chuyi breathed a big sigh of relief. Sujin had found them because he had heard the gunshots, and Chuyi had told him about their plan to escape. Sujin's first plan was to try and ram the metal door down, but it was way too big and too solid for even someone with Sujin's strength to knock down. Since that wasn't working out, he had to find another way in. The only wall that wasn't fortified was the ceiling, so he smashed that right in. Violence did work sometimes, after all. Chuyi also told Sujin about the hidden mission to escort Professor Charlemagne to the safe zone. Sujin was of the same opinion as them. Since they were headed that way, they could just bring him along. During this time, Zhu Xinlan remained silent and hung her head. She was wearing clothes that Chen Duo had found for her. If someone could see the look in her eyes now, they would see nothing but hate and fury in them. They got back to the living quarters and Chuyi went to fetch Professor Charlemagne. The old man was extremely shocked to hear that Chuyi's group had taken control of the library and killed Reggie, which annoyed Chuyi greatly. It was as if the old man never thought they would be able to do it. If that were the case, why did the old man even ask them to try? Since your group was able to overthrow Reggie, it means that you really have what it takes. Please send me to the safe zone, because I'm the real messiah of mankind. Professor Charlemagne sounded like some pyramid scheme salesman, and his shameless proclamation that he was mankind's messiah really made him sound like a swindler. However, the mission inside their handbooks proved that regardless of whether he was a swindler or not, Sujin was happy to bring him along with them. The library was just a place they happened to pass by while trying to complete their challenge, but they were unable to just leave these people behind to die. Sujin eventually left most of the ammunition and weapons behind here. They couldn't stay here and protect these people forever, so the residents had to learn to protect themselves. Learning how to use these weapons wasn't too difficult, and there was enough food and water for them to take this time to get used to using weapons. The group rested in the library for the night and left first thing the next morning. Sujin approached the professor to find out more from him. Since the old man knew about the safe zone, it meant that he would know where it was. The exact location of the safe zone? Of course I know where it is. It's in a field in the middle of the African continent. The population density there is low and they face fewer zombies, that's why they've been able to remain a safe zone until now, explained Professor Charlemagne. Sujin nodded and asked, which part of the African continent are we in right now? How far are we from the safe zone? Good heavens, has the apocalypse turned your brains to mush? We're in North America right now, so we're miles from Africa. Professor Charlemagne stared at Sujin as if Sujin were an idiot. Sujin was stunned for a moment before nearly cursing out loud. What was the handbook trying to do? Why did it place them in North America if the challenge had to be completed in Africa? Getting to Africa from here needed him to cross an ocean and the European continent. Sujin felt terribly depressed now. How were they going to travel so far? They couldn't possibly swim there, right? He figured that he might make it, but the rest probably wouldn't. Team Boning Knife was a team that had completed a level A challenge with a perfect score, and now, they were all going to die during a level D challenge from trying to travel from one continent to another? That would be terribly embarrassing, thought Sujin. Mr. Su, what are you worried about? Asked Professor Charlemagne curiously. He could see the exasperated look on Sujin's face. Sujin raised an eyebrow, then suddenly said, Prof, is there an airport or an airbase nearby? Why do you ask? I need to hijack a plane. Chapter 136, Parking Lot Trouble. According to Professor Charlemagne, there was an airport about 70 kilometers away. It was originally a civilian airport, but after the humans started turning into zombies, the military took over the airport, so there were probably some planes that were still usable. After they were certain of the airport's location, they agreed to go there. However, 70 kilometers was no short distance. Besides the possibility of running into a high-level mutant, it might be impossible for most of them to make such a long journey on foot. Transportation isn't a problem. We're in a city, so there are plenty of abandoned cars. We just need to gather petrol from other cars to fill up the one we take, so that's not a problem either, said the professor. But he still sighed. The bigger problem is safety. Most zombies can't do any damage to a car, but a higher-level mutant could be strong enough to even tear a car to pieces with their hands, so we'll be in great danger if we run into one of those. That's not really a problem either, said Chu Yi. Everyone turned to look at Chu Yi, surprised that he had a good workaround for this problem. Even Sujin was surprised. While it was true that Chu Yi was probably the best fighter of the team and Sujin was not always confident of defeating him in a fight, Chu Yi definitely had a disadvantage when it came to coming up with ideas and plans. Chu Yi was never as quick or detailed as Sujin or Konoha, and felt like he was constantly outwitted by his two teammates. Chu Yi scratched his head a little embarrassedly when he saw that all eyes were on him. Don't look at me like that. It's very simple, really. Just tie boss to the top of the car and no mutants would be able to get near us, right? The eyes of the rest widened and Sujin felt his mouth twitch violently. He glared at Chu Yi and said, What do you take me as? A guard dog? How could you say that you're going to tie me to the top of the car? I'm going to bash you up right now. Chu Yi nodded gleefully, then ran to hide behind Konoha. If Sujin was really going to beat him up, then only Konoha could hold him back. Konoha burst out laughing. She rolled her eyes at Chu Yi, then said gently to Sujin, Well, I would say that while Chu Yi didn't put it across very nicely, he has a point. I think our only way around this problem is to actually tie you to the top of the car. Sujin's eyes bulged angrily and he felt like yelling in frustration. He was the team leader, yet he had to be treated like this. But no matter how annoyed Sujin was, he too had no choice but to admit that Chu Yi's idea was simple yet effective. His body was strong enough to be considered invincible in this zombie world, so protecting a car wasn't going to be a problem. Sujin and Chu Yi went out to look for an appropriate car to use. Just like what the professor said, it was easy to find a car in a city. They came to a parking lot where several different car models were parked. Sujin was on the lookout for one that was more hardy, since it was hard to say what dangers they might run into along the way. "Boss, I feel that this place is not safe." Chu Yi was very sensitive to dangers as part of his training as a martial artist. This sensitivity was accumulated from engaging in battle over a long period of time. It was an instinct that he had, unlike Sujin's psychokinesis. Sujin's psychokinesis could even see blind spots, enabling him to see the actual danger and not just sense it. This challenge had sealed his spirit power off, so Sujin was handicapped. But this didn't affect Chu Yi. As long as he was still alive, he would not lose this sensitivity. Sujin looked around, since his strengthened body gave him supervision as well. He could even see in the dark when ordinary people couldn't. "Retreat," whispered Sujin before taking his position in front of Chu Yi. Just like what Chu Yi had suspected, this place was not safe. Several figures swayed in the darkness. They were all zombies. Chu Yi slowly walked backwards toward the entrance and pulled the safety catch of his gun, ready to help Sujin anytime. Sujin, on the other hand, began walking towards the darkness. He was like bait, making it hard for the zombies to resist the temptation of fresh meat. All of them began rushing out at him. Spring cleaning time. Sujin didn't have a gun. He had taken a katana from the library instead. Guns were powerful weapons, but Sujin felt that using a katana was more suitable. He dashed into the crowd of zombies and brandished his sword left and right, taking a zombie head with each slash of the sword. It didn't take long for Sujin to slice more than half the few dozen zombies in the darkness. But this was no time to relax, because he had already noticed a much larger zombie waiting in the shadows behind this group of zombies. "Waiting for me to exhaust my energy," Sujin scoffed. This large fellow clearly had some intelligence and knew that it would be easier to finish off its enemy if the enemy had expended all their energy. Unfortunately for the zombie, slicing a few dozen zombies wasn't going to slow Sujin down in any way. As the remaining low-level zombies were swiftly wiped out by Sujin, the large one at the back couldn't wait anymore. It let out a growl and charged at Sujin from the back of the parking lot. When Sujin finally got a good look at this larger zombie, he felt like stabbing his eyes out. This zombie was some really badly put together monster. Its rotting body was a hodgepodge of parts that weren't in the right proportions to each other, and there was more than one of each part, as though it was a designer human gone terribly wrong. A broken head sat on top of its neck, but crazily enough, there was another head inside that one. "Oh gross," exclaimed Chu Yi with a look of disgust on his face. "Erg." The mutant let out an indistinguishable noise as it picked up a car randomly and flung it at Sujin. Sujin stepped aside quickly and was shocked by how strong this mutant was. That mutant had picked up that car and flung it like it was nothing more than a rubber ball. Sujin was capable of more than that, but it still meant that this mutant was almost as strong as he was. It picked up yet another car to fling at Sujin. The additional limbs on its body were not for display only. Every single arm worked independently, so the cars came flying at him in quick succession and it was getting hard for Sujin to dodge them all. Time to die. Sujin just wanted to get this over and done with as quickly as possible. He deflected an oncoming car, then charged at the large zombie, his katana glinting like the stars in the night sky. Chu Yi might be the one with the best training in martial arts in the team, but Sujin knew a thing or two too. Seconds later, the mutant had lost more than half of its limbs. The mutant was smart enough to realize that it was in danger, so it chose to retreat and escape instead of fighting an opponent it could not win. But there was no way Sujin was letting this fellow go. He moved faster than the mutant, so he ran in front to stand where he knew the mutant would go past, holding his katana out at the right spot to slice the mutant right into half at the waist as it ran past Sujin. To his horror, the mutant did not die. The two halves of its body continued running at the same speed as before. What's this? An earthworm. Sujin wondered if the two parts of the mutant were going to grow back into two mutants instead. Killing this mutant would score points and get rid of a big problem at the same time, so Sujin wasn't going to let it get away like that. The mutant failed to outrun Sujin even when it was one whole piece, so two pieces weren't going to get very much further. It didn't take Sujin long to completely kill the two parts of the mutant. But even though he had finished it off, he still had a grim look on his face. "Boss, what's wrong?" asked Chu Yi when he saw that Sujin had gotten rid of the zombies but still looked so unsettled. Sujin frowned and said, "We really have to be careful. This mutant is just a level 3 mutant and it's already this clever and strong. If we seriously run into a level 4 mutant, I don't think it will be a match for me, but if it goes on a crazy rampage, I'm not sure if I can really protect all of you from harm." He was really very worried about this. The basic zombie was weak and even an ordinary person could deal with it. But once it evolved to become a level 2 mutant, it became too strong for even an ordinary person to survive an attack. This level 3 mutant was way stronger and smarter than a level 2 mutant. The difference between each level was insanely huge, so Sujin predicted that a level 4 mutant would definitely be as powerful as himself. The two of them eventually found an imposing-looking jeep, and they were pleasantly surprised to find that it still had a lot of gas left and would not have any trouble covering 70 kilometers at all. The surprising part was that neither of them knew how to drive. "Boss, you don't know how to drive?" asked Chu Yi in disbelief. Sujin scratched his head awkwardly and laughed sadly. "I really don't know how to. What about you? You don't know how to drive either. I'm just a student who lives on campus. Why should I bother with learning how to drive?" asked Chu Yi in a matter-of-fact manner. Left with no other choice, Sujin had to literally carry the car above his head. From afar, the jeep looked like it was flying. Chu Yi stood on the roof and helped Sujin to observe the surroundings, in case a mutant suddenly appeared. The two of them shocked everyone when they got back to the library. The newbies, in particular, were still in awe of how strong Sujin was. "Mr. Su, are the cars of this era ultralight?" asked Zhang Lei. "You can try lifting one." Zhang Lei immediately ran towards the jeep and put both hands under one side of the car, but he couldn't even lift it enough for the car to shake, never mind lift the whole thing off the ground. Everyone realized how incredibly strong Sujin really was. After checking with everyone in the group, it turned out that none of the men could drive, but all the ladies, including the youngest Chen Duo, could. The ladies agreed to take turns to drive, so they took the front of the jeep. The jeep could take more people than an average car, but they still couldn't all squeeze inside. In the end, Chu Yi had to share the car roof with Sujin. "Oh ho! Looks like I'm not the only one stuck on the roof," said Sujin with a merry laugh. Chu Yi looked back at him with a miserable expression on his face. Chu Yi armed himself with a gun, and the two of them were now the jeep's bodyguards. The jeep started up and they began their journey towards that airport 70 kilometers away. They hoped that they could arrive within the next 2 hours, but Sujin was not very optimistic. He was pretty sure he would have to clear a lot of zombies along the way, and he was most worried that they might run into a level 4 mutant. After seeing what a level 3 mutant was capable of, he was beginning to feel very uneasy about running into a higher level 1. Chapter 137, Anger. Just as Sujin had expected, the car could not drive at the speed that they had hoped. After all, when the zombie apocalypse first broke out, the place that was hit the worst was the densely populated city. The chaos was terrifying to look at. "We can't get through, help us to clear the way," yelled Konoha in the driver's seat as she knocked on the roof of the car again. Sujin jumped off the top of the car and waved his walkie-talkie as he said to Chu Yi, "Keep a lookout and tell me if anything unusual is coming." They had swiped walkie-talkies from the library as well. The things in the way were cars. It looked like a major traffic accident had happened and a large number of cars had crashed into one another, blocking the entire road. Sujin had a katana in hand, but he also had a pile of steak knives tucked into his belt, because he realized that it was easy to use these like throwing stars. Argh! Zombies kept coming towards Sujin from all directions, but Sujin just needed a quick flick of his wrist or threw a knife out to kill the zombie. As he passed by the cars, if he saw that the people inside had turned into zombies, he would kill them too. Sujin was now like a human-shaped forklift of sorts as he shifted all the cars away, then hopped back onto the jeep to wait for his next assignment. In the end, they took more than 4 hours to cover the 70-kilometer distance. If they were going to take any longer than that, Sujin was prepared to find a safe space for them to stay the night. Traveling at night would be too dark and dangerous for them. Thankfully, they arrived after 2 p.m. The huge airport was very empty and there were hardly any planes. Perhaps many people had flown off quickly when the zombie apocalypse first hit. "Professor, keep close to me and don't run off without telling me," Sujin said to Professor Charlemagne. The professor nodded obediently and no longer looked as complacent as before. This concerned his own life, so he had to cooperate. They walked in the same arrangement as the last time. Sujin cleared the way, while Konoha took the front, Chu Yi covered the back, and the rest were in the middle. There were also several helicopters and one passenger plane available, but most of them were clearly damaged and couldn't be flown anymore. Sujin checked all of them for damages and said, "There are 3 helicopters that should still be usable, and that passenger plane should be alright too, but I'll need everyone to help me check if they're really good for flying." There were no zombies in sight, so it looked pretty safe. Perhaps it was because the military wiped out the zombies after they had taken over back then. They split up to check each vehicle. Professor Charlemagne was the only one who knew how to fly a helicopter, so he was the only one who could tell if the helicopter piloting systems were good to go. He just asked everyone to check if the monitors were working and if there was gas in the tank, then he would decide which one would be the best one to use. That would save them time. Shen Hongjiang and Zhu Xinlan decided to check out the one and only passenger plane. There was very little space in a helicopter and they couldn't possibly throw excess passengers onto the top of the helicopter. Having a passenger plane would be much more comfortable. Note: the two of them quickly found the button on the outside to open the cabin door. Modern planes were so much easier to operate. Once they got the door open, they decided to head for the cockpit. But when they walked into the front part of the cabin, they froze on the spot. A zombie was seated in each chair, making strange, unintelligible noises. The two of them trembled all over and Zhu Xinlan's legs refused to budge. Shen Hongjiang tugged at her but couldn't get her to move at all. "Mr. Su, there are many zombies inside the passenger plane. Miss Zhu and I are here," Shen Hongjiang radioed Sujin for help. "We'll be there, you two find a safe place." Sujin and Chu Yi ran towards the plane immediately. "Let's go, come on," Shen Hongjiang's teeth were chattering in fear as he pulled on Zhu Xinlan harder. This time, she finally started moving, but when she spun around to leave, her hand accidentally hit a button. "This woman, I swear!" There was a loud snap as all the seat belts holding the zombies back suddenly came undone. That button turned out to be the one that could control all the seat belts. But the zombies didn't move, possibly because they had been trapped in their seats for so long that they had already forgotten how to move. Zhu Xinlan breathed a big sigh of relief. She and Shen Hongjiang were already soaked with their own sweat. The two of them cautiously made their way out of the plane again, but as they did so, a giant zombie emerged from the cockpit. That was a level 3 mutant. Off! The level 3 mutant let out an angry roar and all the zombies in the plane came to life, leaping up from their seats and charging towards the two intruders. Zhu Xinlan was so terrified that she fell to the floor and Shen Hongjiang was too stunned to move. Just then, Sujin appeared from behind. He dashed into the plane and brandished his katana quickly, slashing several zombies dead at one shot. But it didn't take long for the level 3 mutant to reach Sujin. It was strong enough to match Sujin, so it charged at Sujin and crashed against Sujin hard enough to send him flying out of the plane. However, Sujin reacted fast and grabbed hold of the level 3 mutant, so both of them flew out of the plane. If that mutant remained in the plane, the two newbies were dead for sure. Even though Sujin had brought the most dangerous one out of the plane, there were still a large number of zombies on board. Thankfully, Chu Yi had arrived in time to help. He dragged Shen Hongjiang out of the way, then pulled Zhu Xinlan to his side. The zombies were closing in on them, so Chu Yi grabbed one of the armrests and jumped up to give the nearest zombie a dropkick, giving him a little time to breathe. He yelled at Zhu Xinlan, "Run! Why are you still here?" Zhu Xinlan snapped out of her daze when she heard Chu Yi yelling at her. She scrambled off the plane and Chu Yi was about to follow behind her when the zombies caught up with him again, so he had to continue fighting them off inside the plane first. At the same time, Zhu Xinlan suddenly stopped running after she had run out of the plane. She turned back to stare at Chu Yi with nothing but hatred and spite in her eyes. She reached out to press the button outside the cabin and the door slowly closed. Meanwhile, Chu Yi had no idea that the door behind him had been closed. He had finally managed to keep the zombies a safe distance from him and turned around, only to find that the door was shut fast. He looked out of the glass window to see Zhu Xinlan glaring venomously at him. "Open the door! Hurry up!" Chu Yi rammed the door desperately, but Zhu Xinlan merely cackled outside and was obviously not going to open the door at all. Chu Yi knew that Zhu Xinlan had done this on purpose, but he had no idea how he had offended the woman at all. He could only try to see if there was another button that could open the door. But the poor boy had never even taken a plane before, much less locate a button that could open the cabin door. Outside, Sujin stabbed his katana through the level 3 mutant's head and it finally stopped moving altogether. Phew! That was hard. Sujin breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to see Shen Hongjiang still panting and trying to recover from the terrible ordeal, while Zhu Xinlan was cackling outside the cabin door. "She's really crazy. Why in the world is she just laughing at a bunch of zombies?" wondered Sujin with the shake of his head. Konoha and the rest came over as well. "How's everything? Everyone okay?" asked Konoha. Sujin nodded, then Konoha asked, "Wait, where's Chu Yi?" "Chu Yi?" Sujin's eyes widened. He turned around with a start to see that Zhu Xinlan was still laughing maniacally at the closed cabin door and ran over quickly. He had a bad feeling about this. He pulled Zhu Xinlan aside and ripped the cabin door right off. There was no time to wait for it to open by itself. By this time, all the remaining zombies in the plane had gathered together and were all heading in the same direction, even stepping and shoving fellow zombies aside. Sujin immediately pulled zombie after zombie away, throwing them out rapidly before finally spotting Chu Yi all curled up in a corner. Sujin pulled Chu Yi out of there and covered him all the way out. It was impossible for these basic zombies to hurt him anyway. Once out of the plane, he handed Chu Yi to Konoha before heading back into the plane to finish off the rest of the zombies. He didn't want any of them to suddenly pop up later. The number of zombies left inside the plane weren't many and it was a fairly small space, so it was quite easy for Sujin to kill a lot of them at one shot. He was done with them within a few minutes. He walked out of the plane much dirtier than before and approached Konoha, only to see that she was extremely pale in the face. What's happened?" Sujin had a bad feeling about this. Her eyes were red as she said, "Chu Yi has been bitten." Sujin's eyes widened and he turned to look at Chu Yi, to see a bloody patch on his shoulder where the zombie had bitten him. The area around the wound was beginning to turn black from rotting. "You! How could you do such a thing?" roared Sujin as he grabbed Zhu Xinlan by the neck and slammed her against the outside of the passenger plane. Zhu Xinlan struggled wildly. Sujin was incredibly strong and if he gripped her hard enough, he could snap her neck. "How could you? How could you? Sujin couldn't stop yelling furiously at her. He hadn't seen what she did, but it didn't take a genius to put two and two together. Zhu Xinlan was definitely the person who had locked Chu Yi inside that plane. Let go, Zhu Xinlan could barely squeeze any words out. If Sujin wanted to, he could kill her very easily. Mr. Su, please let go of her. You're going to strangle her to death at this rate, said Zhang Lei very cautiously. Sujin was angry, but he wasn't some killing monster. He let go of her, but he glared at her and snapped, if you can't give me a good explanation for doing what you did, I'll make sure you die a worse death than becoming a zombie. Zhu Xinlan collapsed onto the ground and breathed heavily as she stared up in terror at Sujin. How could she give him a good explanation? What could she even say? Zhu Xinlan herself was now utterly shocked by the fact that she had even done such a thing. Clacker would also like to say that helicopters can only make it for 3 to 5 hours depending on your load before it needs to be refueled, but more than one Chinese author has failed to understand this. NA to Africa is a long journey that will require multiple stops or mid-air refueling. Chapter 138, The Truth. Chu Yi was very important to Sujin. Sujin treated Chu Yi as a brother who stayed by his side through thick and thin, even risking his own life to protect him. Sujin, Chu Yi, and Konoha had supported each other in every way and got through many difficult trials together. Zhu Xinlan was terrified by how angry Sujin was. Her lips were pale and she didn't dare to respond to him at all. I said, explain yourself. If you don't seize this chance, then you shall have to die. Sujin's voice was as frosty as a demon from hell as a murderous rage surged through his body. Zhu Xinlan swung from being terrified to becoming angry at Sujin's threat, before finally going completely insane. She started shrieking wildly, and why should I have to die? Why? He did that to me, so I've just done to him what he deserves. Why can't I do that? He did what to you? Sujin narrowed his eyes and did not believe Zhu Xinlan at all. He was very sure that Chu Yi would never have done something like this to another person. Zhu Xinlan wasn't done. She continued to shriek, hypocrites! You're all nothing but hypocrites! In the library, the three ladies were supposed to seduce those guards and lead them away. Look at what happened in the end. I was nearly violated. He went to save this little wench first instead of me. He left me all by myself to be violated by two animals. Do you know how much despair I was in at that time? I'm just letting him have a taste of that same sort of despair. Sujin couldn't believe what he was hearing. This woman had decided to do something so insane because of her misunderstanding of the situation. That's not what happened. At that time, Mr. Chu felt that Chen Duo was in greater danger, so he chose to save her first. But he didn't waste any time and ran to save you after he had settled Chen Duo's side, said Shen Hongjiang. He didn't waste any time? That's bullshit. You think I don't know? He wanted to get back at me because I argued with his team leader. I know all about that. I know all about that, she continued to shriek in rage. Everyone felt that Zhu Xinlan was just being unreasonable now. Sujin laughed bitterly. Poor Chu Yi. To think he ended up in such a state because of a woman like that. Well, if that's your reason, then you're still going to die. Sujin raised his katana. Since she hadn't come up with a good reason for doing this to Chu Yi, she still deserved to die. Zhu Xinlan retreated in horror, but it was no use. If she could dodge Sujin's sword, then these challenges wouldn't be a problem to her. But just before his sword struck her, she shouted, "There's hope for him! There's hope for him!" Sujin's katana stopped just half a finger above her head. She continued, "He's got a vaccine. With a vaccine, he'll be saved." His eyes lit up. He had been too angry and had forgotten all about this. He turned to look at Professor Charlemagne and said, "Prof, please hand over the vaccine." The professor stared at Sujin and said, "I can't do that. This is the only one available in the world. I can't give it to you. You can see the state my friend is in yourself. He really needs the vaccine, so please, please help us, pleaded Sujin. The professor shook his head again. Please calm down. You know what a vaccine does, right? Have you seen someone use a vaccine on a person who has already been infected with the virus? It's useless to him. Sujin continued to hold his ground. As long as there's hope, I'm willing to try anything. Please help us, Professor. I don't want to hurt you. The old man had seen what sort of superhuman strength Sujin had, and he immediately took a step back in fear when he heard Sujin threaten him. There's no point in hurting me. I can only tell you that what I'm holding onto will not help him. In that case, you're leaving me with no choice. Sujin didn't want to waste any time talking to the professor, so he grabbed hold of the old man and said to Konoha, search him. Konoha quickly found the vaccine, but the professor seemed to have gone insane. He struggled like crazy and bellowed, give it back to me. You don't know what that is. Give it back to me. That's the last hope for mankind. Sujin ignored the old man. He had a bigger problem now. The vaccine only came in a vial and he had no idea how to inject it into Chu Yi's body. Zhang Lei suddenly came forward with a small box in hand. There were actually syringes inside. I found a small first aid kit in the library and thought it might come in handy, so I brought it along, explained Zhang Lei. Thank you. Sujin thanked him. The professor immediately yelled out, Sujin, stop right there. If you administer that shot to him, you'd kill him. Sujin paused and turned to look at the professor. The professor did not look like he was kidding. Sujin wasn't stupid and was the brains of the team for a good reason. Normally, he would have remained calm no matter what, but his worry for Chu Yi made him lose his cool. But after looking at the expression on the professor's face, he realized that something might be amiss. The professor looked at Sujin with a pleading look in his eye. Please, that's the last hope for humanity. Sujin furrowed his brows and suddenly realized what was going on. He stared straight at the professor and said, this isn't a vaccine at all, is it? Everyone's eyes widened as Sujin continued, you've been telling me all this time that this thing is the hope for all humanity, the hope for this world. So, this thing does have something to do with humans. If you're now telling me that giving it to Chu Yi will kill him, that means this thing isn't a vaccine. It's poison, isn't it? The professor had a bitter look on his face. Sujin went on, because if this were actually a vaccine and you managed to get it to the safe zone to produce it in bulk, the only thing it would achieve would be that humans no longer need to worry about turning into zombies, but they would still be attacked by zombies. The sheer number of zombies in the world are too many for the few humans left to fight off. Therefore, if this thing is truly the hope for mankind and the world, the only possibility is that this is poison. Making it in bulk can kill zombies and mutants. After Sujin finished speaking, the professor nodded silently. He sighed and said, you're right. This is poison. But it's hope to humans. But this thing has an effect on humans too, doesn't it? Remarked Sujin. The professor shuddered as he stared at Sujin in disbelief. He couldn't understand how Sujin would have known about that. Sujin said in a matter-of-fact voice, did you think it would be hard to reach that conclusion? Like you said, it's poison, but it's also something very precious to humans. Yet, you hid it away and called it a vaccine. The only reason why you would do this is because this thing is very dangerous. It's dangerous to both humans and zombies alike. Everything comes with a risk. The key to immortality was once known as man's greatest invention, something that could give humans immortality. But look at what happened in the end. The key to immortality did not bring eternal life, but disaster instead. Humans ought to understand that benefits and risk always come together, said Professor Charlemagne slowly. But Sujin merely scoffed. Is that so? I don't think the same way. I'm afraid that the thing that brought disaster upon mankind wasn't the key to immortality, but those who hated the key to immortality, right? The professor's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. What do you know? It's very obvious. There was nothing wrong with the key to immortality, but some people hated it. They had a different philosophy in life and they probably supported the natural cycle of life instead, believing that it was correct for all life to eventually die. Someone ended up doing something to the key to immortality, and that's what caused the problem we have today, said Sujin firmly. That's a load of gibberish. That's a load of gibberish. In order to develop a poison against the zombies, one must have done a lot of experiments, right? Let's put aside the ethics or whether you had the resources to begin with for the moment. Even if you had full access to resources, then where would you start from? How would you know what would kill the zombies? By examining the zombies? If doing that could result in a poison that could kill the zombies, the governments would have come up with one by now. So, if the zombies weren't a good place to start, then what would be? It would be much easier to come up with such a poison if you knew what went wrong with the key to immortality in the first place, right? Sujin was like a storyteller, revealing the alarming truth with such a calm voice. The professor looked like a deflated balloon and his face fell as he murmured, "So, I couldn't hide it forever. I couldn't hide what I did after all. Prof, I don't care about what you've done and I don't care what will happen to this world. All I want to know is, can my brother here still be saved?" It was true that Sujin didn't care about this world since he didn't belong to it. But he needed to know if there was hope for Chu Yi. The old man shook his head immediately. "I've done a lot of experiments and the conclusion is no. Anybody bitten by a zombie will get the virus and there's no hope for the person after that." Sujin looked at Chu Yi, whose face was all pale from the spread of the virus in his body. If his spirit power had not been sealed off, he might have been able to hold it off. But now, he was slowly but surely turning into a zombie. Tie Chu Yi up and make sure he can't move. Regardless of what happens, I'm bringing him back, Sujin said to Konoha. She nodded and found a rope to tie Chu Yi up. Zhu Xinlin started yelling again, "You can't bring him along. He's already turned into a zombie." Sujin scoffed and glowered at Zhu Xinlin, "I almost forgot about you. But I'm too lazy to kill you now." Just after she breathed a sigh of relief, he continued, "But you're not allowed to board the plane. You can stay here and wait to die." "No. No. You can't do that. You can't abandon me. I have the right to get onto the plane. That's my right as a human being." Zhu Xinlin went into a panic. If she were left behind, she would definitely die. "Miss Zhu Xinlin, I think you're mistaken about something here. I'm not obliged to observe any of your rights as a human," said Sujin frostily. Her face turned a whiter shade of pale. Of course she knew that. But she was desperately trying to find a reason for him to bring her along so that she didn't have to die here. She had done a very stupid thing indeed, a stupid deed that was going to cost her life now. "No. Whether I get to board the plane or not is not entirely up to you. I want everyone to vote," yelled Zhu Xinlin very loudly after taking a deep breath. Chapter 139, Life and Death. Zhu Xinlin was still being so ridiculous even at this juncture. Konoha scoffed loudly in disbelief. The fact that Sujin didn't just kill her on the spot was already an act of goodwill. And now, she even wanted to take a vote? To Konoha's surprise, Sujin actually nodded and said, "You want us to vote? Fine. I'll let you guys vote." Zhu Xinlin was stunned by his response because she had only said that out of desperation and she didn't expect him to agree either. But since he had agreed, that was better for her. She knew how to convince everyone to stand on her side. "Are you serious?" Zhu Xinlin gulped her saliva down in excitement. Sujin nodded quietly. Konoha stared at Sujin in disbelief and opened her mouth to speak, but he shook his head at her and said, "I said I'd give her the chance." Konoha glared at him angrily, but she respected him as the team leader of Team Boning Knife and went with any decision he made. Zhu Xinlin said excitedly, "Everyone, listen to me. I admit that what I did was wrong, but now, I'm really trying to consider everyone's safety. Professor Charlemagne, how many vehicles are good to fly here?" Only 2 helicopters can be used. But even if you combine the remaining fuel in the other helicopters, it's only enough for 1 helicopter, the professor replied. Zhu Xinlin nodded excitedly again, and after sorting out the information in her head, she said, as all of you can see, a helicopter doesn't have a lot of space. It's already hard enough to squeeze everyone into one, and now, this guy. This guy wants to bring on board a human who's slowly but surely turning into a zombie. If something happens while we're in the air, we can't possibly do anything inside this tiny helicopter. Do you guys really want to die together with him? The newbies fell silent after hearing what Zhu Xinlin said, and they had shifty glances because Zhu Xinlin's words had clearly hit home. Chu Yi was going to turn into a zombie anytime now, and there was no way to fight him in a tiny helicopter in midair. Bringing Chu Yi along would result in their own death. Sujin had a sullen look on his face as he asked, "Are you done? One last word." Friends, I think everyone already knows how terrifying this challenge is and how difficult it is to survive. But no matter how difficult it is, we've got to try. And now, the chance to survive is right in front of you. I'll leave you to decide which side you're on, said Zhu Xinlin as she stared straight into everyone's eyes. She knew all the newbies were struggling inside to make a decision. But Zhu Xinlin believed that she was a clever woman who understood human nature well. And what were humans like? Most humans avoided anything that might kill them because they had a strong survival instinct. It might sound cowardly, but that was precisely why mankind had been able to reach their current level of development. Sujin glanced at all of them coldly, then said, "All right then. We can start voting now. Between this woman and Chu Yi, we will only take one of them. Those who choose her, raise your hands." The first person to raise her hand was Zhu Xinlin. She looked at the rest, and Zhang Lei was the first one to waver as he slowly raised his hand. He said apologetically to Sujin, "Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. I really want to survive this. It's too dangerous to bring Mr. Chu along." Sujin didn't say anything. After that, Shen Hongjiang raised his hand and looked apologetically at Sujin as well. Zhu Xinlin was very proud of herself. So what if Sujin were an old-timer? He still lost to her after all. But Zhu Xinlin's heart quickly sank. She had been so sure that Chen Duo would raise her hand, but Chen Duo did not. She stared at Chen Duo and said, "Chen Duo, are you certain you'd rather travel with a zombie?" Chen Duo bit her lip and said, "I'm sorry, but Mr. Chu saved my life before, so I've decided to go with this side instead." Her words surprised Sujin and Konoha as well. This young lady was a grateful person even at this juncture, which was something that most people would not be able to do, especially in a life and death situation. Sujin grinned. "That's 3 versus 3. I guess you won't be allowed to board after all." Zhu Xinlin nearly blew up when she thought of something. "You said that everyone gets to vote, so Professor Charlemagne gets a say as well. If he allows Chu Yi to board, then I will accept my fate." Sujin raised his eyebrow slightly, while Zhu Xinlin started trying to convince the professor to stand on her side. "Prof, the future of mankind and the world rests on your shoulders. It's not worth taking such a risk. I'm sure you understand that." The old man nodded slightly and said to Sujin, "I hope you can understand. I will not allow Mr. Chu on board." "Why, you?" Konoha raised her voice, "Don't you remember who got you out of the library?" The professor went red in the face, but Sujin said, "Prof, just like she said, everyone gets to cast a vote. In that case, I believe Chu Yi should have the right to vote as well, so our votes are still split evenly." "No. He doesn't have the right to vote. He's already become a zombie. Only the humans get to vote," yelled Zhu Xinlin through gritted teeth. The professor was very apologetic as he said to Sujin, "I'm really sorry, Mr. Su. But if you insist on allowing Mr. Chu to fly with us, I will have no choice but to refuse to pilot the vehicle. As the only one who knows how to do that, I believe you ought to respect my choice." Sujin scoffed and he glanced at everyone on Zhu Xinlin's side with a sinister smile. I'm going to give all of you one last chance, so you can still change your mind now. Tell me, are you really going to stick to your first decision? The three newbies were silent, and they all eventually nodded in agreement that Chu Yi should not be allowed to board. Sujin sighed and waved his hand to motion to them that they could leave. Since Chu Yi was not allowed to board, he wasn't going with them either. Konoha chose to do the same thing as him. Sujin looked at Chen Duo and said, Miss Chen, if you trust me, stay here and I will guarantee your safety even after they've left. She nodded without hesitation. I'll have to trouble you guys to take care of me then. Sujin nodded at her with a smile. The three newbies quickly boarded the helicopter while Sujin spoke privately to the professor. Prof, it's too bad that we can't continue on this journey together, but since we did rescue you from the library, could you at least tell me the exact location of the safe zone? The professor felt bad for refusing to let Chu Yi board earlier, so he quickly agreed to answer Sujin's question. He found a map on another helicopter and marked out the exact location of the safe zone. Mr. Su, I have a great responsibility to fulfill, so I hope you can understand, said the old man with a guilty look on his face. Sujin smiled faintly and shook the professor's hand. I hope your journey ahead is smooth. You too. The professor sighed, then glanced casually at Sujin's pocket. Sujin laughed and returned the vaccine in his pocket to the professor, which relieved the old man. He was still wondering how he could convince Sujin to return this to him. What a hypocrite! Zhu Xinlan scoffed inside the helicopter as she watched Sujin and the professor talk. To her, that was the ultimate display of hypocrisy. Sujin clearly hated them so much, yet he still cooperated with the professor as if the future of mankind was more important than his own life. The helicopter took flight in no time. Zhu Xinlan suddenly started yelling at Sujin from the helicopter, You hypocrite! You stupid hypocrite! You can wait to die here with all that hypocrisy! Ha! Aren't you angry? Aren't you so angry? But you can't do anything about that. The last man standing turns out to be me. Ha! Zhu Xinlan, is the ultimate winner. She's a real nutcase. Sujin shook his head disdainfully. This woman had clearly gone mad. After the helicopter had left, Konoha glared at Sujin furiously and said in a frustrated voice, Why did you agree to her suggestion? Why did you allow everyone to vote like that? This is a handbook challenge and the only aim is to survive. On top of that, she's caused this horrible thing to happen to Chu Yi and you let her off. Why? Sujin was a little intimidated by Konoha's angry yelling and said, Don't be so angry. I have my own plans. You know I'm never the good guy for nothing. Chen Duo smiled and said, Miss Kono, don't be angry with Mr. Su anymore. Actually, I figured that Mr. Su had some plans of his own already. Oh! Sujin was surprised to hear this. He looked at her curiously and asked, Why don't you tell me about what you think? She nodded and said, This is all guesswork, so please don't be offended if I've guessed it wrong. Nah, it's fine. Just speak freely. He nodded at her. If my guess is right, Mr. Su is using them like a minesweeper. You're just using them to test the waters, explained Chen Duo. Sujin's smile widened and he nodded to tell Chen Duo to continue. After receiving affirmation, she went on, Before this, Mr. Chu and Miss Kono explained to me that this whole thing is a challenge, and to look at it simply, it's like a stage in a game. Once we complete all the missions in this stage, we would also have completed the stage. Continuing with this analogy, you could see Professor Charlemagne as an NPC of this stage, and he's an NPC with a quest. I haven't played a lot of such games before, but I know that such NPCs can either lead you to other side quests or trigger other events. If I'm not wrong, Mr. Su thinks that the professor will trigger an event that may be very difficult to deal with and could possibly affect whether we get through this game stage or not. That's why you wanted them to leave with the professor, because then we could avoid going through whatever event he would trigger. Sujin gave her a pleased nod and said with a smile, Miss Chen, you're a really smart young lady. You've nailed it. Zhu Xinlan is an evil woman who's done this to my companion, so there's no way I'm going to just let her off like that. Since I would prefer her dead, I might as well make full use of her before she dies. Poor Mr. Zhang and Mr. Shen, though. Chen Duo smiled sadly. Sujin shook his head. I gave them the chance to choose our team, but they failed to seize the chance. When they turned their backs on Chu Yi in hope of surviving this ordeal, they didn't realize they were actually turning their backs on their own lives. But Konoha was still very unhappy. If I were you, I would have killed Zhu Xinlan with my own hands to avenge Chu Yi. She's the one who landed him in this state after all. Sujin quickly tried to calm her down. No, if my guess is right, there's still hope for Chu Yi yet. Chapter 140, Key to Immortality. Konoha stared at Sujin with a confused expression on her face, then she looked toward Chu Yi. Chu Yi had pretty much become a zombie already. His eyes were unfocused and his body was convulsing slightly. What do you mean? She still couldn't figure it out. Sujin looked at Chu Yi and felt like laughing, since there were times when Chu Yi went into a daze and looked exactly like this. He explained, to put it simply, the zombie virus is just a virus. I've observed several mutants along the way and they seem to be ever evolving. In other words, the humans who have been infected with the zombie virus aren't dead. They're just ill. Konoha had figured it out and her face lit up. Sujin nodded. That's right. This world might not be able to cure anybody of the zombie virus, but that doesn't mean his situation is hopeless. As long as he can make it out of this challenge alive, he'll be fine. It was true that Chu Yi was just infected with the virus but he wasn't dead. As long as he was still alive, his personal hell domain would restore him to what he was before. That was why Sujin was not worried at all. Konoha let out a long sigh of relief. She looked at Chu Yi again, to see that he had fully become a zombie and was trying to reach for them because he saw them as food now. Bam! Konoha bashed him in the head and made him shrink back instinctively. Stupid Chu Yi! If you end up getting into trouble because of a woman like that again, we won't save you a second time. Konoha was yelling at him, but now that she knew he could be saved, she felt that he was kind of adorable in this state as well. Haha! He's stupid, alright, Sujin chimed in to gloat over Chu Yi's misfortune. Unfortunately, this set Konoha off as well. And you? If you reach any conclusions, tell me in advance. Don't leave me in the dark like that. Otherwise, I'll punch you next. Konoha was very upset that Sujin hadn't told her about his plans at all. She had been so upset when she thought Chu Yi was leaving them forever. Sujin immediately nodded and apologized as he promised to never do it again. He was just short of making an oath. Chen Duo was very amused as she watched them bicker. It turned out that the real boss of Team Boning Knife was Konoha, but only the three of them knew that. Sujin did have the final say, but after going through so many tribulations together, each one of them was just as important to each other. Now that the professor had flown off in one helicopter, the most urgent task at hand was to find a suitable vehicle and gas. After what happened the last time after he allowed everyone to split up to check the vehicles, he decided not to do that again. The group moved as one to inspect every helicopter, but to their dismay, there was really only one other helicopter that was in working order. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough gas for it. Do I seriously have to walk all the way to Africa? Sujin sighed heavily. He could probably make it, but having to bring along 2 ladies and 1 zombie made it impossible. Actually, we didn't check the passenger plane, Chen Duo piped up. Sujin smacked his forehead and went up the plane himself. There were still some more zombies left behind inside, so he had to do a thorough check and clean up. Half an hour later, he was finally done checking through even the tiniest of spaces inside the plane. Once he was certain there were no zombies on board, he allowed the 2 ladies to board. The 3 of them sat in the cockpit and after some time, Chen Duo's face lit up as she said, "Good news. The passenger plane is working just fine and it doesn't rely on gas, but solar energy. It's been parked here for so long, so it's fully charged. Depending on what sort of plane it is, seriously solar doesn't carry you that far without additional battery packs or recharging. Sujin leaned over and stared at the controls for a long time before finally asking, how did you deduce any of that? There's a user manual stored in the controls interface, so I read it, said Chen Duo with a laugh. She started pressing buttons on the interface and the entire cockpit lit up. They could hear that the plane was beginning to move forward and was ready to take flight. Woohoo! I know how to pilot a plane now. Chen Duo was very excited. On the contrary, Sujin wasn't so optimistic. The runway was still crawling with zombies, so it was going to be difficult for them to take off. They might end up flying to heaven instead. Sujin instantly leaped out of the plane with no problems, since he ripped off the cabin door the last time. He ran ahead of the plane and sent everything in the way flying with several punches, then ran back once he was sure there was enough distance for the plane to take off. Is it a problem if the cabin door is gone? Asked Konoha worriedly. Sujin leaped off the plane again and grabbed the door he had ripped off. The plane was beginning to take off, so he gritted his teeth, ran really hard and leaped high into the sky, landing accurately inside the cabin. And how do we put it back? Asked Konoha. He looked at the cabin door, then used his palms to slam the sides so hard that the door was now embedded in the door frame. There were a few gaps left behind, so he slammed some of the seats onto those places and sealed the doorway shut. How's that? The design looks a little crazy, but it works. Konoha approved of it. Meanwhile, Chen Duo was still very excited about getting to fly a plane. When Sujin and Konoha returned to the cabin, she grinned at them and said, I can fly a plane now. Ho ho! Congratulations! But that's not the only thing I know how to drive, said Sujin with a naughty smile. Chen Duo didn't get the joke but Konoha did. Sujin stared at her in surprise and whispered, Oh, Mr. Driver, won't you let me ride your car? Sujin got punched in the face immediately. Actually, it wasn't really that surprising that Chen Duo could fly the plane, because they quickly discovered that this plane was built such that even a child could fly it. Once the destination was keyed in, the plane would find its best route and fly itself. I really don't get it. All the cars in the city run on gas but the passenger planes are so high-tech? This world doesn't seem to make sense, grumbled Sujin. It was so odd to find a passenger plane running on solar energy and using such smart technology. Jin, could you come over for a minute? Konoha suddenly called out to Sujin. Miss Chen, I'll leave this place to you, Sujin said to Chen Duo. After she nodded, Sujin went over to where Konoha was and saw her holding a small box in her hand. She put it down and opened it to reveal 5 syringes filled with a colored liquid. He looked at her quizzically, so she pulled out another piece of paper that had the picture of a key on it. The key to immortality. Sujin was shocked to find a box of this stuff on board. She nodded and said, I found it inside the safe on board. It was very well hidden and I didn't expect it to contain these either. The key to immortality was blamed for causing the zombie frenzy in this challenge, but after Sujin put the pieces together, it turned out that this substance wasn't at fault at all and there was no problem with it. And if that were the case, this remained a precious drug that could grant humans immortality. It was an invaluable substance. Sujin took one of them and returned to the cockpit. He said to Chen Duo, Here, this is yours. She looked at him puzzledly and he explained, This is the key to immortality, the drug mentioned at the beginning of the challenge that gives humans eternal life. I suppose even if it can't help you to live forever, it can probably extend your lifespan significantly. This one is yours. She couldn't believe how generous Sujin was. Lifespan was something more precious than anything in the world to humans. Even if she didn't use this on herself and sold it to some wealthy person, she would have enough money to live comfortably for the rest of her life. Sujin could guess what she was thinking about and laughed. Once you get out of here, you'd realize that money is the least valuable thing to a handbook owner. I'd advise you to exchange this for points instead. That would be of greater use to you in the future. But she was still puzzled. But why would you give such a valuable thing to me? Well, you've seen it, so you get one, said Sujin with a smile. Actually, this was to thank her for choosing to stick with him. Even though her choice would not have made any difference to his plans, he was still grateful for her faith in him. He took one of the keys for himself, saved one for Chu Yi, then gave the last two to Konoha. She was the one who found them after all. The hours after that were calm and quiet, since it was going to take them some time to reach their destination. The three of them took the chance to recover some of their energy so that they would have enough strength for any dangers that might come their way later. After a long time, Chen Duo called out to the other two, "I think we're here." Sujin and Konoha walked to the cockpit where they could look out of the glass windows to see the situation outside. Chen Duo figured they had arrived because she could see an area that resembled a volcano crater. Tall mountains surrounded it and many humans were within the crater. "Prepare for landing," said Sujin. Chen Duo hit a few buttons and the plane immediately started scanning the area to find a good landing spot. It quickly found a good spot and was ready for descent in half an hour. But Sujin took another look outside and said to Chen Duo, "Cancel the landing." Chen Duo couldn't understand why Sujin wanted her to do this, but she did it anyway. He pointed at the ground and said, "Look over there. Don't you think that looks like the helicopter that Professor Charlemagne and the rest took?" The two ladies looked in the direction he was pointing in to see a badly damaged helicopter. A giant monster was standing on top of the helicopter and roaring loudly. The creature looked like it was made from a fusion of innumerable human bodies. Each inch of flesh on its limbs was a body. Its gigantic body was nearly 20 meters tall. "We can't land like that. What do we do now?" asked Konoha with a frown. Sujin laughed and said to them, "Hang on to me, my darlings." These words come from, which is a folk song from Yunnan, China that loosely translates to "Mr. Driver, bring me along." It became popular some years ago because while it starts as a song about two women trying to fight over a cab of sorts, it gets raunchy very quickly. The song comes with a dance and the lyrics are usually improvised, so there's no fixed set. Either way, the Mr. Driver, or literally translated, old driver, has become an internet slang for someone very experienced and familiar with something, since the words for "bring me along" can also mean to lead/teach someone, and it's mostly referring to anything sex-related, including puns like the drivers going too fast etc. Chapter 141, Battle in the Air. Sujin sounded so much like the male lead of a billionaire CEO novel. If he had the crazed and confident smile of a young master, he might have garnered some fans. Unfortunately, neither Konoha nor Chen Duo were in the mood to play along with him. "Can you please be serious?" Konoha rolled her eyes at Sujin. He looked sadly at her and said, "I'm being serious here. We're going to fly through the airspace above the safe zone in a moment, so I need both of you to hang on to me. Also, I'll need you to give me a push from behind. We're going to jump off this aircraft." "Jump off this aircraft?" Chen Duo's face paled. From their current height, the safe zone was merely a small dot in the ground. If they jumped like that, even if they didn't end up crash landing and dying, there was no guarantee that they would be able to land exactly where they wanted either. "That's one way, I guess. But aren't you afraid of heights?" asked Konoha in a serious tone. Chen Duo paled even more when she realized that Konoha seemed agreeable with this insane plan to just jump out of the plane. Sujin sighed and said, "That's why I need you to give me a push from behind. I won't have the guts to keep my eyes open on our way down, so just tell me which way we have to go and I'll adjust accordingly." Konoha thought about this for a moment and figured that the plan could work, so she nodded in agreement. Chen Duo immediately spoke up, "Wait a minute. Are you sure about this? Aren't we going to die if we jump from such a height?" "Don't worry about that. Our team leader can handle it," said Konoha confidently as she patted Sujin on the shoulders. Chen Duo nearly fainted. Just because Sujin could handle it didn't mean she could too. Unfortunately for her, she had the least say over what they ought to do. If she didn't go with this plan, she would have to allow the plane to land where there were zombies. Her survival rate in such a situation without Sujin's protection was just as low as jumping off the plane. The plane was about to fly over the safe zone. Sujin carried Chu Yi on his back, held Chen Duo in his arms and kicked the cabin door off the plane again. The air current rushed into the plane and it was hard for any of them to open their eyes. "Here we go." That was all the warning Konoha gave before kicking Chu Yi in the back, causing the three to fall out of the plane. She leaped out behind them and grabbed hold of Chu Yi's back. The four of them kept spinning in the air as they descended. The temperature at that height was very low and the air currents pushed hard at them. It was very difficult for anyone without proper training to keep their body from spinning out of control. However, none of this was difficult for Sujin. He was really strong and had control over even the minutest muscle in his body. Movements that others took a long time of practicing to learn were mastered by Sujin in minutes. "Move to the right a little, otherwise we'll fall outside the safe zone." Konoha's spirit power had been deactivated, but her body had gone through one round of strengthening before this. Her strengthened eyes were now able to see everything below clearly despite being a few thousand meters above ground. Sujin spread his arms out and moved himself according to Konoha's instructions. The rushing air currents helped him to adjust his direction very easily. Chu Yi was trying to bite his neck, but Sujin wasn't bothered by that, since there was no way a zombie at Chu Yi's level could actually get through his skin. So, unless Chu Yi suddenly became a level 4 mutant, Sujin was happy to let Chu Yi grind his teeth down. At the same time, Chen Duo was screaming her lungs out. She also had a fear of heights and her screaming had not stopped since they leaped out of the plane. Sujin really hoped she would just faint from fright, but her consciousness seemed particularly resilient and she refused to faint. Her screaming only got louder as time passed. Sujin endured her screaming and kept adjusting his angle and position, while Konoha continued being an excellent co-pilot. Just then, a black figure leaped into the air towards them. "Watch out, that large thing is coming for us," Konoha warned Sujin a little nervously. Sujin sighed, then pulled Chen Duo off his chest. Chen Duo started clawing at him desperately in horror, preferring to remain in his embrace. "Stop struggling, stay up there for a while," Sujin yelled at her before holding her up. Konoha caught hold of Chen Duo and held on to her. She knew that Sujin was going to fight the monster head-on. After more than 10 seconds had passed, the black figure grew larger and larger in size. The nearly 20-meter-tall figure soon appeared in its entirety in front of Sujin and threw a punch at him. Sujin clenched his teeth and opened his eyes to throw a punch at the monster as well. Sujin was much smaller compared to the monster, but their strength was equally matched. Ugh! Urgh! Every fiber of this level 4 mutant was making unintelligible noises. The monster was made from nothing but zombies. Their expressions were threatening as they swung their arms about, hoping to grab hold of Sujin as he swung a punch towards the monster. "Die!" Sujin bellowed. The zombies did not get the chance to grab hold of him because the sheer wind created by Sujin's actions had hit the monster before their fists collided. Boom! The two figures were like the repelling poles of a magnet as they flew backwards away from each other. Sujin felt like the flesh of his arm was about to tear apart. The impact of the collision almost shattered his arm. This was the first time something like that was happening to Sujin after he took the high-level body strengthening elixir. The level 4 mutant turned out to be a truly powerful being that could match him in terms of physical body strength. Meanwhile, the level 4 mutant itself was not doing much better. The arm it had used to attack Sujin had exploded upon impact. Sujin was pleased that the mutant had suffered more damage. After all, the mutant had to go against gravity to punch him, while Sujin had thrown a punch from above, so gravity was on his side. The level 4 mutant continued to growl angrily. It flung out its other good arm and the zombies that the arm was comprised of were only connected at their heads and feet, so they could be extended like a long chain. This chain of zombies was like a whip as it flew towards Sujin. Sujin reacted quickly by pulling out more than 10 steak knives from his belt and flinging them out at once. Each knife would stab through a few dozen zombies, so after all the knives had hit their targets, the level 4 mutant basically lost its other arm. Chen Duo hid in Konoha's arms and watched the fight with a look of disbelief on her face. Sujin was a formidable fighter, but he hadn't used anything supernatural, so she just took it that Sujin was some incredible martial artist, like the ones she had watched on TV. At the same time, fighting a 20-meter-tall monster while being suspended in midair didn't seem like something a mere martial artist could do. This fight scene seemed more like something out of a cultivation novel rather than a martial arts novel. The mutant saw that Sujin was going to swing another punch from above at it, so it took a step backwards and fell onto the ground. It growled loudly once it landed and countless zombies rushed towards it to form new arms. Sujin gasped in horror. The mutant was actually able to repair its body just like that. In other words, for as long as there were zombies in the world, the mutant would always be able to repair any part of its body infinitely. Now that the mutant had shifted, Sujin's oncoming attack was blocked and the impact had lessened significantly. The mutant got up from the ground and blocked Sujin's next attack. The mutant's arms were now a lot thicker than before, as if it had purposely gathered more zombies in order to deal with Sujin. Its fist had brushed past Sujin in less than a second, but Sujin noticed something and was stunned for a moment. He saw a few familiar faces on the fist of the mutant. Zhu Xinlin, Zhang Lei, Shen Hongzhang, and Professor Charlemagne made it here, but they had all become zombies that growled fiercely at Sujin. During the time he was stunned, the mutant's fist had nearly reached him. He didn't have the space to swing his fist as hard as before, so even if he did try to throw a punch, the impact wouldn't be as great. He forced his body to turn and narrowly dodged the oncoming wind caused by the mutant's punch. He exerted some force in his legs and used them to press down one of the zombies on the mutant's fist from both sides. And of all the zombies, his legs happened to grab hold of Zhu Xinlin. Boom! Sujin's legs were too strong and squeezing Zhu Xinlin's zombie body between them smashed her body to pieces. That alarmed Sujin for a moment. He really hadn't meant to be disrespectful to a dead body, no matter what Zhu Xinlin had done in the past. I guess you're just unlucky, muttered Sujin with the shake of his head. But now that he had become just like one of the zombies that formed the mutant's fist, he used the force from the mutant's punch to fly towards the safe zone. The momentum from the mutant's punch helped Sujin to fly faster than if he had leaped off the mutant himself, which made the mutant furious. But there was nothing the mutant could do. Even if it shot another chain of zombies at Sujin, it wouldn't be enough to catch up with him. A whooshing sound filled their ears as they came closer and closer to the safe zone. Konoha's expression remained unfazed by everything that just happened. Chu Yi was still trying to find a way to chomp on Sujin's neck, while Chen Duo's eyes were as wide as saucers. To her, they were still going to die if they were to do a crash landing in the safe zone. This time, it wasn't because they were falling from too great a height, but because they were flying at too high a speed. As they came closer to land, Chen Duo began to despair, but Sujin looked just as confident as before. Just before they landed, Sujin suddenly sucked in a huge amount of air, then blew it out as hard as he could. This rush of air out of his mouth served as an emergency brake of sorts that slowed them down sufficiently. It made Sujin fly backwards a little, but it was within what Sujin could handle. He used his legs to adjust the speed and finally landed all four of them safely on the ground. The people in the safe zone were all alarmed when Sujin literally fell from the sky. They had witnessed the battle earlier as well. "Who are you?" yelled one man who looked like he was the leader. Sujin looked at him, then placed a glass test tube on the ground and said, "This is a substance that can poison zombies to death." A Professor Charlemagne said that it's the only hope that this world has. Immediately after he said those words, Sujin's entire world blacked out. Chapter 142, The God's Ceremony. Level D Challenge Zombie Frenzy completed perfectly, 2000 points. Guiding Object, Badge of the Fools. Number of surviving team members, 3, 300 points. Degree of challenge participation, A-500 points. 170 level 1 mutants killed, 20 level 2 mutants killed, 3 level 3 mutants killed, 840 points. Points received, 3,640. Total points, 5,860. Sujin breathed a big sigh of relief when he saw the number of surviving team members. He had merely guessed that Chu Yi was not considered dead by becoming a zombie and looked very confident on the outside, but he really didn't understand the virus well and had been very anxious all this time. He could finally relax now. He took a look at the items he could exchange his points for in his personal hell domain, but there was nothing interesting among them. Konoha had told him previously that the chances of getting anything really good out of the personal hell domain were pretty low. I don't really have anything I need now, so maybe I'll do a lucky draw. Sujin rubbed his hands together. The one thing he bookmarked in his catalog was actually those lucky draw bags. They cost 100 points each, and even though the chances of it turning up something good were low, he couldn't help but want to try his luck again and again. When he thought about how they might find something really valuable in the team's hell domain catalog, Sujin decided not to spend too much and exchanged his points for just 8 bags. His scowling only got worse as he opened each of the bags. Every bag only had a thank you message and nothing else. In his anger, he exchanged his points for another 10 bags. He immediately regretted his decision when he got the bags and really felt like slapping himself, but he chose to open the bags anyway. At least there was something in these bags. High-grade blood-clotting bandages, single-use human mask, winning luck. Sujin stared at the things in his hands and didn't know what to say. While these things weren't completely useless, they were certainly not worth the number of points he had spent on them. This is the last bag. May Lady Luck shine on me, muttered Sujin to himself before opening the bag. There was a book inside. Sujin was quite surprised. This was a purple-colored book and his name was printed on it in a very odd font. Sujin couldn't understand a single word inside the book, so he kept it inside his handbook and finally found out what this book really was. Skill Manual for Stellar Streams Heavy Armor. This skill will harden all the air and blood in one's body so that the owner will increase their defense very significantly over a short period of time. While skill is in use, the owner cannot move. Sujin did not expect to get something like this at all. He had gone through several challenges now and had never come across a skill manual. This skill was a defense one and it was probably a really powerful one, except that he couldn't move while it was in use. In other words, whenever he used this skill, he would become a target board. He'd be a more resilient than usual target board, but one nonetheless. He hesitated for a moment, but chose to learn how to use this skill anyway. It wasn't great, but there was no harm in adding another skill to his bag. It might come in handy in the future. Learning it was easy anyway. Just like how it worked in those lousy games, Sujin just had to confirm that he wanted to learn the skill, then place his hand on the book. The book slowly disappeared and the skill appeared inside Sujin's head. Stellar Streams Heavy Armor, shouted Sujin in order to activate the skill. He immediately felt as though his entire body had become a lot heavier. His body hardened all over, as though he had become a block of steel. During this time, Sujin felt like he was being tortured. Stopping the circulation of blood was definitely something that went against the way a human body worked, so if Sujin's body weren't strong enough, executing this skill might almost kill him. Sujin exhaled deeply after some time and his body went back to normal again. His body was strong enough to use this skill for about 3 minutes. Any longer and he might die. When he walked into the Team Hell domain, Chu Yi was already waiting inside and Konoha hadn't arrived yet. Sujin immediately smiled at Chu Yi and asked, "How was it? How was it like being a zombie?" Chu Yi looked at Sujin as if he was about to cry. He scratched his head and wailed, "It was so awful, I nearly cried. Please speak properly." Chu Yi stopped pretending to be the most pitiful person in the world and said with a frightened look on his face, "It was really awful. I could still think normally but I couldn't control my actions at all. I was so afraid you might shoot me dead. Don't worry, I wouldn't shoot you. Even if I couldn't stand it, I'd use my sword to lop your head off, said Sujin with a hearty laugh. Chu Yi shrank back and grumbled, I'd rather you shot me. At least I'd die in one piece. After that, he had a serious expression on his face as he said, Boss, I really want to thank you. If not for you, I'm sure I would have died during this challenge. Sujin really couldn't stand how Chu Yi looked at him with those puppy eyes, as if Chu Yi was ready to offer himself to Sujin to repay him for not killing him. Ugh, please. I wouldn't have minded if I behaved like this, but not you. Jin, please watch your words, Konomai's voice suddenly resounded from behind. Sujin laughed awkwardly, but she ignored him and asked Chu Yi with a smile, Are you alright? It's terrible to be a zombie. I still prefer being human, said Chu Yi with a laugh. After they had finished laughing at one another, Sujin told his teammates about the skill manual he had received. Konomai said in surprise, You're a really lucky one, aren't you? It's very rare to find a kill manual in the Handbook universe, and it's said that any skill offered in the universe is an excellent one. Sujin felt much better about spending so many points on useless lucky draw bags after hearing what Konomai said. After that, he took out the badge of the fools to show the other two. This is the badge of the fools, a guiding object we've received for completing this challenge perfectly, explained Sujin. Konomai was puzzled. I don't think we completed this challenge perfectly. We didn't even kill the level 4 mutant at the end. Sujin grinned mysteriously, which made Konomai ask him, What did you do? Oh, it was nothing really. When I was fighting the level 4 mutant, I swiped the poison from the zombified Professor Charlemagne and gave it to the fools in the safe zone. Konomai and Chu Yi were certain that if Sujin were an animated character, his nose would be high in the air right now from being so secretly proud of himself. The badge of the fools was merely a level D challenge's guiding object, but it was still a rare item in the Handbook's universe after all. They decided to just keep it for the time being and proceeded to see if there was anything worth exchanging points for in their team catalog. As they looked through all the new items in their catalog, their attention was attracted to one small item. Smart Module for Firearms. After installing, it will adapt the weapon according to the user's habits and evolve the weapon. Points required, 3000. I want this, said Konomai without hesitation. Her Soul Whisperer was the type of firearm that fit the requirements. Now that she had spirit power, her Soul Whisperer wasn't really good enough for her anymore, but it was hard to find a better weapon than this sniper gun. This smart module was just right for it. After she exchanged her points for the item, an item that resembled a pigeon's egg appeared in her handbook. She placed it on her Soul Whisperer and it instantly melted to coat the entire gun. Neither Sujin nor Chu Yi found anything that was suitable for themselves, so Sujin went on to pass Chu Yi the key to immortality that he had kept for him. Goodness, appraising this item needs 5000 points. Sujin was shocked at the points needed just to appraise this item. Based on how things worked in the handbook, the more it cost to appraise an item, the more valuable an item was. This key to immortality was probably way more incredible than he had imagined. How did such an item end up appearing inside a level D challenge? Konomai was surprised too. Chu Yi had enough points to spare, so he proceeded to appraise the item. He was even more shocked by the description that appeared in his handbook and he quickly showed it to the other two. This is a sacrificial item required for the god's ceremony. The ceremony can be activated once 5 of such items have been gathered and you will receive a gift from the gods. The description was a bit vague and it didn't explain what the ceremony or the gift was. But as far as Sujin's experience went, anything connected to the gods had to be something pretty amazing. They had 4 of these keys, but the ceremony probably only required 1 of them. If possible, Sujin was happy to gather more of these sacrificial items and activate the ceremony. After returning to the real world, Sujin and Konomai did not return to S City. Han Menjao had been following them all this time, but she had no idea that the two of them had completed a challenge. To her, Sujin and Konoha had merely gone out of her sight for less than 30 seconds. Back in Hell's Bar, Yayun was sitting by herself and attending to her wounds. These wounds had been inflicted outside of a challenge, so she couldn't get her personal Hell domain to heal her. Judging from how exhausted and injured she was, she had probably escaped into Hell's Bar because she had been placed in a really desperate situation. Your injuries are even more serious than the last time you were here. The same guys are running after you. The boss spoke to her like he was talking to an old friend. Yayun made a face and scoffed. They're just a bunch of despicable idiots. But there are so many of them, so it's really hard to deal with them. Arg! If they are too many for you to handle, why don't you consider finding some help? Asked the boss with a smile. She considered his suggestion for a while, then shook her head. Forget it. I don't want teammates who are too weak. Unless those people are really formidable, like those owners who managed to complete a level A challenge perfectly. That's my minimum requirement for a teammate, said Yayun in a matter-of-fact voice. The boss laughed in response but did not say any more. Yayun frowned and started thinking more about this suggestion. Perhaps she really did need some teammates to help with those people. But at the same time, if she wanted to deal with those people, she had to make sure her teammates were really very, very powerful. Chapter 143, Family in Danger. Sujin activated Hell's Bar for his team, since they hadn't gone to the new area after the team had risen in level. Also, he was very interested in this god's ceremony, so he hoped to get some information from the people in the bar. Unfortunately, he didn't run into the middle-aged man in the bar. He could only put up a notice to reward anybody with information on this matter. This time, he didn't have to wait long. A man covered entirely in a cloak came forth to strike a deal with Sujin. Sujin offered the blood-clotting bandages he got from the lucky draw bags and the other party seemed satisfied with that. Actually, information on the god's ceremony isn't considered very valuable information, since there are many rumors about the ceremony, said the cloaked man honestly. Nobody knows when it first started, but the ceremony requires 5 unique sacrificial items, and it's said that there are a few thousand of such items. A few thousand? Sujin was shocked. He thought that there would only be 5 unique items. The cloaked man nodded and continued, that's right. So far, more than 2,000 different items have been discovered, but after a particular item has appeared, it never appears again. So, there are some who think that each item only appears once or for a limited time only. Why does it work this way? What's the point? Sujin was very puzzled. There was no point in having a few thousand different sacrificial items, unless these items had some special use of sorts. There's also a rumor that different combinations of items will get you different gifts, said the cloaked man. Sujin's eyes lit up. It did make sense that if you only needed 5 items out of the thousands of items, then the only reason why you had so many eligible items in the first place was to differentiate the gifts you could get out of the ceremony. How many types of gifts have there been so far? Asked Sujin. But the cloaked man shook his head. It's really difficult to activate a god's ceremony. The number of sacrificial items are many, but the chances of getting one is very low, and nobody knows it's a sacrificial item unless you appraise it. There is no pattern to the items and they appear in any challenge at any level. Also, nobody uses them to make a deal with other owners. That's why the number of owners who have managed to gather 5 sacrificial items is probably very few. And even if someone managed to get all 5, they would probably activate the ceremony in secret and they wouldn't tell anyone else what gift they got. Sujin nodded in agreement. That made sense. Something like that would be a trump card of sorts, so nobody would go around telling everyone what they had. If he could activate this ceremony, he would keep the gift he got a secret too. But there's also another rumor that the leader of the group that's been going around robbing other owners owns something that can enable owners to travel across universes, and apparently that item was a gift from a ceremony, added the cloaked man. Sujin was rather surprised by that additional information, since it never crossed his mind that the leader of this group of robbers was possibly someone who had successfully activated this ceremony before. Once the cloaked man had shared all the information he had, he left. Sujin walked to the bar counter by himself and started asking the boss how many points it would cost to find out more about this ceremony. The god's ceremony? I've got a few thousand pieces of information and each one isn't too expensive, just 1,000 points each, said the boss with a big smile. That's daylight robbery. Sujin gasped. In short, he had to spend tens of millions of points just to find out everything there was to know about this ceremony. If he had that many points to spare, he would rather use that to get himself out of the Handbook universe. The boss shrugged. It's your choice. And even though we didn't manage to strike a deal, we're still friends, right? Sujin just laughed sadly and shook his head before walking away. He really couldn't count on the bar's boss for information after all. He walked back to his team's table, since they had their own in this new area as well. Shortly after Sujin left the bar counter, someone else left the same bar counter as well. That person was Yayun. She had a bored look on her face as she looked around the bar. Her gaze swept past Sujin but she did not think much of it and left the bar not too long after that. Back in the real world, two men had arrived at a mountainous area near H City in a province. This was one of the poorest regions in the country. That fellow suddenly left S City, so there's nothing else we can do but to target his parents instead, said a dark-skinned man with a large earpiece. He spoke in a confident and decisive manner. It's better to be careful. You don't know if he has other companions. If this doesn't go well, the boss will be unhappy. The other man was fair-skinned and had a grim look on his face. The two men seemed very familiar with this area. They went down a few small paths to venture further into the mountains to arrive at a small village at the foot of one of the mountains. By the time they got there, the sun had already set. But that was exactly what they wanted. They were too visible in the daytime and they knew that if they attracted too much attention, the authorities would come down on them very quickly. They located the house they were looking for and knocked on the door. The sound of their knocking wasn't very loud, but it was enough to alarm the residents inside. It didn't take long for someone to open the main door. An honest-looking farmer stood at the door of his own house and his features looked similar to Sujin's. Who are you? The two men weren't Chinese, so the farmer was surprised to find two foreigners at his doorstep in the middle of a mountain village. Then again, more and more tourists were venturing out of the city these days, so he quickly calmed down again. Hello, are you Mr. Su's father? Asked the fair-skinned man with a smile. The farmer nodded and asked a little hesitantly, Are you Jin's friends? That's right. We have some dealings with his company. Mr. Su told us the last time that if we come to H City, we could look for him here and he would bring us around, replied the fair-skinned man with a cheery laugh. The farmer did not suspect the man's words at all and quickly ushered both of them into the house. I'm really so sorry about this. Jin isn't at home, but I'll definitely take care of any friends of his. Just stay the night here, and I'll bring you to see the scenery around here tomorrow morning. The two men exchanged glances when they heard that Sujin wasn't home. The darker-skinned man said, Did Mr. Su leave something at home? He asked us to help get it for him. The farmer frowned puzzledly and shook his head. No, he didn't leave anything in particular here. He hasn't been home for a while now. The only thing he sent recently was money. What's all this noise about? A woman in her 50s walked out and got a shock when she saw the two foreigners in her house. Note racist section redacted LOL. Who are these people? They're Jin's company clients. Our son told them that he'd take care of them if they came to visit, but this terrible boy didn't even tell us that he was expecting guests, said Sujin's father as he laughed heartily. He said to the two men, Please take a seat, my wife and I will get you some food and drinks. It takes a long time to get here from the city, so I'm sure you must be famished. He then dragged his wife to the kitchen. Once inside, his smile disappeared as he whispered to his wife, There's something fishy about these two fellows. Initially I did think they were Jin's friends, but later they asked me about whether Jin left something behind in our house, which made me suspect that something was amiss. Oh no, do you think something bad has happened? Do you think something's happened to Jin? His wife began to look a little panicky. He glared at her and whispered, "Don't let your thoughts run wild. Leave via the back door and call my brothers over. I don't know why they're here, but it doesn't matter. Let's make sure we've got the situation under control first." His wife nodded and quickly opened the back door, only to find that the fair-skinned man was already standing there. "And where do the two of you think you're going?" The fair-skinned man snickered as he grabbed Sujin's mother by the neck and dragged her out of the kitchen. "Let go of my wife!" Sujin's father roared before grabbing an axe meant for chopping firewood. He ran out after the other man and swung the axe at him. The fair-skinned man did not dodge, and Sujin's father stared in disbelief as his axe landed on the other man's shoulder but failed to injure him in any way. What are you?" Sujin's father was at a loss for words. The fair-skinned man grabbed hold of the axe, flung it into the air and flicked his fingers at the axe, causing the entire axe to break into several pieces. "What in the world?" Sujin's father gasped in horror. Was this guy even human? Who on earth had his son offended? "You seemed quite gullible, but you've turned out to be quite smart, or at least you're very sensitive. If you did manage to find enough people to hold us down, we might really be in trouble," said the fair-skinned man in an approving manner. Sujin's father had a grim look on his face. "Who are you people? My son is only an ordinary office worker. How has he offended you?" The fair-skinned man clapped and laughed. "Not bad. Not bad at all. Even in such a situation, you're still trying to find out who I am. Are you hoping to leave a message for your son?" Immediately after the man said that, he slapped Sujin's father hard across the face, sending the older man flying into the fence around the house. "No!" Sujin's mother started wailing at the top of her lungs, not only because her heart ached for her husband but also because she hoped that her screaming would attract the attention of the other villagers. "It's no use, we've soundproofed the place, so you can scream as loudly as you like and nobody will hear you." The fair-skinned man laughed and shook his head. "Why are you still wasting your time on talking to them? Just kill them and search their memories. I don't want to spend any more time in this filthy, run-down place," snapped the darker-skinned man as he walked over, unhappy that his accomplice had wasted so much time for nothing. Just then, a man burst through the gates of the Su family residence. He patted the dust off his shoulders and stared at the four people in front of him. "Hello there, I'm the head of the Department of Supernatural Affairs in this country. My name is Situ Jin." Chapter 144, The Guardian. Before coming in, Situ Jin had discovered that the entire house had been surrounded by a small force field to keep sound out. He had exchanged his points for a similar force field before, so he recognized it immediately and was certain that something bad was happening inside. In fact, it was very bold of Situ Jin to barge in without knowing anything, since intruders were usually killed in such situations. However, he did not hesitate because he was the head of the Department of Supernatural Affairs and his job was to protect his fellow citizens, even though this couple's son was an owner. The two men stared at Situ Jin and were surprised to see him. It never crossed their minds that someone would come to such a secluded little village and try to stop them from killing two ordinary folks. "Kill him too." The dark-skinned man was very annoyed. Since Situ Jin had decided to risk his life by doing this, they could just kill him as well. He flicked his fingers and two sharp blades appeared where his fingernails should have been. The fair-skinned man pulled him back suddenly, let go of Sujin's mother and motioned at Situ Jin to show that he did not mean any harm before pulling his companion further back. "What are you doing?" The dark-skinned man was confused. The fair-skinned man glanced at him and said frostily, "He's from the Department of Supernatural Affairs, so it's better to have nothing to do with him. Otherwise, we're going to have a hard time here. What are you afraid of? Just kill him and nobody will know that we did it." The dark-skinned man thought that Situjin was merely an ordinary person and killing him wouldn't make any difference. The fair-skinned man frowned in annoyance and said, "This fellow is also an owner and we know who's backing him. We cannot afford to offend this guy, so we'd better go." The two men spoke openly and did not have any regard for Situjin, despite sounding like they were wary of Situjin. Their attitude greatly irritated him because he could tell that these two men were only afraid of the people on his side and didn't actually think much of him. At the same time, Situjin had to admit that these two men gave off a much more imposing air compared to any of the owners he had fought previously. The dark-skinned man was convinced, so they leaped over the fence without even giving Situjin a second look. They clearly did not want to even fight Situjin. Situjin breathed a long sigh of relief. After going through several handbook challenges, he had become a lot stronger than before. But the stronger he got, the more he realized that the difference in power between owners could be really huge. There were people who could kill him with just the snap of their fingers. "Are you all right?" Sujin's father picked up his wife from the ground and looked at her anxiously. Situjin walked over, retrieved a purple seed from his handbook and told Sujin's father, "Let her eat this." Sujin's father knew that Situjin had saved them and was not a bad person, so he took the seed from Situjin and fed it to his wife. Color instantly returned to her face and she stopped frowning as her eyes slowly opened again. When Situjin saw that she had regained consciousness, he said to them, "Look this way please." "That's right, look into the lens here." "Say cheese." There was a loud click and a bright flash. Sujin's parents looked like they were in a daze, which was exactly what Situjin wanted. But he frowned and muttered to himself, "It's too bad that this thing requires the people to have their eyes open in order to erase their memories, so I had to waste one purple star seed to wake her up." He then walked towards the kitchen, looked around for some time to finally find some leftover rice and 2 eggs. He made himself a nice plate of egg fried rice carrot note #Uncle Roger and nodded satisfactorily to himself after he was done eating. "I'll just take that as payment for the purple star seed." Situjin shrugged, then walked back to the two older folks. He took a while to cook up a story and said, "So, it's like this. You two got injured because you discovered that he had been secretly eating eggs and both of you started arguing and fighting with one another." "Okay." After the old couple nodded, Situjin walked out of the house. A few seconds later, the two of them woke up from their daze at the same time. Sujin's mother raised her hand and slapped her husband across the face. "It's bad enough that you were secretly eating all our eggs, but you actually dared to hit me." Sujin's mother raised her voice as she cried. Sujin's father looked like he was at a loss and felt great remorse in his heart. He had never hit his wife in all their years of marriage. Meanwhile, Situjin was already long gone. He had a feeling that he would meet those two owners again, and it wouldn't be long before that happened. 3 days later, Suqing had just finished class when Yang Mengmeng came running over with a big smile on her face. Her mother had come up with a recipe for a new snack and wanted Suqing to come over to have a taste. "Again? I've become so fat recently because I've been trying out your mom's new recipes. I'm going to turn into a pig at this rate," said Suqing as she pretended to pout. But the twinkle in her eyes was a clear sign that she was just teasing her best friend. "By the way, Meng Meng, do you have a crush on my brother or something? Why else would you be so nice to me?" "Hi? Hi," teased Suqing with a cheeky grin on her face. Yang Mingmeng's face instantly turned bright red and became panicky as she said, That's not true. I just want to thank your brother for helping me." "You're only going to thank him. Fine, you too." Suqing burst out laughing as she shook her head. "I'm so sure you're crushing on my brother. Seriously though, he's like the perfect guy. If I weren't his younger sister, I'd want to marry him myself." Yang Mengmeng burst out laughing too. "Oh goodness, how could you praise your own older brother like that? Why not? I'm being very serious here. He's the one who's worked so hard just to put me through school and he can't bear to spend more than the minimum on himself. But, recently, he seems to have won the lottery or something. Hey, Meng Meng, doesn't that mean you've found a rich man to marry, said Suqing with wide eyes, as if her best friend were already her brother's girlfriend. Yang Mengmeng was about to defend herself when she suddenly realized something was wrong. The path in front of them didn't look like the usual one they took. Suqing, what place is this? Why don't I have any impression of this place at all, asked Yang Mengmeng puzzledly. Suqing quickly realized that she didn't know where they were either. The two girls were extremely familiar with the area around their own school, so it seemed impossible for them to suddenly find themselves in an unfamiliar place. Hello, pretty ladies. Which one of you is Miss Suqing? A dark-skinned man approached them with huge headphones on his head and looked like he was into hip-hop. We're not Suqing and we don't know anybody by that name. Suqing immediately sensed something wrong and denied being Suqing, since there was nobody else around to expose her lie. It's her then. Everyone from the Su family seems to be pretty smart, huh? A fair-skinned man walked out from the other side to block the two girls' way. These were the same two men who had tried to kill Suqing's parents that night. Suqing furrowed her brows because she could tell that these two men were very dangerous. There was a cold-bloodedness about them, so they seemed more like two unfeeling machines rather than normal human beings. Who are you and what do you want? Suqing started feeling scared. The dark-skinned man smiled and said, nothing much, we just wanted to find out more about your older brother and we hope you can cooperate with us. I really wouldn't want to hurt such a pretty girl like you. My older brother. Suqing was very sure that these two guys were bad people, but she didn't dare to turn them down straight away, because she was afraid that both herself and Yang Mengmeng would be in danger if she did that. That's right. Did your brother, what's going on? Again. The dark-skinned man had a furious look on his face because he could sense that someone had barged into the force field he had created. I'm the head of the Department of Supernatural Affairs, Situ Jin. Situ Jin had a feeling that he would run into these two again very soon, and he was right. Go to hell. This time, the dark-skinned man lost his patience immediately. He stretched his fingers out at Situ Jin, sending 10 small blades flying towards Situ Jin like darts. Situ Jin stood where he was and he just needed to move his body slightly to avoid all 10 blades. This ability really surprised his attacker. Mr. Situ, can you please stay out of this since it has nothing to do with you, said the fair-skinned man with a frown. He was more afraid of Su Ran than Situ Jin, really. Before coming, he had already done a very thorough investigation of Su Ran, including his best friend, Situ Jin. Situ Jin stared frostily at the fair-skinned man and said, I'm the head of the Department of Supernatural Affairs of this country and my job is to protect my fellow citizens. Suqing's eyes lit up when she heard these words. She had no idea where on earth this man had come from, but he seemed really cool and he sounded like a good person. Poking your nose into others' affairs might result in your life ending prematurely. The fair-skinned man's tone of voice was becoming more hostile now. My job is to protect my fellow citizens, even at the expense of my own life, said Situ Jin before shaking his wrist slightly to make a sword slide out from his sleeve. This was a very intricately made Tang sword, which was a popular weapon that was representative of the Tang dynasty. Let's go, spat the fair-skinned man angrily. He didn't have any regard for Situ Jin, but he certainly could not afford to offend Su Ran. He heard that the leader of the organization wanted to get Su Ran to join the team, so if they ended up offending Su Ran over this mission, they were going to end up dead. And what if we were here to deal with something other than your fellow citizens? Like, a rabid monster, for example, asked the fair-skinned man suddenly before leaving. Situ Jin's expression didn't flinch as he said, as long as it exists within the boundaries of this country, that makes it a monster of my country, so you're not allowed to touch it either. The two men stared at Situ Jin in disbelief. This man was like a piece of chewing gum stuck in hair. They had to talk to the higher UPS about Situ Jin at this rate. Otherwise, there was no way they could continue with any of their missions here. They couldn't possibly flee every time they ran into Situ Jin. After the two of them left, the scenery reverted to the way it was supposed to be. Situjin took out a pen-like object and said to the two girls, "Ladies, please look this way." "What's that?" Suqing was right next to Situjin, so she reached over and took it from him to take a closer look. Situjin was caught by surprise and was about to snatch it back from her when Suqing curiously pressed down on one of its buttons. Click. Chapter 145, Suqin vs Situjin. Suqin received a phone call from his father. His father spent several minutes complaining about how his wife had hit him, but shortly after he hung up, his mother came calling to complain about how her husband had hit her. He sighed helplessly when he heard what they told him. His parents were generally a little too money-minded, but they were fine in other aspects. If they told him that someone else had hit them, Suqin would have rolled his sleeves up and thrashed that person. But if it was a fight between the two of them, there was nothing he could do about it. He was going to get scolded if he sided with either of them. In the end, he could only try to counsel them and listen to what led to this fight. Since it started over a bunch of eggs, he figured that they would forget all about it in no time. After promising to visit during the New Year holiday, he finally hung up and slumped down on the couch. Konoha was already in a giggling fit. This was definitely the first time she had heard about an old couple getting into a physical fight over eating 2 eggs. "They're not usually like this, I swear." Suqin didn't know how to explain the situation to her, since it only made her laugh even harder. I get it," said Konoha through her wheezing as she held a hand up to stop Suqin from explaining. But that only made Suqin wish he could bury himself in the floor right now. Just then, Suqin's phone started ringing again. His phone normally almost never rang, so he was really dreading this phone call. He took a look at the screen and was surprised that it was his younger sister this time. "What's going on? Why is everybody calling me?" Suqin picked up the call and heard Suqing's voice, "Jin. What ya doing now?" "Nothing." "Hello, brother Su," another female voice spoke into the phone. Suqin was confused initially before identifying this voice as Yang Mengmeng's. He laughed and said, "Hello, Mengmeng. How's your mother? Is she better?" "Yes, she's a lot better now. She said that she wanted to treat you to a meal or something to thank you." Yang Mengmeng sounded really happy. "Hey, if you want to talk to my brother, I'll give you his number later. Let me get down to business first," said Suqing as she took the phone back from her friend. "Jin, I picked up someone on my way home from school. If you've picked something up, just give it to the pole." "Wait, you picked up what?" Suqin finally realized the problem with what his sister just told him. "You picked up a person. A cat or a dog is fine, but why did you pick up a person? Bring them to the police too." "Bro. Let me finish. This guy seems to know who you are. He was asking about you before he fainted," explained Suqing. "Before he fainted? What? Why did he faint?" Suqin's head was throbbing really badly now. It was ridiculous enough that his parents had gotten into a fist fight over 2 eggs, and now his younger sister had picked up someone who had fainted? What was going on? "That's not the point. The point is that he knows who you are." Suqin sighed. He was too tired to chide his sister, so he went straight to the point. "Do you know what his name is?" "He didn't say, but I found his ID in his wallet and he's got a strange name. He's got a compound surname and his full name's Situjin," said Suqing. "What? Did you just say his name was Situjin?" Suqin nearly exploded. His first thought was that Situjin had tried to harm his sister, but somehow failed and ended up fainting in front of Suqing. Suqin's imagination began to run wild. Could it be that Situjin was trying to take revenge on him in a different way? Was Situjin trying to gain his sister's affection, then dump her so that his sister would be emotionally hurt forever? "This guy's pretty handsome though." "He's a friend of yours, right?" asked Suqing. "I was right." Suqin was even more wary now, but he suddenly realized something else. Based on their age difference, Situjin was more than 10 years her senior. Did his sister have a thing for older men? Oh! Oh! He's waking up, exclaimed Su Qing. Su Jin's expression fell. Su Qing, pass the phone to him, then you two, hide yourselves somewhere. I need to talk to him about some business matters. Su Qing felt that her brother was talking strangely, but since those were his instructions, she chose to listen to them. She passed her phone to Situ Jin, then ran off to hide somewhere else with Yang Mengmeng. Hello, who's this? Situ Jin was puzzled as to why Su Qing had passed him her phone. His head hurt terribly, so his tone of voice was rather nasty as well. Listen up, Situ Jin. If you dare to hurt any of my family members, then I'm not going to care about who I've promised before. I'll make sure you die horribly. Su Jin's voice was cold and ruthless because he was really angry this time. Every person had a boundary that they did not allow others to cross. For Su Jin, it was his family. Who in the world are you? What the hell are you talking about? Situ Jin couldn't understand what the other person was talking about at all. A few moments later, it suddenly hit him. He said in a low voice, "Are you Su Jin?" "That's right. I'm Su Jin. If you have a problem with me, then come for me. If you dare to hurt my family, I'll kill you." Situ Jin was stunned by how aggressive Su Jin was, but he snapped back in an equally unfriendly voice, "Fine. Where are you now? I'll go over right now. I'm at Cloud Mountain in Z Province, Flying Cloud Hotel. I'll be waiting for you here. Also, just another reminder, do not hurt my family." Su Jin was still afraid that Situ Jin would hurt Su Qing. After all, even though Su Jin was much more formidable compared to Situ Jin, he was too far from his sister to help her, so the best he could do was to warn him verbally. "You don't have to worry about that." Situ Jin then hung up on Su Jin. A faint smile spread across his lips. Initially, he meant to collect information on Su Jin in secret and didn't want Su Jin to find out so quickly, since Su Jin was too tough an opponent for him to handle. But even though Su Jin now knew that he had been keeping tabs on his family members, he wasn't afraid of Su Jin. He walked over to where Su Qing was hiding and returned her the phone. Then he asked puzzledly, "By the way, what happened to me just now? Did I faint? I don't remember what happened earlier anymore." "Oh. Yes. This thing suddenly shone very brightly in your face and you fainted. Is it epilepsy?" asked Su Qing curiously. Situ Jin stared at the item in Su Qing's hand in disbelief. Su Qing had basically erased his most recent memory. "Crap," he thought, "what happened just before I fainted?" If he hadn't already promised Su Jin not to hurt Su Qing, he might have tried to force her to tell him what happened earlier. He ended up just walking away without saying a word, leaving behind a very confused Su Qing and Yang Mengmeng. "Spectacles, get me a ticket to Z Province for today." The earlier, the better, Situ Jin called Spectacles to help him arrange for a flight. The next day, Situ Jin arrived in Z Province around noon. He headed straight for Flying Cloud Hotel and Su Jin was already standing at the entrance to the hotel and glowering at him. Su Jin did not say anything and started walking, so Situ Jin quickly followed behind him. Su Jin kept to mostly secluded pathways and it didn't take long for them to arrive at terrain that was clearly not possible for an ordinary human to pass through without equipment. "My, is he still behind me?" Su Jin used a device to talk to Konoha. "Don't worry, Jin, he's right on your trail." "He's pretty good," said Konoha. Su Jin nodded and continued walking until there was really no path of any sort. He had arrived in a valley and turned around to see that Situ Jin was really right behind him. No wonder Konoha had said that he was pretty good. "I don't think you've got good intentions in leading me to a place like this." Situ Jin sensed something was amiss. The murderous look in Su Jin's eyes told him that this young man was serious about attacking him, and that actually made Situ Jin a little excited. "I just don't want to attract too much attention," said Su Jin with a scoff. He motioned to Situ Jin and said, "You can make the first attack. I'll give you a fair chance." Without hesitation, Situ Jin flung a stun grenade at Su Jin. Sujin didn't expect that, so the burst of light from the grenade made him unable to see anything. But of course, that wasn't a problem for Sujin. During this time, Situjin had gotten much closer to Sujin. He flicked a short club made from a special sort of alloy at Sujin. The club immediately grew in length and was aimed at Sujin's ribs. Dang! The club did not hit Sujin's ribs, but was caught by Sujin instead. Situjin immediately gave up on using that weapon and did a somersault backwards. Then he exerted force in his legs and leaped into the air. That alone was enough to prove that Situjin was a really agile fighter. The two movements had given him more space between himself and Sujin, but before he could land back down on the ground, he suddenly saw a shadow over his head. Sujin let out a low shout. His body was so strong now that he didn't need any fancy moves or techniques to defeat an ordinary highly skilled fighter. All he needed was a burst of energy and speed. Situjin felt as though a mountain was weighing on him. But he continued to hold up against the pressure, his body stiffening like a nail sticking out of a piece of wood. At the same time, a white glow burst from his hands and covered his entire body. Everything happened within seconds. Situjin was covered in cold sweat, and when he was within the protection of the white glow, he realized that Sujin hadn't even moved a single inch. Sujin was still standing exactly where he was, and everything he experienced earlier seemed like nothing but an illusion. This threw Situjin off completely. Was that shadow and all really just an illusion? But if it was merely an illusion, that terrifying pressure he felt couldn't have seemed so real. In other words, Sujin hadn't moved. His imposing aura was enough to fight another person. That's how much more formidable he is. Situjin looked at his handbook in dismay. That white glow had actually been a defense item he owned. He hadn't been in any danger, yet he had felt so threatened that he activated it. At the same time, Sujin's expression was one of pure shock. You're a Hell's Handbook owner. Chapter 146, Avalanche. Sujin was really shocked. He never expected Situjin to actually be an owner as well. He stared at Situjin and felt like finding a chance to take a peek into his mind again. Is this what Su-ran was worried about, wondered Sujin. If Su-ran had been worried that Situjin would do something like this, then his worries weren't unfounded. Handbook owners could become extremely powerful anytime. Situjin was no match for him today, but he could suddenly become more powerful than him after the next challenge. Situjin was drenched in cold sweat and he felt so defeated. The young man before him had actually beat him so soundly with his aura alone. The white glow slowly faded and disappeared completely, since it was an item that could only be used once. Situjin had specially exchanged his points for this item in order to hunt down rogue owners. No, wait. That wasn't your aura. What did you do? Situjin's eyes suddenly widened. The concept of aura sounded too ridiculous to be true, so it had to be something else. Spirit power. I believe you've heard of it before. Only owners with spirit power can be called veterans, explained Sujin without withholding any information. After all, even if he didn't explain it now, he was sure that Situjin would eventually deduce what happened in no time. Situjin looked like he had just been enlightened and Sujin flung the short club back at the older man. He glowered at Situjin and said, "You work for the government, so how could you target my family over a personal feud? If you don't have a good explanation for doing this, I'll kill you." Situjin believed that. He could sense the rage within Sujin, so he knew Sujin was serious about this. "I was not trying to attack your family members. In fact, you could say that I saved them. If I hadn't paid your hometown a visit, your parents would probably be dead by now." Situjin decided to be honest with Sujin, since Sujin was very agitated now and might really smite him on the spot. Sujin frowned and said, "And how am I supposed to believe that? You could change my memories the last time, right? That means you can check them too, isn't it?" said Situjin. Sujin immediately sent his psychokinesis into Situjin's brain and found the most recent set of memories. Just like what Situjin said, he had actually saved Sujin's parents from harm. The misunderstanding made Sujin feel rather embarrassed now, because that meant that Situjin wasn't an enemy, and was actually a benefactor now. Thank you for doing that, said Sujin awkwardly. There's no need to thank me. It's my job to protect my fellow citizens. Other than yourself, your family consists of ordinary folks, so they fall under my protection as well, said Situjin stiffly. To him, this was his job, so he didn't think it was necessary for anyone to thank him for doing his job properly. As for the two foreigners whom Sujin had seen in Situjin's memories, the first people he thought of was that group that robbed other owners. He couldn't think of any other reason why owners from a different country would be hunting him down like this. Then why were you with my younger sister? Asked Sujin. The one who had discovered Situjin was Suqing, not his parents. Situjin had an equally confused look on his face as he smacked his head and said, I really don't know why either. Your younger sister used this on me and erased the memories I had just prior to that. What's this? A memory erasing device. Sujin looked at the item that Situjin held up and instantly thought of the device used in the movie, Men in Black. This thing did look a lot like the neuralizer in the movie. Situjin nodded and sighed heavily. I don't remember how it happened at all. This item belongs to me, yet I ended up falling victim to it. I really don't remember what I did when I met your sister. Sujin nearly called Situjin a douchebag when he heard those words, since this description made Situjin sound like one of those jerks who had their way with a girl and then dumped her mercilessly. You saved my parents, so let me help you with that. There was no such thing as erasing memories. It was more accurate to say that the memories had been sealed off elsewhere. Situjin still had memory of what happened, except that it was in the deep recesses of his subconsciousness. Sujin's psychokinesis could not only change another person's memories, but it could also retrieve these sealed-off memories. Situjin didn't like Sujin very much, but he trusted him. Or perhaps even though he treated Sujin as an enemy, the fact that Sujin did not kill him despite having the upper hand and the fact that Sujin gave him the chance to explain himself and acknowledged that there was a misunderstanding earlier told him that Sujin was not a despicable and wicked person. With Situjin's permission, Sujin sent his psychokinesis into Situjin's brain again. He quickly located the sealed memories and unsealed them so that Situjin could retrieve them too. It looks like I really owe you big time, said Sujin as he laughed self-deprecatingly and shook his head. Situjin had not just saved his parents, but also saved his younger sister. He definitely owed Situjin a big one now. Situjin didn't care for any of that. His voice was still unfriendly as he said, like I said, protecting my fellow citizens from harm is my job. Despite having said that, Sujin still felt that he owed Situjin a favor anyway. But that was not important now. The problem now was that this organization of robbers had moved on to attacking his family members, which meant that these people had no ethical boundaries at all. Sujin wasn't afraid of them attacking him, but his friends and family couldn't possibly be so lucky as to have Situjin pop up to save them all the time. I've got to think of a way to resolve this problem, thought Sujin with a frown. But he wasn't really confident of solving this issue, since the organization was huge and had a lot of owners at their disposal. Sujin turned his attention back to Situjin and said, let's talk about us first. What do you want from me? I'm here to evaluate you and perhaps, I might hunt you down, replied Situjin very simply. Sujin was stunned by this response. The more he talked to Situjin, the more he couldn't understand this man. He really regretted not searching the rest of his brain earlier. Owners of Hell's Handbook are a dangerous variable, and they are a potential threat to not only this country, but the entire world and perhaps even all of mankind. I've killed several owners recently because they are of poor character and have poor morals. After gaining the supernatural powers that come with the handbook, they began to indulge in wicked deeds. You're an owner too, so I need to judge how dangerous you are, explained Situjin. Sujin didn't know how to respond. Was he supposed to admire this man for having a lot of guts? Situjin wasn't an owner yet when Sujin last met him, which meant that Situjin had become an owner only very recently. Just trying to imagine a new bee owner hunting down other owners completely blew Sujin's mind. It was a miracle that Situjin was still alive and well right now. Allow me to give you a kind warning, out of all the owners I've met, your capabilities are right at the bottom of the barrel. If you go around killing other owners at this level, you're more likely to end up dead, said Sujin. He understood where Situjin was coming from. Owners had supernatural powers and access to weapons that nobody else in the world did, so if they wanted to, they could indeed be very dangerous characters. The organization of robbers was a group that targeted owners, but in the process of robbing owners, they also caused harm to ordinary folk who happened to be in the line of fire. Situjin knew that Sujin was right, but time and tide waited for no man. He could take his time to slowly increase his capabilities, but the people of his country could not wait so long for him. There were people who needed help every single day. I don't have a choice. If I had taken the time to slowly train myself up before doing such things, your parents would be dead by now, said Situjin expressionlessly. Sujin had no answer to that. Situjin was right. While Situjin seemed like a strangely irrational and troublesome person to him, there was no doubt that Situjin was a hero to ordinary folks. He didn't know what else to say, but he began to see why Su Ran wanted to protect this friend of his so much. Just then, they both felt the ground shake. What's going on? Situjin looked around but could not find the source of the shaking. Is something happening nearby? Sujin immediately contacted Konoha. Jin, bad news. An avalanche is happening. A large amount of snow is coming down from the top of the mountain and there are a lot of people in the way of the snow, so they're in great danger, replied Konoha. Damn it, cursed Sujin. He turned to Situjin and said, an avalanche is happening nearby, so you'd better keep your distance because it's very dangerous. Contact the authorities and tell them to send help right now. He then turned to walk off. Where are you going? Situjin yelled after him. You might be a hero, but I'm not someone who just leaves others in the lurch either. I'll save whoever I can. Sujin ran off as quickly as lightning. He knew that avalanches happened very fast and he didn't have a lot of time to waste. After Sujin disappeared out of sight, Situjin pulled his phone out and called his superintendent. Sir, an avalanche is happening on Cloud Mountain in Z Province, so please contact the relevant authorities now. We need them to send help immediately. Cloud Mountain? You're at Cloud Mountain now, his superintendent asked. That's not important now. I'll explain things later. We need help now, barked Situjin before hanging up and running off in the same direction as Sujin. Sujin had reached the mountain very quickly, but his eyes widened when he saw the sheer amount of snow coming down. He didn't think he would be able to save a lot of people by himself. Tell me which part of the mountain has the most number of tourists. We can only try our best, said Sujin. Got it. The highest concentration of tourists is at 7 o'clock, about 1,800 meters away from you. There are 17 of them and I think they're a tour group, Konoha reported back. Sujin immediately ran in that direction and covered all 1,800 meters in barely a second. The tourists were all too terrified and panicky to even move out of the way. He quickly stood between them and the snow and retrieved his demon lord's longbow. He shot the roar of the demon lord at the snow and it managed to blast a good amount away. But it didn't take long for more snow to come rolling down. Damn it! Sujin cursed inwardly as he clenched his teeth, then glared hard at the oncoming snow. A silver beam of light shot out from his eyes and an invisible force suddenly stopped the snow from falling. Chapter 147, An Invitation. As the rolling snow came to a sudden stop, Sujin felt like his head was about to explode. A metallic taste came from the back of his mouth and he sprayed blood out. Even a handbook owner found it hard to hold up against the forces of nature. His psychokinesis nearly collapsed under the weight of the snow. Split now! Sujin yelled with his eyes still as wide open as before. He manipulated his psychokinesis into a conical shape so that the snow slid down on both sides of the cone to avoid the people behind him. Sujin's legs buckled and he fell on his knees because he felt like there were 1,000 needles piercing into his head now. He knew that it was because he had been overly ambitious with the amount of psychokinesis he had, and he was going to take some time to recuperate this time. After the falling snow subsided, the first avalanche had passed. But Sujin was worried that all that shaking earlier would result in a second avalanche, so he yelled at everyone, "Get out of here now! It's dangerous to stay here!" After yelling, he disappeared as well. He made sure that his back faced the other people all the time, so he wasn't worried that someone might remember what he looked like. He had to move to other areas quickly, since he only had the strength to protect one spot from getting hit by the oncoming snow. Sujin was not an idiot, so he knew that since he couldn't possibly save everyone on the mountain, the least he could do was to save the people in one area to the best of his abilities. If he tried saving everybody at once, he might end up not saving anybody at all. There was still blood dribbling from his lips, but that didn't bother him. His face was pale because he had used his psychokinesis to do something that was too hard for him, and he had consumed more than half of his limit. So, he retrieved a leaf from the tree of life and chewed on a section of it. He used his psychokinesis to search beneath the snow and pulled out whoever had been buried by the snow. Half an hour later, he had managed to pull out about 7 or 8 people. However, his expression looked even grimmer than before, because he knew that the longer someone was trapped beneath the snow, the lower their chances of survival. "I've already tried my best," murmured Sujin to himself as he shook his head helplessly. Just then, 2 figures approached him from 2 different directions. The first one to reach him was Situjin. One of his arms was twisted and he was clearly badly injured. His entire body was covered in snow and he looked like he had been buried under the snow earlier too. "I managed to save a few more than 10, but it's still not enough." Situjin's eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and clenched his fingers together tightly. He was clearly very upset by this result. Konoha was the other person making her way towards Sujin. She was better off than the other 2 since she wasn't injured, but she was also covered entirely in snow. But if Sujin took a look at himself, he would have noticed that he had the most snow on his body. "We can still continue to save a few more, there are signs of life in these places." Sujin drew a map in his mind with the various spots he had detected, then sent it to the other 2 via his psychokinesis. The 2 immediately ran in 2 different directions to search for the survivors that Sujin had detected. Sujin himself continued to save whoever he could within the vicinity. After about 10 minutes, Sujin managed to dig 3 people out. Thankfully, they weren't injured and were just suffering from a slight lack of oxygen. "Are you all right? If you can, go down the mountain right now." As Sujin spoke, he suddenly realized that the person he had just pulled out was none other than Han Menjao, the woman who had been tailing him and Konoha all this time. "Why are you here?" Han Menjao was shivering like crazy. She had thought that since she was a martial artist, she wouldn't have to fear the cold and didn't put on too many layers. But after being buried in the snow like that, her body couldn't take the cold either. I'm on a holiday," said Han Menjao through chattering teeth. Sujin tried not to laugh. This girl was still keeping up appearances even in such a situation. But this was not the time to expose her lies or tease her. It was more important to focus his efforts on rescuing whoever he could. "Leave now, don't stick around and get in the way." He wasn't too worried about her since she was very fit and nimble. After Sujin turned and walked away, Han Menjao made a face because she felt insulted that he thought she might get in the way. She did some stretching and felt much better, so she ran back to where Sujin was. "Hey! You have a way to accurately pinpoint where the survivors are, don't you?" Han Menjao was a clever young lady and she quickly realized that Sujin could locate survivors with an uncanny precision. Sujin frowned and felt that he needed to borrow that memory erasing device from Situjin later on and use it on Han Menjao. If everyone from the special police found out that he had superhuman powers, he would be in trouble. Could you tell me where these survivors are? I want to help with the rescue mission too, said Han Menjao. Sujin immediately pressed a finger to her forehead and the locations of the nearest survivors appeared in her head. She stared back at him in disbelief. You need to be fast in such situations. Don't just stand here and stare at me, yelled Sujin before running off to save more people. Han Menjao didn't get angry after he reprimanded her and ran off to save the people he had told her about immediately. About half an hour later, help had arrived, but there was little more that needed to be done. After all, 4 people had been pulling people out from the snow all this time, so that resulted in more survivors than if they had waited for help. Once help arrived, Sujin and Konoha immediately disappeared from the scene. Situjin knew about them, but he was an owner as well, so that didn't matter. What they wanted to avoid was the authorities taking notice of them. Situjin was the head of the Department of Supernatural Affairs, so he stepped forward to show his badge to the authorities. Han Menjao did the same, and the two of them continued to help with the rescue mission. Meanwhile, Sujin and Konoha returned to their hotel. They both needed a rest, especially Sujin. In order to prevent that huge amount of snow from burying the whole tour group, he had taken a terrible hit and his head was still aching very badly. Jin, are you alright? Konoha was very worried because he looked like he was in great pain. He cracked a smile and shook his head. I'll be fine. I just went a little too hard on myself earlier and I just need to get some sleep. Don't wake me up for dinner later. Sujin chose to use sleep to recuperate, since he had found that to be the best way to recover his psychokinesis. Unfortunately, his head ached so much that he couldn't fall asleep at all. It was already past midnight but he still couldn't sleep. He tried punching himself in the head in hope that the pain would go away, but it didn't help at all. This might be of use to you, a voice suddenly resounded next to Sujin. Sujin's hair stood on end as he got up with a start and retrieved his boning knife. His psychokinesis needed time to recover, so his sensitivity to his surroundings had dulled significantly. Someone had actually made it all the way to his bedside without him knowing. If this person wanted to kill him, he would be dead by now. It's you. Sujin was surprised but also relieved. The person standing next to his bed turned out to be Situjin. Instead of sleeping, he had chosen to stand here like some creepy vampire. Goodness knows how long he's been standing here for, thought Sujin. Situjin threw a bottle of purple liquid at Sujin and said expressionlessly, "This is something I got from a challenge involving magic forces. You can see if it helps." Sujin took one glance at it and gulped it down without hesitation. After all, if Situjin had meant to kill him, he would have done so long ago. The purple liquid tasted terrible and Sujin initially wondered if he had trusted Situjin too much. But shortly after that, a refreshing feeling filled his head and the sharp pain he had been suffering from earlier disappeared completely. Phew! Thank you! Sujin thanked him sincerely. But Situjin still had a foul expression on his face. He asked in a low and serious voice, "Why did you rescue those people? Was it wrong for me to rescue them?" Of course it wasn't wrong. But why you? What the hell is wrong with your logic? Why not me? I might be a handbook owner, but I'm human too. Is it wrong for a stronger person to help a weaker person? Sujin simply could not understand how this man's brain worked. But after that outburst, Situjin suddenly smiled and gave him a pleased nod. It looks like I can conclude my evaluation of you for the time being. You aren't a threat at the moment and you will not bring harm to society. Wow, thanks. Sujin snorted. This evaluation was pointless to begin with. Even if Situjin had concluded that he was a dangerous character, what was Situjin going to do about that? There was no way Situjin could kill him right now. Such an evaluation only made sense if the stronger one was evaluating the weaker one. A weaker person evaluating a stronger person was nothing more than mere words. Don't get too excited about that now. If you ever do anything that brings harm to my fellow citizens, I will get rid of you, no matter what it will cost me, said Situjin with a solemn expression on his face, as if doing so would scare Sujin. All right, I get it. I'll be a good citizen and make sure I don't bring you or the country trouble. Good enough for you, said Sujin flippantly. By the way, Han Menjao found out that I have some supernatural powers, so could you lend me that memory erasing device of yours? Situjin looked even more hostile now. Han Menjao is one of my fellow citizens. You do not have the right to change or delete her memories. If you don't want to lend it to me, just say so. Look, if she and her department decide that they want to do something about me, I'm not going to obediently turn myself in, you hear me? The law allows for me to defend myself too, doesn't it? So, I won't be considered hurting them out of malicious intent, right? Said Sujin with a big grin. Situjin's lips twitched slightly. If Sujin was indeed a law-abiding citizen despite being a handbook owner, then should he protect his legal rights too? This was a difficult question for Situjin to answer. Sujin still had a smile on his face as he said, by the way, you were saying that you've been hunting down rogue handbook owners who've been wreaking havoc, right? That's right. You're too weak to do something like that. My opinion of that part hasn't changed at all. If you end up having to face someone stronger or worse, a veteran, you're definitely going to lose. If you want to become stronger, you can consider joining my team, said Sujin in a calm voice. Chapter 148, A New Member. Situjin was stunned by this invitation and stared at Sujin in disbelief. To him, they were like police and thief. Of course, I'm just extending the invitation to you. If you don't want to, I won't force you to, explained Sujin. He was inviting Situjin to join the team even though this man had a strange way of thinking because he was a good guy who was reliable and responsible, and he had also saved his family from harm, so this was a way of repaying the favor. What happens when I join a team? Do I get any benefits? Situjin inquired instead of turning the offer down straight away. Sujin explained patiently, of course there are. Operating as a team in a challenge will reduce your chances of having to fight alongside weaker owners or owners with ill intentions, so the chances of surviving a challenge will increase. Also, you get some extra points for being part of a team. It isn't much, but it's better than nothing. Situjin's eyes lit up. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "What's your team called?" "I'm from Team Boning Knife," said Sujin. "I'm in." Situjin immediately nodded and agreed to join the team. His sudden change in attitude surprised Sujin. "I've heard of Team Boning Knife. I heard you guys completed a level A challenge perfectly, which means that your team is really formidable." Sujin was surprised that even Situjin had heard of his team before. "I won't say that we're really that formidable, honestly. The team has 3 members now, and we're all veterans. 3 teams were involved in that level A challenge actually, but the rest, unfortunately did not survive," said Sujin with a sigh. That challenge was a painful memory for him. A large number of owners had died in the process, including Yang Mo and Ning Meng, 2 of his own. Situjin nodded and said, "Either way, you still managed to survive it and even completed it perfectly. I believe that even if others do ask me to join their teams, they might not be more formidable than yours, so I choose to join your team." His decisiveness really floored Sujin. Was this man seriously just joining the team because of that one achievement? But since Situjin was willing to join, Sujin did not hesitate any longer. He took his handbook out and said, "Put your hand here." Situjin placed his hand on Sujin's handbook, then Sujin squeezed a drop of his blood onto it, which caused a black smoke to rise, turn into a demon's hand over Situjin's, then shattered to form the team's emblem that Situjin could move about on his body. "That's the symbol of our team. We're the only ones with that, anybody else with that are imitations," said Sujin with a laugh. Then he added, "Because you've joined our team, the time of your next challenge has shifted backwards. Our team's next challenge is happening a week from now, so I hope to see you there." "Got it." Situjin nodded, then said, "I'll make sure your family's kept safe too. Once I get back to my office, I'll arrange for a small team to watch over them. I don't think those fellows would try anything funny if the government is involved. Sujin didn't expect Situjin to offer something like this, but he quickly realized that since Situjin was the cautious type, he was probably doing this not only to protect Sujin's family members but to use it to keep Sujin in check. If Sujin tried to hurt him during a challenge or anything like that, Situjin was going to fight back. This behavior wasn't offensive to Sujin, since it was only natural for a person to try and protect themselves in whatever way they could. Besides, his family members would get protection in return. His family's safety had always been a concern of his because he couldn't guarantee their safety unless he was with them all the time. But they had their own lives to live, and he couldn't possibly force them to follow him around like a pet either. "Thanks then," said Sujin. He called Konoha over so that he could introduce them and help them to get to know each other better since they were now teammates. Konoha was clearly surprised that Situjin was now part of the team and she didn't understand why Sujin allowed him to join either. To her, Situjin was a dangerous character. She hadn't forgotten how he and his team had barged into their house. Not everyone stays an enemy forever, but everyone can be friends as long as there's something to gain from it. That was Situjin's way of thinking. He didn't like being part of Sujin's team either, but he needed to become more powerful and Sujin's team was a great place for that to happen. "Thanks for being so honest." Sujin wasn't sure if this was a good thing or a bad thing, but an honest teammate was definitely better than having to guard against a teammate who kept plotting against you. Was Situjin really honest? Perhaps not. As the head of the Department of Supernatural Affairs, the most mysterious and secretive department of the government, he had to coordinate people from many departments while keeping everything top secret. If he were too honest and open all the time, he wouldn't have made it this far. But at the same time, Situjin was a very intelligent man. He knew whom he could scheme against, and whom he could not. Sujin was not someone he could fool easily, so he quickly chose to be honest with him. It was late and Sujin couldn't sleep, so he decided to pay Hell's Bar a visit with his teammates. Situjin had never been there before, so he was really surprised that such a place even existed. Once inside, Sujin tried to contact Chuyi, but he seemed very busy and did not respond immediately. Sujin proceeded to introduce Hell's Bar to Situjin as well as the concept of multiple universes. The concept of multiple universes made Situjin fall into deep thought. This wasn't something he had thought about at all. To him, the planet he was on was the only one that existed. Sujin also briefly went through the challenges he had completed. After understanding more about enemy missions, elder gods, and more, Situjin felt his head spin. "Is it too late to back out of your team now?" said Situjin as he massaged his aching temples. He sighed and said, "I can't say for sure if I'd get stronger by being part of your team, but I'm pretty sure my chances of dying in a challenge is going to increase." After Situjin pointed that out, Sujin also realized that the challenges he had gone through seemed abnormally terrible and he guessed that it might have something to do with the Demon Lord. Nobody else knew about his deal with the Demon Lord, but that didn't mean that the Handbook universe didn't know about it. He could have been unlucky because the Handbook universe was punishing him. A long while later, Chuyi finally appeared. Sujin was shocked when he saw Chuyi because the younger man was covered in injuries. There was a serious wound in his chest area and it was still bleeding. "I'm here, boss." Chuyi plonked down on his seat and said to the nearest waiter, "Do you have anything that can stop my bleeding and help me to heal faster?" "I'll have one of that." The waiter nodded and served Chuyi a glass containing a bright red liquid. Chuyi downed it without hesitation. The effect of this drink was amazing. Chuyi's wound instantly stopped bleeding and began to heal. "Boss, did something happen? Why did you call me to enter the bar?" Chuyi wiped away whatever liquid was left on his lips. Sujin and Konoha were still in shock at how badly injured Chuyi was, so it was Situjin who broke the silence first. "Ho ho, young man, I just found out that there's more than one universe out there. Is the universe where you're from going through a war right now?" Chu Yi glanced at Situjin, then asked Sujin, "Boss, who's this guy? Why is he sitting with us? Don't avoid the question. How did this happen to you? Did you seriously go to war?" Sujin was really horrified by Chu Yi's injuries, since Chu Yi was strong enough to get through a war unscathed. Chu Yi scratched his head and sighed. "It's not a war. I got on the wrong side of this faction consisting entirely of handbook owners and I couldn't handle them all by myself." A faction consisting entirely of handbook owners? Was it those robbers? The first group that Sujin thought of were those robbers who targeted other owners. Chu Yi shook his head. "It's not them. Those robbers haven't appeared in my universe. What we have is this group who call themselves the Hell Cult, and their ideology is that owners ought to control ordinary people. They want to control the entire planet and make ordinary folks do their bidding. I don't even know how those people found out I'm an owner. They came knocking on my door 2 days ago and invited me to join their cult, but I'm not interested in making slaves out of other people, so I turned them down. But the moment I did that, the other party became unhappy and started attacking me. I didn't expect them to have so many people on their side either. After I finished off one, another 2 would come. After I finished off those 2, another 2 more would come. I really couldn't defeat them, so I'm so glad you got me access to Hell's Bar." The other 3 were horrified by what they were hearing. One of the universes had owners who wanted to turn ordinary folks into their slaves. The one with the biggest reaction was Situjin. He sneered and had a nasty look in his eyes. Situjin was hunting rogue handbook owners precisely because he felt that these people could pose a real threat to ordinary people. What he had been worried about had actually become a reality in Chu Yi's universe. "I didn't expect both of us to be threatened by fellow handbook owners despite being in 2 different universes," said Sujin with a sigh. "If they belonged to the same universe, they could help each other out. Unfortunately, they didn't belong to the same universe." Chu Yi looked like he wasn't bothered at all. "Those fellows are insane, but not everyone thinks like them. There are some owners who have come together to fight back. When I get back, I'm going to join these owners and make sure those crazy fellows die." "Well said. Those with the power to do so should contribute to the betterment of mankind, and not enslave their fellow brethren. Scum like them ought to be destroyed," Situjin assured Chu Yi as though he were a fellow comrade. "Bro, you think so too? By the way, who exactly are you?" asked Chu Yi. Chapter 149, Ghostly Games. "So, you're the fellow who caused trouble for my boss? And you're actually an owner as well?" Chu Yi looked Situjin up and down, then said to Sujin, "Boss, do you want me to get rid of him? Don't be ridiculous. From today onwards, Situjin will be a member of Team Boning Knife. I hope we can all work together and safely get through our next challenge," said Sujin as he glared at Chu Yi. "Boss! You actually let him into the team?" Chu Yi pretended to be very upset just to tease Sujin, which made Sujin sigh exasperatedly. They didn't stay for too long in the bar. Situjin had to return to the office for work while Sujin and Konoha were still keeping a lookout at Cloud Mountain. Only Chu Yi didn't want to leave just yet. He told them that until he was sure that he was safe, he was prepared to just live inside the bar. The bar never threw anyone out anyway. After they returned to the real world, Sujin and Konoha realized that Han Menjao was nowhere to be found. It was hard to say if she had left because she was injured in the avalanche or for some other reason. Either way, she was no longer keeping tabs on Sujin, and Sujin guessed that Situjin had made some arrangements, but he didn't ask. Situjin didn't remain in Cloud Mountain. He had a lot of work on his hands, so he returned to his office in B City and called Sujin to tell him that he had already sent his subordinates to protect Sujin's family members, so he needn't worry about them. Time slowly ticked by and Yeyun was still nowhere to be seen. It was already time to go through another challenge, so Sujin contacted Situjin and Chu Yi with his handbook and got everyone ready to enter their next challenge. Sujin and Konoha stood side by side and opened their handbooks together. Everything went dark and they both fell unconscious. Death, pain, calamity, terror, why does everybody say we're dark and malicious? We just wanna play games with you. That familiar terrifying voice resounded in Suchin's ears again. No matter how many times he heard this voice, he never felt any better. The voice struck terror in his heart and it took him a long time to get over it. His surroundings lit up again and he opened his eyes. A lot of people appeared within his line of sight, which made his heart sink. The difficulty level of a challenge was positively correlated to the number of owners involved. Mr. Su, Miss Kano. A voice suddenly rang out from nowhere and surprised Suchin and Kano Mai. Suchin turned to look and was even more surprised to see that the person calling out to them turned out to be Xiang Nan. They had worked together on the Rebel Village Challenge, and even though there was some unhappiness between the two of them back then, a lot of time had passed since then and Suchin was no longer bothered by it. Also, after going through more challenges after that, Suchin understood why Xiang Nan had chosen to behave that way. In fact, Suchin had done something similar in the last challenge. He had used the people who didn't want Chu Yi on board to be bait for the highest level mutant and to confirm if they were moving in the right direction, even though he knew these people were probably going to end up dead. So now, Suchin felt that he had no right to tell Xiang Nan off. "Hello, Mr. Xiang. I didn't expect to meet you again," said Suchin with a smile. But he quickly noticed that besides Xiang Nan, the rest of his team was nowhere to be seen. "Mr. Xiang, where's Mr. Yu and the rest?" asked Suchin puzzledly. Xiang Nan's expression fell and he said a little sadly, "Boss, didn't survive one of the challenges and our team disbanded after that." Suchin and Kano Mai were saddened to hear that. Yu Guangde had taken very good care of them and worked with them to get through the Rebel Village Challenge. It had only been a few months since then and he was gone. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's the reality of Hell's Handbook. Nobody knows how long they'll live for," said Suchin with a sigh. The Handbook universe was filled with dangers and the risk of dying. The only way to survive was to keep becoming stronger and stronger. Xiang Nan smiled wordlessly and they finally turned to look at who else was in the challenge with them. There were a total of 13 people and no newbies. This unsettled Suchin even more. He had gone through 2 challenges with no newbies, first the Fairy Tales of Horror Challenge, then the All Have Sinned Challenge. Both challenges had been difficult to get through and he was now faced with yet another one with no newbies. Suchin immediately flipped his handbook open. Ghostly Games, Level B Challenge. Suchin's eye twitched. Facing a Level B challenge was bad enough, but this one even included ghosts. This was going to be as bad as a simple Level A challenge. There's only one mission. Play games with the ghosts and stay alive until the end. The fact that there was only one mission only proved how dangerous this challenge was going to be. Everyone had dismal looks on their faces. They clearly knew how bad it was going to get. I think there's no need to explain too much, I'm sure everyone here is aware of how dangerous this challenge is going to be. I just want to know how many veterans are here, said a plump middle-aged man. 5. The man looked delighted when he counted the number of raised hands. Having 5 veterans out of 13 owners was a better ratio than most and everyone knew how much more advantageous it was to have veterans among them. But perhaps there was such a high number also because this challenge was really difficult. Excellent. My name's Han Yuking. Could the veterans please introduce yourselves? We'll need your help for this challenge, said Han Yuking with a merry laugh. He had a pleasant disposition and seemed very approachable. My name's Suchin, I have psychokinetic spirit power, said Suchin. I'm Xiang Nan, and I have magnetic spirit power. Suchin and Kano Mai were surprised that Xiang Nan was one of the 5 veterans, since he didn't have spirit power the last time they saw him. Chu Yi. My spirit power is internal energy and I'm better at close-range fights, said Chu Yi. Kano Mai. My spirit power is the power of sloth, Kano Mai introduced herself as well. The last veteran was a man in a formal white shirt. He glanced at the other 4 and said, Park Dong-gyun. My spirit power is telekinesis. You're from Korea. Everyone was a little surprised that they had a Japanese and a Korean among them this time. The handbook seemed to always put owners from the same country together after all, regardless of which universe they were from. Is that very strange to you? I've been based in China for work recently, snapped Park Dong-gyun. Nobody asked him any more questions and continued to introduce themselves. They weren't veterans, but they were still important to the group. Is there anyone who's good at planning and strategizing? Asked Sujin. Everyone exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. Sujin and Xiangnan looked at one another and tried not to sigh out loud. Supernatural beings were a big part of this challenge, which meant that quick thinking and strategizing was probably going to go a much longer way than pure physical strength or weapons. If a ghost attacked you with its supernatural power, even a veteran might not hold up, depending on what spirit power you had. In that case, Mr. Su and I will lead the group for the time being. Any objections? Xiangnan immediately asked to take up this role. One of them protested, why should we listen to you? What qualifies you to lead our group? Xiangnan glanced at him and said, firstly, I'm a veteran. Secondly, I used to be the strategist for my small team. Ho ho, just like you said, you used to be the strategist for your team. I overheard your conversation earlier. Your team has already disbanded. You're a strategist who couldn't even hold your own little team together, so what makes you think you're good enough to lead all of us here? The one with objections continued in a nasty tone. Xiangnan furrowed his brows and looked at Sujin as he sighed inwardly. Mr. Su, I'll have to leave this role to you then. In such challenges, everyone has to be united and listen to only one set of instructions, otherwise the chances of survival will be very low. Sujin raised an eyebrow at Xiangnan. Xiangnan was not the type who would worry about the safety of others, after all. Xiangnan seemed to know what Sujin was thinking about and said, look. For a challenge like this, the longer all of us survive, the higher the chances of us getting out of this alive. If a lot of us get killed right from the start, none of us will make it out at the end. Sujin knew that Xiangnan was trying to say. The challenges got progressively harder and dangerous as time went by, so if more of them survived the earlier part of the challenge, there would be more of them to fight during the later part of the challenge. On the contrary, if too many of them died early on, the few left at the end would definitely become targets for these ghosts and perish eventually. He had great faith in the way Xiangnan strategized. Even though Xiangnan had used a method he didn't agree with to keep all them safe back in Rebel Village, he had to admit that Xiangnan's solutions were all very effective. Sujin nodded slightly at Xiangnan, so Xiangnan went on, Mr. Su is the team leader of Team Boning Knife and he's also the brains of the team. I'm sure all of you have heard of Team Boning Knife, right? The rest were puzzled for a moment, but one of them reacted immediately. Team Boning Knife? You mean the team who completed a level A challenge perfectly? Asked Park Dong-gyun in shock. Xiangnan nodded. That's right. Mr. Su is the strategist for that very same team. You guys don't want to trust me, but I'm sure you'd trust him, right? Nobody had any further objections to make after they found out who Sujin was. Someone who could complete a level A challenge was definitely someone they could count on. Since everyone trusts me, then I'll take charge, said Sujin. After pausing for a short moment to think, he said, the name of this challenge is quite self-explanatory, so we're expecting ghosts to make an appearance. Does anybody here have anything that can counter such creatures? Nobody said anything, which made Sujin and Xiangnan exchange tired glances. No owner would choose to reveal their trump cards if they didn't have to. That was a natural mode of behavior in these dangerous circumstances. All right then. Since nobody wants to speak up, I won't ask any more. The introduction to this challenge has already said that we'll have to interact with the ghosts and somehow survive their games. There's very little information to work with, so we'll just have to play by ear, said Sujin in a grim voice. He took this time to observe the owners in the group. Most of them looked rather unsettled, but a few of them seemed a lot calmer than the rest. The latter group was probably the one with something that could deal with ghosts, or at least they were the ones most likely to survive a ghostly attack. Chapter 150, Searching for Bodies. Sujin wasn't angry that these people had refused to say that they had something on hand that could deal with ghosts. One could die anytime in a challenge, so it made sense for owners to prioritize self-preservation and hang on to anything that would increase their chances of survival. They decided to quickly leave the safe area, since they would definitely die if they wasted time by staying here for too long. They didn't have any other choice but to keep moving along. Once they had all walked out of the area they were in earlier, a black mist swirled around them and they soon found themselves inside a room. The room was very run down and there were spider webs everywhere. The furniture was covered in dust and the room was very dark as well. There was barely enough space for 13 adults to stand in this room. Sujin scanned his surroundings and Situjin did the same. He said to Sujin, "The smell of blood is very strong, so somebody definitely died here, and this person died pretty recently." Sujin nodded slightly. As the head of the Department of Supernatural Affairs, Situjin made an excellent detective and immediately noticed what was wrong about the room. Xiang Nan piped up, "I heard that some challenges go in a cycle. So, once a group of owners pass through it, it would remain in place and wait for the next group of owners. Do you think this bloody smell is left behind by the previous group of owners?" Situjin walked toward a photo frame and sniffed it before touching it. He shook his head and said, "Nope. The smell of blood is very strong but the blood dried up a long time ago and it's almost black in color now. I can't tell exactly how long the stains have been here, but I'm afraid it's been quite a long while. I think we don't have to guess anymore. Something's in front of our door and it's coming in soon." Sujin had activated his psychokinesis from the moment they stepped into this dim room. He hadn't detected anything in the room, but something was about to come in from outside. Everyone instantly tensed up when they heard what he said. The door creaked open and a blackened figure walked in. Their hair stood on end when they got a better look at the figure that had just walked in. It was a little girl around 7 or 8 years old, her body half rotted away and left with only the whites in her eyes. She walked in with a huge coffin behind her. The little girl raised her hand and the lid of the coffin flew open. 2 people were lying inside the coffin. One was a middle-aged man who had probably died a long time ago with his eyes wide open, and next to him was a middle-aged woman who was embracing the man, but who also had a sharp knife in her hand that was stabbed through the man's heart from the back. "Daddy's dead, Mommy's dead, and so am I, we're playing hide and seek. Mommy and I are hiding while Daddy's supposed to look for us. Daddy found Mommy, but why hasn't he found me yet? I miss Daddy and Mommy. You've got to find me." The little girl suddenly raised her head, causing the veins in her half-rotten face to bulge. Her teeth were clenched within her lipless mouth as she hissed dramatically, "If you can't find me in an hour, then all of you shall die." The last word was practically screeched out and everyone felt as though their eardrums were about to burst. The little girl's face contorted as she shrieked and disappeared in an instant, becoming nothing more than smoke. But she left the coffin behind. Everyone had grim looks on their faces. They didn't expect a ghost to appear so swiftly. The ghost hadn't attacked them, but they were only given an hour to find her or die. Our entire group's lives are in danger right from the start? This challenge is seriously, one of the owners looked really worried. He didn't expect the challenge to start off like this. If they failed to complete this quest, they'd all die. "Stop thinking about those useless things and focus on the task at hand," said Sujin before looking at Xiang Nan. "Mr. Xiang, what are your thoughts? Firstly, the ghost said that we're supposed to look for her. Based on the story she told us, I think we're supposed to find her body. That coffin she brought along has the bodies of her parents but not her, so I think we can confirm that much. Secondly, her body has to be within this place we're in. So, we've narrowed down the parameters. Thirdly, I think everyone has to remain on high alert. The ghost said that we'll all have to die if we can't find her within the next hour, but it doesn't mean that we're safe for this hour, said Xiang Nan. Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing Xiang Nan's analysis. Xiang Nan was indeed an excellent strategist, and the disbandment of his team was really not directly correlated to him. Sujin nodded and said, I agree. We can't just sit around and do nothing. We need to get moving right now. We don't have much time. Actually, Sujin had purposely allowed Xiang Nan to present his analysis of the situation because he wanted the rest to accept and acknowledge Xiang Nan as a reliable and intelligent member of the group who could help them survive the challenge. Having Xiang Nan around was definitely going to make things easier, but the rest had to be willing to listen to him too. Otherwise, if they refused to listen to him later on, that lack of trust might bring all of them down. Let's start then. Chu Yi was very excited. He wasn't very frightened of ghosts in the first place, and he thought that this whole body hunt concept was very thrilling and he couldn't wait to get started. Sujin nodded, but added, always be cautious. If you run into anything that doesn't seem right, move away immediately and we'll think of something together. Everyone nodded, then started on their search. The room they were in was tiny, but once they walked around the coffin at the door and left the room, they realized they were in an old but extremely luxurious bungalow. There were at least 20 other rooms similar to the one they had just walked out from, and the house itself was 5 or 6 stories high. Sujin and Xiang Nan didn't look very optimistic. This place was huge, which meant that it was going to be hard for everyone to look out for one another while searching the house. Someone was definitely going to end up getting attacked at this rate. Or, should we get everyone to search in pairs? It will slow down the search though, Xiang Nan said to Sujin. Sujin contemplated this option for a while. It wasn't too hard to search a house of this size within an hour, but the little girl's body was probably very well hidden. If everyone searched in pairs, then the speed would reduce by half, which meant that they had to search in a big hurry. The veterans can search the place on their own, and everyone else can pair up. Sujin decided on an in-between sort of plan. Veterans could fend off ghosts for a while with their spirit power, so even if something did happen, there would probably be enough time for them to get help or attract the attention of the others. Besides the 5 veterans, the remaining 8 quickly got into pairs and they began their search. To play safe, they always remained on the same floor at all times. Sujin went round the living room first. There was a portrait of the family hanging on the wall. The picture of a couple and their daughter looked very heartwarming at first, but the couple's expressions were very strange because their smiles looked more like they had been drawn on. It was as if they were wearing a mask with a smile on it. He was a little disturbed by this portrait, so he went to take a closer look. It was indeed a photograph and not a painting. If it were a painting, he could blame these weird expressions on a lousy artist. But a photograph ought to have captured the original moment as it was.